and you jerked yourself off raw.
Sanhedrin haben den Yeshutas dan zain ketas Torres nu 60 Rashi der Welt der Farzan. A debate in the Talmud Sanhedrin over Jesus and his death and how the Sanhedrin judged him. According to the law of our
Excellent, my man. I hope everything's good with you.
Sins, and our
I hope
scribe,
I hope you continue to have many great years with your girlfriend, and that next year you ask her what kind of perfume she fucking wants.
Harvard manuscripts, nor in the Hebrew versions I have read. 3. Historical inaccuracy. In analyzing the Yiddish Shevet Yehuda, I noted that
Dog, you should just ask her. Like, ask her next week. So you just say, baby, I want to make sure I get what you want next year and I get it right. What kind of perfume do you want? And then send an email to yourself, because you'll forget, knowing you. Yeah, I'm sure you will. And then we'll check my email this time next year, and you'll know exactly what to get her. Sound like a plan?
However, since Augustus became emperor in 27 BCE, the 42nd year of
I
his reign
appreciate
was
it, big
15
dog.
a date
You
without
enjoy yourself. I appreciate the love, and go spend it with your girl.
12. Similarly, the entire and odd story of Queen
All right.
Helena's reign in
So she
Judea
didn't
is
open
presented
your
in
present
different
yet?
versions that contradict one another in dating
So
and
she
in
could
regard
hate
to
this
the extent
perfume.
of her power, and, perhaps more significantly, in regard to
Oh,
Pontius
dog.
Pilate's
Why didn't you just
appointment
ask her what kind she
as
wanted?
procurator in Judea, and most
Why didn't you just
importantly,
ask her what kind she wanted?
the trial of Jesus. Due to the multiplicity of sources available to and used by our scribe, this is presented in even
Yeah,
more
good expectations. Hey, I want to get you something you like.
The Yiddish Shevet Yehuda,
Dog.
139.
What'd you get for your girlfriend who makes walnut soup?
12. The Zurich manuscript has this as the 52 ND year of Augustus's reign. This calculation is shared,
Dude, that girl's a
however,
7.
by the Harvard manuscript, though not in the Bodleian variant. I have not found other differences between the Harvard and the Oxford manuscripts shared with JTS 2211.
Dog, you sent me full-on nudes of that bitch. Dog. That girl, she must have had some amazing walnut soup for as much as you were talking about that bitch. You met her at Safeway. You fucking played in a way game. You went to Safeway for this bitch. Yeah, with good fucking reason. With good fucking reason. Dog, I was mad at you. Why didn't you tell your girl?
As opposed to the other Hebrew and Yiddish texts of the Toledo, Yeshua I have thus far examined, our narrator frequently employs the
Yeah, if I'm mad at you, you done fucked up, son. Do you know how many jerk-offs I get into this fucking 24/7 Twitter space? And I don't get mad at them, but I'm mad at you for fucking up with your girlfriend? So, no, you didn't do anything that I told you to do. Did you put it in a nice box?
Mary's lack of relationship to the Davidic dynasty, but more subtly, her apostasy, later described in detail.
Dog, you bitch in a box? You need this bitch in a box with a big old bow on it, like see in a fucking car commercial. No, you need to put your perfume in a box with a big old bow that you'd find in a car commercial.
And our text reads
Dog, do I have to say this to you again? This motherfucker's jerking himself off raw.
He is described as acting 16:5, like a Gentile.
Jerking himself off raw.
That one of his derisive acts was playing with the ball in the presence of the Sanhedrin and throwing it up and down in the air, an act characterized 16 goyish kind, like a Gentile child. 5. Halacha. In a different vein, Our narrator is clearly troubled by the contradiction between Jewish
This
law and in ancient
motherfucker is
Palestine
jerking
regarding sexual
himself off
intercourse
raw.
between Arison and
Look at this
Kinship. On the
athleticism,
one
folks.
hand, he
You don't
writes,
get this athleticism.
at that time the rule was in
Anywhere.
all of Los Real that when a
You
virgin
get
became
sex
betrothed to
appeal,
a man they could have sex like a husband and wife.
athleticism.
16 While, on the other hand, in a
Look at
passage
this
again not
move.
present in the Oxford/Harvard version, Mary immediately
Studio
realized that it was
Compton.
Pandora and not Joseph who was attempting to, and then succeeding in, having J3 parenthetically, in the Val Madonna manuscripts, it is Mary who is described as descended from the house of David. A fascinating claim I cannot deal with in 14F2A, ISF8B, 16F2A. Sex with her since the latter was so from that he refused to have intercourse with her before they were married. 6. Attitude to Kabbalah. In my study of early modem Yiddish translations of Hebrew manuals on sex and circumcision, I noted a persistent excision of all the references to Kabbalistic sources abundant in, and crucial, to the originals, and this in the decades immediately preceding the spread of Lurianic Kabbalah throughout Ashkenazic Jewry. Thus, we might have expected our translator here to have been wary of repeating some of the magical acts attributed to members of the ancient rabbinate, including most provocatively the astonishing scene in which in their celestial battle by rendering him impure through anal sex. But this scene is preserved in our manuscript and the other Yiddish texts I have thus far examined. Indeed, our text refers to the magical acts performed by the rabbis as Grois Kakum Bikaboshi 17, Great Wisdom and Kabbalah, and goes so far as to state that Jesus was Boki in Kol Hadwar Ku/Oan in Kabo/El8, an expert in the entire Torah and in Kabbalah. This claim is not made in the other texts I have examined. On the other hand, there is a hint, I think, of a negative attitude to some aspects of early modem Kabbalistic practices disapproved by the rabbis, attributed to the Sabbaton heresy and its later offshoots already in the late 17th century, and then again a century later in regard to the emergence of East European Hasidism. Jesus and his followers are described in clearly derogatory terms as engaging in Springnanzing Tanzan L9, jumping up and down, singing and dancing during prayers, customs associated with what the popularization of
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I'm really trying to.
Ashkenazation. Far more abundant in our manuscript are examples of the transposition of the story as a whole from first century Judea to early modem Central/Eastern Europe. Here I will cite only a few other examples. A. Many cases of what I would term pure or simple Ashkenazation, where Jesus begins to sprout his heresies and is referred to a growing straight a very unkosher teacher, and the schools in which Jewish children study are referred to as Katerim.
How many years is it going to take
Our
to get
scribe
out?
does not follow the strange tradition of rendering Armenia one of the places to which the apostles are sent, as Deutschland. He seems to know, not where Armenia is, that he is living in something called Deutschland. See, other examples have, I would argue, far more profound cultural reference. 17F, 15A, 18F7, and 19F7B. 20 of his.
I like believing that he's real because
Joseph is described as remaining in Bismedresh Mamash Mishabes Leshabes 21 in the study hall really from one Shabbat to the next. Again, not only a linguistic change but connected to the resonant claim that Joseph was so dedicated to his Torah studies that he had no interest in, or lust for, Mary during the week and came to have sex with her only on Friday nights, and only because that was required by Jewish law. D. Perhaps with even more specific cultural resonance, after the Christians begin to persecute the Jews, our text reads, Azoihab de Sanhedrin
Adam
Mishakar
Perez.
Isham Ashim in Ale Bod
One
Midrashim
of my
Claim
biggest fans.
Mum Dirabonam
Are you
Majus
biggest fan?
Saintos Claim Bekurim
One of my
Jewel
biggest
Sol
fans.
Ibudik Asigayan
For
22.
real?
And so the Sanhedrin sent their
Yeah.
sextons to
Biggest
all the
fan of all
study halls
time?
and small headers to warn the rabbis and the young boys and girls
Maybe.
not to go
I
out
had
on the
that one day
streets.
from San
This
Francisco.
seems to be a clear anachronistic retrojection of the fear of letting Jews in general and children in particular out on the street on
Whatever.
Christian
I don't remember
holidays,
that business
and
name.
particularly on Easter night,
Really?
for fear of attacks by
No.
Christians. Indeed, we may here have a hint of the alleged practice of reading Taladat Yeshu on Christmas Eve,
Why?
as reported in 1614
I
by
just
the
don't remember
former
the
Jew
name.
and now Christian Samuel
Really?
Friedrich Brands, 23, after the
sure I
split
don't
between the
remember.
Christians and the Jews, covertly led, of course,
What's his
by
name?
Paul and Peter.
Why?
Many Jews saw the errors of their way,
Why not?
committed themselves
I remember
again
like
to
5
Halakha and
people,
died
my
through
brother.
it.
Really?
24 again.
Not
The
even. I
issue
know
here is not
Brandon,
simply the obvious
Mr.
linguistic
Aquarius,
change,
Root,
but the
Riser,
connection to a very
a
complex
couple
issue,
other
the
motherfuckers. That's
interjection
it.
here of early modern
I
Ashkenazic
just had a
notions of
conversation
Kiddush
with a
Hashem.
motherfucker about Perkins, and I
When
don't even
Saul
know
Paul
his
accepts his
motherfucking
mission,
name.
he is not only promised,
Sir,
as in the other versions,
this is the
eternal
worst
life,
stream
but
ever.
he is described as performing an act of Kiddush
This
Hashem
is the worst
25
stream
just
ever.
as
Of
the
all the
successful
streams
search for Jesus'
in
corpse
history of
after it
streaming,
disappears from its grave,
this is
thus
like a
raising the
Whitney
dangerous veracity of the
Cummings
claim of
podcast
resurrection,
stream.
is also
Her
afforded the
podcast.
status of an act of Kiddush
Oh.
Hashem.
Is it the worst?
Differences in narrative itself.
Her podcast is awful.
After Mary gives birth to
I'm just
Jesus and has
watching
him
it.
circumcised, the narrator
Really?
first relates the standard
She
account
could
that
have
he was
on
named
Bart
after her
Sabrow
brother, but
and
then adds
fucking
that she chose
Buzz
Yeshua,
Aldrin
aka
Aldrin,
Yeshai,
which
to
would be my
emphasize that she
ultimate
was from the
podcast
house
of
of
all
David,
time.
not
Really?
Joseph, thus solving,
Or like,
as it were, the profound genealogical 21F.2b 22
Bob
and
was
20
on,
and
and like,
23 Samuel Friedrich Brands in his
Alien.
GI Easter
Anyway.
Abstrachter Schlangenball. Nuremberg, self-published,
I don't
printed
think
by
if
Andreas
there's an alien
Gorzius,
right in front of us, he would fucking believe
1681.
it.
2.
Really? Yeah.
On this see Elishiva Karlbach, Divided Souls,
He doesn't
Converts
have
from
it.
Judaism in Germany,
Which is what makes me like him
1500
even
to
more.
minus 1750, New Haven and London, Yale University Press, 2,200 and to 214, and Mark Shapiro, Torah Study Christmas Eve, the Journal of Jewish Thought and Philosophy 8, 1999 319 to 53,
Anyway,
24 F39B,
look at dogs.
25 F.30B,
Bad.
26
Everyone loves this night.
F59B, 86 Michael Stanislavski conundrum that led to so many reams of Christian exegesis. Moreover,
Rabbi
that
Silver.
in so doing,
Silver.
she
Rabbi
wanted to
Silver.
protect him,
Boring.
since she knew in
Rabbi
advance that
Rothschild.
he would die of lice mission.
Amazing.
A horrible death,
Motherfucker,
he would be
I
termed a mamzer
I learned
business.
how to cry in the bathroom.
In our manuscript, it is Mary, not the rabbis,
Really?
who raised this claim first,
Huh?
i.e., far earlier than
Why?
the Harvard/Bodleian
Why?
manuscripts and the Hebrew texts of the
Why?
Legion Sale tradition,
Why not?
and not
I
because
was
those
learning
are
about
geared
playing
towards
football in the
rabbis.
bathroom.
This version challenges, if not subverts the, I think correct, overarching and far-reaching reading of the
Yo,
origin
God.
linking the earliest and later accounts of
This is
Jesus'
God.
disrespect towards the rabbis and his obvious characterological, if not ontological, status as
Yo,
a mamzer
God.
ben nida, and hence all the crucial
Yo, God,
analysis
you've
of the
been
deep
mixing
structure
flax.
of the misogynist
Have
rabbinical
you been
root of
mixing
men's spirit
flax?
blood.
Listen here, motherfucker. You've been missing flax
Jesus'
and
status
will.
as a mamzer
Because if
ben
you
nida
have,
is
we're gonna
merely a
beat you to fucking
genealogical
death.
truth first
Suspended
articulated by
you,
Mary
bitch.
herself. B.
Really?
Pontius Pilate, as noted
Fuck,
above,
look at this body.
presents
I'm like
several
9 months
different
pregnant.
guises
Look
in
at
the
this
various
baby, God.
traditions
Look
of
at
the
this
Taladat
body.
Yeshua.
I should be wearing
Here
this.
he appears as a benevolent ruler,
Okay,
indeed to some extent a proto-Jew who learns how
Really?
to love God from the
God.
children of Israel. 27c, in the list of calendrical
Practice,
changes
Penny.
introduced by Christianity.
Ashley's
In our
chat.
manuscript, Jemini
You're
is
gonna
added to
come,
the
hey
list of holy
Ashley,
days
hey Rabbi
accomplished by
Ashley,
Christians. A
You're gonna
festival
shut the
omitted
fuck
only in
up,
/Harvard version.
Oh,
28b,
you're,
the
you're
central
Rabbi
issue of the
Ashley's
Christian
chat.
abandonment of
You'd be like, bitch,
circumcision
what
is
the fuck are
explained
you
here as
talking
stemming
about?
not from Paul,
They'd be like, I
but
saw
from
you on
Jesus
YouTube,
himself.
you're Rabbi Ashley's chat.
Specifically,
You
though
crazy,
hardly
man.
logically, from the fact that
Really?
he hated Jewish children.
I
So
don't like to
instead
call
of
people
Milo
crazy.
Introduced baptism.
Why?
Is done with Mayim Tov.
Stars.
6, 9.
Like Looney
Portrayal of
Tunes.
Mary. A. Mary's role in the narrative is fundamentally different from the standard Toledat Yeshua version.
Yo, let me talk.
E.g.
Isn't there somebody in
Jesus
Nigeria
after he returned
with a
from
shield
his
space?
missions abroad about the rabbinic proclamations and shofaro which have broadcast his illegitimacy throughout Palestine. And when he does learn the truth, he goes so crazy that even Mary is shocked and pleads with him to calm down. They will find a reply. When he still continues his manic, Mary deliberately shuts door on her own breasts to hurt herself to get sympathy from him.
Look at this one.
The question then poses itself, I think, of whether this story was influenced in any way by the highly popular practice of self-mortification in medieval and early modern European Catholicism, particularly among women. Indeed, as my colleague Caroline Bynum has argued, constitutive of a highly original gendered form of female Christianity, 2927 F.47b, 28 F72a, 29c, e.g. her Jesus as mother, St. dies in the spirituality of the High Middle Ages, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1982.
But just the whole thing where it's like, I'm just gonna have sex with guys, make them happy. Really nice thing to do. And I tip my hat to you, ladies. Tip my hat to you,
B.
Flo, for your
Mary herself engages in a Christological interpretation of Isaiah 7:14. She herself is the Alma Hara Yoladet Ben. But crucially, she explicitly defines Alma as meaning a virgin. 30c. She compares herself to Miriam the prophet after crossing the sea. She cites Exodus 15:20. Vat Miriam Hanibia, but substitutes a hot Agaron with Hem Yeshuv, 31d. Finally, and perhaps most bizarrely, we have here a very strange description of Mary's death missing in the other manuscripts I have examined. Her death is described in the words of Genesis 28:12. Va Yishpat Miriam Va Makam Eva Vihi Hine Sulam Mutseb Artsa Vihi Arosho Magia Hashame Vihi Hine Malak Elohim Al Vihi Yudin Vote 32. And Miriam lay down in that place, and behold, there was a ladder resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. But then, in sharp contrast to the Jacob story, the Sanhedrin had her grave destroyed. From the last two stories, one is tempted to ponder to what extent this portrayal of Mary as a prophet has gone wrong. Absolutely parallel to the basic narrative of the Toledat Yeshua, Jesus the Talmud Haxam gone wrong, is a time-bound subversion of the Marian cult exceedingly prevalent in the Christianity of Central and East Europe in the period in which this manuscript was written. The counterclaim, that the Jews did not know enough about the religion of the Christians among whom they lived is, to say the least, itself subverted by the intimate knowledge of Christianity demonstrated by the scribe of JTS 2211, as well as the Harvard and Bodleian manuscripts, and it seems very safe to assume that they were not alone in passing on built-in strong resistance to the religious narrative of Christian society, trenchant polemic in the guise of folklore. 31A32B, 31 Ibid, 32F63X.
So insulting. Joins the melons of people.
The Toledat Yeshua and Christian apocryphal literature. The formative years Pierre/Uaji Piobanally. This book is not uncommon, though at one time it had a wide circulation, in Hebrew and Yiddish among the simpler-minded Jews, and even more educated Jews used to study the book during the nights of Natal, Christmas. Our mothers knew its contents by hearsay, of course with all manner of corruptions, changes, omissions, and imaginative additions, and handed them on to their children. Different versions of the book exist in Ms., some expanded to greater length and others abbreviated. But though such changes are sometimes great, as a rule they affect only details, especially names. Some versions added longer or shorter episodes, while in others certain episodes are omitted. But the general tenor of the story, its general spirit, and the outstanding features remain the same in all. Asterisk story of a strange Jewish anti-gospel in 1985. It was through the pages of the Shulchan Aruch. The seminal monograph by the Israeli scholar Joseph Klausner, 1874 to -1958, that I became aware, in 1985, of the existence of a strange and fascinating medieval Jewish anti-gospel known as the Toledat Yeshua, or stories about Jesus. At the time I was carrying out extensive research on the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, also called Baruch, a 2nd century Christian reworking of a Jewish Haggadah Midrash on the destruction of the First Temple and the Babylonian captivity. In particular, I was preparing a new critical edition of the Ethiopic version of the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, which was initially published in 1866 by August Dillman, and subsequently translated into modern Hebrew in 1901, within the pages of Ahad Hayam's periodical Ha-Joseph Klausner, Jesus O/Nazareth, His Life, Times, and Teaching, trans. New York, 1980 Next edition, 1925, original Hebrew edition, 1922, 48. I would like to thank Peter Skoliter and Jakob Deutsch for inviting me to participate in an intellectual adventure as stimulating as the conference ever organized on the Talmud. By Klausner, Jesus, 47 to 54, provides an accurate summary of the evidence available in his day, mainly on the basis of Samuel Krause's admirable edition and commentary, Das Leben Jesu nach Jüdischen Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Olms, 1977, on Klausner's critical attitude concerning historical value of the few traditions about Jesus found in rabbinic sources. See John P. Meyer, The Root Zero / The Problem and the Person. Vol 1 of the Marginal View, Rethinking the Historical Jesus, ABRL, New York, Doubleday, 1991, 95-8, Peter Stiefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, 5 and 147.
Somebody comment. Dicker, you look like a different guy. You look like a jiu-jitsu guy now. It's fun.
90 Pierluigi Piavina Shaloa, by Klausner himself. Point 2 Aside from the philological aspects of my quest, I must confess that I was naively curious to uncover the motivating factors that had pushed the young Zionist historian to investigate such an obscure text. It took me years of study and experience to realize what Klausner had already brilliantly understood, that is to say, that the Paralipomena of Jeremiah is one of the most important two ends for the history of Jewish-Christian relations and the construction of a specifically Christian identity. Point 3 Returning to 1985, even if I quickly forgot those bizarre Toledat Yeshua, the reading of Klausner's book helped me better appreciate the Jewishness of Jesus for, and this new awareness left a deep and durable mark on every aspect of my research on antique and late antique religions and cultures. The rediscovery of a strange Christian gospel in 1998, I began studying and translating the Ethiopic version of the Book of the Cock, a Christian apocryphal text from late antiquity, that was originally written in Greek, probably in a monastery close to Jerusalem, between the years 451 August 2nd Pili, Liberbera, in Idem, Chrestomathia and Thiopica, Leipzig, Weigel, 1866, 8x and 1-15, Joseph Klausner, The Book of Baruch in Ethiopic Language, Hashaloa 1901 236 to -52, in Hebrew, reprinted in Idem, Murarim Hadashim Umakoro Adikim, Tel Aviv, Masada, 1957, 90-117. For a new critical edition of the Ethiopic version, see Pierluigi Piavinoli, Research Sigli Apocryphy Veterotis Commentary Ethiopisai, Tessie de Loria. Floridatically Studi Differenza, 1986, 109-231. My major contribution was the Italian translation and commentary, Paralipomena di Jeremia, Bordo I Rode Ibarra, Storia Novella Catavita Babilas, Apocrypho Copto Digerinia. In Apocrypho do Testamento, 5 volumes, and Paulo Sachai, Biblica, Testi e Studi 7, Brescia. Pavia, 1999, 235-381. Also see Pierluigi Piavinoli, L.E. Samuel Secular D. Abai Melithansai Histoire de la Captivite Babyloni N.E.T. Paralipamines to Jeremy. Texts, intertexts contexts, in intertextualites. La Bible and Echoes, EDS Daniel Margaret and Adrian H.W. Curtis, L.E. Monde de la Bible 40, Geneva, Labor E.T. Fides, 2000, 73-96, and idem, Abai Melicans Visita de Eusebio, Eugenio Montale Lettere di Unframento Dei Paralipomena Digerinia, in collaboration with Claudio Zamagna, Studi e Problemi de Critica Textual 61, 2157-88. For it is not by chance that Klausner is hailed as one of the most significant forerunners of the present-day quest for the Jewish Jesus. Thus, for example, according to S. Perry Sanders, Jesus and Judaism, London, SCM, Philadelphia, Fortress, 1985, 53, T. The general line followed by Gizavermes, is in important respects similar to Klausner's. Concerning Klausner's perspective on Jesus, special attention should be given to Donald A. Hanger, The Jewish Reclamation of Jesus, an analysis and critique of modern Jewish study of Jesus, Eugene, 4, Whip and Stock, 1997. First edition, 1980, Hassim, Clinton Bennett, In Search of Jesus. Insider and Outsider Images, New York, Continuum, 200I, 261-63, Dan Jaff. Jesus Ulafum de Historiens du Network. Approach History. Perspectives Historiographies. Analyses Methodologics. Patrimoine. Judaisme. Paris. Serve, 2009, 56-72 and 338-39, as well as David Fox Sandhol's unpublished PhD thesis, Into the Fray. Joseph Klausner's Approach to and Christianity in the Greco-Roman World, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania, 2002.
Just be like, hey, listen, alpha brain is one of the most important drugs out there. It's making me smarter and it's for my success. But
91 and 479 of the Common Era.S in the book Hoffcock we encounter a text that is easily as fantastic as the Talmud issue. One has only to think of the astonishing episode that gives the work its title, the resurrection of the cooked rooster from the Last Supper that Jesus sends to spy on Judas' clandestine activities in Jerusalem. It should be obvious that such stories, the narratives that we find in the Talmud issue, the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, the Book of the Cock, and many other ancient writings that did not always make into the official, are neither weird, ridiculous, creepy, or disgusting. 6. In any case, they are no more odd or shocking than some of their canonical counterparts. 7. They simply need to be taken with a minimum of professional seriousness and placed within the context of their ancient and late antique environments. It was in doing so that I realized that the Book of the Cock was, so to speak, at the center of a complex web of intertextual connections shared not only with other late and Christian apocryphal texts such as the Greek and Latin Acts and Icodmus, the Arabic and Ethiopic Lament of Mary, improperly called the Gospel of Gamaliel / or the Coptic Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle S, but especially with C.S.C. the French. Translation and commentary by Pierluigi Piavinoli, Lever Ducogue, in Acrit's Apocryphes Chrétiennes, 2 volumes, PDS. Pierre Geology Train and Jean-Daniel Caestley, Bibliothèque de la PLC, Yad 516, Paris, Gallimard, 2005, 2. 135 to 203, as well as idem, exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, An apocryphal Passion Gospel from late antiquity, HTR 96, 2003 427 to 54, an item.
Hey, I've been in
The
the
Book
auto
of the Cock and
section
the
since
rediscovery of
about
ancient
13
Jewish
years
Christian
ago.
traditions in 5th century Palestine, in the changing face of Judaism, Christianity and other Greco-Roman religions in antiquity, EDS Ian H. Henderson and Gerba Massagema, Study and Ziodangiitis Schrift and AUS Hellenistische Romisker Zeit 2, Gilters, Giatirsla Herberlag, 2006, 308 to 22. 6 as Janet E. Spitler, Animals in the Apocryphal Acts of the Apostles, The Wild Kingdom of Early Christian Literature, WUNT 2.247, Tiltingen, Morsi Beck, 2008, 13.0, makes sufficiently clear, besides the illustrious examples of Balaam SS, number 22:2035, and Achilles' horse, 1119.404-18, talking animals were not uncommon in ancient literature. In this connection, one should not forget the speaking eagle in 4 bar. 7. This is especially evident in the case of apologetic readings of the Bible, both ancient and modern. Thus, Josephus preferred to omit some embarrassing episodes such as the Judah Hammer affair, Gen 38, from the volumes he wrote for a non-Jewish audience. For a list of such passages, see Louis H. Feldman, Josephus' Jewish Antiquities and Pseudo-Philo's Biblical Antiquities, in Josephus, the Bible, and History, eds Louis H. Feldman and Goe Hada, Leiden. Hill, Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1989, 59-80, at 74, reprinted in item, Studies in Hellenistic Judaism, Achekaja 30, Leiden, Brill, 1996, 57-82, at 78-79. As for the passages that are perceived by the standards of present-day sensibility as politically incorrect, one could refer to, e.g., John Shelby Spong, The Sins of Scripture, Exposing the Bible's Texts of Hate to Reveal the God of Love, San Francisco, Harbor San Francisco, 2005. 8 on these and other Christian apocryphal texts. See, in general, Maurice Girard, Clavis Apocryphorum Novae Testamenti, Corpus Christianorum, Turnhout, Brepols, 1992, Wilhelm Schneemelker, ed. New Testament Apocrypha, trans. Robert M.C.L. Wilson, 2 volumes, Cambridge, Clark, Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster/John Knox Press, 1991-92, based on the 6th German edition, 1989-90, J.P. Elliott. The Apocryphal New Testament, a collection of apocryphal Christian literature in an English translation, Oxford, Clarendon, 1993, revised and newly translated edition of Montague Rhodes James, The Apocryphal New Testament.
The guy that goes in like, that guy, Lex, I already said Lex, that is really important that we save that.
Talagat Yeshua. With respect to this connection, the reading of Hillel, Newman's study on the death of Jesus in the Talagat Yeshua literature was particularly enlightening. In his article, Newman argues, with reason, that one of the goals of the narrators of late antique Christian Passion Gospels was also to respond to and neutralize polemical Jewish stories about Jesus similar to those found in the Talagat Yeshua. Thus, for example, the character of Philogens the gardener in the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle can be considered to be a narrative reply to the figure of Rabbi Yehuda Genina, i.e., the gardener, in the Talagat Yeshua. 10. A few examples taken from the Book of the Cock will help to confirm the soundness of Newman's judgment. In the Book of the Cock as in the Toledo Yeshua, and here I will be referring primarily to the old Hierogeniza fragments in Aramaic LL. Jesus' adversaries explained his extraordinary powers as a result. Oxford, Clarendon, 1924, Hans Joseph Bloch, Apocryphal Gospels, an Introduction, trans. Brian McNeil, London and New York, T. Clark, 2003 original German edition, 2002. 9. Hillel I. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledat Yeshu Literature, JTS 50, 1999. 59 to 79. Other useful readings include Stephen Jarrow, The Nestorius Legend in the Toledat Yeshu, or CHR 59, 1975 108 to 20. Idem. Jewish polemic in the Martyrium Pioneer and Jesus. Passage from the Talmud. JJS 29, 1978 164 to 68. Idem. The stern master and his wayward disciple. The Jesus story in the Talmud and in Christian hagiography. JSJ 25, 1994 287 to 311. Clemens Tola, Jesus stands la polemic jugda anti-quite tard of et du moyen age. In Jesus de Nazareth. Nouvelles APP Rox du Enigme. EDS Daniel Margarat, Enrico Noarieli, and Jean-Marie Coffet. Le Monde de la Bible 38. Geneva, Lady T. Fides, 998, 477-87, Robert E. Van Voorst, Jesus Outside the New Testament, An Introduction to the Ancient Evidence, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Eerdmans, 2000, 104-29. 10. Newman, The Death of Jesus, 67 to 68, who concludes, Bartholomew reads like a Christian rejoinder to the antagonistic claims of Toledat Yeshu. After the Jews turned the Gospel of John on his head, Bartholomew tries to write him again, though not quite as he was before. 68. Such a connection was originally made by Hugh J. Schonfield, according to the Hebrews. A new translation of the Jewish life of Jesus, the Toledat Yeshu, with an inquiry into the nature of its sources and special relationship to the lost gospel according to the Hebrews. London, Duckworth, 1937, 127 to 28. 11. For the extremely complex textual history of the Toledat Yeshu, see the classification proposed by Riccardo de Zani, La tradizione testual dal Toledat Yeshu, Manuscritti, ed Isianae Stampa, C1 Classification. La Racina Mental de Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100. Who singles out a pilate, comprising the Aramaic fragments and Agabart of Lyons' testimony, in the 90th century, a Hellene, including the large majority of Medic, Val versions, and a Herod group, consisting of the single Gooldreich manuscript, edited in 1705. The Aramaic fragments have been translated by W. I. Iliam Horbury, A Critical Examination of Toledat Yeshu, Ph.D. Dis. Cambridge University, 1970, 75 to 151. Jean-Pierre Auger, L. Evangile du Ghetto. La Legion Jugda Jesus du OXC/E, L. Autre Rive, Paris, Berg International, 1999 first edition, 1984, 121 to 28. Riccardo de Zani, J. Alvangelo del Ghetto, Rome. Newton Compton, 1985, 45-50. Herbert W. Bassett, The Acts of Jesus, in the Frank Talmadge Memorial Volume, 2 volumes, and Barry Walfish, Haifa University Press, 1993, 1273-82. An extremely late representative of the Hellene group, originally published in Breslau, in 1824. Has been edited by G. and Terschlichting, ein Judas H.E.S. Leben Jesu. Die Virschalin Toledat Jesu Versunktam Umu ad Einleitung. Text, Übersetzen, Kommentar, Mode of Synopsis, Bibliography, WUNT 1.24, Tyavinchen, Moore S.C. Beck, 1982, and summarized by Clout. Apocryphal Gospels, 211 to 20. The English translations of the Wagenseil text and the Strasbourg manuscript.
Most people probably don't even know the name of Dave Chappelle's special. You're right, when Eddie Murphy and Dave Chappelle started killing it, it made a lot of money, they stopped stealing.
Of the practice of blackjack. 12 Thus, when Jesus has Judas' felony denounced by a flying and speaking stone pillar, Judas accuses him of being a magician. I-19-20. At the moment of Jesus' interrogation in the palace of the high priest, the servant Baalizadai, daughter of Baaliadai, identifies Peter as one of the followers of the Galilean magician. 5:26. Finally, the Jewish leaders attribute the benevolence that Procla, Pilate's wife, shows toward Jesus to the action of Jesus. Magic. 8:11. In the book of the Cock as in the Toledat Yeshu, Judas Iscariot is the person chiefly responsible for Jesus' arrest, even if, in the case of the Aramaic fragments of the Toledat Yeshu, Rabbi Yehuda Ganina seems to be someone other than the Iscariot, at least in CA3 manuscript TS Musar 298.56, while in the book of the Cock, Saul of Tarsus plays a considerable role as well. 13. In the book of the Cock as in the Toledat Yeshu, Jesus escapes from his persecutors for a short time and runs into the temple, as in the Strasbourg manuscript, under the portico of Solomon, before once again being captured by Rabbi Yehuda in the Toledat Yeshu, while in the book of the Cock, 6:8-14, he is betrayed by a relative of Judas that he immediately transforms into a rock. With respect to this connection, it is also striking that, according to the Aramaic fragment CAI, manuscript TS, Mice 35.87 of the Toledat Yeshu, the runaway Jesus transforms himself at first into a bird, and then into a rooster who flies up onto Mount Carmel, but Rabbi Yehuda Ganina, who has followed him into the air, seizes him by the shushava, not the comb, as per the usual translation, but the scarf. 14, just as Judas, at the moment of the betrayal, seized the picard, an Ethiopic girdle, belt, cowl, vestment of a priest, that was around the two other witnesses of the Hellene group, originally published in 1885 and 1903, have been reprinted as Appendix A and B in Frank R. Zindler, The Jesus the Jews Never Knew, Sefer Toledat Yeshu and the Quest of the Historical Jesus in Jewish Sources, Cranford, N.J., American Atheist Press, 2003, 347-450.
Dog.
12 on this accusation.
What are you? To whom are you talking?
Jesus of Nazareth,
Everybody.
a magician and a false prophet who
Can I
deceived
move my
God's
face
people.
closer to the camera?
Jesus of Nazareth.
No.
Lord
Next
and
question.
Christ. Essays on the
Look at this
historical
move.
Jesus and New Testament
I'm like
Christology.
Sway, baby.
Yes, Joel B.
West
Green
Side.
and Max Turner.
Really?
Carlisle.
West Side. Why? Why not? I slang dick like it's going out. Wah, wah, wah.
Eerdmans.
Really? Wah, wah, wah. Really? Wah, wah, wah. Dog. Look at this muscle right here. Calm down, woman. Are you going to try to watch Family Guy because it sucks nowadays? Why? I don't know if I don't have the attention span for it or if it's just ridiculous. All I know is that you just witnessed athletic prowess at its best. Look at this move.
Los Angeles, 30-2 September 6. EDS Frederick Amsler, Albert Frey, Charlotte Twaytot, and Renee Girard F. Publications. The L Institute Romantic Sciences Biblic 6. Preens. C. Zebra. 2008. 241-48. 14. Following the advice of Louis Ginsburg, the first editor of CAI in Ginsay Schechter. Genisa Studies in Memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter. 3 volumes. New York. The Jewish Theological Seminary of America. 1928. 1:32438. At 326. The Aramaic Shushava is rendered as comb by Ojer. Evan du Ghetto.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
Lockrete. And Disani. I. Vangelo del
Dog.
Ghetto. 49.
Dog.
By Bassett. The Acts of Jesus. 279.
That little
Is
move
dropped, but correctly as
I got to visit today. Who visited?
by Samuel
He's
Krause.
just a baby.
could be.
told
Oh, I gotta mute that thing. Let's
1932 586 to
I have to stand up.
603.
This is the
77,
worst.
1933, 44 to 61, and 48 to 49 Mantle, and Horbury, a critical examination, 85, his cloak, even if the latter acknowledges that a translation with crest is also possible by analogy with.
Even the Busted with Boys guys are questioning shit, the narrative now. Yeah. Okay, well,
Good
I
drawing.
like Busted with Boys. Well, this is a long time ago. Okay, I should have liked them back then.
Neck of Our Savior in the Book of Cock, 4, 14, 5:11-12.15 Dan. CAI carries on with Rabbi
That's in her face.
Jesus back to Rabbi Joshua Ben Prey in order to have him hung up and crucified. Reading with William Horbury Kiruba, as in CA2 manuscript TS. Months 35.88 and not Barosha on a cabbage stalk 16. Needless to say, the speaking rooster of the Book of Cock is more the Christian antithesis of the Jewish Ziz. Psalm 50, 11, for Tarnigal Barat, the wild rooster of the Jewish legendary traditions, than Jesus' alter ego. 17. However, it is this kind of reasoning that is presupposed in the Talmud issue, that is, Jesus, the deceiver who claimed that he would ascend to heaven, has been caught and killed like vulgar poultry, or, as Jean-Pierre Auger maliciously puts it, the one who would like to fly as an eagle, but who is not an eagle, will end his flight as a chicken 18, and it is exactly this type of reasoning that is at the origin of the beautiful story
Look at this
of
move.
the cock and the parallel versions of the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, manuscript A, 1:1-3, and the Greek B recension, forms B2 and B3, of the Gospel of Nicodemus, 1:3.19. Thus, it seems to me that the new evidence provided by the Book of the Cock serves to demonstrate that a more or less well-developed first edition of the Talmud issue was already circulating at the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century. Since the publication of CAI, in 1928, by Louis Ginsburg, to a degree it has the two meanings of /carva/tot, and I. Also see Willick.
Whoa.
The Aramaic dialect, S. Of the Toldot issue fragments, Aramaic Study 7, 2009 39-73, at 67. Is I would like to thank Michael Sokolov for pointing out the exact meaning, in this context, of the Aramaic Sheshava. This made possible the discovery of such a new and extraordinary parallel between the /Adat issue and the Book of the Cock. A detail the seizing of Jesus by his own stole, cloak, or kafia, that is completely unattested.
Yo, baby.
16 Horbury.
How are you?
86 and 90. Also see Smollett. The Aramaic dialect, S. 68-69. 17 both birds are similar to, or even identified with, the sequoia, the rooster endowed with foreknowledge according to Job 38:36, a verse that is traditionally repeated among the Berachot at the beginning of the Shaharic morning service. Blessed are you, Zero Lord, our God, King of the world, who gives the cock intelligence to distinguish between day and night. See Piavanali, exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, 442-44, Idem, Ancient Jewish Christian Traditions, 314-15, 18 Auger, El Evangel du Ghetto, 21, 19 See Piavanali, exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, 437. A new critical edition of the Greek B recension of the Gospel of Nicodemus has been recently published by Remy Gaunel. Les recensions byzantines de Evangel de Nicodemus, CCSA, Instrument 3, Turnhout, Brepols, Perkins, CH, Z Spree, 2008. 20 see above, and 14. CAI was edited anew by William Horbury, The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in the Trial of Jesus, Cambridge Studies in honor of C.F.D. Moule,
on it, so it looks like he's saving
Ernst
her.
Bamel,
Yes. It's like
Naperville,
a monster shining
Alison,
away. He was like, oh, I'm
1970,
trying.
103 to 21.
Like, we'll be sitting
Other
here,
fragments have been published by Abraham Barkavit, Laban Yezu, Hebraeus
Oh.
Bibliographic IS, 1875-15, Elkin Nathan Edler, Unfragment Aramine due to /Yesko, Re, 61, 1910 126 to 30, Samuel Krause, Fragments Aramines due to /Yesko, Re /62, 1911 28 to 37, new edition of the fragments previously published by Edler and Krause himself, Das Leben Jesu, 36 to 37 and 143 to 46, Zeev W. Fogg. A new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus, Jarvis 46, 1977 319 to 22, in Hebrew, Idem.
Oh,
Some
God.
clear that the Geniza Aramaic fragments are the best witnesses to such an urtext, even if I am not entirely certain that they have faithfully preserved all the details of the original cycle of stories. The plural is de rigueur here, the to being anything but a fixed and crystallized text. 21, for example, does the narrator of CA1 explain why and how Rabbi Yehuda, not to mention Jesus, has learned the exact pronunciation of the explicit name that he uses to fly after Jesus? Or, what are the reasons given for the extraordinary use of the cabbage stalk as the support for Jesus' body? But if the loss of some episodes and the omission of others make the recovery of that late antique first edition fairly difficult,
Oh.
what can we say, then, about the hypothetical prehistory of the Toledo, issuing
Yes.
2 ND and 3 RD centuries of the Common Era? 22. The rediscovery of a strange Gnostic gospel in 2006. 7. Ernst Bamel and William Forberry are the two scholars that have most strived, in my opinion convincingly, to demonstrate the existence and early circulation of some polemical proto-Toledo Isha traditions, or, as Ricardo de Saini puts it, some of their original kernels. 23. As Forberry aptly summarizes it, the outspoken new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus, IMM 8, 1978-72 to 79, Daniel Boyarin. A revised version and translation of Yeshua fragment, Tarbis 47, 1978, 249 to 50. New edition of the previous fragment in Hebrew. 21. Additional evidence about the missing sections of Aramaic Toledat Yeshua can be found in the report of the apostate Abner
Shining
Alfonso,
Light
summarized
Community.
by Shem Tov ben Isaac I.
Be
Ben
amazing.
Shifra in his polemical treatise Even Boken,
Fuck that
written
shit.
at the end of the 14th century.
Worst.
On this Spanish rabbi, his
Oh,
work,
shit.
and the sources he used, see George Howard, A
Ever.
Primitive Hebrew Gospel / of Matthew and the Toledat Yeshua, NTS 34, / 988 60 to 70, Vassar, The Acts of Jesus, 273 to 74 and 280, Libby Garshowitz, Shem Tov ben Isaac IBN Shapru's Gospel of Matthew, in the Frank Talmage Memorial Volume, 1:297-322, Jose Vicente Nickel 6S, Shem Tov IBN Shapro. La Pedra de Tov, Evan Bogan. Una obra de controversia judeo-christiana. Introduction, Edison Krilica. Traduction y notas Alabrolite, Biblioteca Hispana Biblica 16, Madrid. Constio Superior de Investigación y Científicas, 1997. Moreover, Jakob Deutsch,
Good,
evidence of
big
early versions
lady,
of
black
Toledat
lady.
Yeshua, Tarbis 69, 2177 to 97, in Hebrew, has published the Hebrew version of the Yeshua from the manuscript EBR. By 274 of the Perkovich collection in St. Petersburg, which is particularly close to the text of the Aramaic fragments. 22 as Newman, the death of Jesus. 61. Insightfully reminds us, and addressing the slippery question of providence of the pilot group, we must remember to distinguish between related but distinct problems. The pre-literary history of the narrative
I'm yawning like
of
a
original
motherfucker.
literary creation, and the version or versions found in extant manuscripts. 2JC especially Ernst Bammel, Christian Origins in Jewish Tradition, and TS 13, 1966 to 67, 317 to 35, reprinted in Idem, Judaica. Klein Schriften, 2 volumes, WUNT 37, Tyavinchen, Morsebeck, 1986, 1:22038, Idem, Origin Contra Celsum I-41 and the Jewish Tradition.
Oh man, I'm yawning like a motherfucker.
1968, 211 to 13, reprinted in Judaica, I. 190
Dog.
95, Idem, Sergio de Celsus, in Judaica, 1:265-83, W. Ilium Forberi, Tertullian on the Jews, the light of the spectrum.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
JTS
Folks,
23, 1972.
I'm gonna try to put this in perspective for all of you sports fans at home. This would be like Wayne Gretzky had sex with Michael Jordan and Bo Johnson at the same time on a Saturday morning. That's what it'd be. Bitch!
96 Pierluigi Piavanelli can Jewish polemic in the hold up to appears to
Look at this
presuppose
athleticism.
gained by Tiberius under the
You
Jewish
should talk
features
about
in late
athleticism.
antiquity. From the 3
I
RD
know,
century
I'm sexy,
onwards,
man. What do you want me
it
to do about
agreements
it?
with the speeches of the Jew of Celsus in Origen, with Tertullian on Jewish claims, and with passages
Dog.
from probably 3rd century.
Look at this move.
Indicate the currency of Jewish anti-Christian traditions in the 2nd century and later 24, but can we have at least an approximate idea of their contents? I would like to suggest that one of their main features, even at this early stage, was the extremely positive depiction of Judas as the Jewish hero of the story. Such a hypothesis is indirectly corroborated by 2 facts.
Dog.
The first is that many of the traditions found in the 5th century Book of the Tanakh, including those about Judas,
Dog.
seem to be, or actually are, much older, and of Jewish Christian origin, as is certainly the case for the description of Paul as the most persecutor of Jesus. Point 25. The second is that the popularity, so to speak, of the Iscariot, at least among 2 century Gnostic, probably seen, Christ has been now fully vindicated by the recent recovery and publication, in 2006, Euro 7, of the famous Gospel of Judas. 26. It is not my intention to reopen the fiery
Toledo Yeshua.
interpretation of Judas's
Why? Why the fuck not?
It is well known that the original editors and commentators of the Gospel of Judas perceived him as an extremely good guy, while the subsequent translators, Cambridge University Press, 1984, 183 to 95, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 162 to 75, Idem, Jews and Christians on the Bible, Demarcation and Convergence, in Christ-like exegesis Swishen Messiah UND Chelsea.
Dog, stand up. Stand up.
Cockperos, 1992, 72 to 103, reprinted in Jews and 200 to 25, Idem, the depiction of Judeo-Christians
Dog.
in the Talmud Yeshua.
Look at this athleticism.
The Judeo-Christians in ancient
This
Jewish
is
and Christian literature.
by far
GDS Peter
the
J.
most
Thompson
athletic
and Doris
motherfucker we've
Lambert
ever seen.
featuring WUNT 1.158 Vingen, Morsebeck, 203 200 and 80 to 86. Also see Disani, 11 Vangelo dal Ghetto, 216 to -19 Newman, The Death of Jesus, 61 to 63. 24 Forberi, Jews and Christians on the Bible, 76 to -76. 203 to minus reprint. Also see item,
God.
a critical examination, 437.
Look at this athleticism. Delight, Peaches, delight. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this.
To which additions, especially improper names, were made. The outline of the trial scene of the 3rd century told up is exhibited in the Aramaic texts. Emphasis added. 25 see above, and 13. In this connection, one should note that Marvin Meyer's useful anthology, Judas, the definitive collection of gospels and legends about the infamous apostle of Jesus, New York, Harper 1, 2, 07, is far from being either exhaustive or definitive. 26 initially translated by Randolph E. Kastner, Marvin Meyer, and Gregor Wurst, the Gospel of Jesus from Codex Washington, D.E. National Geographic Society 2006 second edition.
So, why? Why the fuck not? I'll show you it's not abbreviated. Why? Why? No. What does it mean? I don't know. Something about fucking kidney stones or something? Worst dream ever. Hey, can you make it so you're closer to the TV? No, you got a fucking...
Worst's preliminary transcription of some new unpublished fragments, together with
ceiling camera. Oh, but you're not close enough to the fucking thing. Hey, come here. Come here. You wanna know how you get closer? Stick your fucking face closer to your screen, you little bitch. Really? Worst stream ever. What are you doing? I'm just fucking exhausted from pissing. Why? God, it's like fucking unleashing a fire hose. Really?
As far as I'm concerned, I will simply say that the protagonist of the Gospel of Judas is neither Dr. Judas nor Mr. Iscariot. On the contrary, he is a more well-rounded figure.
Family Guy?
Disciple who is initiated by Jesus to the mysteries of the kingdom, whose final and dramatic destiny will be to sacrifice his master without being allowed to ascend to the holy generation. 28. The only compensation for the terrible task he has to accomplish will be perhaps, in DeConnick's opinion, to finally join Neil Daviot.
Why is that so funny? It's not. I just... That was funny.
The only is sent to heaven that the narrator of the could eventually grant to the wayward disciple. Be that as it may, the triangular reading of the Gospel of Judas, before 180 CE, the Book of the Cock, the quarter of the 5th century, and the Aramaic fragments of the Talmudot issue, at least before the beginning of the 9th century, seems to confirm that some elements of the Judas traditions embedded in texts as late as the Talmudot issue and the Book of the Cock are, in fact, much earlier, even datable to the 2nd century. Here and now, the absence of a strange Jewish Christian gospel until recently, the simple possibility of identifying a series of older elements, motifs, or traditions in a given text, was immediately converted into the systematic study of its roots.
What season is Family Guy right now?
Even worse, the actual meaning of that text was
Is it even still a show?
Especially if its narrative was deemed to be too repetitive, nonsensical, or simply distasteful, in order to give priority to the study of its original edition and its sources.
God.
3D now, we do not need to go back to Roland Barthes and French structuralism in order to acknowledge the basic fact that every text is, up to a certain extent, a tapestry of linguistic and literary echoes, or that biblical and parabiblical memorial traditions. To borrow Jean-Claude April 21st Didaconis, the 13th Apostle, what the Gospel of Billy says, London and New York, Continuum, 2009 first edition, 2007, 45 1 and 185 to 87.
This is the worst.
One can have an idea of the wide spectrum of interpretations from a reading of the different contributions published by Madeleine Scope below. Ed. The Gospel of Judas in Context. Proceedings International Conference on the Gospel of Judas. Paris, Sorbonne, October 2 JH2 TJH, 2006, NHMS 62, Leiden, Brill, 208, and April D. Daconic ed. The Codex Judas Papers. Proceedings of the International Congress on the Chacos Codex held at Rice University, Houston, Texas, March 13 to 16, 2008. NHMS 71, Leiden, Brill, 2009. 28 C. Pierluigi Piavinelli, Rabbi Yehuda versus Judas Iscariot, The Gospel of Judas and Apocryphal Passion Stories, in Daconic, ed. The Codex Judas paper, 223 to 39. 29 Daconic, The 13th Apostle, 119. Joe, a simple survey of the literature on, example, the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, the Pseudo-Clementine homilies and recognitions, or the Orthodox Apocalypse of Paul will reveal many examples of such a scholarly proclivity to identify pre-existing editions as is at the expenses of the understanding available texts.
One take. Walking too much.
Picard's categories.
Yeah.
And subject as of many Christian apocryphal stories and mythology, constantly reforming and rewriting themselves. 3180 years ago, however, it was only natural to expect that the publication
time of the week,
fragments
in to hear Papa try to speak, and the day, get her shame of 10 minutes of shot. First time I ever tried to sing that, bitch. Jungle Bunch, how about you fuck yourself? Operation Meltdown.
32-1 quotation of the presently lost gospel according to the Hebrews found in the works of Origen, twice, and Jerome,
Propopolis.
3 times.
Go fuck
In the gospel
yourself.
according to the Hebrews, the
It's not even a
Savior
real
himself
show.
says, a moment
It's never
ago,
gonna be
my
popular.
mother, the Holy
Oh.
Spirit, took me by one of my
I
hands
got a
and brought me to
flash
the great Mount of
truck.
Tabor. Origin, C-O-M-M-J. 2.12. Dr. Beakers according to Krauss. This episode was modeled after the description of Ezekiel's vision of the abominations in the sanctuary. He stretched out the form of a hand and caught me by a lock of my head. Then the Spirit lifted me up to heaven and brought me in the visions of God to Jerusalem. Equal 3, which contains the Hebrew term zizek that means both hair line. As in the patristic emanations, from which eventually developed the cloak of the Genizah
Look at the fetishism, it's unprecedented.
The existence of such a strong connection, together with the presence of what he considered to be Syriac influences in the Aramaic language of the fragments, proved that the Toledat Yeshua was a parodic rewriting of the Jewish Christian gospel according to the Hebrews that Jerome had translated from Syriac, sick, into Latin.
Yo, this shit is the
In
worst.
spite of the objections
No one
immediately
cares
raised by
about
Bernard
shit,
Elliott in
man.
the same volume
Or
of
loot.
or Die Geschichte
Or
und
shifting
Wissenschaft der
gears.
31C
A neighborhood.
Lechemens de
Or
Mythology
Ulster.
Creation,
Or Bel
1993,
Air.
in idem.
Only.
Essays Early Literatures Apocryphes GBT Creation, Instrumental Patries Tika 36, somehow, Brepol,
Law and Special Victims Unit.
1999,
How many fucking rapes are gonna happen in that city?
and for a most holistic and sensitive approach towards ancient texts, exploring the texture aspects, a guide to socio-rhetorical interpretation, Valley Forge, PA, Trinity Press International, 1996.
Go fuck
I
yourself.
am the tapestry of early Christian discourse, rhetoric, society, and IBG, London and New York.
Those are this
Routledge,
bitch.
1996.
Yo, dog. I'm pressing
32
filter
see
here.
above.
Ain't nothing happens.
14.
So, family guy. Stop by
33 see the
MDB.
edition and
Correction
commentary of
is a fucking
Albertus
stuff.
Frederick Tenhans
Percy
Place,
Jackson, I'm
the
go
Jewish
fuck
Christian
yourself.
Gospel
Hard,
Tradition,
go fuck yourself.
VC sub 17.
Why the family guy number
Leiden,
one?
Brill, 1992. 52-55.
Happy
Even though
Happy
he does not
place
mention the
for
possible
fucking
parallel in the Toledat
Ah,
issue, as well as
yeah.
Simon C. Mamouti, plus fragments of Angeliques Judeo-Chrétiens Apocryphes,
Family
Recherches et
guy.
Restrictives, CAHRB
And we were
66,
one
Paris,
Welcome to your trial.
2006-27-29. Krause,
About kill Tony, son.
54 to
Dog,
55.
this would be so clutch
Actually,
if they had to kill
was
Tony.
referring to the gospel according to the Hebrews
You would
written
kill
in the
Tony,
Chaldean
son.
and Syrian
I'm
language,
autosexual.
but in Hebrew characters, and used by
Join
the Nazarenes to
club.
this day. Lag 3.2. These Nazarenes were the members of the Jewish Christian
What's that
community
bitch's
living in
name?
Babylonia.
Kourtney Kardashian and I have that in common.
Hill 3,
Oh,
the
no
region
way.
in which
Kill Tony.
Western Aramaic
Mayhem
dialects,
and Madison
not
Square Garden.
Syriac,
Go fuck yourself. Fetching one moment. Never gonna work, son. Never gonna work. Hey, never gonna work, son. Never gonna work. Hey. And fucking
Threes today, the idea of any special connection between
and
the
this
Talmud issue and
motherfucker's
the
on.
rather mysterious gospel according to the Hebrews is rarely mentioned, and even so, with skepticism. 36 Krause and Sean Field were certainly going beyond the evidence in concluding that the Talmud issue is quoting from or even paraphrasing a written version of the Jewish Christian gospel. However, as the abundance of elements in the book of Joshua point to a Jewish Christian belief that suggests, what if the earliest Talmud issue stories were the oral product of Jewish communities that were living, probably in Syria, Palestine, in close contact and connection with the group, or multiple groups, of Jewish Christians. 37 Such a polemical debate between Jewish and Jewish Christian believers, carried out through the medium of popular, oral retellings of the Gospels, both canonical and extra-canonical ones, this distinction being largely anachronistic and / or irrelevant in the mere use that word in conversation, was going to result, on the Christian side, into a series of orthodox apocryphal writings produced 35 Bernhard Helliger, over Das Alter der Giudice and Judas A.G. and the Getoldat Jesu, MGWJ 77, 1933 198 to 210, Sean Field, according to the Hebrews, 25, 9. Interestingly enough, Sean Field did not fall down in his comparison between the issue of the Gospel according to the Hebrews and the CA1 fragment of the Talmud issue, but preferred to put it into relation with another passage when Jesus pronounced the great name, and the Spirit came and set him up between heaven and earth, found in the wages type of the Talmud issue that does not include
we were riding,
transformation
raising the show.
259. 36 C. Disani, to Angelo Dal Ghetto, 153 to 55 and 216 to 17. Nonetheless, as argued by Piavanelli, ancient Jewish Christian traditions, 315 to 16, intertextual echoes with the Gospel according to the Nazarenes and other Jewish Christian traditions are still detectable in the Book of the God. 37 It is here that linguistic, social, and historical considerations come into play. Thus, according to Ginsburg, Lindsay Schechter, 325 to 26, the Aramaic language of the earliest Aramaic fragments of Talmud Yeshua, with its mixture of Eastern, Babylonian, and Western, Palestinian, Aramaic elements, seems to be purposeful. On the contrary, the Urim, the Revised Version, 249, thinks that it could portray an imperfect Eastern adaptation of a text originally written in a Western Aramaic dialect. More recently, Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, S. 69 to 73, has concluded that there are persistent Palestinian characteristics in the Aramaic language of, at least, CA2. T. This implies that the Talmud issue has its provenance in Palestine in the 3rd-4th century CE, while T. The preponderant Babylonian features of the remaining fragments indicate that the tradition was transmitted to Babylonia at some point in history in oral or written form. 71. For a different view, see Michael Sokolov's contribution to the present volume. In any case, the fact observed by Steinberg, Jesus in the Talmud, 114 to 22 and 181 to 85, that the large majority of the rabbinic traditions about Jesus are preserved in documents that are, as in the case of the Babylonian Talmud, of Eastern origins, does not exclude the possibility that many other oral The written stories have been circulating in Syria, Palestine, and elsewhere among more popular media use. As for the interconnected
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Christians in those regions until, at least, the
What
end of the
happened?
4th century, one can refer to the evidence highlighted in e.g. the volume edited by Adrian H. Becker and Annette Y. Reed, The Ways That Never Parted. Jews and Christians in Late Antiquity and the Early Middle Ages, Minneapolis, Fortress, 2007 First Edition, 2003, for the monograph of Daniel Boyarin, Borderlines, The Partition of Judeo-Christianity, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2004.
Sometimes they mention it's like a tea or a charity you guys don't like, and there's already the end of all the
in the 4th, 5th, and stories, during the period that I defined elsewhere as the small globalization of late antiquity, 38 of the sudden explosion of Christian apocryphal texts such as the Acts of Christ, the Lament of Mary, or the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, to which we can now add the highly instructive Book of the Tanakh, has any special meaning and any polemical raison d'etre to what kind of Jewish oral traditions, stories, and were written. Texts were they responding? 38 C. Pierluigi Piavinoli, L.E. recyclage the texts apocryphes I urge la petite mondialization that I anti-quite tardy. CA 325 to 451. Quelques personnes, fictives littéraires et historiques, et poseurs de christianisme et de judaïsme antiques. Etudes réunies /Honor de Jean Daniel Hensley et Eric Jr. EBS Remick L. and Albert Frey. Publications Dale Institute of Sciences Biblix 5, Regimes, CH, Zebra, 2007. 277 to 95, IM, the reception of early Christian texts and traditions in late antiquity apocryphal literature, in the reception and interpretation of the Bible in late antiquity, proceedings of the Montreal Colloquium in honor of Charles Koch, Ninjiaser, 1L-3 October 2006, EBS. Lorenzo Di Tommaso and Lucian Persescu, Bible in Ancient Christianity 6. Leiden, Brill, 2008, 429 to 39. Talmud Yeshiv, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. Yosef few Hebrew narratives from the Middle Ages have been the subject of such extensive and diverse research efforts as Talmud Yeshiv. There are many reasons for the enormous interest in this work, not least of which is the mystery surrounding it in terms of time and place of origin. Moreover, the fact that more versions have been found for Talmud Yeshiv or any similar text has led to philological studies comparing the different versions, analyzing their language, and attempting to identify the period of their composition. The connection between Talmud Yeshu and the New Testament, as well as the responses to the text in medieval Christian society, has also attracted considerable research attention as the book has counter-constrained Jewish historical memory and in the copious Jewish polemical war against Christianity. Yet despite the large body of research devoted to the work, its basic character as a Hebrew narrative from the Middle Ages has been largely ignored.
I'm gonna sneeze. What a great sneeze.
For a subject of philological study, Talmud Yeshu is first and foremost a long narrative, written in Hebrew, that was produced in the Middle Ages. This definition of its essential nature generates different questions than those raised thus far in the research.
Look at this move.
And the attempt to answer them may lead our investigation in new and unexpected directions, helping us to better understand the meaning of this fascinating work and its place in medieval Jewish society.
Look at this apparatus.
A detailed description of research until 1970 in W.
Who is this man?
A critical examination of /the Tildup Shishir, PhD Disc, Cambridge University, 1970, 1 to 37. On recent research completed, Yaakov Deutsch, Talmud Yeshu in Christianized, Reception and Response to Talmud Yeshu in the Middle Ages and the Early Modern Period, Law Thesis, The Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 1997 in Hebrew. On the concept of counter-history in regard to Toledo. Yeshuv, C. Amos Funkenstein, Anti-Jewish propaganda, pagan, medieval and modem, Jerusalem Quarterly 1981-56-72, David Weil, Counter-History and Jewish Polemics Against Christianity, the SE/ER Told.Issue and the SE/ER Zero Babel. Jewish Social Studies 6, 1999 130-45.
No, not
Status of origin before we can even speak of the literary character and structure of Toledo. Issue. We must first address the complex and controversial issue of the time and place in which it was created. The dates that have been suggested range anywhere from the 4th to the 16th century CE, and the places proposed for its composition reach from Islamic Babylonia in the east to Christian Europe in the west. Close examination of the various theories, however, reveals no reliable evidence of the existence of Joel narrative before the beginning of the 9th century. Motifs of the life of Jesus appear in much earlier Jewish sources, but they are sporadic and don't come in full narrative form. The direct testimony of Agabart of Leon and his disciple Amulo in 826 is the first unimpeachable source we have. The statements of the bishop and his follower, which appear together, indicate that his library had a copy of Toledo as early as the first quarter of the 9th century. However, and here we enter the realm of speculation, from his comments it seems clear that Agabart was not referring to a new work, but to a familiar existing text which, most likely, was not written in France, but elsewhere. Thus, the latest date for the origin of Toledo would appear to be the second half of the 8th century. We must also remain within the realm of speculation, well grounded though it may be, in the attempt to establish the earliest possible date for its composition. It is difficult to imagine that such a provocative work, with such major historical and theological implications, would have been totally ignored for very long. I am not referring here to the fragmentary episodes and distorted motifs from the Gospels which had been circulating in oral and written form since the period of early Christianity. Evidence of these tales can be found not only in Christian literature, but in the Talmud and early Islamic writings as well. But as Peter Schaeffer's study of Jesus in the Talmud demonstrates, surviving evidence in the Babylonian Talmud and a few Palestinian references indicate a lack of familiarity with any complete narrative of the life of Jesus from birth to death, at least at the time of the Babylonian Talmud in the 5th, 6th centuries. None of the texts that can be identified with certainty as direct quotations from Toledo. Issue, such as those recorded by Agabart Amulo or found in similarly reliable surviving Geniza fragments, the 8th century. Thus, on the basis of solid evidence and judicious speculation, we can conclude that Toledo issue was mostly written in the 8th century CE. Further support for this conclusion comes from analysis of the narrative's place of origin. The little evidence we have in this regard, as well as simple logic, points to the Jewish community in Babylonia. The first indications of this view on this most in evidence see Peter Skia's article in the present volume. 3 Peter Skiaver, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007.
I don't think I put my name.
They landed in New York. That's how we got the Statue of Liberty.
Unless there was some sort of issue with
Toledo issue, both narrative as polemics and Selj criticism 103 origin can be found in the earliest textual references to Toledo issue, the Geniza fragments. Ginsburg, Bach, and Boyarin, all of whom studied these manuscripts, were unable to determine with any certitude whether the Aramaic in which they are written was Palestinian or Babylonian, although all three seem to lean in the direction of either the Babylonian idiom or the synthesis of the two dialects typically used in Babylonia. However, like Sokolov, whose analysis of the language of the Aramaic manuscripts in the present volume is the most meticulous and authoritative to date, concludes unequivocally that it is early Genic Babylonian point. Moreover, in his detailed study of references to Jesus in rabbinical literature, Schaeffer shows that the large majority of these allusions appear in the Babylonian Talmud and not in Palestinian sources. His investigation reveals that the Jewish community in Babylonia was familiar with the stories in the New Testament, and displayed considerable interest in Jesus' character and deeds. 5 common sense leads to the same conclusion. The freedom to retell a derogatory story of the birth and death of Jesus by using bits and pieces of motifs and narratives from oral and written sources, and then to prepare it in manuscript form and disseminate it, or in medieval tense, to copy it out and again at the request of interested readers, would not have been possible in Byzantine Palestine, which by this time was largely Christian. Such a manuscript would have been rightly considered a deliberate attack on Christianity, an ad hoc heresy 1/6 in Sassanid, and later Islamic Iran. A story of the sort could have been created and circulated orally and in writing without sanctions or risk to individuals or to the Jewish community. Schaeffer also reveals another aspect of Talmudic literature that is surprisingly apt for Taladat Yeshiv. While interest in Palestine was mostly directed to the rise of the new sect and its tenets, the Babylonians were mainly intrigued by the life of Jesus himself. Furthermore, in my opinion, previous discussions of the origins of Taladat Yeshiv did not give sufficient direction to the culture of context. Its creation thus polemic and ideological treatise.
You like Martin Phillips? Yeah, he and I can hang out.
William X. Mullick, the Aramaic dialect of the Taladat Yeshiv fragments, study 7, 2009, 39 to 73, argues that the Aramaic of these fragments originates in Palestine, an argument that is definitely reached by Michael Sokolowski in the present volume. As Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud. 6 Samuel Krause, Das Leben Jesu nach Jüdischen Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902. Repair. Hildesheim, Holmes, 1977, 10 to 11. Prints one of many introductions to type, which express the fear of the copyist that this work will fall into the hands of Christians. On the other hand, Elgin and Reiner emphasizes that in some earlier versions of Ty the main episodes, the birth, education, the trial, crucifixion, burial, and return, all take place in the Upper Galilee, which is an evidence, according to him, that the composition was created in that area. See, Elgin and Reiner, the seal of Christos and the potion that failed, in continuity and renewal, Jews and Judaism in Byzantine Christian Palestine, and Israel El Levy, Jerusalem, Zalman Shazar Center, 2004 in Hebrew, 355 to 86. 7 Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 115 to 22.
Alright, let's see. This is supposed to be 8648. This is not snake.
What's not going to kill you? Cancer. Yeah, I'll tell you what's not going to kill you. How do you feel? You're a best drugs right now.
Yeah, 104. Yosef well. Comparing the Talmudic texts relating to Jesus with Taladat Yeshiv reveals 2 distinct differences. The first, as noted above, is the fragmentary nature of the Talmudic references as opposed to the full narrative form of the Talmudah. The second is the halakhic and midrashic context of the former as opposed to the textual autonomy of the latter. The story in Taladat Yeshiv stands alone, with no halakhic or midrashic trappings or pretexts. As Joseph Dan and I both describe elsewhere, these 2 features of Taladat Yeshiv are typical of the early Hebrew narratives first produced in the Middle Ages. In this period, the episodic texts strewn throughout the Talmud and Midrashim in reference to events and characters from biblical times or later, such as the Exodus from Egypt, the destruction of the Temple, Abraham, Moses, or Alexander the Great, were being replaced by full-scale literary narratives that told the whole story. They incorporated both the fragments in rabbinical literature and narrative motifs and episodes whose source was in medieval society. The other major feature of early Hebrew narratives at this time was their autonomy. Rabbinical literature contains no independent tales whatsoever. In other words, there are no know stories that do not exist within, and by virtue of, a particular context, whether it be halakha, ethical teachings, or homily. In contrast, from the very beginning medieval narratives sought to remain free of any such restraints, to constitute independent stories that existed in and of themselves rather than to serve the purposes of one context or another. As I have long maintained, this important characteristic is associated with a major cultural development in the medieval Islamic East, the emergence of distinct disciplines. Thus, starting in the 8th century we find works devoted to specific disciplines, including prayer and liturgy, history, linguistics, philosophy, and commentary. The first autonomous narratives, such as Midrashi series Autograph and the Alphabet of Mensura, belong to this category, and the same can be said for Talagat Yeshua. I therefore believe that it originated in Islamic Babylonia in the 8th century, not only because of its language and the lack of any credible earlier evidence of it, but because the cultural genre to which it belongs, a full autonomous story independent of any literary context, did not exist prior to this place and time. Support for this contention can be found in evidence portraying the cultural milieu in Iraq in the Jannate period, particularly the Majlis, convocations of scholars, some of which were closed while others were open to the public. Later testimony to this custom and spirit comes from a Muslim traveler from Spain. Describing a visit, he relates, I twice attended there, the philosophers' assemblies. At the first session there were present not only Muslims of all sects, but also agnostics, Parsi, materialists, atheists, Jews, and Christians, in short, infidels of all kinds. Each of these sects had its spokesman, who had to defend its views. As soon as one of these spokesmen entered, the audience stood up reverently, and no one sat down until the spokesman took his seat. Earlier evidence of the Majlis dates from the 9th century. 8 These public convocations would undoubtedly have been a fitting opportunity for a Christian scholar to present the story of the birth and death of Jesus. And as the travel ER suggests, he would most probably have had to defend its views before the other participants, the Jews in particular, in respect to issues such as the virgin birth, the identity of Jesus as the Son of God and Messiah, and the resurrection. In other words, it may very well have been at cultural events like the Majlis that exposition of the Christian doctrine gave birth to the sporadic motifs that were later brought together in what we know as Talagat Yeshua. Viewing it as a narrative that took shape largely in oral form in the course of debate with agents of the narrative and Muslim scholars, rather than as the work of a Jewish writer taking one of the Gospels and deliberately distorting it to create a counter-history, may better explain the existence of such a wide variety of different versions of Talagat Yeshua, a fact that is apparent even from the earliest references to it. It is interesting to note the connection between Talita, Yeshua, and another narrative created from the same cultural milieu, the earliest work attributed to Mansur in the Middle Ages. Quite some time ago, in 1975, I dubbed this book Talagat Bansura. Perhaps due to some as yet unarticulated sense of a link to the Talagat Yeshua. 9 others before me have noted the similarity between the two, particularly in respect to the opening episode in Talagat Bansura. Bansura is said to have been born to the prophet Jeremiah's daughter through impregnation in a bathhouse by her father's semen, which had earlier been injected into the water. Clearly, this tale might have suggested an explanation, and one that could aid the quotation is from Salome W. Barron, A Social and Religious History of the Jews, New York, University Press, 1959 p. 83. Further evidences and additional bibliography in Rina Drori, The Emergence of Jewish Arabic Literary Contacts at the Beginning of the 10th Century, Tel Aviv, The Porter Institute, 1988 in Hebrew, 122, brings another example to a similar event from the 19th century. Other supporting evidences to these type of events are brought by Stephen M. Wasserstrom, Between Muslim and Jew, The Problem of Symbiosis Under Early Islam, Princeton University Press, 1995, 167-9, What is the added continuity? and change in religious adherence. 19th century Baghdad, in conversion and continuity. Indigenous Christian communities in Islamic lands 8th to 8th centuries. PBS Michael Gerbers and Ramsey Gibrandi Hazer, Toronto. Pontifical Institute of Medieval Studies, 1990, 33 to 54, and his clear conclusion in this matter, contact between the Christian and Muslim communities by the 9th century appears to have become widespread. Internal evidence from these writings reveals that intimate discussion concerning matters often were engaged in on several levels, both official with clergy as well as on the street level by youth gangs, radical groups and others of the rabble. P. 49. In the 9th century, Al-Qaidi and Marwan al-Muhammas, who was intimately integrated into the Christian Arab milieu of Iran, produced the first Jewish work of Kalam theology. The Ishran Makala, considered a major work in its field at least until the 13th century. David E. Sclater, Samuel Ben Hockney Jayon and His Cultural World, Leiden, Brill, 1996, 48. On the Majlis, Convocation for Debate or Study, see Ibid, 73 to 74, 99 to 104. 92 Yusuf, Tales of Ben-Hur in the Middle Ages, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1985 in Hebrew. Purport to be more logical, or the virgin birth of Christ in a counter history or parody of the Christian story. As we have seen, the 9th century Babylonia at the time and place in which Talmudot Ben-Sira originated, Jewish and Muslim scholars, as well as the general public, were familiar with the Christian narrative. It is thus difficult to imagine someone reading or hearing the Hebrew text at that time without being reminded of the virgin birth. However, the connection between the two Hebrew compositions goes beyond the opening episodes, which has been the sole focus of the comparison thus far. Both are also characterized by overt, at times brazen, eroticism, a fact that incurred the rage of religious leaders, especially in the case of Talmudot Ben-Sira. Both describe homosexual encounters between the evil descendants of Ephraim the bathhouse in Ben-Sira, Judah defiling Jesus in this manner in some versions of Talmudot Yeshua, spilling of semen in vain, Jeremiah in the bathhouse, Judah spraying it on Jesus as he chases him in the sky, and adultery, and illegitimate relations, Lilith, the queen of Sheba, and the animals in the ark in Ben-Sira, the impregnation of Mary by a lustful adulterer and later her own acts of adultery in Talmudot. Furthermore, like Ben-Sira, Jesus is discovered to be a child prodigy as soon as he is brought before his teacher, and like him, he treats his teachers with arrogance and disdain. Below the similarity between these two works and yet their composition lends further support to my contentions regarding the origins of Talmudot Yeshua. In the early studies of Talmudot Ben-Sira, Moritz Steinschneider, Israel Levi, and Louis Ginsburg already noted its resemblance to an apocryphal work known as the Arabic Gospel of the Infancy of the Savior, particularly in an episode that features prominently in both the hero's first introduction to his teacher. This is a description in the Arabic Gospel. There was, moreover, at Jerusalem, a certain man named Zacchaeus, who taught boys. He said to Joseph, "Why, Joseph, dost thou not bring Jesus to learn his letters?" Joseph agreed to do so, and reported the matter to the Lady Mary. They therefore took him to the master, and he, as soon as he saw him, wrote out the alphabet for him, and told him to say Aleph. And when he had said Aleph, the master ordered him to pronounce Bet. And the Lord Jesus said to him, "Tell me first the meaning of the letter Aleph, and then I shall pronounce Bet." And when the master threatened to flog him, the Lord Jesus explained to him the meanings of the letters Aleph and Bet, also which figures of the letter were straight, which crooked, which drawn round into a spiral, which marked with points, which without them, why one letter went before another, and many other things he began to recount and to elucidate which the master himself had never either heard or read in any book. The Lord Jesus, moreover, said to the master, "Listen, and I shall say them to thee." 10 in the Strasbourg manuscript. Krause, Das Leben Jesu. 39. The name of Jesus is Yehoshua, after his uncle, and right after his birth, his mother seated him in from of a primary school teacher, Melamed, and he was Pharisee, ever, learned in the Torah and Talmud. He behaves rudely to his teachers, exactly as did Ben Sira. 11c is said, Ben Sira, 34 to minus 36, and especially note 18.
What are you?
Jump straight into the content. The very first thing I want to talk
You're
about
doing
is
great.
the
I wish you could see
legitimacy
this.
of carnivores.
Open your eyes.
There's unfortunately some shysters out there that pop up a shell company that have not been in business very long, and they're going to.
And he began clearly and distinctly to repeat Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, unto Tel. And the master was astonished, and said, I think that this boy was born before Noah. And turning to Luz, he said, Thou hast brought me to be taught a boy more learned than all the masters. To the Lady Mary also he said, This son of thine has no need of instruction. Well, this is very similar to the episode in Toledo, in which he is brought before the elementary teacher, and in response to each letter he is taught, the child utters an aphorism that reveals the teacher's lascivious thoughts. Most scholars agree that reliable evidence of the existence of the Arabic gospel dates from the 9th century, although it was probably based on earlier traditions which is brought together in a single volume in Arabic for Eastern Christian believers. The two Hebrew compositions also show similarities to another classic Arabic text, Quran. In the Surah Mary, number 19, Mary is accused of adultery and prostitution as a result of her pregnancy and the birth of Jesus, and it is the child who explains how he was conceived and that he is the Son of God. The very same scene appears in both Toledo, Ishu, and Taladat Ben Sira. A further connection between the two Hebrew texts may be found in relation to a subject of central importance to both Jewish and Christian culture, the Messiah. According to the story of Ben Sira, Jeremiah impregnates his daughter-in-law, that is, before the destruction of the temple, when Ben Sira is born, and immediately afterwards when Nebuchadnezzar sends his soldiers for him, Jeremiah is no longer mentioned, and Palestine is already under the rule of the Babylonian king. In other words, these events take place after the fall of Jerusalem. Ben Sira was therefore foreknown of destruction of the temple, when according to Jewish tradition, the Messiah would be born. 1j as we add the divine wisdom of Ben Sira, which is apparent throughout the book, we cannot ignore the possibility that its author regarded him as a parody of the Messiah, similar to the figure of Jesus in Toledo. Furthermore, Ben Sira's name was Meshua or Yeshua, as is the name of the hero of Taladat Yeshua 14, and this might even explain the choice of the ancient poet Ben Sira, Ecclesiasticus, as the subject of the latter text. And there is more. One of the most intriguing episodes in Taladat Ben Sira is an animal tale. And he, Nebuchadnezzar, asked him, Ben Sira horse and mule, and asked, Why do they piss where others do and sniff their dung? He said to him, when the three of them were created and given to the first man, he began to work them very hard. The mule said to the 12 the Arabic gospel of the infancy of the Savior, trans. Alexander Roberts and Lane Donaldson, the Ante-Nicene Fathers 8404 to 15, PAR 48. See also, James K. Algiot, The Apocryphal Testament, a collection of apocryphal Christian literature in an English translation, Oxford University Press, 1993. 13 Midrash on Lamentations 1, 16, and to variance and discussion see, Galit Hassan Rokum, Web of Life, Folklore and Midrash in Rabbinic Literature, Stanford University Press, 2000, 146 to 90. 14 on the names of Jesus see, David Plusser, Jesus, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1997, 24 to 25.
It's an obsession. I wrote the other day she had made an omelet.
108 Eclesiastes and the ass, AJL, the animals rest from their labor and we have no rest from our labor. Let us ask God when our toil will end, and if our seed will not vanish from the world. They answered him, well said. Right away they went to the Holy One, blessed be he, and said to him, Lord of the universe, when will our toil be lifted from us? He said to them, when your waters turn to grindstones and your dung has the fragrance perfume, at that time will oil their temper appease. They instructed their offspring that wherever they see water they were to kiss, so that a great river would form and turn to grindstones. And when they dropped dung they were to sniff it to see if it had the fragrance of perfume. When that happened, they would be released from slavery into freedom. And so they continue to do so. I guess it is hard to imagine of a more scathing satire of nationalism. On the overt level, it contains sharp criticism of those impatient for the coming of the Messiah, those who urge God to hasten the redemption and are always looking for signs of its imminent arrival. But it is also no less critical of those who believe the Messiah has already come, those who see the water and perfume that herald his arrival, but do not realize that they are deluded fools, that what they see is only piss and dung. The public, familiar with Christian rites, would not have missed this far from subtle allusion to the baptismal font and incense of the church. Thus, according to the text, what was perceived as tokens of the Messiah was only filth. Nevertheless, the most important feature to emerge from a comparison between Talagat Yeshu and Talagat Bansurit is not that they contain similar motifs or stories, but that they are written in the same tone and belong to the same literary genre, the parody. Both make use of the lowest elements, principally the human organs situated below the belt, to explain the central mix in each of the two religions. The prophet Jeremiah, David, King Solomon, the Son of God, the Virgin Birth, and the Light. The contrast between the sacred theological source and its elucidation by means of gender and bodily excretions creates a tension known in the theory of humor as incongruity, producing the psychological response of derision and laughter. This is precisely the literary technique employed in both texts, and in both cases it characterizes the entire work, not merely certain motifs or episodes. In regard to Talagat Bansurit, it has been claimed, and rightly so, that this same combination of familiarity with the sources, sexual explicitness, and base humor was most likely the work of youngsters, probably students in the large yeshivas in Babylonia in the Jinnik period. For them, this type of composition would have represented a midrash-like creativity, retelling an earlier text, and subversive criticism of contemporary attitudes. Christianity, religious hypocrisy, messianism, as well as a release from the pressure of the strict regime of studies and discipline in the yeshiva. 16 to 17 Yasif, Tales of Bansurit 240-4L16 David's Turn, the alphabet of Bansurit and the early history of parody in Jewish literature, in the idea of biblical interpretation, essays in honor of James L. Pugel, EDS of Talagat Yeshu. The similarity to the two compositions in terms of cultural context, literary genre, and distortion of the story of the Virgin Birth, the attitude toward messianism, and the crude seem to lead to an obvious conclusion that they were created in the same time, place, and milieu. Thus, the significant accumulation of textual and contextual elements in Talagat Yeshu point to Jewish Iraq in the 2nd, 3rd century of Islam. We can therefore conclude that it was written by young Jewish scholars in and around the Beit Ionian Yeshiva. In the 8th century, I believe this determination answers the majority, although admittedly not all, of the cultural, philological, and historical questions raised in the scholarship of Talmudah. Issue over the years. 17 Talmudah. Issue as of old spoke in 1982. John Schlichting classified Talmudot Yeshu as an old book, or folk book. Yes, unfortunately, he did not offer a precise definition of this genre or explain why he categorized Talmudot Yeshu in this way. We can only assume that his opinion was based on the extensive genuine research into this genre of folklore, which includes popular tales such as the Nibelungen Tales, the chivalric romances, and the Wandering Jew. They are defined as short narratives published as small, inexpensive books which generally contain folk tales that had previously been spread orally. 19. The fact that Schlichting's book is devoted mainly to a comparison of the Volksbuch Talmud with the many earlier versions of the story suggests what may be the overriding feature that convinced the author to ascribe Toledo Yeshu to this genre, its numerous versions. In the field of folklore research, different versions, or multiple existence, is considered a prerequisite for defining a story as a folk narrative. The many Verneman and Judith H. Newman, Leiden, Brill, 2004, 123-48. An earlier perspective on Tide as a parody was suggested by Morris Goldstein, Jesus in a Jewish Tradition, New York, The Macmillan Company, 1950, 163. 17. The strongest objection to this conclusion is that of Luncheon and Reiner, who suggests Palestine in the early Byzantine period as the origin of the word. Compare Reiner, the C/Dot. As explained earlier, I cannot accept this proposition, as there are two strong arguments against it. 18. G. Schlichting, ein Jiidisches Leben Jesu, die Verschalin Taladat Jeskefass Untamuat, Tyavingen, Morsivek, 1982, 1-2. Both Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, and Horbury, a critical examination, although not using directly the term Volksbuch, treat in large part of their studies of time, the work such. 19. Lutz Mackensen, Die Deutschen Volksbücher, Leipzig, Kell and Meyer, 1927. Franz Joachim Kreutzer, Der Mythos vom Volksbuch. Study and zur Workensgeschichte Freie and Deutschen Romanistik der Romantik, Stuttgart, Metzler, 1977. Benny Carey. Some traces of lost medieval story books, in Europe, essays in literature. Folklore. Bibliography, honoring Archer Taylor, E.D.S. Wayland Dean and Gustavo Arlt, Locust Valley, N.Y., J.J. Augustine, 1960, 152-60, describes the route that folk books written in the East made, through southern Italy and Spain, into Europe. I suggest that a similar route was made by Ty as well. Zions of Talmudot Yeshu, along with the fact that it is anonymous, indicate that it was regarded by the society that told the story as part of its cultural property, and its members therefore gave themselves permission to change it and adapt it to their own life and beliefs. In the early period of folklore research, this approach was applied only to stories told orally. However, it later became clear that folk literature was disseminated no less by written texts, with the same principles remaining valid. 2. This gave rise to the critical term Volksbuch, which contributed to our understanding of the nature of folklore in literate societies from the Middle Ages onward. Talmudot Yeshu criteria for its definition as a Volksbuch, and most conspicuously the basic requirement of multiple existence. 21. This aspect of the work is not merely a matter of critical jargon, but is of central importance in comprehending the text and its social significance. Thus far, the countless versions of the book, appearing from the early Middle Ages on in nearly every Jewish community, have been treated in research as a philological hurdle that must be overcome by tedious comparisons and detailed diagrams. While this approach may provide work for scholars, it does little to advance our understanding of the text. Defining it as a Volksbuch, however, may change our perception entirely. As noted above, in folklore theory, multiple existence is not simply a challenge for scholars, but a cultural marker. It indicates that for the society or community which has introduced changes into a text it received from written or oral sources, that text has become part of its cultural legacy. The nature of the changes reveals the way the society perceives itself and its values. Thus, the different versions of Toledo should not be seen as textual mutations of some texts, but as the products of cultural interactions, whether with the Gospels, among the various versions themselves, intertextuality, or between the text and diverse historical, social, and each version of the story should therefore be regarded as an autonomous composition that arrived in a particular community and underwent a process of acceptance and adaptation to its worldview and the issues on its cultural agenda, boycott identification. Consequently, here too, as we consider the major differences between the versions regarding the character and childhood of Jesus, the sources of his miraculous powers and charisma, his complex relationship with the Jewish community, his battle with Judas Iscariot, and the separation of Judaism from Christianity, we will relate to them not as deviations from an early authoritative version, but as independent negotiations 20 on the history of research and the contribution of Albert Wessel's field. General folkloristics and Moses Gaster to the Jewish field. See Elias Sid, the folk writer, in the Go/M Uprod and Other Tales of Wonder, and Yosef, Jerusalem, the Theology Institute, 1991 in Hebrew, 7-7. I am Moses Gaster, pioneer in folklore and Jewish studies. /2004. 124 in Hebrew. 21 on the concept and its implications. See Elias Sid, the Hebrew folk tale, history, genre, meaning, Jerusalem, the Theology Institute, 1994 in Hebrew, 5-6, 565, note 6. Toledo Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism breakthrough which medieval Jewish communities expressed their attitudes toward issues central to their lives and toward the dominance of Christianity. Defining Toledo Yeshua as a Volksbook has other important implications as well. Studies have pointed to the main difference between this book and the Gospels, not in respect to specific episodes, but in terms of the exposition as a whole, the exclusion of any non-narrative textual elements, such as homilies, moral lessons, parables, instruction, or aphorisms. Toledo Yeshua ignores these components entirely, confining itself solely to the narrative elements. Research generally refers to this as omitting parts or pruning the lush text of the Gospels. However, classifying it as a Volksbook may provide a different explanation. The early Perkavish version 22 bears the subtitle, A Book of Fables, about Jesus Christ, and concludes with the words, and thus ends this book with the fable of Jesus Christ. This version makes explicit use of the genre label fable in its medieval sense of the narrative, thus indicating that its author and other scribes did not view Toledo Yeshua as a moral or polemic work, but as a story. Indeed, one of the defining principles of folk literature is the law of the epic plot, 23, whereby non-narrative forms of expression, such as description or reflection, are absent and the focus is mainly on the narrative plot. This is not to say that folk tales contain no descriptions or ideas, but that these are expressed primarily through the plot. Based on this principle of folk narrative, the differences between the Gospels of the New Testament and Toledo Yeshua can be seen not as an attempt to omit or ignore the tenets of Christianity, but as a deliberate choice of storytelling over religious homily. That is, as the decision to narrate the Christian gospel as a folk tale. The fact that this principle is maintained in every one of the dozens of versions of the book indicates that the writers/tellers applied it instinctively, as did storytellers of folk tales throughout the ages. In order to fully understand the significance of defining Toledo Yeshua as a Volksbook, it may help to compare it with another work from the same domain, the Arabic Gospel of the Infancy of the Savior mentioned above. The earliest testimonies to the existence of the Arabic Gospel also 9th century, and it was also created within an Islamic culture. Moreover, it too appears in a multitude of versions, and was apparently popular, in both oral and written form, among Eastern Christians. Thus, the Arabic Gospel has much in common with Taladat Yeshua. However, the value of the comparison derives not from the similarities, but from identifying the differences and their meaning. Indeed, the distinctions in structure and content between these two works of folk literature are very telling. Although they both draw on the same source 22 Yaakov Torch, new evidence of early versions of Taladat Yeshua, Tarf is 69, 2000, 177 to 97, in Hebrew. 23 Axel Ulrich, Epic Laws of Folk Narrative, in the Study of Folklore, and Ellen Dunn's, Englewood Clips, N.J., Prentice Hall Incorporated, 1965, 138 to 40. Ty combines, actually, two integral epic laws, the unity of the plot, and concentration on the leading character.
Robin's daughter's professional soccer player.
112 E2 Yasich, the Gospel tradition if not the New Testament itself. Taladat Yeshua adopts the narrative frame of Jesus' life from birth to death, while the Arabic Gospel is only the episodic tales of Jesus' miracles and adds dozens more of its own making. And according to the Arabic Gospel, all these miracles in a short period of time, when Jesus' family is fleeing from Herod to Egypt, and he is still an infant in the cradle. The text contains the tales of dozens of lepers, people possessed by demons, the lame, and other wretched souls of all sorts who are healed by touching Jesus' body or clothes. In other words, while Taladat Yeshua tells one continuous and comprehensive story with a coherent sequential connection between the parts, the Arabic Gospel tells numerous stories with no link between them save for the identity of the miracle worker. Moreover, the order or number of the stories is immaterial, as any one of them could have been omitted without interfering with the sequence, and more could have been added without changing the character of the composition. Thus, the Arabic Gospel is a collection of the tales, whereas Taladat Yeshua is a folk epic that tells one single story of a biographical nature. Since the Gospels themselves belong to both literary genres, 24 each of the two pieces of folk literature could take from this rich tradition the form and content that best suited its purposes. The Arabic Gospel wished to stress the divinity of Jesus in the most basic sense. His very body was holy, and so from the moment he was born, merely touching it brought about a miracle. On the other hand, Taladat Yeshua totally ignored this aspect of the story, focusing instead on its own objective, to contract over itself. To do so, it retold the whole narrative of Jesus' life from birth to death. The two works represent the two major forms of the Volksbook, anthologies that bring together in writing a collection of folk tales previously told orally, and books that tell a single epic story. Both categories were designed for a large audience. Consequently, in our case, both books deliberately ignored the non-narrative portions of the gospel tradition, homilies, moral lessons, parables, prophecies, and focused solely on the plot in accordance with the poetics of literature. Each opted for the narrative technique that best promoted its objectives, whether a series of tales each of which added to the wonders of the Savior for an audience of his worshippers, or an epic chronology of his life written as a subversive parody for the enjoyment of his deniers. 24 already the form criticism approach to the New Testament considered large portions of it as independent novelling, and thus compared it to narrative tendencies of the pagan culture and rabbinic literature. Compare Martin Dibelius, Diform Gestic de Evangelium, Moore-Seebeck, 1961, 66-100, and David B. Fowler, The Cry in the Historical Jesus in Context, EDS. Amy Jill Lovini TAL, Princeton University Press, 2006, 132 48, who sees biblical miracle tales short anecdotes similar to the Greek cry. On the other hand, other scholars emphasize emphasize the epic, unified narrative. Dennis R. MacDonald, Imitations of Greek Epic in the Gospels, in Beam, ed. The Historical Jesus, 370-84. Does the New Testament imitate Homer? 4 cases from the Acts of the Apostles, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2003.
For the audience, they're so bad that they're not available on Netflix or TV.
This comparison between the two works demonstrates that Talmudat Yeshua clearly belongs to the category of folk literature. Like other medieval Hebrew folk books, such as Midrash and Sirach Hadabrah, the Midrash of the Ten Commandments, the Alphabet of Bensera, and Hebrew Yafemi HaMishnuach, an elegant composition concerning relief after adversity, which omitted the halakhic or homiletic context of Talmudic tales, Toledo. Yeshua omitted the religious context of the New Testament narrative. This fact has considerable social significance, indicating that it was aimed at large sectors of society who had no interest in the theological debate. Just as the humorous tales in Midrash Ekarava, the Midrash on Lamentations, reveal how the general public, as opposed to scholars, dealt with some 25 social ego. Yeshua presents a convincing answer to one of the questions that has occupied research into medieval Jewish culture since its inception. How is it that Jews in the Middle Ages seem to have contended with rising Christianity initially through stories rather than theological polemics? Understanding that the writers and tellers of Toledo, Yeshua created a folk narrative or folk book in accordance with the epic conventions of that genre sheds new light on this phenomenon. First and foremost, they wished to tell a story, not to write a polemical essay. Point 26. The story could be widely disseminated both orally and in writing, providing the general public with answers to their questions about the powerful religious adversary that had emerged out of Judaism itself. The choice of the genre of Volksbook thus had both literary and social ramifications. From victim to villain, as we are relating here to Talmudat Yeshua as a literary text, it is only proper that we consider one of the most basic features of any work of literature, characterization, and most particularly, the characterization of the protagonist. From this perspective, the different versions of the book can be divided into 2 distinct categories. In the first, which contains what appear to be the older versions, Jesus is presented in the early stages of his life as a positive, complex, and even tragic figure. He is born, at no fault of his own, into a hapless reality as the illegitimate child of a menstruating woman. The first time his mother brings him to a teacher, we are told, one was an exceptionally bright and studious pupil. For that reason he was reliant. 27 slowly. This St. Petersburg version. 1 Tuesday is 6. The Hebrew folk history. Genre. Meaning. Trans. Jacques Teitelbaum. B1 Newton. IND. Indiana University Press 1999. 177 to 79. 26 on this characteristic C. Oral Limer. Judaism looks at Christianity. The debate of Nestor the priest and Talmudat Yeshua. Medium 75, 1998, 109-25. In Hebrew. 27 Samuel Cross. A New Bell Recension Hebraic to Talmudat Yeshua. Read 103, 1938. 77.
Let's see what we got next here. It's called What Happens Next Part 1. The Royal Air Force or something, that's what they're called, man. Some of the baddest dudes ever.
Of the earliest known to us, he relates, and Jesus studied well and was great in the Torah and was keen and clever. 28. Yet however hard he tries to free himself from his dark past, he cannot escape his fate. The wicked one was AISP boarding with the boys outside his last youth, and he provoked the boys in their game, and they said to him that he was the illegitimate son of a menstruating woman. You think you are the son of Ibrahim? You are not his son. You are the son of Yosef Penderah, who when she was menstruating and sired you to the depraved man. When the wicked one heard that, ran home to his mother enraged and shouted a great and bitter shout, saying, Mother, tell tell me the truth. When I was a young boy, the children said to me that I am the illegitimate son of a menstruating woman, and I thought it was an idle talk. Now the lads yell at me every day. All of them as one, illegitimate son of a menstruating woman, and they say I am the son of Joseph who came to you when you were menstruating. 29. Where could the children have heard this malicious gossip about Jesus' birth? From their parents, of course. According to the story, the boy had to cope with these ugly rumors from the time he was a little child and until he was a young man. His dash home to his mother, his bitter cry in search of truth, and the descent of his dark past are nothing less than tragic. We must remember that this is a work of literature, not a historical document. And this is the manner in which the creators of these versions of the story chose to characterize the early life of their protagonists. Complexest figures in these versions can be seen by comparing them to the second group of texts, in which Jesus is born evil and is depicted as such from the very beginning. One typical example begins with the following description. Jesus Christ was arrogant from the time he learned to talk, and he was devious and cunning and argumentative and known for his foul language. He spoke of the prophets and Torah scholars displaying envy and greed and conceit, and sought tribute, and was disdainful of the Torah and Moses, and when the rabbis heard of it they said, because he was so disrespectful, he was scrutinized. 3:1 In all the versions in the second group, Jesus' status as illegitimate manifests itself in his personality. When the boy grew older, his mother took him to the Bet Midrash to learn Torah. And the illegitimate one was clever and would learn in one day what others could not learn in a year. And of this the rabbis said, bastards are clever, and especially this one who was the illegitimate son of a menstruating woman. And he spoke with such conceit that showed contempt for his rabbi and for the sages of Israel. 32:28 Deutsch, New Evidence, 183. 29 Kraus, on Newbell, 78. 30 So argued already or a limer. Judaism looks at Christianity, 120. 31 Michael Higger, The Story of Jesus, Shoreh 3, 193,617 144. 32 Kraus, on Newbell, 66.
I know it. Somebody probably stepped over me on the way in here.
Even when the authors of these versions laud Jesus' intelligence and study skills, they present these qualities as deviations deriving from the sin of his birth as the illegitimate son of a menstruating woman. In other words, whereas the first group describes him as an innocent child, attributing his hostility to Jewish society to the cruelty he suffered at its hands, the second group depicts his villainy and hatred for the Jews as inborn traits resulting from his conception in sin. Indeed, the narrative development in the two categories is utterly reversed. In the first group of versions, Jesus is accused from early childhood of being a bastard and the son of a menstruating woman, although he himself is blameless, while in the second group, because he was so disrespectful, he was scrutinized. It was only after his villainy became apparent, when he was still a child, that the rabbis looked into his past and discovered what there was to discover, so that Jewish society was in no way responsible for his fate and actions. The complex characterization in the earlier versions is even more impressive at the point in the story when Jesus' family returns from Egypt, and it happened in those days that the Bet Din, rabbinic court of law, in that place presided over trials of the people, and their judgments were influenced by bribery and favoritism. And Jesus Christ would sit with them and lecture them on the justice, and they were menaced by him for it, and he prevailed over them in the argument. And they loaded him for it and sought a pretext to remove him from among them. And between the hearings the judges called for his mother Mary after the death of her husband Joseph and made her swear in the name of the Lord, "Tell us from where this man Jesus came to you, whose son is he that speaks to us with such imperiousness?" When Jesus from the village and came to take his accustomed place, place, the judges rose and saying, "A bastard shall not enter the congregation of the Lord." He said to them, "Even if it is as you say, I am wiser than you and God-fearing, and J will not spare you rebuke." They answered, "From now on we do not accept your words, and you will not sit among us, for you are a bastard." He appealed to them, and they would not be appeased until he wearied and went off vehement, and Jeroboam went astray. 33. This episode, which appears in one form or another in all the versions in the first group, is an indication of their literary and ideological complexity. In a manner not very different from the gospel narrative, the events are recounted from the point of view of Jesus. He sees deep-rooted corruption in Jewish society, not among the people, but among the judges and rabbis who are meant to be its moral compass. He tries to rise up against it, admonishing, arguing, but his foes fight back with the basest means, gossip and the exposure of the dark past of his family in which he had no part. What is more, he attempts to appease them, to win favor with the leaders of Jewish society, but in their fanaticism and corruption they push him away, and consequently, it is the unscrupulous judges and rabbis who are primarily responsible for the fact that he left the fold. 33. Deutsch, New Evidence. 108, Miss St. Petersburg. 274.
He's really fucking doing the trash.
116. Eliasip. As the rest of the story unfolds, Jesus is depicted as a wicked man who deceives his followers, presenting himself as the Messiah and the Son of God, and thus his execution is justified according to the internal logic of the narrative. However, this does not detract from the literary and ideological complexity of these versions. Jesus is characterized as a person who develops, not as a negative character from the beginning as in the second group of versions. His fate is not determined by the simple circumstances of his birth, but by the decisions and actions of the society in which he lives. And the Jesus of the start of the story is not the Jesus of its end. It might be said that the first group of versions of Talmudot Yeshua took from the Gospels not only the frame narrative of Jesus' early public activities, but also the tone, criticism of the moral conduct of Jewish society, Jesus' fight against corruption, and his being expelled from the Jewish community rather than making a personal decision to withdraw from it. Naturally, the theme of the insults hurled at Jesus for being the son of an adulteress, presented as the underlying cause of his suffering and tragic fate, does not appear in the Gospels, since any mention of it could give credence to rumors of this nature that were already circulating in the period of early Christianity. 34. These versions of Talmudot Yeshua employ the theme as an effective and sophisticated literary means of delineating the protagonist as a round character, flag character that features in the second group, a man who struggles in his youth with the bitter fate he cannot escape, just like every tragic hero in world literature. The turning point Talmudot Yeshua also displays a connection to the genre of the novella, the long short story which relates unusual events in a person's life and is generally of an erotic nature. 35. This comes to bear as early as the introductory episode, the seduction of Mary. To judge by the early versions of Talmudot Yeshua, p.g., St. Petersburg, Strasbourg, etc., in all of which it appears in one form or another, this novella-like opening episode was most likely an integral part of the text from the very beginning. The various elements sf the story, the adulterer lusting after a beautiful wife, appealing to her elderly mother to help him in his scheme, laying in wait until her husband, or betrothed, has left the house, sneaking into the house, disguising himself as her husband and fornicating with her throughout the night, and the way in which her husband learns of the sinful deed, all sound as if they came straight out of a story by Boccaccio. 34. See among others, Goldstein, Jesus in the Jewish tradition, 147 to -66.
So I love you guys. Thanks for watching.
35. From the rich research on the novella C, Robert J. Clements and Joseph Gidley, BD. Anatomy of the Novella. New York University Press. 1977. T.O.R.R. Adina Caporello Sigmund. The Boccacian Novella. The Creation and Waning of a Genre. New York. Peter Lang. 1990. And the rich bibliography in each. See also below. Note 37. And are equally typical of the tales in the classic Persian Arabic anthology 1001 Nights and the popular tales of Sendevar, or Seven Sages, which emerged in Arabic or Persian in the same time and place where I believe Taladat issue originated. A story from the tales of Sendevar can be a valuable example of such stories, which was undoubtedly known to Jewish readers, or listeners. It is told as a separate tale of the type known in research literature as Zayubanis Femina. There once was a man who had a most beautiful wife. Lusting for her was a young man who could not attain her because her husband was jealous. So jealous to lock her in a room every day, and he'd carry the key of the room with him. Now this merchant was old, and the youth became bedridden because of his great love. Now an old crone came to him and asked him, "What manner of illness have you?" So he told her why he had fallen sick. And she said to him, "Will you do all that I command you?" He replied. So she told him, "You get up and shave bio your beard and put on women's clothes and cover your face with a veil right up to the eyes." This he did. Now the old crone went to the aged man and said to him, "I pray you, my lord, I am a widow, and I've got a one and only daughter, who's very virtuous, and I wish to go on a trip to another city. Now I've heard how virtuous your wife is, and I was afraid to leave my daughter in a strange place. So now, if it pleases you, I'd like to bring her here, with her expenses, and let her serve your wife till I get back." Replied the old man, "Bring her expense money and let her lie in the same room as my wife." Whereupon the crone went for the young man, fetched him thither, and he lay with her. 36. This story can be found in all medieval Hebrew translations of tales of Sendevar, although they, the translations we know of, not the text itself, which is much earlier, admittedly date from a later period, indicates that the Jews were familiar with it, whether from earlier versions of the book in Persian or Arabic or from oral traditions taken from it. Whatever their source, however, the story demonstrates that typical novella-like elements found their way into the Taladat issue. One of the basic structural characteristics in the theory of the novella is the unexpected turning point for when the plot. 37. This refers to an imposing, frightening, erotic, or tragic event that changes the life of the protagonist and shifts the direction of the plot. In Taladat issue, the turning point comes at the moment that Jesus goes from a persecuted young student to public figure acting against Jewish society. In this St. Petersburg manuscript, immediately after he is ousted by the rabbis, he left his place in the land of Galilee. And he declared, "I am the Son of God, and believe in me in my miracles which one shall show you." And every vain and irresponsible fellow gathered around him. 38. In the Monk manuscript 36. This is the medieval Hebrew version. In Morris Epstein, Tales of Sendevar, Philadelphia. Jewish Publication Society of America, 1967, 24 CR 50. 37. On this concept in the theory of the novella C. Benno von Wees, Novelli, Stuttgart. Metzler, 1963, 15 ed. John M. Ellis, Narration in the German Novelli, Theory and Interpretation, Cambridge University Press, 1979, 4. 38. George, New Evidence, 184. Published by Samuel Krause, he hounds his mother until she tells him the truth about his birth, and finally after much tormenting she told him the truth that he is Jesus, son of Pandora, and he is the son of a menstruate woman. And he left off his mother, saying, "If I am the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, I will act like the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman." And immediately he secretly went to the temple, for the ineffable name was carved on the foundation stone of the temple. 39 and the Higger version, as he heard that it was made known that his mother was a harlot and he was a bastard and the son of a menstruate woman, immediately he left and fled to Jerusalem. And in the temple on the foundation stone, which is the rock which the patriarch Jacob anointed in oil, there were the letters of the ineffable name. 40 similar accounts appear in all the other versions of this group as well. In other words, the narrative turning point in which the story goes from being the biography of a child conceived in sin to the account of decisive historical events occurs in which the young man learns his true identity. This is the cause, the motive, for his very next act, stealing the ineffable name from the temple and using it for illicit and subversive purposes against the Jews. At this precise point, the protagonist is transformed from an innocent child into the ultimate villain who changed the face of Jewish history. In this sense, the Wendepunkt of Toledat issue is not merely a narrative turning point typical of a novella, but a historical turning point as well, and the authors of all the versions of the text were very well aware of its weighty significance. The hypothetical question of how a different turning point would alter the plot is one of the issues in the theory of the novella. If the protagonist had acted differently, if he hadn't decided to slaughter his favorite hawk to prepare a meal for his beloved who loved him only for his hawk, how would the story and his life be different? If he had not raised his eyes to the top of the tower and seen the young wife of the rich old man imprisoned there, would his life have taken a totally different course? The alternative narrative or course of events creating itself in the mind of the reader or listener of the story is a major aesthetic component in the theory of the novella. This issue is especially pertinent in respect to the turning point in Toledat usage. How would the story have unfolded if Jewish society, the schoolboys, the rabbis in the Beit Midrash, had not taunted the young man as they did? After all, he removes the ineffable name of God from Judaism, from the temple, because they expelled him from the Jewish collective. He flees to the Upper Galilee after being shamed in public as the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. And only then, when the word that Jesus was a bastard was made known, he left the Upper Galilee, and stole to Jerusalem and entered the temple and learned there the holy letters and wrote down the 39 crowds. Un Nouvel Edict. 40 Higger, the story of Jesus, 144.
I like that he probably knows.
Because it was 45.
Like, he's not really looking for, like, somebody saying he's the best comedian or something like that. Like, Tony Hinch could
Name 41. Any such hypothetical question always contains an element of criticism. Here it implies that if the Jews had treated Jesus better, not only the plot of the story but perhaps the entire course of Jewish history might have been different. Charisma and polemics, the direct outcome of the turning point that drives the plot of the story, is thus the theft of the ineffable name. With this act, Jesus goes from a wretched taunted child to a powerful, charismatic leader. According to the theory of the novella, this crucial point in the narrative also holds the meaning of the tale. Indeed, interpreting a novella often relies on the definition of the turning point. In our case, however, the importance of the theft of the holy name carved on the foundation stone of the temple does not derive solely from its function in terms of plot development. It can also be said to be the most original episode in Toledat issue, and nearly the only one that does not have a source in the gospel narrative. The only other episode that meets this description is the battle in the sky between Jesus and Judas Iscariot, but the two scenes are linked by the role of the ineffable name, a subject discussed at greater length below. Whereas all the other episodes in the book, the virgin birth, Jesus' wanderings, the miraculous acts of healing, recruitment of the disciples, persecution by the Pharisees, Jesus being brought before Pontius Pilate or Queen Helena, the crucifixion, and the resurrection, are drawn in one way or another from the Gospels. There is no mention, or even hint, of the theft or use of the ineffable name in the New Testament. It is therefore the most creative and imaginative episodes in Jesus, fashioned virtually out of whole C1.42 as both its role in the plot and its originality indicate the importance of the episode. It must be key to any interpretation of the text. In order to understand its meaning, let us look at the two early versions of the story from which it is absent, the Geniza fragments and the St. Petersburg manuscript. In one of the Geniza fragments, John the Baptist is brought before Joshua ben Parachia and Marinus the elder to be questioned. 41 The wages in Alberta, the Orlimer, Jews and Christians in Western Europe, encounter between cultures in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, 5 volumes, CD1 Aviv, The Open University, 1997 in Hebrew, 4:394. 42 almost. Because of the fragmental story in the Talmud, B. Shabbat L04b, Y. Shabbat 12:4. He who cuts upon his flesh. It is a tradition that Rabbi Eliezer said to the wise, did not Ben bring witchcraft from Egypt in a cut which was upon his flesh. They said to him, he was a fool, and we do not bring fruit from a fool. On this, and full analysis of the text see Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 15-21, as well as the important evidence on this by Celsus, having been brought up in obscurity. He, Jesus, went as a hired laborer to Egypt and there acquired experience of some magical powers. Thence he returned, proclaiming himself the God on account of these powers. Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician and Francisco, Harper and Rowe, 78, 81.
Fun if you wait, and then at the end of 60 seconds, you just let it rip all at once. Let's try our best. Make some noise. Someone trying to make it tonight. It's Ryan Flaherty. Ryan T.
He's got a bad story.
What's up, New York?
So what it means for like exactly is he's not gonna put sugar all over your dick until it's delicious.
Hi guys, my name's Ryan. I just want to
He's
bring
not
most
gonna
recent
sugarcoat it
internet
for you.
search
They're gonna put sugar all over your dick. The other thing he said that's amazing is that he's like, don't put me fuck my way out. He's like,
And he said to John, witchcraft that were found in the hands of your disciple Jesus. If you tell us the truth, we will let you go, and if not, you and Jesus will be executed with a double-edged sword. John replied, saying, Masters, Jesus wrote these books. I have been a prisoner since the days of Tiberius Caesar and have never seen books, but he and his 11 disciples wrote them and used them to deceive people. 43 in another fragment, it is Jesus who is questioned. They said, the sorcerers in your hands, are they new or old, and the law, and in Egypt you found them. He said to them, they are applying to do magic with them. And why did you use them, and do evil to all of creation? The books in your hand, if you tell us whose they are, and if not, we will kill your carcass to the beasts of the field. The books are not old and not ancient and not Balaam's. He said, they are John's. He gave them to me. 44 in the fuller text preserved in the St. Petersburg manuscript is described thus. And Jesus dealt in magic and witchcraft and deceived people. For he had books from the sorcerers of Egypt, and he delved into them always. They said to him, these books in your hand, are they new or old? He said to them, Masters, the writings are old and ancient. They are from Balaam son of Peter, and I found them in Egypt, and they used incantations, all ailments, herbs, and swords. They said to him, tell us the truth where you found these books, and you teach and instruct people with them, and they deceive the world. Tell us the truth, and if not, we will kill you. He said to them, these books are not ancient and not old, and I did not find them in Egypt, but John my master gave them to me, and he taught them to me. Our Joshua answered and said to John, these books that were found in the hands of Jesus your disciple, where did you find them? If you tell the truth, you will be saved, and if not, you and Jesus your student will die a horrible death. John answered and said to them, the books are from my masters. Jesus wrote them and copied them, for I was imprisoned, and the Emperor Caesar imprisoned me, and he copied them and did not show them to me, and he and his 12 disciples know them and rose up and deceived the world. 45 From the fragmentary texts imaginize the documents, and even more clearly from the early St. Petersburg manuscript, we can see Toledo issues near obsessive preoccupation with the sources of Jesus' magical powers. The rabbis Joshua ben Parachia and Marianus the Elder threatened John the Baptist with the death penalty for himself and Jesus, not because of anything they have done, but if they do not tell the truth about the source of the books from which Jesus learned to do witchcraft. The texts that have survived suggest three possibilities. He learned sorcery in Egypt, from which he brought back the writings. He learned it from his teacher John the Baptist, or he made it up and wrote the books himself. The first option, 43 Daniel's a revised version and of the Talmud Yeshua. Sardis 47, 1970, 251 to 52. 44 Deutsch, New Evidence, 185. Fourth Deutsch, Ibid, 184 to 86.
On the way out of my apartment, let's see here.
Toledo Yeshua, both narrativist polemics and SE/F criticism 121 attributes the books to a foreign source, Egypt, and the Gentile prophet Balaam ben Beter. The second attributes them to John the Baptist, perhaps alluding to the splinter Jewish sects, such as the Essenes, with whom he fraternized in his early life. In the third option, Jesus himself is the source of his knowledge, and the books are new and do not belong to any earlier traditions. All three alternatives appear in various forms in Jewish sources on magic from late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. 46 here, in the rabbi's interrogation of John the Baptist and Jesus, any of them can serve the same fundamental purpose, to present Jesus. Powers as witchcraft or black magic. Whether the source of the writings is external, Egypt, internal, e.g., the Essenes, or personal, Jesus himself, makes no difference. Whatever their origin, they describe acts of evil magic aimed to deceive. Scholarship contains considerable discussions of the debate between Jewish scholars and early Christians over whether Jesus' powers derived from the fact that he was the Messiah and the Son of God, or were merely magic tricks. Controversy already evidenced in the New Testament, in Talmudic sources, and among the first Christian theologians. 47 However, less attention has been paid to the question of how the Jewish community in the Middle Ages contended with the Christian claim that Jesus' powers were divine rather than magical. While the early versions of Toledo, Yeshua wrote the argument in narrative form, they add little to the New Testament narrative. And when the devil was cast out, the dumb spake, and the multitude marveled, saying, it was never so seen in Israel. But the Pharisees said, he casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. Matt 9:33-34. Indeed, the Gospels contain many references to this controversy in which Jesus' followers regard his acts as miracles while the Pharisees see them as sorcery. 48-46 On these general observations, see the discussions in two recent surveys. Gideon Mohawk, Ancient Jewish Magic, A History, Cambridge University Press, 2008, and Yuval Harari, Early Jewish Magic, Research, Method, Sources, Jerusalem, the Bialik Institute, 20I0 in Hebrew. 47 Compared to the discussions by Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician, is of Hermes, Jesus the Jew, a historian X reading 0/The Gospels, New York, Macmillan Publishing, 1973, Markham 1. Geller, Joshua B. Farahia and Jesus O/Nazareth, two rabbinic magicians, Ph.D. Dis, Brandeis University, 1973, Deutsch, Toledo Christianize, Schoolika, Jesus in the Talmud, and the amazing discussion in John C. Meyer, a marginal Jew, rethinking the historical Jesus, 4 volumes, New York, Doubleday, 1994, 2:646-873. 48 in Acts 4:5-12. After the apostles heal a sick man, they are questioned by the Pharisees and asked how they did so. They answered, by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom ye crucified, whom God raised from the dead, even by him doth this man stand here before you whole. Neither is there salvation in any other, for there is none other name under heaven given among men, whereby we must be saved. This is confirmed in the Talmudic tales, where the acts of healing are also performed by means of the name of Christ. The use of the ineffable name in Talmud Yeshua sounds very much like the response to the claim in the New Testament. It alone has such power, and even Jesus himself performed his miracles by means of the ineffable name, and not his own name, as the apostles claim. Naturally, according to New Testament doctrine, Jesus had no need to invoke any name at all, as he himself was the source of power.
Okay, so this one's
guys in North Carolina who saw that shit on TV and they were like,
sobering. Sure shot is rebranded safety shot due to the lawsuits, of course.
On the other hand, the large majority of versions of Talmud Yeshua which do drive the theft off ineffable name add another narrative motif which casts the significance of the debate, and perhaps also the function of the whole work as a polemical text, in a new light. In order to clarify this point, let us consider a typical passage from Mark. And there came a leper to him, beseeching him, and kneeling down to him, and saying unto him, Who wilt, thou canst make me clean. And Jesus, moved with compassion, put forth his hand, and touched him, and said unto him, I will, be thou clean. And as soon as he had spoken, immediately the leprosy departed from him, and he was cleansed. And he straightly charged him, and forthwith sent him away, and said unto him, See thou say nothing to any man, but go thy way, shew thyself to the priest, and offer for thy cleansing those things which Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. But he went out, and began to publish it much, and to blaze abroad the matter, insomuch that Jesus could no more openly enter into the city, but was without in desert places, and they came to him from every quarter. I 40:45. Similar accounts appear in the other Gospels as well. Several points in these verses are relevant to the interpretation I am proposing here. The first, the total absence of any reference to the means by which Jesus performed the miracle. The text states merely, I will, and nothing more. There is no attempt whatsoever to explain the source of Jesus' power, the miraculous or magical mode he employed, or even any queries or puzzlement regarding this issue. The many tales of similar miraculous deeds almost invariably pose the natural question, where does the person who says I will and it is done get his power from? But the more acts of this nature that occurs without any explanation, the greater the mystery surrounding the individual who performs them. If Jesus were holding a book of some sort, if he called on some ancient tradition of magic, such as Balaam Ben Peter, as in the Genisa versions of Talmud Yeshua, there would be no mystery. And I believe that is precisely what the Gospels sought to do, to heighten the aura of mystery that emanates from the incredible remaining inexplicable. It might be argued that there was no need for an explanation because the source of Jesus' power was obvious. He was the Son of God and therefore had divine powers and was capable of bringing about whatever he wished. But even if that is a valid contention, a question that belongs to the realm of theological interpretation of the New Testament and is thus outside the scope of this discussion, it has no relevance to the point I am making. The connection between Jesus' divinity and its manifestation in the real world through miracles would still remain shrouded in mystery and incomprehensible to anyone who heard these stories. Our focus here is not on theological commentary or the miracles themselves, but on the general public, the believers who heard the stories and responded emotionally, not intellectually. 49:49. These stories should be compared with tales of healing by the name of Christ, such as the Talmudic legends discussed by Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 52-62, or the significant testimony of Epiphanius, Bishop of Cyprus in the second half of the 4th century, who tells the story. In the verses above, Jesus goes on to instruct the punter leper not to tell anyone about his cure, but he does the exact opposite. He went out and began to publish it much, and to blaze abroad the matter. Could Jesus have been unaware that this would happen? That the more he demanded that the man keep the act a secret, the more he would be tempted to reveal it. In addition, he tells him to make an offering before the priest for his cleansing. To the best of our knowledge, offerings could be sacrificed before a priest only in the temple, and the miracle was performed in the Galilee. In other words, the punter leper was told to make the long pilgrimage from the Galilee to Jerusalem, parting his sacrifice with him the whole way, and he was not expected to tell anyone. And when he eventually reached the temple, were it not have for him to relate the circumstances of his cure and explain why he was asking to offer up a sacrifice. Jesus must have been fully aware of what would happen, and therefore deliberately gave these instructions to the leper so that his deed would be known not only in the Galilee, in the provinces, but in the religious and administrative center of Jerusalem as well. In this manner, Jesus emerged as a charismatic figure. Both his character and his deeds were surrounded by an aura of mystery that defied explanation, arousing speculation as to the source of his power among the growing audience of stories about him. And on the whole, the spread of these miracle tales was tacitly encouraged by Jesus and his followers themselves. Another episode which appears in different versions in each of the first three Gospels provides further support for this interpretation of the evolution of Jesus' charisma. And when he was come into his own country, town, he taught them in their synagogue, insomuch that they were astonished, and said, Whence hath this man this wisdom, and these mighty works? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? And his brethren, James, and Jose, and Simon, and Judas, and his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then hath this man all these things? And they were offended in him. But Jesus said to them, A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country, and in his own house. And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. That 13:54-58, and similar accounts in Mark 1:1-6, Luke 4:16-30. Of Joseph, the Jew who, before converting to Christianity, healed a man possessed by a demon in Tiberias. He took water in his hand and sprinkled it before the man stricken with madness, making the sign of the cross and saying, In the name of the crucified Jesus of Nazareth, go out, demon, and he was healed. And because he returned to his senses in his right mind, he often thanked the man and God, for he understood that he had brought him redemption. Since he Joseph becomes and he attempts to convert the Galilee to Christianity in the 4th century CE, Chapter 26, 1982-110, in Hebrew. Such stories provide clear evidence of the distinction between the miracles in the Gospels and those performed by means of the name of Jesus. The stories of Jesus' own miracles are cloaked in a heavy shroud of religious mystery. This mystery is virtually absent from the tales of miracles where the source of power is explicit.
What kind of key did she put in her pussy for you to eat it?
The story offers a clear explanation for why Jesus did not perform miracles in his own town of Nazareth, as there was no mystery about him in the place where he had been from birth as a flesh and blood human being. In the town where everyone saw him as a normal child playing in the local streets, the power and charisma that derived from the aura of mystery were impossible. This is an extremely telling passage as it provides information by way of the negative. It demonstrates that it was the mystery surrounding the young man who appeared out of nowhere and performed such extraordinary deeds that was the force which drew so many people to him. There could be nothing enigmatic about him in the town where everyone saw his mother wipe his nose and his bottom. Another figure who performed miracles and is often compared to Jesus, in terms of both time and the nature of their deeds, is Oni Angel, the circle grower who could bring rain. He stood before a crowd of believers, uttered a prayer, and no rain came. Then he drew a circle in the dust, and addressed God contentiously, invoking the great name. With many people looking on, he admonished God when the rain was too weak or too strong. Tony was a transparent figure. He showed his audience what he did and how he felt. But it is impossible to imagine Jesus acting in the same way. His deeds were invariably shrouded in mystery and baffling. Consequently, Tony was not a charismatic individual. There is no evidence that he attracted a circle of disciples or followers. Instead, he was simply called on when he was needed. SL in contrast, Jesus and his disciples thoroughly understood the power of awe-inspiring mystery in creating the charisma of a religious leader, and they made full use of it. It was this charisma with which the medieval Jewish society was forced to. The rabbis could not ignore the hundreds of written and oral sources that documented Jesus' miracles, nor the fact that he succeeded in drawing hordes of Jews and Gentiles to him, exposing the magic powers behind Jesus. Acts in Taladat Yeshua, whether he learned the secrets of witchcraft in Egypt according to some versions or he acquired his powers from stealing the ineffable name according to others, had a clear objective: to dismantle Jesus' charisma. His attempt to perform miracles in Nazareth was doomed to failure because of the absence of the element of familiarization and mystery, revealing that the 5010 are golden. On Honi the Circle Maker, a demanding prayer. In IM, Studies in Midrashic and Related Literature, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1988, 331-36. Mayer, a marginal Jew, 536, presents an important observation which supports my argument. In his opinion, Jesus is a miracle worker, miracles by his own power.
Walk around in New York. I don't vape here in New York. Not the little vape packs, but about every
The pagan sorcerers and Talmudic rabbis perform these miracles by activating supernatural power by prayers, holy names, etc., and conclude that stories of this type cannot in the strict sense be called the stories of miracle worker. On the charisma of Honi and other holy men, see W. I. Iliam Scott, Palestinian holy men, charismatic leadership and rabbinic tradition, ANRW 19.2, 1979, 600 and 1947. 51 on this aspect. Charisma as leadership of the charisma of Jesus. See Martin Henge, the charismatic leader and his followers. Trans. James C. G. Green, New York, Crossroad, 1981.
5:30 in the morning. I wanted to see New York without all the tourists.
Source of his power was witchcraft would have the same effect. He would use the awe-inspiring aura of mystery stemming from divinity, and would become a regular human being performing magic tricks of the sort that anyone clever enough to learn the secrets of sorcery could imitate. Jesus did not demonstrate heavenly power, but merely contemptible earthly manipulations laid clear in the text, by means of Judas' actions in the battle in the sky, which are aimed at stripping Jesus of his bogus powers. I believe this explains why most stories in the New Testament so emphatically ignore the question of the source of Jesus' powers, whereas Taladat Yeshua seeks repeatedly, almost desperately, to insist that they come from pagan witchcraft or the theft of the ineffable name of God from the Jews. Taladat Yeshua cannot be understood without recognizing the narrative effort invested in the attempt to dismantle Jesus' charisma. Clearly, the authors of the text regard this attribute as one of major reasons for the threat Christianity posed for the Jews. The ineffable name, as we have seen, the large majority of versions of Taladat Yeshua contend the menace of Jesus' charisma with the help of the motif of the ineffable name, which appears first time in connection to Jesus' actions. Even if the reasons for the Jesus motif are not entirely clear, the fact remains that employed extensively throughout the text, beginning with its theft by Jesus. With it he performs miracles, recruits disciples, convinces Queen Helena that he is the Messiah, and eludes the rabbis. It is given by the Rabbi Iscariot, who uses it in the battle in the sky to defeat Jesus, and then given to Simeon Kepha, who uses it to prove he is an apostle of Jesus.
I got a new tattoo.
The striking contrast between the absence of reference in the New Testament to the source of the power that enables Jesus to perform miracles and the insistence in Toledat Yeshua that each of his inexplicable acts is carried out by virtue of the ineffable name is an indication of the importance of his motif. It suggests that for the authors of Toledat Yeshua, it was one of the major, and perhaps the most significant, change they felt compelled to introduced into the gospel narrative. The Rudic tale in which Jesus brought witchcraft from Egypt by means of scratches on his flesh 52 indicates that the sages were not yet making use of the ineffable name in their struggle against Christianity. All versions of the story in Tannaitic and Talmudic sources say only that the secret of Ben's power was the witchcraft he brought from Egypt. In this period, there is no mention whatsoever of any connection between Jesus and the ineffable name. However, 52 above, 42. It is interesting to consider the testimony of Epiphanius, Bishop of Cyprus in the second half of the 4th century, who relates the story of the Jew Joseph as he heard it from his mouth. Joe succeeded in expelling a demon from the body of a raving Jew running naked through the streets of Tiberias by invoking the name of Jesus and holding a cross up in front of him. Afterwards, because the possessed Jew returned to his senses, he often thanked the man, Joseph, and God, for he understood that he had brought him redemption. He published the name of Joseph in the city, and so his name was known to the Jews for this miracle. A rumor spread throughout the city saying that Joseph opened the Geniza, Cook's treasury, found the ineffable name written there, and performed great miracles with his name. And indeed it was true, but not as they believed. He found copies of the Gospels translated into Hebrew in the secret archives, and they were the real source of his power. As in other words, as early as the second half of the 4th century, the Jews accused the Christians of performing miracles by means of the ineffable name they stole. Nevertheless, we can assume that neither Epiphanius, nor Joseph from whom he heard the story, had any inkling that the same accusation was directed at Jesus himself. Had this been the case, they would not have hesitated to report this falsehood as well. Thus, both early rabbinical literature and the story of the events in Tiberias appear to demonstrate that the use of the name was only attributed to Jesus in a later period. It would, in fact, appear to have been a synthesis of two traditions alluded to in these earlier sources. Jesus stole a device of witchcraft by hiding it in his flesh, the Talmudic tradition, and that device, which he used to perform miracles with, was the ineffable name, the Tiberian tradition. Like other narrative motifs in Toledat Yeshua, the key theme of the ineffable name therefore had its roots in the late antiquity, but took shape and became central to the epic biography of Jesus only in the Middle Ages. It is not surprising to find the ineffable name in Jewish folklore and matured in late antiquity and early Middle Ages. It appears frequently in Jewish traditions as a magical device employed to perform supernatural acts, in sources from as early as the Second Temple, in Talmudic and Midrashic literature, and in the Genic period. 54 It was used to bring rain, to heal the sick, to stave off enemies, and to cross large geographical distances. Almost invariably, these were acts performed by cultured heroes in a given society, people who were considered holy, righteous, or wise, and were done for the good of the community. That is to say, they were acts of what is known as white magic. 53 The quotation and its source, in note 26, above. 54 Ephraim Niebuhr, The Sages, Their Concepts and Beliefs, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1987 124-34, Hanan Lieber Extract and Paul Hillerbeck, Kommentar zum Neuen Testament aus Talmud und Midrash, 6 volumes, Munich, 1922-1961, 4:52735, Joshua Trachtenberg, Jewish Magic and Superstition, New York, Jewish Publication Society. America, 939, 8-/03.
The problem is the jeans are too tight. No, that's not the problem.
The only problem with applying this definition to the miracles in Talmud issue is that Jesus was not a legitimate figure in Judaism, and he obtained the ineffable name by spirit. Nonetheless, he performed his miracles by making use of the legitimate device of the ineffable name, and the acts themselves were of a positive nature. He healed the sick, made the barren conceive, and brought the dead back to life. However, his primary objective in doing these things was to establish himself as the Messiah and the Son of God, which is by definition a negative goal. This ambiguity regarding the classification of Jesus' acts as black or white magic raises a fundamental question. Why did the authors/tellers of Talmud choose to present the ineffable name as the source of Jesus' power instead of retaining the original depiction of him as a sorcerer utilizing the witchcraft he brought from Egypt? The earlier explanation makes it much easier to present him as no more than a magician calling on demons and black magic for his own purposes. Consequently, the decision to alter this aspect of the story could not have been trivial. Attributing the power of the ineffable name to Jesus has enormous literary and ideological significance. The illegitimate use of magical techniques, particularly the ineffable name, was a subject of personal interest in Jewish folk as early as the Rabbinic period. This aspect drew greater attention throughout the Jewish community in Babylonian period, the very time and place in which I contend that Talmud issue was produced. First story in the scroll of Daniel AZ from the mid-11th century is a familiar legend relating to Ar-Acharon the Babylonian. And in the days of these saints, descended one of the dearest ones, a greatly beloved man, from the land of the Baghdadites, heir and father, from the lineage of Yoav. His name was Acharon. Before his departure from the land of his birth, his father owned a grindstone for his subsistence, and the mule which turned it, the lion came and devoured it. At that time Acharon was away. When he returned to the place, he could not find the mule. In place of his mule, he brought in the lion and subdued it, forcing him to turn the grindstone over him. When his father became aware of this, he approached him, screamed at him, raised his voice, and said unto him, "What have you done? You brought in the lion. You sought to subdue its strength. Though the Lord made him a king, to walk erect, you have deployed him in your labors, to serve you. Now, I swear, you will not stand before me. You shall go out into exile, and for 3 years, you shall make amends for your silly acts." 56 According to the calculations of Daniel AZ, the author of the scroll, Ar-Acharon left southern Italy shortly before the time of his family ancestor, Shabbatai, who lived during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Basil I, 867 to 886 CE, that is, around the year 800. Again, this is the time and place to which I ascribe Talmud issue. Here too, Ar-Acharon refers to a magical technique which SS Erbach, the Sages, 112 to 13. And 6. The recent edition and translation of the Scroll of Rahimahas, in Robert von Feil, History and Folklore in a Medieval Jewish Chronicle, the Family Chronicle of Rahimahas Ben Paul Tydell, Leiden, Brill, 2009, 238 to 41.
Absolutely incredible. That's what it's going to look like when she dies from getting lowered to hell.
Immediately afterward is revealed to be the ineffable name. In a famous response of the later Babylonian scholar Ar-Ijon, early 11th century, relates to the power of the ineffable name. Further evidence that the Jewish community in Babylonia in the Greek period was concerned with the issue of its legitimate and illegitimate use. 57 Talmud issue, like the scroll of Daniel AZ, unreservedly recognizes the power of the ineffable name to perform miracles, and even speaks case of the severe punishment by its illegitimate use. The difference between the texts lies in the person invoking this power. In the scroll of Agama Az, it is a revered religious leader who lived in his youth and subsequently went on a journey of repentance. In Taladat Yeshua, it is Judaism's greatest foe who was seeking to undermine the very foundations of Jewish religion. This comparison with the legend of Aharon the Babylonian may help us understand why Taladat Yeshua chose to attribute Jesus' power to perform miracles to the ineffable name. Miraculous events occur even when Aharon and other rabbis mentioned in Babylonian sources make illegitimate use of the ineffable name, since there is no question that it is an expedient means of changing reality, whether for better or worse. Had the creators of Taladat Yeshua endowed Jesus with a different power that enabled him to perform forbidden miracles, the text would have implied that witchcraft was as potent as the sacred Jewish name. They would not have wished to acknowledge such a possibility and popularize it by means of their text, whether written or oral. Indeed, as we have seen, the whole story centers on the motif of the protagonist's magical power, which is both crucial to the narrative turning point and drives the development of the plot. If all these events were products of some pagan witchcraft, a sin of which Jesus had earlier been accused, the authors of Taladat Yeshua would be recognizing the power of black magic, and that they were undoubtedly reluctant to do. That being said, the shaping of the central motif is invariably intricate, and does not lend itself to a single straightforward reading. The same is true for the choice of the ineffable name as an ideological leitmotif in Taladat Yeshua. The narrative development of the episode describing the theft of the ineffable name demonstrates the complexity of this issue. The leaders of the Jewish community created a sophisticated shield around this sacred power designed to prevent its theft and illegitimate use. Nonetheless, Jesus managed to break the secret code of Judaism, to put his hands on the only sacred force whose efficacy was not in doubt, and to employ it for his own purposes. In order to achieve this objective, he hid the ineffable name in his flesh. That is, for the short time between the theft and the removal of the parchment from the cut in his thigh, it was part of his body.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thus, only by suffering the obligatory agony could he penetrate the protective barrier guarding the holiest and most secret of Jewish S7C. As an example, Robert Rothschild, The Dream of Babylonia and the Shaping of Medieval Jewish Culture, New Haven and London. Yale University Press, 1998. 144 to 45.
How does it feel to be here at the most famous arena in the world, coming from New
In this
Jersey?
manner, he succeeded in removing the ineffable name from the temple, from the bastion of Judaism. In other words, the text is saying that Christianity took its power from what it stole from Judaism. It has no validity of its own, but is merely the illicit use of the sacred principles of Judaism. The argument that Christianity is from Israel is thus fraudulent at the core, is nothing but thievery and love, and like other acts of this sort, it will be exposed and punished. Indeed, the rest of Taladat Yeshua, from the narrative turning point on, is an attempt to show the illegitimate use of the sacred power and how Judaism restored it to its proper place. Clearly, then, the choice of the ineffable name as the means by which Jesus performed his marvels was anything but a trivial decision. In Taladat Yeshua, the ineffable name is a metonym for the Jewish perception of Christianity. Its source is pure Judaism, but its actions are tainted. Nothing could represent this contradiction better than the ineffable name. The message is clear. The Christians make use of the most sacred power, the name of God, for the basis of purposes, worshipping a false Messiah and establishing a new religion that strips Judaism of its values. It exploits it to achieve material goals, to spread itself among the nations, the way Jesus gained believers. On the other hand, Judaism only calls on the ineffable name when its survival is threatened, when it is given to Judas Iscariot. Judaism thus conceives of itself as spirit in contrast to flesh, as holy in contrast to profane, as the original in contrast to a fraudulent imitation. This might be a narrative response to the classic Christian argument that the Christians are Israel in spirit while the Jews are Israel in flesh. The use of the ineffable name as a narrative device is fundamental and symbolic. It is a strong ideological contention presented not in the form of polemical debate, but in the form of the strength of the text lies not in any convincing ideological or intellectual arguments, but in its emotional impact. Using the popular idiom to summarize an episode in the simplest terms, that is, to say something like they stole the ineffable name from us, with all the historical, theological, social, and emotional connotations of such a statement, would undoubtedly have influenced the thinking of large segments of Jewish society much more than any polemical or ideological discourse. This feature lends further credence to my contention that the folkloric nature of the text may help explain why the creators of Toledo chose this literary form to voice their arguments against Christianity, which was posing an ever-growing threat. From polemics to self-criticism since the beginning, scholars have justifiably considered Toledo to be a polemical text. However, analysis of its narrative structure, the literary characterization of the main character, the choice of the leading leitmotif, and the
Jerry Lawler screen definitely should be in the grip of power.
130 E2 Yosef Philippin plot all demonstrate that there is more to this work than meets the eye. From the perspective of medieval Judaism, the story of Jesus would also appear to have served as a sort of test case that helped to put a fine point on criticism of some of the major aspects of Jewish life and society. We have already considered two such narrative themes, Jesus' childhood and the ineffable. As we have seen, according to the text, Jesus' experiences in his childhood and youth and his going astray as a young man were not necessarily the result of the sinfulness he was born with, but the product of the odious social cloud he was under from birth as the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. The constant taunts from his young friends who heard the mean gossip at home, the unflagging suspicion with which he was treated by his teachers and the ridicule of the people around him forced the boy out of society and culture. It is impossible to ignore the harsh criticism of Jewish social norms contained in the detailed descriptions of the child driven out of the Jewish nation against them. How deserving or exceptional their gifts. Young men had no chance of standing out and advancing in religious or social circles if the slightest impropriety was attached to their family or he did not belong to the social elite. In a set of early versions of Toledo Yeshiv, Jesus' gifts made them especially worthy of rising to the very top of the religious and social ladder, but he was held back by his family history, for which he himself was not to blame, and therefore had no prospects in the Jewish world. Jesus' own critical remarks evoked a similar response. When he exposed the corruption of his fellow judges, they kicked him out, vilifying him and his family. Here, too, censure of the Jewish establishment is shown to be voiced by someone who does not belong to it, who comes from outside, from the remote periphery, Nazareth, looked upon as foreign and disreputable by the religious and social elite. A close reading of these portions of Toledo Yeshiv inevitably reveals the sharp criticism of the norms in Jewish society that elevated family background, social status, and genealogy over talent, integrity, and wisdom. This interpretation of Toledo Yeshiv reinforces my contention regarding the group that produced the text. The novella-like interest in the erotic, a beautiful young wife, a man who seduces her cuckolded husband, the night of lovemaking, as well as social criticism of the Jewish community which judged a young man by the deeds of his forefathers and his family status rather than by his own talents and accomplishments, would have been typical of certain circles in particular. Moreover, in terms of both language and content, the text was clearly meant for the broad sectors of the society that suffered most from the attitude of the religious and social elite. As all these features lead directly to the students in 58 also describes Salon the historical social reality in the Babylonian juridical system in the 19th low-stage century. Here the top self-governmental structure itself had serious drawbacks. Some judges abused their power, conniving the rich and oppressing the poor under jurisdiction. We also Posse's response on by J. on which he cursed, with characteristic. The Babylonian yeshiva, like youngsters in any society, they were charged with sexual energy. In addition, many of them came from the poorer and weaker sectors of Jewish society and from the periphery, and were therefore treated as inferior to their peers from wealthy, prestigious families. And like young people everywhere, they would have been critical of their teachers and social leaders. Thus, the narrative structure, social criticism, and appeal to the general public all suggest that Taladat Yeshu was the work of in or out the circles of yeshiva students in Babylonia. We have already discussed at length the motif of the ineffable name as the element that drives the plot of Taladat Yeshu. However, if we consider it not as part of the narrative plot, but from an external, critical perspective, it may lead us to perceive the text not as a story about the past but, as above, as an example meant to hold a mirror up to basic beliefs of Judaism. In both his personality and his actions, Jesus displayed what were thought to be the identifying signs of the Messiah. He was born to a family that traced its lineage back to the house of David. In his birth and youth he fulfilled many of the biblical prophecies about the Messiah, as the text of Taladat Yeshu demonstrates repeatedly. And he performed the miracles expected of the Messiah, healing the sick, making the barren conceive, resurrecting the dead, exorcising demons, turning inanimate objects into living creatures, and flying in the air. It was for these reasons that he attracted so many believers, as we learn from Messianic traditions. But all of these signs were bogus. Granted, he was descended from the house of David, but he was born in sin, the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. He had magical powers. He acquired them illicitly, by stealing the ineffable name. However, these facts were unknown to the public, and consequently multitudes followed him, believing the signs to be genuine. Here, too, the religious criticism is conspicuous, saying to its readers or listeners, let us consider the story of Jesus as a test case. Suppose someone obtains the signifiers of the Messiah through deceit or by some other illegitimate means, convincing whole Jewish communities to believe in him. How can we tell if he is the real Messiah or a false one? How can we, common folk, know if the charismatic man standing before us and exhibiting all the signs of the Messiah was really sent by God or a charlatan and a fraud? Indeed, questions of this sort were raised in this very period of time. 59 The case of Jesus, Vigor, those judges of Sodom, highwaymen, and robbers who helped wealthy creditors household furnishings of poor debtors. In an enthusiastically religious age, using mainly a religious nomenclature, such discrepant social and political forces often resulted in sectarian division. See Baron, A Social and Religious History, 5:178. S9 Baron, Ibid, 192-94, tells of Severus, a Syrian who in the year 720 abused a Jewish girl in Sarnaria, was caught by the Jewish crowd, given to the authorities, and they returned him to the Jews for trial and crucifixion. He claimed that he is the Messiah, and thou Jews believed in him. His followers were considered by the rabbis as mamzerim, and thus were not allowed to return to Judaism. He also describes in detail the messianic fervor in that time and
it gets lost a little bit because people can only, it seems these days, appreciate, did you win a title, how many times did you defend it?
related in such detail in Taladat Yeshu, demonstrates that by applying the criteria laid down by Judaism, even a man who is the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman and an artful thief may be welcomed as the Messiah. Perhaps, then, the signs of the Messiah that have been accepted in Jewish tradition for centuries are inappropriate and inadequate. Proved, says the text, can be found in the case of Jesus, which illustrates the danger of similar situations arising in the future. Moreover, in order to smuggle the ineffable name out of the temple, Jesus makes a cut in his thigh, copies the tetragrammaton onto a piece of parchment, and hides it in the cut. In other words, to achieve his goal, he combines the sacred and the profane. The ineffable name, which is the essence of holiness and purity, is placed within his physical body, the essence of the earthly and impure. When he seeks to become the leader of the nation by presenting himself as the Messiah, he uses the ineffable name to heal the sick, the lame, the possessed. This, too, he does not for their benefit but for his own purposes. Again, the holiest and purest of means is employed to achieve the basis of material, egotistic objectives. The ultimate instance of combining the pure and the impure occurs in the episode of the battle in the sky between Jesus and Judas Iscariot. Both rise into the air with the help of the ineffable name, and there Judas urinates on Jesus or sprays his seed on him or sodomizes him, depending on the version, thereby killing him and bringing him down. Whatever act Judas performed, he did so with his sexual organ while holding the ineffable name. That is, the conjunction of the pure and the impure is explicit, deliberate, and incontrovertible. The goal is a worthy one, to strip Jesus of his power, but it is achieved by wrongful means, by mixing the material and the spiritual, the ignoble and the exalted, the profane and the sacred. It is difficult to imagine a more blatant depiction of the theme of the thin line between the pure and the impure than that which appears throughout the narrative of Toledat Yeshu and reaches its climax in the scene of the battle in the sky. The text offers striking descriptions of the crossing of boundaries and the lack of clear borders between the profane and the holy, raising questions about the parameters of the sacred and how with the impure, about where to draw the line between material reality and spiritual essence. According to the sacred may be defiled in order to achieve a lofty aim, but does it still remain sacred? After Judas defiled the ineffable name, is it still holy? I phrase these issues as questions because the episodes in the Toledat do not supply the answers, but merely leave open and unresolved. What we have here is a typical liminal state in which the protagonists, and consequently the reader or area, on pages 177 to 205, on Severa see also Wasserstrom, between Muslim and Jew, 54 ESP.
It's over.
Note 30.
Now it's out of my control.
Most important and relevant testimony of these by the Karaite al-Kirkazani, in Yaakov al-Kirkazani on Jewish sex and Christianity, E.D.S. Bruno Chisa and Wilfred Lockwood, Frankfurt A.M. and Peter Lang, 1984.
So they're on the phone for like hours or, a hot second. So, you film it.
Toledat Yeshu, both narrative as polemics and Selj criticism 133 listener, is caught in the middle, neither here nor there or both here and there. They hold the ineffable name in their hands, but their flesh is at the basis level. Is it possible to find a connection between the three subjects of criticism outlined above, Jewish society, the Messianic tradition, the liminal state, and the reality in which Toledat Yeshu was created? I believe it is. To do so, we must return to my contention regarding the time, place, and social context in which the work was produced, the world of yeshiva students in Jewish Babylonia in the 8th century. Existing evidence regarding the educational practices and social relations in the Jinnik yeshiva points to an expansion of religious education and an effort to draw broader circles of the population into the yeshiva. Young students from all levels of society began to arrive, including boys from the periphery and from families with no social standing. 6-0 then, like now, those youngsters would not have grown up with the same privileges as their peers from the social elite, and even within the yeshiva they would have continued to occupy a lower status whatever their individual talents. 61 This confusing and discriminatory condition appears to rest clearly in the description of Jesus. Painful experiences as a child. Only someone who has felt the pain of social rejection because of his family status or parentage could describe this distress with such sensitivity. Criticism of the Messianic tradition was also associated with the same social and historical context. Historical evidence shows that Jewish Messianic movements emerged in the East in this period, attracting mass followings. Descriptions of their rise and fall is remarkably similar to the story of Jesus. A man from a lower-class background claiming to be descended from the house of David declares himself the Messiah and proves it by performing miracles. He draws in thousands of believers, despite the opposition of local Jewish leaders. 60 The narrative of Toledat Yeshu sounds almost as an echo of the historical situation described by Baron. So describes also Wasserstrom, between Muslim and Jew. 33. The social situation in the Jewish community in Babylon in that time. Though few solid conclusions can be established concerning the precise profile of the Jewish community in the 8th century, its occupational and class-differentiated pluralism seems beyond dispute. 61 In the history of the people of Israel in the Middle Ages. Tel Aviv, 1969 in Hebrew. Chaim Hillel Ben Sasson describes the social structure in the Babylonian yeshiva Higgath. The yeshivot held classes in the Mishnah and Talmud for the boys, most of whom were sons of the yeshiva scholars. These institutions made an interesting attempt to establish leadership on erudition and study, while basing its continuity and authority on the principles of hierarchy and genealogy. In other words, the yeshiva students were seen to occupy an ascending ladder of rank and title, with lineage determining one's place on the ladder. In each of the yeshivot, status was passed down within the scholars' families. The father bequeathed his fixed status in the yeshiva to the son or close relative deemed most worthy of being his heir in terms of ability and degree of family relationship. Whenever Reisher or Jayon, a member of one of the Jinnik families, referred to a Jayon was not from these elite families, he employed a derisive phrase, such as not from these scholars but from the merchants. 49 to 50. For the level of studies and income of the many students from the periphery, see Brody, The Janim of Babylonia, 43 to 48. Who pronounce him to be a false messiah and do everything in their power to stop him. Finally, he is tortured to death. There can be no doubt that word of such events in the periphery reached the Jewish community in the Babylonian capital and aroused considerable concern. As I have shown, Toledat Ben Zerah, which originated somewhat later in the same place, deals extensively with the issues. It seems more than likely, therefore, that the young men in the yeshivot, who did not represent the religious or social elite but rather the broader and unprivileged sectors of the communities, were also preoccupied by the problem of how to recognize a false messiah. The case of Jesus, and many others like him in their own time, illustrated that Jewish tradition did not provide sufficient tools to cope with this dilemma. Criticism of tradition and the contemporary leaders, who represent it, is typical of adolescents everywhere, who are at the stage in life when they must learn to deal with the real world and assume social responsibility. The cardinal expression of this social and historical situation is the blurring of borders between the sacred and the profane. Transitioning between the two domains is a universal feature of human society, and is especially salient for a young yeshiva student. Holding the Holy Scriptures in one hand, he satisfies his natural urges with the other. Indeed, masturbation and homosexual relations are common in any isolated male society. It is hard to imagine a young Torah scholar whose sleep was not disturbed by this liminal state. In this context, the specific historical milieu is particularly relevant. As noted at the beginning of this article, the time and place in which I contend that Toledat Yeshu originated was characterized by rare social and religious openness, with a free exchange of ideas between the different religions and sects, public debates, and forthright criticism and controversy. It seems unlikely that this discourse stopped at the door of the yeshiva, that the youngs did not take an active part in it, at least to some extent. Such an atmosphere of openness, the recognition that other truths may also be valid, that the leaders and worshippers of other faiths are not sorcerers or frauds but intelligent people, would have been a difficult test for these youngsters, as young people always tend to be fervent and extreme in their beliefs. This, again, would typically produce a liminal state of confusion, of seeking one's way, of seeing the virtue in more than opinion or belief without the capacity to choose between them. The sense of uncertainty aroused by the complexity and diversity of reality inevitably places a heavy burden on young people on the personal, social, and religious level. It blurs the borders between right and wrong, between pure and impure, between good and evil. I believe the overriding significance of Taladat Yeshu lies in this confusion, in this liminal state. Most versions conclude with the episode of Esimi and Kephas, the learned Jew sent by the rabbis to stand at the head of the Christian hierarchy and institute new rules to separate it once and for all from Judaism. Nothing could better exemplify the liminal state than this scene, which puts an end to the Taladat Yeshu, folk narrative as polemics and SE/F criticism 135 link between Judaism and Christianity. Simeon Kephas is a Jew who becomes a Christian and yet remains a Jew. He establishes principles that benefit Christianity, and yet his aim is to benefit Judaism. He is a Jewish sage who becomes the foremost scholar of Christianity. Could any be more liminal? The choice of this episode for the conclusion of Taladat Yeshu demonstrates that the incertitude has not been dispelled, that the indeterminacy between right and wrong, between the sacred and the profane, which lies at the heart of this work, remains an open, bleeding wound. The final episode in the text, in which a Jewish scholar becomes the driving force of Christianity, palpably indicates that the ambivalence, the distinct borders, when unresolved, both in the narrative itself and in historical reality. The Taladat Yeshu in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. Philip Alexander the Toledo. Yeshu and the Muslim world. What functions, if any, might the Taladat Yeshu have served in Jewish-Muslim debate? To the best of my knowledge, this question has not often been raised, but if it makes sense, then it has the potential to open up a whole new front in our search to contextualize this puzzling work. The setting in which the Taladat Yeshu is normally placed is Jewish-Christian debate. It is seen as a Jewish anti-gospel, showing some knowledge of the canonic Christian Gospels, which was composed in order to counter Christian claims about Jesus. Thus, when William Horbury, in his groundbreaking 1970 Cambridge doctorate, raised the question as to why Jews in the Islamic world read the Taladat, he constructed an answer largely in terms of demonstrating that Jews living under Islam could have had continuing knowledge of and contact with Christianity. He notes, for example, that the Taladat could have gained a new lease of life among Jews in the Middle East and Persia with the arrival of Christian missionaries from the West in the 19th century. The Jewish-Christian controversy is unquestionably the original and primary setting of the Taladat, and there can be no doubt, as we shall see, that Jews continue to encounter and combat Christianity within Dari Islam. But this is surely not the whole story. The Taladat Yeshu inevitably acquired a significant secondary setting in Jewish-Muslim relations, a setting which would have accorded it interest and relevance, even if Christianity had not remained a significant presence in the Muslim world. My thesis is simple. The fact that Jesus and his mother became massively important figures in Islam raises the question of where the Taladat Yeshu stands in relation to the Muslim gospel, and this question must throw some light on the circulation of the Taladat among Jews in the Muslim world. The dynamics of the Taladat's reception in the Muslim East cannot have been the same as in the Christian West, because in the East it competed not with one, but with two gospels. I.W. Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Taladat Yeshu, Ph.D. Dis. Cambridge University, 1970, 206. 138 Philip Alexander copies of the Toledo From the Muslim world, the evidence that the Taladat did circulate among Jews in the Muslim world is clear. First, we have 5 Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza, Cambridge, T.S. Miscellaneous 35.87, T.S. Miscellaneous 25.88, T.S. NS 298.56, Jewish Theological Seminary, New York, 2529, Adler 2102. Second, we have, also from the Cairo Geniza, a number of versions of the Toledo. In Judeo-Arabic, e.g. Cambridge, TSNS 264.24, 298.49, 298.55, 298.57. Third, we have at least 5 Yemenite manuscripts in Hebrew ranging in date from the 16th to 19th centuries, Cambridge or 557, Sassoon 152 and 902, JTS Adler 4180, Jerusalem JNUL 4 degrees 1510 EI 326. Fourth, we have a group of texts from Iraq and Persia. One of these is a Hebrew version of the Toledo, completed in Baghdad in 1846, Sassoon 793. 2 others are in Ludeo-Persian, both probably dating to the 19th century. One LTS fragment from Bukhara, published by Krauss, the other a manuscript described by Fischl. This list may not be exhaustive, but it is probably sufficiently representative to allow us to draw some tentative conclusions. 1. 4 languages are involved: Aramaic, Hebrew, Ludeo-Arabic, and Judeo-Persian. The Aramaic is easily explained since it is by common consent the original language in which the Toledo was composed. It is interesting to note, however, that Aramaic versions continued to circulate until quite late. The Geniza copies are AJL medieval. Aramaic texts would have been readily accessible in the Middle Ages only to scholars, as would, to a lesser degree, those in Hebrew as well. The rendering of the Toledo into the vernaculars, Ludeo-Arabic and Ludeo-Persian, testifies to this, and shows a desire to disseminate the work more widely. 2. 3 distinct geographical regions are involved: Egypt, the Yemen, and Iraq/Persia, which shows that the propagation of the Toledo in the Muslim world was widespread. 3. Knowledge of the Taladat persisted over a long period of time. The dates of the extant manuscripts range from the early Middle Ages to the 19th century. It seems fair to conclude that, although its popularity may have waxed and waned, the Taladat in one form or another would have been available to Jews in the Muslim world from the rise of Islam to the present day. 4. The number of copies of the Taladat from the Islamic world is quite impressive. True, when we compare the numbers of Eastern and Western manuscripts, the Western heavily predominate. Though chance always part in what survives, the ratio reflects accurately enough the greater relevance of Taladat in Christendom. Nevertheless, the number of copies from the Muslims is by no means negligible, and this, combined with the range of space and time they 2 Samuel Krauss, Das Leben Jesu nach Judas Janquellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, No. 2, Repair. Hildesheim, Dims, 1977, 140-41, Waiter J. Dingiitis versus to 1 Duck Jessica Handschrift, MGWJ 78, 1934 343-50.
I guess used to all of them. It does look like him. Yeah, that is him. Yeah. And then, because that's just Brendan, huh? What the hell? Oh, wait, I remember. It's like, let's be honest, though. If Brendan Schaub came in here, I would make love to him. I don't know who that is. It's Fighter. No idea. That's, what's his name? Ortiz. Yep. This is fun. I like the speed of it. It's like a slideshow. John Africa. Logan Paul.
139 cover suggests a work that was rather well known and popular, which brings us back to our opening question of what purpose it would have served in this setting. The Taladat and the Christian gospel in the Muslim world. Before turning to the question of the Taladat issue and the Muslim gospel, it is important to remind ourselves that Christianity did not suddenly collapse in Asia and North Africa in the wake of the first Muslim conquests, only to be reintroduced as an arm of colonialism by European missionary activity in the 19th century, as popular perception would have it. While the existence of the Muslim gospel would, on its own, I would argue, have ensured some sort of continuing role for the Taladat among Jews living under Islam, even if Christianity had faded away, Christianity did not, in fact, disappear. So the primary setting of the Taladat in Jewish-Christian debate continued to apply. What happened was that a second front opened in which the Taladat found itself playing a new role in defining Judaism over against it. It got caught up in the trialogue between the Abrahamic faiths. The emergence of an interested third party, one that held political power, altered the whole dynamic of the primary debate between Jews and Christians. Even after the triumph of Islam in Asia and North Africa, Christianity remained a very visible presence. The political power of Christianity was rolled back, all the way to Tours in 732, and to the gates of Vienna in 1529, but this did not necessarily mean the collapse of Christianity as a religion within the Muslim world. On the contrary, Christianity survived and, occasionally, even flourished. In certain regions, such as Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia, Christians remained a substantial proportion of the population down to the 14th century, when widespread pogroms perpetrated by Muslims on the Christian communities in their midst shattered the churches and precipitated the rapid decline of Christianity, a decline that has continued, despite the intervention of European Christian missions over the last 2 centuries, down to the present day. During the first 5 or 6 Islamic centuries, however, Christianity remained a force to be reckoned with in the Muslim world. Christians had adopted the Arabic language, and played a significant part in administration, culture, and science. We know of Christians holding prominent positions in the Umayyad, Abbasid, and Mamluk bureaucracies, the most famous being, perhaps, John of Damascus. This Christian Arab culture and the contribution it made to the spectacular flowering of the Muslim world in its heyday, mid-8th to mid-13th centuries, has not, as Sidney Griffith reminds us, received anything like the attention it deserved. What we think as Islamic civilization in the Golden Age was by no means monolithically Islamic. Many streams fed into it: Indian, Persian, Jewish, and
Like shorter than everybody.
Definitely shorter. I mean, but let's be honest. He's got that John Benet Ramsey
Christian.
like a tragic
Of
story.
these tributaries, perhaps
It does
the
look
most
like a
explored
picture
is the
from
Jewish,
those days,
but the Christian was at least as large and as important.
Unsuspecting.
Again, as Griffith comments, while educated Westerners may have heard something of Sayyidiyya Jayan, Judah Halevi, Abraham ibn Ezra, and Moses Maimonides, few, even among Christian medievalists, will recognize the names of Yunan ibn Ishaq, Theodore abi Kura, Amr al-Basn, Yahya ibn Adi, Bar Hebraeus, or al-Mutaman ibn al-Asai. So Jews living under Islam would have remained all too aware of Christianity, which in some regions in the early period would have still been, numerically speaking, the dominant faith. The continued preoccupation of Judaism with Christianity, even after the rise of Islam, manifests itself in various ways, but perhaps none is more striking than Jewish eschatology. The rise of Islam led to a revival of apocalyptic speculation in the East Mediterranean and the Middle East. The fin de Sisi/E mood began to set in before Islam emerged, but it undoubtedly received a boost when the new faith burst onto the scene. Apocalypticism swept across the region, affecting Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and eventually Islam itself. Point 4. From our point of view, the curious fact to note is that while Christian apocalypticism registered the rise of Islam, and was inclined to identify the new Arabian prophet with the Antichrist, Jewish apocalypticism on the whole did not. The most important Jewish apocalyptic scenario seems still to have seen Christianity as the main eschatological foe of the Jewish people, whom the Messiah would have to defeat. The Antichrist remained Armilus, the king of Edom. This is what we find in S.A. Adia's influential 8th book of his beliefs and opinions, in Sefer Zerubbabel, in Tefillat Shimon ben Yohei, and other works. It is true that here and there we find attempts to paint the Ishmaelites into the picture, but only in a half-hearted sort of way. The enemy remains the old enemy, Christianity. Of texts of the apocalyptic revival, the most pertinent for present purposes is Sefer Zerubbabel, because of its explicit denigration of Mary and Jesus. While this work may have originated in the early 7th century, just before the Muslim invasion of the Middle East, there seems little doubt that it continued to circulate. 3 Sidney H. Griffith, The Church in the Shadow of the Mosque, Christians and Muslims in the World of Islam, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2008. 3. It is interesting to speculate on the psychology of this neglect. There was undoubtedly an element of shame at the loss of the heartlands of the Christian faith, a shame which Christendom violently attempted to expunge with the Crusades. But there were also more practical reasons. While great Judeo-Arabic texts were translated into Hebrew and so made available to Jews in the West, few Christian Arabic texts found their way into Western languages, and so remained locked out of the intellectual development of the politically dominant form of Christianity. For on this apocalyptic movement around the time of the rise of Islam, see John C. Reeves, Trajectories in Near Eastern Apocalyptic, Leiden, Brill, 2006, Paul J. Alexander, The Byzantine Apocalyptic Tradition, and Dorothy Depp, Abrahams, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1985, said Amir Arjomand, Islamic Apocalypticism in the Classical Period, in the Continuum History of Apocalypticism, eds Bernard J. McGinn, John J. Collins and Stephen J. Stein, New York, Continuum, 2003, 380-4/3. And undergo reworking for some time after the Muslim conquest. This continued fixation with Christianity even after it had lost political power is curious. Does it suggest that the new religion of Islam was regarded as more benign? Does it imply that Jews expected that Islam's reign would be temporary, that Christianity would recover lost ground, and that Jewish-Christian hostilities would recommence as before? It is hard to say. One thing is, however, clear. The continued presence of Christianity in the Muslim and Judaism's continued concern as to its intentions make Jewish interest in the Toledo issue in principle not hard to explain. It would be wrong, however, to think that absolutely nothing had changed. Though Judaism remained, as before, in dispute with Christianity, the rise of Islam profoundly altered the dynamics of this debate. It did this in two ways. First, Jews in Muslim lands were no longer under the constant, grinding pressure to limit the public expression of their faith. The field of engagement between Jews and Christians was suddenly leveled. Both sides found themselves holding the same status as al-Himma. Christianity must suddenly have lost its attractiveness to socially aspiring Jews, and Christian attempts to coerce Jews into the church must have stopped. The odd thing is that the new freedom towards Christianity which the Jews gained under Islam does not seem to have led to indifference but rather to a fresh appetite for debate. As Daniel Lasker points out, the earliest systematic Jewish anti-Christian treatises that we have were written in Arabic in the first few centuries of Islam. While Lasker may misstate the position, if he means to imply that there was no Jewish-Christian debate before the Islamic period. That is manifestly not the case. It is becoming abundantly clear that there was an intense Jewish-Christian dialogue on right throughout the Talmudic period, the impact of which on the formation of rabbinic theology and on literature, Midrash and Talmud, was profound. 6. And, of course, if the Toledo issue originated in some shape or form in late antiquity, as many would argue it did, then it is relevant to the question, because it has clear anti-Christian intent. The debate in late antiquity was curiously asymmetrical. On the Christian side it was open and noisy. The Jews are identified as the opponents and directly attacked.
Act like an adult.
On the rabbinic side it is much more muted, and often seems to be at its most intense where Christianity is not explicitly named. This silence, I have argued, was basically a loud silence, an apologetic ploy that allowed the rabbis to assert priority. They were the older faith, the true heirs of Moses. They had no need to take 5 Daniel J. Lasker, the Jewish critique of Christianity under Islam in the Middle Ages. Haware 57, 1991 121-53. 6. See the essays in the exegetical encounter between Christians and Jews in late antiquity, EDSM on Allegraphia and Helen Sperling, Leiden, Brill, 2009.
Very good. Any other thoughts on that?
Cognizance of the younger, upstart.
You don't want to have a
7. The silence may, however, have been reinforced by a fear of speaking out too strongly and explicitly in a Christian world. Where Islam made the difference was that Jews felt they could now go public with their objections to Christianity, and compose formal, anti-Christian treatises that could be put, so to speak, into the public domain. There was a second way in which the rise of Islam changed the dynamics of the Jewish-Christian debate. Islam was not simply a referee, it was itself deeply interested in the points at issue, and took a distinctive view of them, sometimes agreeing with one side, sometimes with the other. This raised the possibility of theological alliances between 2 of the parties against the third. It was, then, not only Islam's leveling of the playing field but also its own direct engagement with the issues that changed the modalities of the Jewish-Christian controversy, and ensured that it did not go cold. The Quran itself set the tone. It constantly and directly disputes both Judaism and Christianity. It is endlessly putting both Jews and Christians right. It set up a trialogue which was to continue right through the Middle Ages. Subsequent Muslim rulers, in the spirit of the Quran, show considerable appetite for disputation, sometimes within the social setting of the Majlis. 8. This manifest Muslim interest seems to have sparked off competition between Christian and Jewish intellectuals to impress their Muslim overlords, a competition resembling the rivalry between siblings to gain the attention of a parent. 9. At the same time, we should not overestimate how outward-looking this debate was. Religious apologetics and polemics have a complex and subtle dynamic which is not always well understood. The default scenario is that they are addressed to the members of the other faith. What seems to be happening is that the polemicist attempts to use the power of argument to persuade the members of the other faith to acknowledge the error of their ways, and embrace the polemicist's point of view. But in reality the polemic seldom reaches this implied audience. Take, for example, the Jewish anti-Christian treatises of the early Islamic period. These are, in Arabic, but they are in Judeo-Arabic, and, at a stroke, inaccessible to Christian or Muslim intellectuals. The exception that proves the rule may have been the Karaites who particularly used Arabic script. That may be simply an index of the fact that they, on the whole, at least in the early Middle Ages, engaged more directly than rabbinites with the dominant Islamic culture, and were more outward-looking. But White composed elaborate 7. See my essay, The Parting of the Ways from the Perspective of Rabbinic Judaism, in Jews and Christians, The Parting of the Ways AD 70 to 135, ed. James P.G. Dunn, Ty Vinjan. Moore Seebeck, 1992/25. Eva Lazarowskiaka, Mark R. Cohen, Saxon Sumi, and Sidney H. Griffith. EDS, The Majlis, Interreligious Encounters in Medieval Islam, Wiesbaden, Morasowitz, 1999, especially, the article by Cohen and Sasson, Interreligious Mahajis in Early Epidemic Egypt, on pages 128 to 37. 9. A vivid image suggested to me by Earl Limer.
Great special. I saw it once. Very good. Let's see here. All right. This one's posed by Haphazard. Chin finally admits that his boss caused his neck injury.
Polemics in such a way that it would hard for the other side to read them.
Well, we all thought that.
The reason is that apologetic/polemic has often as much, if not more, aimed at an internal audience, with reassuring oneself and one's fellow believers that the faith can be defended against attack, and with establishing a distinctive identity.
I was like, why is he asking me this?
There is no better way to define a theology than by setting it in opposition to alternative points of view, whether real or imaginary. Lo, this need for reassurance argues uneasiness and insecurity. It suggests an attempt to deny the attractiveness of the other faith. How could this have applied to Jewish-Christian relations in the early Islamic period, when Christianity no longer had the power to coerce acceptance, nor offered obvious social advantages? The answer may be simple. In the relatively benign conditions which existed under early Islam, open and free conversion to another faith once again became a real-life choice. The Muslim rulers were indifferent if a Jewish subject became a Christian or vice versa. Conversion between thymos was not really seen as conversion in Islamic law. It is perhaps no accident that we have evidence of such conversions. The most pertinent for present purposes is the Kisat Mujadalat al-Asghar, the first known systematic Jewish anti-Christian treatise, composed in Arabic possibly in the mid-9th century. The author was a Christian priest who converted to Judaism, and wrote the Kissa in order to explain himself to his former co-religionists. The work was later adapted into Hebrew as the Se/Er Nestor HaKomer, in which the priest was seemingly identified with Nestorius, the great theologian of Syriac Christianity. The lifting of deadening hand of Christianity, whether in its Orthodox Chalcedonian or Jacobite or Nestorian forms, allowed diversity to emerge within Christianity in the Muslim world. The generally laissez-faire attitude of the early Muslim authorities in religious matters may have encouraged diversity also within Judaism. This was, of course, the time when the major split between Rabbanism and Karaism occurred. There are grounds for thinking that Karaism has deep roots within Judaism, going back to anti-rabbinic, priestly trends in the Talmudic period. But it is interesting that these trends all crystallize into an organized anti-rabbinic movement under early Islam. Linguistic evidence suggests that the first Arabic versions of the Talmud were done in the 9th century. That would put them in the same time frame as the earliest systematic Jewish anti-Christian polemics. These translations should be seen as part of a new, open-tendency internal audience is very clear in some polemical treatises, e.g. Maimonides' Epistle 10 to Yemen. But even in this case the Islamic opponent remains an ultimate target, in that Maimonides is surely furnishing the community with arguments which will not only reassure them, but which they can turn on their opponents, as occasion arises, in public debate. Some polemics have an implicit third party in view, either the uncommitted public or the authorities. Much early Christian apologetic, while having Lutherism ostensibly in view, has one eye firmly fixed on the Roman authorities and is obliquely arguing that Christianity is not subversive of the state. 11 Daniel J. Lasker and Sarah Strumsa, The Polemic of Nestor the Priest, Chi $$ at Mujadalat al-Asghar and Sefer Nestor HaKomer, 2 volumes, Jerusalem, Bansby Institute, 1996.
Yeah, you always compliment your boss, never outshine the master. We learned that in the 48 Laws. He's a tiger, dude. You're a barking praying mantis. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Come on, exactly.
And then eventually you can see in the video, it's just me and Brendan, and then Brian kind of just...
Jewish engagement with Christianity, within the broader context of religious diversity and sectarianism engendered by the rise of Islam. 12 There is one bone of the sectarianism which may have a particular relevance for the present discussion. It has been claimed that the early Islamic period saw the resurgence of Jewish bones of Christianity. The evidence is confused and contested, and if the claim is correct it is not at all clear whether we are talking about the re-emergence into the light of day of an unbroken Jewish movement going all the way back to early Jewish Christianity which effectively disappeared from our historical record in the 5th century, or a new Judaizing movement, that is to say, a movement generated from within the mainline churches which stressed the Jewish roots of Christianity and adopted certain Jewish practices and beliefs. The history of the church is littered with such Judaizing movements, sparked into life by the fact that mainline Christianity never repudiated its Jewish heritage. It is there for all to see in the Christian scriptures, and it is hardly surprising if some Christians, to time, wonder whether the phone of the faith possesses not only greater antiquity but also greater authenticity. Jewish or Judaizing Christianity would be thoroughly at home in the sectarian milieu of early Islam. The newfound religious freedom and the stimulus the new faith gave to innovative religious thinking could easily have encouraged the emergence of such hybrid religious identities. A pointer in this direction may be found in the work of Joseph Mary on the cult of the Holy Man in medieval Syria. Mary gathers evidence that it was common for Jews, Muslims, and, indeed, Christians, to participate in each other's religious festivals and venerate each other's saints. The teen-like languages in contact, the natural evolution of religious communities in everyday contact, if they are given half a chance, is towards religious syncretism, especially at the level of the common folk. It takes on news on the part of the religious authorities on all sides to counter this tendency, to keep their flocks separate, to police the boundaries between them. If there was, indeed, an upsurge of religious promiscuity in the early Islamic period, and if that promiscuity was spinning up into sectarian phones of Jewish or Judaizing Christianity, then we have an obvious context in which an Arabic translation of the Taladat would have had work to do. As a text of popular appeal, an anti-hagiography capable of being circulated orally, it could have played a part in reminding Jews of their distinctive identity, of where their true allegiance lay. 12. I allude here to John Wansbrough's use of the phrase the sectarian milieu to capture the religious situation under early Islam. Wansbrough, The Sectarian Milieu, Oxford University Press, Oxford, 1979. 13. Joseph W. Mary, The Cult of Saints Among Muslims and Jews in Medieval Syria, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2002. Mary concentrates on the 11th to 16th centuries, but there is evidence for similar religious promiscuity early.
Schwab has slowly morphed into Joe Camel. This is the same guy that Joe Rogan said was so unbelievably good looking that Joe didn't know what to do around him. Like he was afraid he would blow him and he wouldn't be able to help himself.
Well, that's Joe Hammer, dude. He says that a lot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what if there's a time machine and you needed to suck Brendan's dick to go?
It is important to note the popular character of the Taladat Yeshiv.
Turns out,
This becomes obvious when we compare it with other English works of the early Islamic period. I have already mentioned the anonymous $G at New Yadalat Aluska. From only slightly later comes the Ishri Immaculate of Dawa'at Ib and Marwan al-Muqammas, the first Jewish anti-Christian polemicist whom we know by name. 14. The contrast with the Taladat could not be more sharp. The $G and the Ishri Immaculate are basically theological, even philosophical works. The Taladat is a narrative, which offers an alternative to the gospel story. Lasker and Stromsa, to be sure, detect a vulgar tone in the Kissa, a tendency which becomes more pronounced in the Nestor. They find echoes here of the Taladat, which they actually suppose the author of the Kissa may have used as a source. Yes, but this is rather misleading. There are no close verbal parallels to the Taladat in the Kissa, and in reality the two works are poles apart in genre. The Taladat has folkloric elements. It was clearly intended for popular consumption, and was, so it seems, passed down by the fireside, maybe at times by the women of the house. Nonetheless, it is in many ways a sophisticated work, which shows close knowledge of the Gospels. It is a clever parody, and we should not be fooled into thinking that, because of its simplicity and vulgarity, it is pure folk tale authors' uneducated sons of the soil. It is satire, with a large dose of the burlesque, and it is no more the product of an untuned than Pantagruel or the letters of obscure men. But the desire to reach out to ordinary folk is palpable in the form of the work, and that is suggestive of its Sitzheim Leben. So far we have established that if a emergence of Jewish/Judaizing Christianity occurred in the early Islamic period,
it's
It
weird.
would have
It's
been
a weird
thoroughly
thing.
at home in
You know,
the
like,
Syrian
you know,
milieu
like,
of the time, and would provide a plausible and specific context that the Arabic versions of the Talmud Yeshua could have been meant to
I
address.
used to make music for my podcast.
But where is the evidence for the existence of Jewish Judaizing Christianity at this time?
No, I mean, it was just me and
The
homies.
debate has raged
Were you
around
singing
Shlomo
it?
Pines'
Yeah.
claim that the long and unusually detailed critique of Christianity in the Taf-Mudallah Ibn al-Nubawat of the Mutazilite Islamic scholar, ABD al-Jabbar, C935-1025, who spent the latter part of his life in Riyadh, a few miles southeast of present-day Tehran, relies on Jewish Christian sources. Pines' attempt to establish that Jewish Christianity lies behind the anti-Christian polemics of the Taf-Blut extends over several detailed articles, though he never produced a final, definitive synthesis before he died. 16. He argued that ABD al-Jabbar's critique of Christianity is unusual within the context of early Muslim anti-Christian polemics. He noted that certain aspects of it have a strong Jewish-Christian ring, such as the claim that 14 Sarah Strumsa, Dawiyat IBN Merwian al-Muhammas S20 chapters Efishri and Makala. Leiden, Brill, 1989. I.S. Lasker and Strumsa, The Polemic of Nestor the Priest, 14 and 21. 16. The articles are conveniently collected by Guy Strumsa in the collected works of Shlomo Pines, Volume 4, Studies in the History of Religion, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1996.
We all want to do this?
146. Philip Alexander. Since Jesus came to confirm the Torah of Moses, his followers are at fault for not observing it. That, since Jesus spoke Hebrew, they should never have given that language up. He analyzes the gospel quotations in the Tal Hamite, and shows that while some of them conform to the and some to the old Syriac gospels, others do not. Some of the non-aligned quotations may betray the influence of the Diatsaron, while others may reflect the Hebrew gospel, i.e. the gospel according to the Hebrews or some similar Judeo-Christian scripture. Pines argues that these diverse aspects of ABD al-Jabbar's critique of Christianity can be neatly unified by the single hypothesis that he has drawn on a Jewish-Christian source, probably originally composed in Syriac.
That's good work.
If this is the case, then the implications are clear. The most plausible way that the source could have reached ABD al-Jabbar was an Arabic translation, probably transmitted directly to him by members of a Jewish Christian group. But this means that these Jewish Christians must have been around in his time.
That means it's time for another edition of Ask Chris
Reference
wants
to
to
just
know,
such a
is
group
there
in
any
ABD
truth to the
al-Jabbar's
old saying,
statement
red
that
sky
the
at night
Sekoptim,
beaches,
the
like red
Christians,
sky in the morning,
who are the elite, believe that their Lord is a son of a Jew, born from a Jew, and that his mother is a Jewish woman. The wording here is suggestive. It seems to deny the divinity of Christ, and possibly also the virgin birth. Pines is clear that his Jewish Christian group not only believed that the Mosaic commandments were still binding on Christians, but that, though they accepted him as a prophet, they denied his divinity. He notes that Saadiot appears to know of a Christian sect which equally did not believe in the divinity of Jesus, but regarded him simply as a prophet, though Saadiot's group also, apparently, believed in the abrogation of Torah. A further implication of Pines' hypothesis is that since his putative Jewish Christian community had access to early Christian, including Jewish Christian sources, it was probably not, on the balance of the probabilities, a spontaneous Judaizing movement, but rather, somehow, a lineal descendant of early Jewish Christianity. Samuel Stem strongly attacked Pines. I7 He argued that ABD al-Jabbar's critique of Christianity is nowhere near as unusual as Pines supposed. Pines had missed significant Islamic parallels, and several of the elements which he identified as Jewish Christian are widespread in Islamic tradition. There is no doubt that Pines' position is highly speculative, and falls some way short of proof. But Stem's counterattack also has its weaknesses. He fails to do justice to the cumulative Pines' argument. He fails to note that finding Islamic parallels to some of ABD al-Jabbar's ideas does not solve the problem of origins, but simply moves it elsewhere. Is that because, as everyone knows, Jewish Christianity disappeared centuries before the Islam era. ABD al-Jabbar 17 Samuel M. Stem, Quotations from Apocalyptic Gospels in ABD Algebra, JTS 18, 1967 34-57, IDEM, ABD Algebra's account of how Christ's religion was falsified by the adoption of Roman customs, JTS 19, 1968 128-85.
They're all very smart.
All right, let's see this one that's posted by. You're stopping your hand.
Cannot have relied on Jewish Christian sources begs the question, and rules out a priori the possibility that it may actually have survived or revived.
Posted this one.
Interestingly, Pines and Stem both agree that the Tefit probably betrays knowledge of the Toledot. For Stem, ABD Algebra drew directly on the Toledot. But this is problematic. The Toledot, as we shall see, would have been as offensive to Al-Jabbar as it would have been to any Christian, and the parallels between it and the Talmud would surely have to be much stronger than they are for it to be plausible that he relied on it as a source. Pines is typically more subtle. He suggests that the parallelism arises from the fact that the Toledot was aimed at a Jewish Christian version of the Gospel. The parallelism is, consequently, indirect and coincidental. The suggestion that the Toledot was shaped to refute a specific Jewish Christian view of Jesus is intriguing, and may explain the rather puzzling fact that the divinity of Jesus does not figure more prominently in it, though the issue is implicit. The Jewish Christian group attacked may not have believed that Jesus was divine. All this is highly suggestive. The jury is still out on the Pine Stem debate, but it raises important questions and points to several further lines of research. 18 above all, it reminds us just how confused the religious situation became in the early Islamic period. Jewish Christianity scuffs the borderlines, and it may have engendered polemic from the establishments on both sides aimed at reaffirming the differences. The Toledot issue would have had an obvious function in a context where some Jews were drawn to Christianity, not in an Orthodox but in a Jewish form that did not hold to a high Christology. A Jewish anti-gospel could have served the purpose of potential converts, an anti-gospel which does not directly take issue with the supposed divinity of Jesus, but rather focuses on denying his claim to prophethood and labeling him as a sorcerer who tried to lead Israel astray. The circulation of the Toledot in the Middle East and North Africa is inevitably bound up with the fate of Christianity under Islam, and we would expect that the work would drop out of view in the post-medieval period. From the late Middle Ages onward, Christianity was decimated in the Muslim world, and went into precipitous decline. Its ecclesiastical organization was destroyed, its life disrupted, its members killed, scattered, or oppressed. It had neither the leisure nor resources nor the freedom to engage in proselytizing or in intercommunal debate. 19 Certainly it no longer offered an attractive alternative to Judaism, which also suffered severely under Muslim rule. This decline of Christianity seems to be mirrored in our record of Jewish interest in the Toledot. There is evidence of continued copying of the work in the Yemen in the early Modem 18. For a thorough discussion, see Gabriel said Reynolds, a Muslim theologian in the sectarian milieu. CABD Al-Jabir's Critique/Christian Origins, Leiden, Brill, 2004. 19 Philip Jenkins offers an interesting overview and analysis of the decline of Christianity in the Arab world in the Lost History of/Christianity, the 1,000-year Golden Age / the Church in the Middle East, Africa and Asia, and how it died. New York, Harper 1, 2008.
What do you think would happen if he stepped in
148 Philip Alexander period, but that might be explained by the presence across the straits of the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia, with its strong trading links with southern Arabia. The contrast with Christian Europe is striking because it is precisely at this period that Jewish interest in the Toledot seems to be at its intense. One predict a resurgence of interest in the Toledot with the arrival of European Christian missions in the Middle East in the 19th century. Organizations such as the London Society for Promoting Christianity among the Jews, now the Church's Ministry among Jewish People, established in 1809, were interested not only in the Jew but also in more remote communities. The London Society, for example, mounted a mission to the Falashas in Ethiopia, whose existence had been reported to an incredulous Europe by James Bruce, the Ethiopian traveler. This mission provoked a counter-mission from the Jews of Europe to save their endangered brethren from the clutches of Christianity, a counter-mission supported by Israel Hildesheimer and the Alliance Israelite Universelle. 2. But I know of no evidence that this raised any interest in the Taladat issue in Ethiopia, though one wonders if it might explain the copying of the Taladat in neighboring Yemen. Claims have been made that the Taladat was already known in Ethiopia at an earlier date, but they are unsubstantial and remain under-researched. 21. One of the earliest of the Christian missions to the Muslim world, and one that pioneered the principles of many that were to come, was mounted by Anthony Norris Groves. Groves' party, which included John Kiddo, later to become a famous Bible scholar, F.W. Newman, the brother of John Henry Newman, and a socially well-connected Englishman, John B.C. Parnell, settled into Baghdad in 1830-31. It is, of course, immediately tempting to link their presence there to the printing of the Taladat in Baghdad in 1846, were it not for the fact that Groves' mission was a disaster. Got caught up in a local plague which carried off M.R.S. Groves, and seems to have been abandoned in 1833, leaving no lasting community. Groves turned his attentions to India where the going was easier. Similar comments can be made about the more colorful Christian missionary Joseph Wool, 1895 to 1862, whom E. Brower back in 1930 suggested may have been responsible for renewed interest among Middle Eastern Jews in the Taladat. 23 Wool, the son of a rabbi, was particularly interested in Jews and got absolutely 20. The story is well told in Immanuel Atevas and Semai. Jacques Vidlovich and the Jews of Ethiopia, London, Valentine Mitchell, 2007. 21 for Taladat Yeshua in Ethiopia, see Horbury, A Critical Examination. 214, 211, and 3, and c. 219 for some remarks on the missionary activity by Henry Aaron Stem. 22 Timothy C. F. Dunn, Anthony Groves in an international context, a reassessment of his early development, in the growth of the Brethren movement, national and international experiences, eds Neil T. R. Dixon and Tim Grass, Carlisle, Paternoster Press, 2006, 223-40. 23 C. Fishel, Bean Giitis versus Told of Jessica Handshrift, 340-49. Everywhere, from Ethiopia and the Yemen to Bukhara, he mounted a one-man crusade against the Islamic world, but he was no more successful than Groves. It is a well-known feature of missionary literature in the 19th century that colorful tales and much piety often conceal the fact that few converts were being made. The real impact of these missions was small. The exception that proves the rule was the Bishopric of Jerusalem, established in 1841 by the Church of England and the Evangelical Church of Prussia, the first incumbent of which was a converted Rabbi Michael Solomon Alexander. The missionary acts of Jerusalem bishopric were more successful because it was backed by considerable political power. It built up institutions, some of which have survived down to the present day, and its preaching to the Jewish community was reinforced by social and educational work. There are grounds for thinking that it unsettled the Jewish leadership of the old Yeshuv, but that doesn't seem to correlate with any increased copying or printing of the Taladat Yeshuv. In short, while there is some evidence of a revival of interest in the Toledo among Jews in Muslim lands in the 19th century, and it is almost certainly a direct result of the new challenge of European Christian missions, it is muted, partly because these missions were generally unsuccessful, and partly because the Jewish communities were religiously isolated, inward-looking and traditional, with little appetite or interest in responding on their own account to Christian claims. The Taladat Yeshu and the Muslim Gospel. Let us now turn to the question of the Taladat and the Muslim Gospel, and begin by reminding ourselves of some of the key elements of the Taladat's view of Jesus and his mother. The Taladat, of course, exists in numerous versions, and one of the most vexing problems it poses is how to model this diversity. Its textual complexity mirrors that of the Christian lives of Jesus, especially if we include not only the four canonical Gospels but all the other Gnostic and apocryphal Gospels as well. This diversity shows just how alive the tradition was, how constantly it was being reworked, and interest in it renewed. Its genre is also a problem, and affects how we read it. There are clearly elements of folklore and burlesque in it, which counsel against taking it all too literally. It belongs to a long tradition of polemical satire. Yet at its heart lie three fundamental claims about Jesus which are common to all the versions, and are clearly meant in deadless. There was no virgin birth. Jesus was born out of wedlock, he was a mamzer, and the story of the virgin birth was concocted as a way of covering up this shameful fact. The versions differ considerably as to the degree to which Mary was culpable. In some she is tricked and raped, and comes across.
I don't know how to say that. The wiki page is gold, so I didn't read through this, but I like the title of it.
It's a rather tragic figure. In others, the portrait is much more hostile, and she is complicit in adultery. Second, Jesus was not a true prophet, but a charlatan and a sorcerer who led Israel astray, and it was on that charge that he was tried by the Sanhedrin and put to death. Curiously, there is no attempt to deny that he performed miracles. He healed the lame and raised the dead. The explanation of this is that he achieved these genuine miracles through the power of the ineffable name, the secret to steal from the heathen Shedi, the foundation stone of the world. The implicit charge here seems to be that Jesus was a sorcerer, though that does not sit easily with his use of the ineffable name. Sorcery is more commonly associated with the use of demonic powers, Shedim, but this nicety does not seem to trouble the Talmudot. 24th, Jesus was really and truly put to death, but there was no resurrection or ascension into heaven. The body in the tomb is explained by a story about someone removing it and burying it elsewhere, where it was discovered 3 days later, and ignominiously displayed in public. There is, to be sure, much more than this in the Talmudot, even in its most minimal forms. Some versions carry the story down to the history of the early church, to the parting of the ways between Christianity and Judaism, but these three claims form the core message of the text. Let us now compare this with the Muslim Jesus. This needs to be done with care, because Jesus is a highly complex figure in Islam who is used, as in Christianity, to illuminate and many different points of view. Different pictures emerge depending on whether we look at the Quran, or the Hadith, or the Chi al-Anbiya, or Sufi, or Adab literature, or the theological writings of heterodox sects such as the Nasirites. Of all the prophets before Muhammad, Jesus is the one who receives by far the most attention. Tarif Khalidi in the Muslim Jesus speaks of Islam's love affair with Jesus. 25 The bedrock on which this rich 24. While I still think that the Talmudot issue does mean to brand Jesus as some sort of magician, it is possible to argue that magic is not the central charge, but rather using the undoubted power of the divine name to lead Israel astray. Jesus was guilty of mischief. It is not clear whether the mere pronunciation and use of the tetragram was in itself seen as a capital offense. In the discussion of 2 Sanhedrin, the conclusion seems to be that a magician is one who does miracles the power of Shittim. See Philip S. Alexander, the Talmudic concept of conjuring, and the problem of the definition of magic. Kisham, in creation and recreation in Jewish thought. Fest trip in honor of Joseph Dan on the occasion of his 70th birthday. EDS Rachel Ellier and Peter Schoolifetter, Taya Bingen, Moore Seebeck, 2005, 7 to 20, and it is interesting. Talmudot's view of the miracles of Jesus.
This dude went from almost a contender in UFC to almost a comedian. His comedy specials,
Its position is remarkable because already in the canonic Gospels is accused of invoking the power of demons to do his miracles. 11, 14 to minus 23. It was a very ancient charge. Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician, London, College, 1978, sees the Toledat as continuing this accusation, but the parallelism is not as clear-cut as he supposes. Tus Karatadini, the Muslim Jesus, sayings and stories in Islamic literature, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2001. This is, to date, the largest collection of Jesus stories.
He's out here redefining success, bro, just not the traditional way. This AI? Yeah, AI is missing something. Yeah. You can't, it's just like, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, there was no mention of time.
Tradition rests is,
It's
however,
like watching
the current.
TFK and there's no
This
count.
devotes long and carefully crafted
Or it's like
passages
watching
to Jesus
Golden
and
Hour
his
and there's
mother,
no
which merit and have received close reading from both traditional and modern
It's like
commentators.
going fishing without shit.
26. The Quranic view of Jesus can be defined by the following 5 points.
This is haphazard
First,
post.
Jesus was virgin born. Quran 3.45 to 47. Behold, the angel said, 0 Mary, Allah gives you glad tidings of a word from him, by Kalamatin Minhu.
I would say these falsely confused.
His name will be Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, held in honor in this world and the hereafter, and one of the company of those nearest to Allah. He shall speak to the people in childhood, good El-Mahdi, 27, and in maturity, and he shall be one of the company of the righteous. She said, 0 My Lord, how I have a son when no man touched men. He said, even so, Allah creates what he wills, and when he's decreed a plan, he has to say to it, be, and it is. Second, Jesus was a true prophet, and the truth of his prophecy was established by clear signs, i.e. miracles. Quran 3.48, Allah will teach him, Jesus, the book and wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel, and appoint him, and from Islamic sources. See the earlier collection by Emerson Palacios, Logia Grapha Domini Jesu Apud Moslimicos Scriptores, Asceticos Presertim, Usitata, the Trilogia Orientalis 13, 1919 335 to 431, and 1926 531 to minus 624. It is not impossible that Islam may have created its own counter-narrative to the canonical Gospels, its own Toledat issue, and that this lies behind the Gospel of Bamabas. But the Gospel of Bamabas is a very late work, first attested in the 6th century, and its sources and origins remain deeply obscure. It is, however, still invoked by Muslim apologists today as preserving a more accurate account of the life of Jesus than the canonic Gospels. 26. The bibliography on Jesus in the Quran is now vast. In addition to Khalidi, the Muslim Jesus C. E.g., N.O. Littman, Jesus in pre-Islamic Arabic inscriptions, the Muslim World 40, 1950 16-18, Haiki Rayzanim, the portrait of Jesus in the Quran, Reflections from a Biblical Scholar, the Muslim World 70, 1980 22-33, Kenneth Pratt, Jesus and the Muslim, London, Alien and Unwin, 1985. Sidney H. Griffith, The Arabic, an inquiry into its appearance in the first Abbasid century, 4 CHR 69, 1985 126 to minus 67, Neil Robinson, Christ in Islam and Christianity, the representation of Jesus in the Quran and the classical Muslim commentaries, London, Macmillan, 1991, Jane Damon McAuliffe, Quranic Christians, an analysis of classical and modern exegesis, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1991, David Thomas, The Miracles of Jesus in Early Islamic Polemics, JSS 39, 1994 221-43, Tarek Khalidi, The Role of Jesus in Intra-Muslim Polemics of the First Two Islamic Centuries. In Christian Arabic Apologetics during the Abbasid period, 750-1258. EDS Khalil Samir and J0 Jin Nielsen. Leiden. Brill. 1994. 146 to 56. Jeffrey Parlinger. Jesus in the Current. Oxford. One World. 1995. 27 literally in the cradle. Yeshavetu, the meaning of the Holy Quran, Beltsville MD. A Man of Publications, 1989. 139 note 388. Takes this metaphorically for childhood and sees an allusion to the gospel Jesus teaching in the temple. Luke 2, a story which may also be alluded to in the Toledat Yeshua. But it is more likely that the reference is to the infant Jesus in his cradle miraculously speaking to the people. CQ 19.29 to 30. But she, Mary, pointed to the babe. They, the people, said, "How can we talk to one who is a child in the cradle?" By Imadi. He, the infant Jesus, said, "I am indeed a servant of Allah. He has given me revelation and made me a prophet." Some of the infancy gospels also represent Jesus speaking from the cradle. 28 see also Q 19.16 to 26. Quotations of the Quran and the verse numbering are based on the translation of Yeshavei, the meaning of the Holy Quran, which is adequate for my purposes.
Why couldn't you do the cowboy? Yeah, it was cowboy free. That's a sick ass bug.
152 Philip Alexander Apostle, R.A.S. Ulan, to the children of Losreal. With this message I have come to you with a sign from your Lord. Vayed and min ravicum, in that I make for you out of clay, as it were, the figure of a bird. And I breathe into it and it becomes a bird by Allah's leave. And I heal those born blind, and the lepers, and I quicken the dead, by Allah's leave. And I declare to you what you eat, and what you store in your houses. Therein is a sign for you, if you believe. Quran 5.110. Then Allah will say, 0 Jesus son of Mary, recount my favor to you and to your mother. Behold, I strengthened you with the Holy Spirit, Thereby I could see, so that you spoke to the people in childhood, by Imadi, and in maturity. Behold, I taught you the book and wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. And behold, you made out of clay, as it were, the figure of a bird, by my leave, and you breathe into it, and it becomes a bird, by my leave, and you heal those born blind, and the lepers, by my leave. And behold, you bring forth the dead by my leave. And behold, you did restrain the children of Israel from violence to you, when you did show them the clear proofs, and the unbelievers among them said, this is nothing but evident magic. Sabran Mu'abanuan. 29 in a famous hadith Muhammad says that of all the earlier prophets he is closest to Jesus, and the Quranic commentator Ibn Kabir calls him the seal of the Israelite prophets. 33rd, Jesus was not the Son of God. Quran 4.171. 0 people of the book. Commit no excesses in your religion, nor say of Allah but truth. Christ Jesus the Son of Mary was, no more than, an apostle of Allah, Rasulullah and his word, Wakalimatuhu, which he bestowed on Mary, and a spirit proceeding from him, wary of men who so believe in Allah and his apostles. Say not Trinity. Delayatatan. Desist. It will be better for you. For Allah is one God, glory be to him. Far exalted is he, above having a son. The same point is made again, and again in the Quran, often apparently dragged into where it seems to have limits. 31 And yet, it should be noted that this did not prevent high Christologies from emerging in later Islamic thought, within the mystical tradition, see especially IBNC Arab J32, and among heterodox Islamic groups 29 see also Q 2.253, Q 19.27 to 34, Q 57.27. 30 Brannon M. Wheeler, Prophets in the Quran, An introduction to the Quran and Muslim exegesis. London, Continuum, 2002.
I believe these dudes.
Sahih Muslim 30.5835. Abu Hurairah reported Allah's messenger, may peace be upon him, as saying, I am most akin to Jesus Christ among the whole of mankind. All the prophets are of different but belong to one religion, and no prophet was raised between me and Jesus. Sahih Muslim 30.5836. Abu Hurairah reported manyated from Allah's messenger, and one is that Allah's messenger said, I am most /host to Jesus, son of Mary, among the whole of mankind in this worldly life and the next life. They said, Allah's messenger, how is it? Thereupon he said, prophets are brothers in faith, having different mothers. Their religion is, however, one, and there is no apostle between us and Jesus Christ. 31 CQ 5.17, 5.73 to 75, 5.116, 6.100 to 102, 9.30 to 31, 10.68 to 70, 17.111, 18.4 to 5, 19.88 to 92, 21.26 to 29, 37.149 to 59, 39.4, 43.81 to 82, 112.1 to 4. 32 C. Andreas de Souza, Jesus in IBN Arabi's Fusus al-Hikam, Islamic Christianity, 1982. 185 to 200 further, Eve Marquet, Leihawan al-Safdie Christianism, Islamic Christianity, 1982 129 to 58.
Mr. Cooney, they were not titling their episodes, and then one CEO gets shot, and all of a sudden, CEO shooting. They're trying to grift on that.
Such as in Osiris. A good example of this can be found in the Trinitarianism of the Nasiri theological treatise, the Kitab A/Usus, Book of Foundations, composed no later than the 13th century, but extant now in an 18th century MS in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Fonds Arabe 1449, Vols 1 to 179. The influence of Christian ideas on this text are obvious. It offers a veritable fusion of Christian and Islamic theology, and it reminds us just how porous the theological boundaries between Islam and Christianity could be. 33. The seeds of this high Islamic Christology are found in the Quran itself, in the highly suggestive references to Jesus as the Word and Spirit of God.
It's called Potato Head is going to be directing new
34. Jesus did not really die, nor was he buried, but he ascended direct into heaven. Quran 4.156 to 159. They, the Jews, rejected faith. They uttered against Mary a grave slander. Wakalahim ca/ Maryama Potanan ca. They said, in boast, we killed Christ Jesus the son of Mary, the apostle of Allah, but they killed him not, nor crucified him, but so it was made to appear to them. Waylak and Shubihalaham. And those who differ therein are full of doubts, with no certain knowledge, but only conjecture to follow, for of a surety they killed him not. Nay, Allah raised him up, Rafikahu, unto himself, and Allah is exalted in power, and wise, and there is none of the people of the book but must believe in him before his death, and on the day of resurrection he will be a witness against them. There has been much debate whether Muhammad is here embracing a docenic view of the death of Jesus. Certainly one way of understanding his words is to suppose that at the last moment God substituted for Jesus some sort of simulacrum which was crucified in Jesus' place, but there can be no question of Muhammad being a full-blown docetus. His Jesus is a fully human, flesh and blood Jesus. 35. What Muhammad may be doing here is quite deliberately cutting out the central claim of the Christian gospel. If there was, then there was no atonement. This was not an inevitable move. E33 Meir M. Bar Escher and Ari Yakovsky, The New Dollar Ear Falaf Religion, Leiden, Brill, 2002. The presence of Christian ideas in later Islamic theology is hardly surprising. Many Christians converted to Islam, either out of conviction or under pressure. Conversion is a complex phenomenon. Some converts mark their conversion by exaggerated rejection of their former faith and public hostility to it. Others seek an accommodation with their former faith and attempt to retain elements of it used with their new faith. Much of what is commonly called heterodox Islam in the Middle East represents a significant fusion of Christian and Islam ideas. The once vast Christian presence in the Middle East did not totally vanish. Its spirit lived on in heterodox Islam. 34 As Khalidi rightly remarks, if some modern Western Christian scholars mam us against attaching overdue importance to the Quranic epithets of Jesus as Word and Spirit of God, in the Sufi texts these two epithets are absolutely central to the structure of his image. Indeed, the great Sufi master Ibn Arabi, D638/1240, invents a new honorific for him. The seal of the saints, Khatam al-Awliya, the Muslim Jesus, 41-42. 35 Mahmud Ayub, towards an Islamic Christology. 2. The death of Jesus, reality or illusion. The Muslim World 70. 1980 91 to 121. 154 Philip Alexander could have accepted the death of Jesus, but portrayed him as a righteous martyr, like some of the other prophets. 5th, like Enoch and Elijah in earlier Judaism, Jesus escaped from death and is bound up with the role assigned to him by God at the Ashhadu. This second coming of Jesus is, possibly, alluded to in the Quran at 43.61, and Jesus shall be a sign for the coming of the hour of judgment. Therefore have no doubt about the hour, but follow me. This is a straight way. 36 But under the direct influence of Christian eschatology, this role was elaborated in Hadith. Jesus will descend to the white minaret on the east side of Damascus and join the Mahdi in the wars against the Antichrist. Al-Maso Flow at Daji/. He will kill the Antichrist and lead both Jews and Christians to accept Islam. 37 The sources of the Jesus traditions in the Quran have been much debated. I am inclined to take a traditional view of the origin of the Quran, and to see it as indeed the work of Muhammad, as against the more radical theories. 38 My principal reason for this is the strong discontinuity I perceive between the Quran itself and the earliest Tafsir tradition. The Quran is famously elusive, and much of this elusiveness seems to have been as puzzling to the early Mufassirun as it is to us today. I find this very hard to explain it, as my late colleague Norman Calder argued, the Quran and Tafsir grew side by side. So, for the sake of the present argument, I am assuming that the sayings in the Quran were used by Muhammad in the Hijaz in the early 7th century, and the text we now have reasonably faithfully represents that early work. The surahs about Jesus and Mary include those traditionally assigned to both the Meccan and the Medinan periods of his life. If this is the setting of these Jesus traditions, then the question arises as to where Muhammad got them from. There clearly are Christian sources, but what can they be? The Quran is full of echoes of the Gospels, but there is no clear evidence of an Arabic rendering of the Gospels to which Muhammad could have had access, and it is more likely his knowledge of Christianity came from oral tradition, perhaps conveyed primarily by converts to Islam among his first followers. The famous miracles of the animation of the clay birds and Jesus speaking from the cradle show that Muhammad knew apocryphal traditions about the life of Jesus. These stories are paralleled in the Arabic infancy gospel, which probably goes back to a pre-Islamic Christian Arabic source, in turn derived from Syriac. 39 There is also a question as to the form or forms of Christianity Muhammad would have encountered in the Hijaz. Mecca was both 36 so Yusuf A2 translates, but the Arabic at the beginning of the verse is highly elusive and obscure. WA1 at I1 Mun Lissi IFJ. 37C. Example Sangha Muslim. Kitab al-Fitan. CH9. 41.6924. And CH18. 41.7015.
fucking cringy, dude.
38. See John Wansbrough. Quranic Studies, Sources and Methods of Scriptural Interpretation, Oxford University Press, 1977. 39. Arabic Infancy Gospel 36 and 46. F. Infancy Gospel of Thomas
Like
2.
if you're really down like shop, you're like, they got Down syndrome, right? That thing that makes them do all that shit. They got dance or whatever. Maybe he was laughing.
A center of pilgrimage and an important caravan city, on a trade route that ran from the Yemen up to Syria. It was not by any means close-eyed world, and tradition that Muhammad himself led caravans up into Syria, where he was said to have come in contact with Christian monks. But Mecca was far away from the great centers of Christian orthodoxy, and that its Christianity should have had unhorse is widely accepted as probable. Attention has focused on the Muhammad's possibly Docetic view of the death of Jesus, which I have already mentioned. Muhammad was also in contact with Judaism, though the form this Judaism took is also problematic. Note, for example, his famous claim, hard to explain, that Jews call Uzair, Ezra, a son of God, apparently in the same way as Christians call Christ Son of God. Q 9.30. It is obvious from a close reading of the Quran that Muhammad was fully aware of Jewish rejection of Jesus, and was carefully positioning himself over against that as much as he was positioning himself against Christianity. Some references are deeply suggestive. As we saw, when Jesus presented to the Jews clear signs of his prophethood, they reject them, saying, "This is nothing but evident magic." SINM Q 5.110. Exactly the same phrase is used again in the same context at Q 61.6. Mary is treated with a reverence and delicacy worthy of the most pious Christian. There is clearly an attempt to defend her on those who would impugn it. Obviously the Jews, who are accused of uttering against her a grave false slander. Q 4.156. The charge is not specified, but it takes little imagination to see it as the claim that Mary had been unchanged and that Jesus was born out of wedlock. Now I am not suggesting that these are direct allusions to the Talita, though the possibility cannot be ruled out that later Muslim commentators in elaborating these passages do know some version of the work. The accusation of sorcery is, as I have already noted, alluded to in the Gospels themselves, and the unjustity of Mary is implicit in the Talmud, B. Shabbat 104b. But it cannot be denied that these Quranic references constitute the framework within which see the to/Shadat down to the present day, and they are the reason why it is as offensive to them as to Christians. Muhammad's views on Jesus illustrate carefully he positioned himself vis-a-vis both Judaism and Christianity. He entered with gusto into the Jewish-Christian debate, but he did so in a way that avoided him decisively taking sides. Instead, he speared a middle course, exactly, so to speak, between the other two faiths, and negotiating a distinctive Muslim identity. It is a measure of his success that many within the two older traditions were inclined to see Islam as a heretical version of their own faith. My point can be graphically, if rather simplistically, represented by the following grid, in which Judaism is represented by the to/Shadat.
Check out the Patreon. Legion of Skanks was hating on it, dude. Really? Yeah. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I thought it was good. Or did I? Oh.
Jesus in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Jesus was Christianity, Judaism, Islam, virgin born, yes, no, yes, son of God, yes, no, no, a true prophet, yes, no, yes, a worker of miracles, yes, 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 truly died on the cross, yes, yes, no, buried, yes, yes, no, raised from the dead, yes, no, no, ascended to heaven, yes, no, yes, will return, yes. No, yes, it is hard reprising, given their prominence in the Quran, that the figures of Jesus and Mary should have retained an important position within Islam right down to the present day, and, as a direct result, for either a Christian or a Jew to convert to Islam means adopting not just a new attitude towards Muhammad, but also towards Jesus. A lively polemic was waged throughout the Middle Ages between Judaism and Islam, which mirrored the debates between Judaism and Christianity and Islam. We should see these debates always as triangular, as a trialogue between Judaism, Christianity and Islam. We should never consider the relationship between any two of the protagonists without considering their relationship to the third. Even when the third party is not mentioned, they are often there as an unseen presence, and should not be ignored. Islam posed a real threat to Judaism. Jewish scholars in Muslim lands were well acquainted with it, would have been able to read the Quran, and would have known the Muslim views of Jesus. Islam was attractive to Jews. Jewish scholars such as Sa'adi and Maimonides hugely admired the Islamic intellectual tradition, and the circle of Jewish Sufis in Egypt, led by members of the Rambam's family, had a very positive attitude towards Islamic religious practice. Add to this the constant danger that some zealous Muslim ruler, ignoring the status of the Jews as behemoths, would take it into his head to force conversion on the Jews within his domain. On the Muslim side, in the great debate with Judaism, Islamic apologists increasingly adopted the weapons which Christianity had used to prove itself over against Judaism. They appealed, for example, to the Jewish scriptures to prove that Muhammad was foretold, often applying to Muhammad key Christian proof texts for the messiahship of Jesus. A detailed refutation of this approach can be in Maimonides' epistle to the Yemen. The debate with Islam must increasingly have seemed to Jewish apologists like a rerun of the earlier debate with Christianity. It is also pertinent to note how prominently Christology figures in the trialogue between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The ditheistic and even Trinitarian tendencies in both Judaism and Islam should warn us not to separate the theologies of the three traditions into watertight compartments, and they suggest that the Toledo may have had work due not only against Christianity and Islam, but even against some forms of Judaism itself. The interplay of ideas was remarkably dynamic. There have been scattered claims in the past that some Muslim apologists before the Modem period knew the Talmud. William Horbury collects most of the suggestions that had been aired by the time he wrote his dissertation. They include Wab I.B. and Univich, a well-known tradent of /Sra I1 and possibly a Jew, who died around 730, Al-Ya'ij in the 9th century, Abd al-Jabbar in the late 10th, see above, and Samuel ibn Abbas, who was certainly a convert from Judaism, in the 12th. The references, it must be said, are suggestive rather than clear-cut, but, while it is difficult to prove that any of these Muslims knew the Talmud itself, I know of no manuscript of it in Arabic script. There can surely be little doubt that they knew the broad position it adopted, and even some off-traditions to which it attests. 40 No one has been really looking for this kind of evidence, and I suspect this handful of references is only the tip of the iceberg. It should be borne in mind that Muslim apologists were precluded by the Quran from using the Toledo as a weapon against Christianity. Here an interesting contrast can be drawn with early pagan anti-Christian polemics. In the early centuries of the church, pagans used Jewish rejection of Jesus as an argument against the truth of Christianity, and Celsus seems to have known some of the traditions incorporated into the Talmud. But this line of attack was not open to Muslim apologists, because the Quran had chosen to adopt a conspicuously respectful attitude towards Jesus. Summary and conclusions texts like the Toledo should, with its sharp, polemical tone, arise in situations where a community is under pressure and fighting for its identity, striving to draw boundaries, and to resolve confusion. Jews in the Arab world found themselves in just such a situation in the first few centuries after the rise of Islam. The emergence of the new order shook the old certainties, social and religious, blurred the boundaries between the faiths, and provoked religious controversy. The fight against the old enemy, Christianity, had to be renewed, but there was now a new enemy to be confronted in the shape of Islam. The Toledo originated as an anti-Christian tract in Aramaic in late antiquity. Its place of origin was probably the Ga island. The circles in which it originated may not have been rabbinic, though traditions similar to those it contained were known to the rabbis. 41 It gathered 40 Horbury. A critical examination, 260-19. For it is, perhaps, not been emphasized enough that the lack of correlation between the Toledat Yeshu and the Talmudic traditions about Jesus is as important as the overlap. It raises the possibility that the Toledat may not be in origin a rabbinic text. There are Jesus traditions. Together stories about Jesus, Mary, and the early disciples that have been circulating among Jews, some from at least the 2nd century, and, with one eye on the Christian Gospels, wove them into a Jewish anti-gospel. A version of this text was taken east where it was heavily reworked, and where it doubtless played a role in Jewish-Christian debate in late Sasanian Babylonia. The rise of Islam, far from making it redundant, gave it a new lease of life. It was translated into Judeo-Arabic, possibly in Egypt, and, along with more philosophical polemics, served once again to buttress a distinctive Jewish religious identity, not only against Christianity, but now also against Islam. With the precipitous decline of Christianity in the Muslim world from the 14th century onwards, it would inevitably have lost some of its appeal, because its usefulness in dialogue exclusively between Judaism and Islam is nowhere near as great as its usefulness in treatise/art between the Abrahamic faiths. But it was sparked back into life in the 19th century with the arrival from the West of aggressive Christian missions bent on making Jews in the Middle East followers of Jesus. In this short paper I would claim to have done no more than outline an hypothesis. To substantiate it would require much painstaking and detailed research. The recensions of the Toledat that emanate from the Islamic world, especially those written in Arabic, would need to be examined to see if they betray distinctiveness that could be related specifically to their Islamic milieu. Muslim-Jewish polemics would have to be scanned to discover if Jesus has a significant part to play in them. In particular, do Muslim views of Jesus and Mary in Quran, Hadith, Tafsir, and the other genres of Arabic literature contain anti-Jewish elements which might be aimed at rebutting the Toledat Yeshu, and so betray a knowledge of that work, or the traditions it contains. This research has barely begun and its outcome remains as yet unclear. What cannot be denied is that the Toledat Yeshu distances Judaism not just from the Christian gospel but from the Muslim gospel as well, and this means it plays a more complex role in the Islamic world than it does in the Christian West. In rabbinic literature which are absent from the Toledat, and vice versa, and those which are paralleled often contain important differences. In this context, 2 points gain in significance. The Toledat was popular among Karaites, and they may have played a role in transmitting it. This might suggest that they did not regard it as a rabbinite work. 2. There seems to have been an attempt in the Yemen to collect the rabbinic traditions about Jesus from the Talmud and other rabbinic sources, and weave them into a distinctively rabbinic anti-gospel, or very, a critical examination. 260-18. This may have recognized that the Toledat Yeshu was not a kosher rabbinic composition.
So apparently they're going to
The presence of named rabbis, e.g. Shimon ben Shettai, in some Toledat traditions, does not invalidate this claim, any more than the presence of rabbinic names in the Aramaic incantation bowls or the Hittite literature turns these into rabbinic compositions.
Learn from the master, right? But never outshine the master. So he's learning what Shop does, but he's doing another channel so that it's not.
Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshu * Suri Katan Grivet's introduction in an Aramaic poem composed in Byzantine Palestine in the late 5th century. Haman, the antagonist of the Purim story, converses with various other doomed biblical characters, Nimrod, Pharaoh, Amalek, Sisera, the lion, and Zerah the Ethiopian. By these men's punishments are recounted in the poem's rhyming dialogues, and throughout the many stanzas Haman asserts that the other men's violent fates were deserved, while his execution, hanging from the gallows, was unjust. But then Jesus chimes in. Do you really believe that you alone were crucified? I too share your lot. This does not stop by likening Haman's death on the gallows to his own crucifixion. He describes his death in gruesome detail. Nailed to a cross, my flesh slashed at handbreadth length. I am the son of one who carried wood, a carpenter. Pierced with nails, my limbs clamped into place. A barley eater is better off than me. This is the end of the pierced one. Disgraced in every town. 3. In addition to the physical pain of crucifixion, the nailing, the piercing, the slashed flesh, the clamped limbs. Jesus alludes to thanks to Peter Schiaver for encouraging to this subject and for helpful feedback on this article. To Michael Mearson for his help locating specific manuscripts and references in them. To Gabriel Wasserman, who pointed me to many sources, and on whose translations of Rav Enoch and Abraham Frankel I rely below, and to John Gasemi Chavel, Shira Billet, and Jonathan Greivitz for reading earlier drafts. The poem appears in Joseph Yaakov and Michael Sokoloff, eds, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic Poetry from Late Antiquity, Jerusalem, Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities, 1999, 204-19. For various interpretations of the poem's tone and details, see the footnotes in Yaakov and Soko 10ff as well as Joseph Yaakov, Poetry and Society in Jewish Galilee of Late Antiquity, Jerusalem, Ben-Zvi Institute, 1999, 57-59, Obermann's Manner, Gamiba 1's Ambivalence and the Christian Other in Aramaic Poems from Byzantine Palestine, in Jews in Byzantium, Dialectics of Minority and Majority Cultures, eds Robert A.D. Enfield et.al., Leiden. Brill, 2011. 831-45, Menahem Kister, Jewish Aramaic Poems from Byzantine Palestine and Their Setting, Tarvis 76, 2008 161-62, and 302, Haggett Sivan, Palestine in Late Antiquity, Oxford University Press. 2000, 152-55. I read the poem's tone as mocking and interpret it as biting parody. The translation of this poem is problematic at various places. I did hear the translation in Sivan, Palestine 152-53. 3 Sivan, Gibbon.
Clean the bathroom. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl off, so I quit.
Also, he's cleaning the bathrooms. I'm never cleaning a bathroom again, dude.
Yeah, you can't be like, shut up. No pushback at all from them? Like, were you fired or were you quit? That reminds me of that time I've talked about it before, where we had this guy come in, we were in 6th grade, and he talked about
163 Katan Greivitz, the embarrassment such a death caused him, paralleling the humiliation Haman endured as he paraded Mordecai around the streets of Shushan as a hero, and, later, his hanging on the gallows. Despite the dramatic, violent imagery and the emotional self-pity, Jesus' words contain a glimmer of self-mockery, too. In the middle of describing his execution, Jesus alludes to the irony of his situation. Lashed by rods, a woman born, they called me Christ. Jesus admits his human birth and his tortured death, and exclaims, ironically, that despite all this he was, foolishly, called Christ, the Savior. Read or performed on Purim. This poem presents Jesus as a latter-day Haman, forged antagonist of the Book of Esther, who is presented, on the one hand, as threatening the very existence of the Jews, and, on the other, as a fool who meets his all-too-deserved and shameful end at the gallows. Jesus is presented at once as an enemy of biblical proportions and also as the object of derision in this Purim poem. In the end, both men are humiliated and hanged, and the poet beseeches God to revive these miracles and bring, now, in these days, salvation to beloved children, just as once it was in Shushan the capital. 5. This poem is an early and particularly evocative example of the association, in the minds of Jews, between Haman and Jesus, but it was not the last. Another parody, more widespread and enduring, links these two characters as well. In many versions of Toledo, Yeshua, a set of Jewish parodies of Jesus' life, references to Haman and the Book of Esther are subtly intertwined into the narrative of the life of Jesus. In this article, I explore the ways in which the Lito issue employs tropes and images from the Book of Esther, and then I place these literary allusions into their broader social historical context, in which the holiday of Purim was linked with anti-Christian polemics and practices. It is my contention that a careful study of these literary allusions within their proper context permits us better to understand the aims of Toledo issue and its authors, as well as the way in which the text, were received by subsequent readers. The Book of Esther was simultaneously regarded by its Jewish readers as a factual historical narrative of events in the Persian Empire and as a parody of that empire and its leadership, and, later, as a prototype for Jewish triumph over their enemies. Point 6. The Toledo issue authors' allusions to the book suggest their intention to create a similarly dual genre, an accurate account of Jesus' life and a mockery of it. The link between the two texts is not merely one of genre. However, the argument of Toledo issue is more clearly discerned as well when for on the poem's liturgical use, see Yahalam and Sakalam, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic Poetry 204 FM. 5-7, Palestine, 148. 60. For example, Harold Fish's analysis of the Book of Esther, history and parody in poetry with a purpose, biblical poetics and interpretation, Bloomington, L&D, Indiana University Press, 1988, 8-14. On medieval Jewish interpretations of the story of Esther, see Barry Dobb WA1 Fish, Esther in Medieval Garb, Jewish interpretation of the Book of Esther in the Middle Ages, A1 Bainey. SUNY Press, 1993.
Why not admit to lips too? What's there to lose? It's hilarious if he admits it now. But he's a very stupid guy.
Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledo issue 161. Attention is paid to the allusions to Haman and the Book of Esther. Just as Haman posed a serious threat to the Jews during Persian times, Jesus and, by extension, Christianity, also represented an existential danger to new generations of Jews. The Toledo issue appears to insinuate. But Haman was ultimately defeated, and so too, the authors imply, Jesus and Christianity would be as well. Toledo issue thus functions simultaneously as a polemic against Christianity and as a story of encouragement to those Jews for whom Christianity appeared to be an insuperable threat. Moreover, Toledo issue's incorporation of elements from the Book of Esther might also reveal the text's communal function. I thus conclude my analysis with a tentative suggestion about the use of Toledo as a liturgical or preponitive text on Purim or at another time in the Jewish calendar. Toledo and the Book of Esther. It should be emphasized that I do not intend to argue that the Book of Esther is the only, or even the most important, text to which Toledo issue alludes. Toledo issue is filled with quotations and references to many biblical passages and stories, e.g. the story of Joseph, the relationship between Moses and Jethro, Moses' miracles, scattered verses from Psalms, Isaiah, etc., as well as rabbinic ideas, laws, and characters, e.g. humility in front of one's teachers, laws of Nida and Mamzer, the figure of Shimon ben Sheta, and post-rabbinic features, legends about Shimon bar Yitzhak bar Avon's son Elhanan, the schism between Nestorius and the Christians. Rather, the Book of Esther serves as one of many texts upon which Toledo issue draws in its presentation of Jesus' birth, life, and death, and interpreting these specific allusions yields fruitful results that further our understanding of the text as a whole. While the allusions employ specific motifs from the Book of Esther, they are also intended, I argue, to trigger a broader association with stories of Jewish engagement and of triumph. Finally, my argument about his use of tropes and imagery from the Book of Esther is not limited to a specific manuscript or manuscript group. As I will demonstrate, allusions to the Book of Esther appear in issue manuscripts I have examined from the different manuscript groups in Aramaic and Hebrew. Though the allusions are not the same in each version, there are several references to the Book of Esther in each text.
$10 million.
7 IU7 I have consulted the following manuscripts. Cambridge 35.87. Adler JTS 2529.1. Cambridge 35.8. Cambridge 298.56. Adler JTS 2529.2. St. Petersburg NL 105.9. JTS 6312. ST. Petersburg 274. Strasbourg BNU 3974. New York JTS 2221. Cambridge 557. New York JTS 1037. London Sassoon 793. Leipzig BH 17. Ox. Con. Hebrew 2407, Harvard 57, Philadelphia 361, and Amsterdam HSROS 442. I have not checked the Yiddish and Arabic manuscripts.
It's is this really Cain Velasquez eating a raspado in San Jose? Kick legs. Pretty awesome. I think you'd be surprised, right?
Oh, he's on a pony.
Yeah, he's on a pony.
Joe guy. That's cool. That's I like that. Bald as fuck. He's hungry.
Taladat Yeshua as a generic term for the various manuscripts that are available. Below, see my footnotes for the particular manuscript that I cite in each case. Just as the Aramaic poem above links Haman and Jesus through their similar deaths, so too Taladat Yeshua draws a parallel between Yeshua's crucifixion and the hanging of Haman. Taladat Yeshua, however, beyond simple analogies between hanging and crucifixion and preserves a tradition about Haman's hanging that in an Aramaic Targum of the Book of Esther and other Midrashic collections. S. In Taladat Yeshua, Yeshua is crucified on a cabbage stalk. 9. For example, in Strasbourg BNU 3974, each tree upon which Yeshua is hanged breaks, until a cabbage stalk is brought and he is hanged on it instead. \0 the text reads, when they brought Yeshua to be hanged on a tree, it would break, because the ineffable name was with him. And when the fools, Yeshua's followers, saw that the trees broke beneath him, they thought that this happened because of his righteousness, until they brought him the stalk of a cabbage. For when he was alive, he knew that it was the custom of Israel to hang him, and he knew that he would die and at the end they would hang him on a tree. So he arranged through the ineffable name that no tree should accept him. But to the stalk of cabbage he did not say the ineffable name, for it is not a tree but a plant, and so he did not consider it an option for his crucifixion. Thus he rose to heaven, on a cabbage stalk. The image of trying to find the proper tree on which to crucify Yeshua resembles a tradition in the second Targum of Esther, in which various trees, the vines, wild fig,
I
olive,
just think it's crazy not to do a
citron, myrtle, oak, pomegranate, give excuses for why they cannot be used for Haman's hanging.
Not even doing a joke. Like,
One eye, for example, the vine declares, I am unable to bear that he be hanged on my top, because from me wine is taken for oblation. And the olive tree chimes in, I would not be able to bear it if he were hung on my top, because from me the oil for the lampstand is taken. And the pomegranate tree argues, were he to be hung on my top, I would not be able to bear it. Righteous are compared to me. Finally, the cedar suggests that Haman and his 10 sons be hung on the same gallows that 8 Beamer Gross fell. The Targum Shini of the Book of Esther, a critical edition based on MS Sassoon 282 critical apparatus, New York, Sefer Henan Press, 1994, 66-7. Idem. The 2 Targums of Esther, translated, with apparatus and notes, Collegeville, Minnesota. Liturgical Press, 1991, 180-83. A number of Midrashim contain parallels of the Haman story, Avigaurian 7, P41F, Panamacherim 11, P77, S. Raf, 9:2, X, S7:9, P60, X,
You can talk about one guy 10 minutes a week.
514p58.
At the end of 10 years, then you just keep doing it for another 10.
Number
Yeah.
1054.
I was just going to say,
For a
at least
comparison
once
of the
a week you get
versions,
10 minutes.
see Grossfeld, the two Targums of Esther,
Sorry, once again.
213 to 16,
Once a week.
Table
It's like,
12.
you talk about your eye.
9. Much has been written on this peculiar detail of the cabbage stalk.
That was
Or
right
two
there,
interesting
and
pieces
I
and
showed
more
him that. I was
bibliography.
pissed while you were
See
talking.
Hillel.
I'm like, what the fuck? Is he not
Newman,
gonna cry?
The Death of
Is he
Jesus
really
in the
not gonna cry?
Taladat
I
Yeshua.
didn't get emotional.
Literature,
I didn't realize that you did the
JTS
10 minutes
50,
a week thing.
1959 to 79, and Michael Mearson's article in this volume.
Yeah. You almost did it.
10 parallels in JTS 2221, Cambridge 557, JTS 1030, Sasson 793, Leipzig BH 17, Ox, Con, and 2407, OPP at 4145, Harvard 57, and Philadelphia 361.
So we'll put like
11. David Weil notes this parallel between Taladat Yeshu and both Midrash Esther Rabbah and the Targum Shini as well. See his article Counter History and Jewish Polemics Against Christianity. The SE/ER Taladat Yeshu and the Sefer Zerubbabel. Jewish Social Studies 6, 1999. 135.
That's what I said, because we had like a group chat with his wife, because I wanted her to see, him and her to see this. So her and I'm
Haman
like,
prepared
so I
for
said,
Mordecai. 12. In Midrash Esther Rabbah, it is not the cedar on which Haman is hung, but a mere thorn bush. These two passages from Taladat Yeshu and the second Targum of Esther are identical. Yeshu uses magical means, the ineffable name that he stole from the temple and sewed into his thigh, to avert his crucifixion, causing each tree to break beneath his body's weight. In the end, though, rather than being spared, Jesus is hanged in the most humiliating fashion, on a cabbage stalk. In the Haman episode, it is not Haman who outtweets the trees, as in the Jesus tale, but the trees that cleverly avoid being desecrated with Haman's body. It is the cedar tree, or the thorn bush, finally, that finds the perfectly ironic to hang Haman on the gallows he himself built. Despite the differences, the stories share a common theme, the difficulty of identifying a tree to hang the culprit. While the particular trees are different in the two cases, in both narratives, the type of tree used is of utmost importance to highlight the added humiliation of their deaths. This trope of tree selection links the two stories and, thus, Haman and Jesus. 13. Indeed, the version preserved in one Yemenite manuscript of Taladat Yeshu, Jerusalem JNULB 32-4 equals 15, explicitly connects these two narratives of tree selection. The text explains that they stood to hang him, Jesus, on a tree, and that evil one cursed all the trees so that they would not accept him, as Haman the Agagite did, and each tree upon which they hung him broke immediately. 1412 Grossfeld, the Targum Shini, 66 to 67, Idem, the two Targums of Esther, 180 to 83. The stories about Haman and Jesus might be loosely based on Jotham's parable in Judges 9. There, Jotham tells a parable to the citizens of Shechem about trees that try to appoint a king for themselves. They approach the olive tree, but the olive tree does not want to relinquish its oil in order to rule over the others. The fig tree, too, does not want to give up its fruit, and the vine refuses to give up its wine. Finally, the tom bush, hardly a tree, agrees to become king if the refuge in its shade. If not, they will all be consumed by fire. 13. Sivan discusses another Purim poem that associates Haman with Jesus and alludes to these parallel traditions about the trees. The poem is found in Yahalom and Sokolat, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic poetry, 183 to 87, Ayat 29. In the poem, each tree refuses to give its wood for Haman and Jesus' hanging/crucifixion. See the discussion in Sivan, Palestine, 149 to 50. 14. Emphasis added. In addition to this particular manuscript's explicit reference to Haman, The Aramaic Targum of Esther might reference Jesus as well. A peculiar turn of phrase in the second Targum of Esther's account of the disputing trees, at least as it is preserved in certain manuscripts, makes reference to Ben Pandora, a name used for Jesus in Toledo issue and elsewhere. After begging Mordecai, in vain, to spare his life, Haman begins lamenting and weeping for himself in the midst of the palace garden, crying, "Listen to me, you trees and plants, which one have planted from the earliest times." Grossfeld, the two Targums of Esther, 180. Perhaps the image of Haman praying and weeping in the garden is an allusion to Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, e.g. Luke 22:39-46. Before the parable of the trees begins, the narrative interjects a line that is difficult to translate. Devarkim data Bae Lemizak Eli Alexandria Devar Pander, Itkin Shakula Uetza, Grossfeld, the Targum Shini, 66. Translation and notes in the 7 Woe Targums Esther, 180-81. References to Alexandria and Ra are problematic, and have been interpreted in various ways, as Grossfeld points out. Legend reads Haman's desired destination not as Alexandria, i.e. Alexandria, but
Yes. Now I'm back in. That was awesome.
Dude, I love it. It may have looked like a bit. I think he is genuinely disappointed about
164 Sarit Ketan Gribets beyond the CONF-lated details of the executions of Haman and Yeshua, Toledo. Yeshua's language and terminology describing its central characters also recall the Book of Esther and associated traditions. For instance, Toledo. Yeshua refers to Yeshua as Yeshua Harisha, perhaps a play on the name Haman Harisha. This name is not actually used in the Book of Esther, but it appears in rabbinic literature and frequently in post-classical midrashim. .ls in one manuscript, Sasson 793, Yeshua is called Hadarur Yeshua and Yeshua Hadarur, perhaps an allusion to the phrase Arur Haman used to describe Haman in the Palestinian and Babylonian Talmuds and other rabbinic texts. 16. The phrase Arur Haman was also appended to rather, according to a variant reading, understands Alexandria, MS Sasson 282, as a nasalized version. The Greek Isidra, a vestibule, or covered hall, that is, an exedra. In such an exedra, musicians would sit and play their drums so as not to hear the hanging of the person outside.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Pander, in this reading, refers to musical instruments. In this case, Haman expresses his wish to room, rather than to be the one hanged. Another interpretation reads the phrase as the son of Hamhatha wanted to go up to Alexandria, Egypt, where the son of Pandora, that is, Jesus, was. While the first explanation is more often understood as the correct, original meaning, it is telling that certain manuscripts preserve a reading that is most easily deciphered as a reference to Jesus. Beyond associating Haman's death with Jesus, there is another subtle allusion to the relationship between Haman and Jesus in the Targum Shini. When Haman is introduced into the text of the Targum at 3:1, his full genealogy is traced all the way back to Esau, who was already associated with Rome and Christianity by the time of the Targum's composition. The Targum might allude to the idea that Haman and Jesus/the Christians are related not only metaphorically but also genealogically. See Grossfeld's discussion of Haman's genealogy in the two Targums of Esther, 140, 143-44, and 211. Unification of Esau with Rome and Christianity. See Gershon Cohen. Esau as symbol in early medieval thought. In his collection of essay studies in the variety of rabbinic cultures, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1991. 243-9. Dinter Stemberger. Die Vierteilungrams in der Rabbinisken Literatur. In Henry 19.2, EDS Hildegard Temporini and Hasse, Berlin L. New York. Waiter de Gruder, 338-96. Carol Bacco's modification to Cohen's analysis in Ishmael on the border. Rabbinic portrayals of the first Arab, Albany, SUNY Press, 2006, 63-4, and Burton Vysotsky's analysis of Esau and Edom in Leviticus Rabbah. Vysotsky, Bells and Pomegranates, Studies in Midrash Leviticus Rabbah, Tuvention. Morsabek, 2003, 154-72. 15 Yeshua Harisha appears in the majority of Toledot Yeshua manuscripts that I consulted, including Strasbourg BNU 3974. It's 2221. Cambridge 557. In the Aramaic fragment Cambridge 35.87. It is Yeshua URGA. It's 1037 and Ox. God. At 2407. OPP at 4145. Call Yeshua Rasha and Sasson and Leipzig BH17 Harisha and D Philadelphia BA 361. Both of these. For rabbinic references to Haman Harisha C. Y Megillah 1:60,4/4. Y Megillah 3:64. Il. B. Megillah Lob. B. Pesahim 1:17a. Masikate Sophrim 21:2. Exodus Rabbah 31. Leviticus Rabbah 11. 13:27,28. Ruth Rabbah. Esther Rabbah 6:10. Lamentations Rabbah 3:33. The epithet Hamhara is used in the book of Esther at 7:6. The epithet Harisha is also used for some other characters deemed evil in rabbinic literature. For example, Balaam, E.J. M. Avot 5:17. B. Birahat 7a. Avot the Rabbi Nathan A. Chapter I, in which the snake and Titus are also called Harisha. Tumas Rufus. B. Baba Batraloa, Nebuchadnezzar, B. Birahat 55 BF, Esau, B. Gideon 66B, Nimrod, B. Haggai 13A, Adrian, YP 720, Il, but it appears particularly associated with Haman as early as this literature, but certainly later even more so. 16 The Palestinian Talmud mandates, in the name of Rav, that the lines Arur Haman Arurim Banav must be recited on Purim. Y Megillah 3:5.7. Genesis Rabbah 49:1 seems to indicate that the line cursed is Haman was declared each time Haman's name was read from the book of Esther on Purim. The term Arur is also used to describe Haman in B. Megillah 7b.
He might be homeless as fuck, dude. Let's see here. This is
the famous Payat Joshanat Yaakov, which was recited in many communities on Purim after the recitation of the book of Esther. H. Similarly, the way in which Toledot Yeshua describes Miriam, Yeshua's mother, reminds the reader of the main character in the story. Miriam is in the beginning of the narrative in JTS 2221 as yes/A2AR nearly identical words used to depict Esther's beauty in Esther 2:7. Yes/A2AR Vito Vatmar 18. In addition to commenting on Miriam's beauty in a way similar to the description of Esther's beauty, one manuscript also identifies Miriam as belonging to the tribe of Benjamin. Like Esther, Esther 2:5.19. Both women are described as Betulat, virgins. 20 additional tropes from the book of Esther, letter sending, fasting and praying for 3 days before approaching a royal figure, are also employed in the text of Toledot Yeshua. In the longest Aramaic fragment of Toledot Yeshua, Cambridge 35.87, Tiberius Caesar asks John the Baptist and Yeshua about their occupations. The men answer that they are the sons of God. They heal the sick, resurrect the dead, even cause virgins to conceive. To demonstrate his magical abilities, Yeshua causes the Caesar's daughter to conceive and even promises to custom make the embryo male or female according to the Caesar's request. During the 9 months of pregnancy, Pilate keeps the 2 men, Yeshua and John the Baptist, bound. And the Jews find themselves in a great deal of distress at the prospect that Yeshua's miracle will come to fruition and Israel's accusations against him will be proven false. Our Joshua ben Perea sends letters to all of the provinces in which the Jews dwell declaring a 3-day fast, and the people follow the rabbi's instructions for fear that Jesus' miracle will occur and they will suffer potentially devastating consequences. In another manuscript, Leipzig BH 17, the Jews are instructed by Queen Helen to review 17 on the Payat Joshanat Yaakov. See Abraham Frankel's article, Asher Hini Yatzol Doda Michelle Birika Mitwiatet, HTTP URL. February 23, 2011. 18 Ox. God. At 2407. OPP at 4145, as Yefat OAR Yefat Marat, Strasbourg BNU 3974 as Yapa Marat, perhaps a contraction of the longer phrase. The text is ambiguous enough that the description could compellingly be applied to either Miriam or Joseph grammatically and conceptually, but given the reading of JTS 2221 and the sentence structure, I am inclined to read it as a description of Miriam. Leipzig BH 17 has Yefat 2AR and Amsterdam HSROS 442. Uldreich proclaims that Esther was Yefat Mar Admi Odi. 19 Amsterdam HSROS 442. Uldreich notes that Miriam was from the tribe of Benjamin in the same sentence that it mentions Miriam's beauty. 20 Esther is described as a Bolat along with all of the other girls vying for the king in Esther 2:3, a term certainly associated with Miriam, e.g. Philadelphia 361. The term Bichulat also refers to other women in the Bible, to Rebecca in Genesis 24:16. Who is also identified as beautiful like Esther and Miriam, women of Yach Gilead in Judges 21:12, Tamar in 2 Samuel 13:2, Abishag in I Kings I2. Other references use the term to refer to a category of women, rather than to specific characters. I am not arguing that the term is reserved exclusively and Miriam, but term, because of its association with both women, links them in this way, too.
Literally, he's like, I like to choke people and fucking beat them.
It is a nicer way of saying I'll rip your neck off.
Yeah,
like we always said.
You're a barking tiger at my fucking dragon. Something like that.
Now we're not gonna get anywhere because I'm gonna be super difficult. Oh, and that's why we're here, isn't it? Yes! Yeah. Yes! I love that. Yeah, that's why you done that, been there. There's that.
166 Sarik and Dryheads had crucified years earlier or faced death.
Exposed to yet.
I mean,
21 Arjuta the year is chosen for the task of identifying the 3 pieces of wood, but before he agrees to uncover the place of their burial, he makes a request of the queen. Give me 3 days, and I will fast and pray to God. At the conclusion of the 3 days, the text describes how the rabbis came before the queen, Ve'ahibayim Hashlashi, and led her, through seemingly magical means, to the exact spot of Yeshua's cross. Our Joshua ben Perea's actions, sending letters and declaring a fast to last 3 days, and our Judah the elder's steps, fasting and praying for 3 days prior to appearing before the royal figure, allude to Esther's actions as well as Mordecai's communication with the Jewish people. At the end of chapter 4 of the book of Esther, to Esther's unannounced visit at the king's palace, Esther declares a 3-order to evoke God's sympathy, Esther 4:16. Esther, like our Judah the elder, appears before the king on the 3rd day, Esther 5:Ve'ahibayim Hashlashi, precisely the same language used in the story of the finding of the cross. Point 22 later, Mordecai sends letters to all of the Jews in the empire informing them about Haman's downfall and encouraging them to fight back on the day intended to mark their destruction. Esther 8:8-11. Other elements of Toledo. Yeshua's narrative might also invoke or evoke aspects of the narrative of the book of Esther, especially in conjunction with the clearer allusions, though these next examples are not as direct as the parallels discussed above. The beginning of Toledo. Yeshua's narrative resembles the book of Esther's first few chapters. After brief introductions, both texts open their narratives with highly sexualized scenes. In Toledo, Yeshua's conception entails a detailed story of rape or depending on the manuscript. Point 23 according to Ms. Strasbourg BNU 3974. For example, Miriam, in a state of ritual impurity and betrothed to Yohanan, is raped by Joseph in the middle of the night and thereby conceives Yeshua. In the book of Esther, the king hosts a party and requests the presence of his wife, Vashti. Rabbinic sources explain that he asked that she arrive naked. Point 24 Vashti refuses the king's invitation, a fatal decision, and the king conducts a search for a new queen. Despite obvious differences in details, in both texts the women, Miriam, according to all but one manuscript. 21 In many versions of Talmud Yeshua, as in the book of Esther, a woman is in a position of royal power. Strasbourg BNU 3974 explicitly states that Queen Helen ruled Israel, while Esther is married to King Ahasuerus. Though subtle, the parallel female royal figures also connect TV with the story of Esther. See Leipzig BH 17, Ox. Cobb. At 2407, OPP at 4145, Cambridge 557, and JTS 1037, in which Queen Helen governs the entire land. 22 The phrase Ve'ahivam Hashlashi occurs a few other times in the Hebrew Bible as well. Genesis 34:25, 40:20, Exodus 19, 16, 2 Samuel 1:2, 18. But the context of the book of Esther provides the closest parallel to the scenario described in Talmud Yeshua. 23 Most manuscripts depict a rape scene, though the Uldrich version presents Mary as promiscuous. 24 H. Megillah 12b.
About the idea of moving up to 154 pounds and trying to capture my feelings about a certain song from Encanto. If everyone's vaping, I might
And Vashti decline aggressive sexual maneuvers, but ultimately do not succeed. Vashti is killed and is raped. What happens next in the two narratives is also similar. Yeshua, as a child, is described passing the gate of the synagogue or house of study, where the rabbis sit. At the gate, he acts disrespectfully to the rabbis, causing them to publicize the identity of his real father and thus setting Yeshua on his path toward heresy. Point 25 The text elaborates on Yeshua's insolence. Rather than walking bent over, with his face covered, Yeshua strides proudly, standing up impudently and not greeting any of the rabbis, as the text deems appropriate. Most egregiously, according to the text, Yeshua recites Halakha from Masikate Nezikin. Yeshua not only acts disrespectfully, but through his behavior he challenges the authority of the rabbis. 26 The rabbis declare that Yeshua is violating the rabbinic prohibition that declares, one who expounds Halakha before his teacher deserves the death penalty, foreshadowing his death and claiming that Yeshua deserved his crucifixion because of his disrespect for rabbinic authority. Book of Esther also provides a story of act disrespectfully of authority, and even conspire to depose that authority at a gate. Immediately following Esther's entry into the royal palace as the king's new companion, Mordecai is described sitting at the palace gates. Esther 2:21. There, he overhears two men, Bigthan and Teresh, conspiring to kill the king. The conversation is reported and both men are hanged for their plot. Esther 2:23. Both texts tell similar stories, but from different vantage points. In the former, Yeshua's threat to the rabbi's authority at the gate of the house of study, their palace, is presented as the reason for his eventual death, hanging and crucifixion, while in the latter, the king's eunuchs also threaten the king's authority through their assassination plot. which they reveal in front of King's Palace gates, and therefore are killed, also by hanging. I would propose that the accumulation of these parallels serves not only to highlight specific motifs, but also to relate the overall narrative themes of the twos. The passages from Strasbourg BNU 3974, while other manuscripts place the scene in various locations such as the market, E. G. Leipzig BH17 and Ox. Cod. Have 2407 OPP at 4145. For the Sanhedrin, Harvard 57, several manuscripts do not include a section on Yeshua's sins. 26 in several manuscripts, e.g. Strasbourg BNU 3907, Yeshua reverses the hierarchy between himself and the rabbis by referring to the biblical story of Jethro and Moses. Who was the teacher and who was the student, Jethro or Moses? Asks Yeshua. Yeshua describes how Moses was considered the most illustrious of prophets and the greatest of all sages. Indeed, Deuteronomy declares that no greater prophet arose in Israel, and yet Jethro was older and taught Moses the ways of the world when he imparted to his son-in-law the details of a system of judges. Thus both men, Jethro and Moses, were each other's teachers and students, blurring the hierarchy between instructor and instructed. Yeshua uses this interpretation of scripture to declare that he has the authority to teach the rabbis even though he is their student's teacher, just as Moses was Jethro's teacher. Just as Jethro was able to teach Moses and the reverse, so too, according to Yeshua's reasoning, Yeshua does not only need to learn from the rabbis but is also able to teach his rabbis halakha and thus act in a less than deferential fashion towards them. Yeshua's disregard for social and religious hierarchy is interpreted as dangerous and one of the causes of his downfall.
And you can't sell Torah. I can't sell
168 Zarif Katman Grigat's Book of Esther to Taladat Yeshua. The presentations of Jesus as a Haman-like figure and the devout Jews as comparable to Esther and Mordecai allude to the gravity of the threat Taladat Yeshua's authors perceives in Jesus, and, by extension, Christianity. Haman sought physically to destroy the Jews, young and old, babies and women. As the Book of Esther puts it, Esther 3:13, 8:5. Jesus of the canonical Gospels, of course, desired nothing of the sort. But for Taladat Yeshua's authors, we might soonest, the Jewish community was at risk. Christianity represented an existential threat to Judaism, whether because of the threat of Christian violence, or, ironically, because of the allure of Christianity. On the one hand, Jesus' followers, the Christians, seem to be destroying Judaism through hostility. The Jewish community is often threatened with death because of their unwillingness to accept Jesus. On the other hand, Jesus' followers blur the lines between Judaism and Christianity by attracting, unwitting, Jews to the Christian faith. Another bone of danger to the Jewish community that posed a threat to the survival of the Jews as Jews. 7 in both cases. However, the authors of Taladat Yeshua were determined to battle the threat or draw of Christianity through polemicizing against the faith and, especially, its central figure Jesus. The parallels relating to the Jews' sense of insecurity, especially the dissemination of letters and the 3-day fast, highlight this association. The link between the story of Christianity's founding and the story of Purim has a dual nature. It at once reflects the sense of Christianity's threat felt by the authors and is a tool of the polemic. The readers are meant to associate the two enemies. However, the association with the threat of Haman implies that the threat is not insuperable. Rather, the Taladat Yeshua authors seem to be suggesting the peril of Christianity has been or can be overcome just as Esther, Mordecai, and Jews of Shushan triumphed Haman and his evil plot to decimate the Jewish people. 28. The text takes seriously the present power of Christianity, and often satirical counter-narrative that might have emboldened those readers who lived in a Christianized Roman Empire, and, later, in Christian Europe. A scribal error in one manuscript reveals that the allusions to the Book of Esther 27. Some versions of Taladat Yeshua provide an antidote to this second type of threat. A narrative is constructed in which Paul/Simon Peter works as a double agent to finalize the parting of the ways between the two religions. Different versions of this narrative are found in Strasbourg BNU 3974, it's 2221, Cambridge 557, London Sasson 793, Leipzig BH 17, Ox,
He's not a whiskey guy anymore.
and 2407, and
also
4145, 57, Philadelphia 361, and Amsterdam HSROS 442. John G. Gager's article in this volume discusses this tradition extensively. 28. One form of triumph proposed in some Taladat issue manuscripts is the final schism between the Jews and the Christians, brought about by Paul. Another, less explicit form of victory is the uncovering of Jesus' true life story as it is recounted in Taladat issue itself. Some of the account is told in earnest, as the historical biography of Christianity's central figure. But the true story itself, Taladat Yeshu authors propose, and highly ironic in its details, proving even more emphatically that Jesus and the religion that emerged from him are not to be taken seriously by Jews. In addition, the connection between the Book of Esther and Taladat Yeshu reinforces the farcical picture the authors of Taladat Yeshu paint of Jesus.
Brenda's not here, number one. Well, we didn't know about this until this morning. I don't know why, but it's okay. It's fine. We can carry the weight. Shab is not here. History in the making. First, golden hour
And when codified, the Book of Esther and Taladat Yeshu 169 probably did full of encouragement. In one section of the text, when the Jews attempt to separate fully from Christianity and pray to God, asking for sufficient strength in their hearts to act bravely in challenging times, the scribe refers, mistakenly, to God as the God of Esther. Upon noticing his error, the scribe crossed out the word Esther and replaced it with Israel 29, even though the final text does not contain an explicit reference to or citation of the Book of Esther. The story of the Jews' persecution and eventual victory during the time of Haman was apparently so present in the mind of the scribe as he copied the text of Toledo. Yeshua he accidentally referred to his God not as the God of Israel but as the God of Esther. Purim and anti-Christianity, the scribe's mistake, confusing the God Oklos real with the God of Esther is not surprising. Toledo, Yeshua's allusions to the Book of Esther are best understood in a broader historical context, in which the paradigm of the Purim story was applied to present circumstances. The celebration of Purim oftentimes included anti-Christian practices, and the figure of Haman frequently became a prototype for Christian villains. The association between Haman, Jesus, Purim, and anti-Christianity can be found as early as the late 4th or early 5th century, and its various forms through the medieval period and beyond. The association between Purim and anti-Christianity, thus, was common to the numerous historical contexts into which the compositions of Toledo, Yeshua, regardless of the precise dating of the various traditions in and the numerous versions of Toledo, Yeshua, 3029 Jerusalem Skaken 04088, wage and sale. 30 The dating of Taladat Yeshua's traditions and versions has been the subject of much debate. Estimates range from the 2nd century to the 9th century or later. See Samuel Krause, Das Leben Jesu Nachtitis in Quellen, Berlin, Cavalry, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Holmes, 1994, William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Toledo Yeshua, PhD Disc, Cambridge University, 1970, Ricardo Disani, Matredizaioni Testual dal Toledo Yeshua, Manuscritti, Edizioni Stampa Classificazione, La Racina Mental di Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100, idem. /Vangelo dal Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, Yaakov Deutsch, Toledat Yeshua in Christian Eyes, Reception and Response to Toledat Yeshua in the Middle Ages and the Early Modern Period, Law Thesis, The Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 1997 in Hebrew, Idem, New Evidence of Early Versions of Toledat Yeshua, Tarb J 69, 2177 to 97, in Hebrew. See also the brief summaries in Newman, The Death of Jesus, 59 to 63, and Daniel St. An Ancient List of Christian Festivals in Toledat Yeshua, Polemics as Indication for Interaction, HTR 102, 2009 485, and Michael Sokolov's Linguistic Analysis of the Aramaic Fragments, in his article in this volume. I follow Peter Schooliefer with Redating the Toledat Yeshua collection. See his article in this volume, in which he identifies the earliest written form or recension of a composition called Toledat Yeshua to somewhere between the 7th and 9th centuries and cautions against assuming an earlier dating based on isolated traditions. Moreover, I do not imply that the association between Purim and anti-Christianity in late antiquity and the
the most confident, important podcaster in history.
But, he's more unbearable now, but back then he was pretty cool.
173 Katan Rivetz Haman was a particularly appropriate biblical villain to compare with Jesus because of the similarities of their recorded punishments, hanging and crucifixion, and they hanged Haman on the gallows. Esther 7:10, and they crucified him. Mark 15:25, John 19:18.
Let's see here. Okay,
These
so
acts,
this one's a
after all, appear very much the same. In both cases, the victim dies while hanging upright in public. Moreover, crucifixion is often referred to as a type of hanging in Roman and Christian sources. There does not seem to have been much of a distinction in late antiquity. Point 3L beyond the visual and conceptual similarities. A verbal association appears in Greek and Latin renditions of Haman's death, in which Haman is depicted as crucified. 32 as early as the Septuagint, Esther 7:9, 1617, and Josephus, AJ 11.246, 261, 266, 267, 280. The term storo is used in hanging. 33 in Latin sources. 2. Haman's execution is translated using the language of crucifixion. Cruciem in Jerome's commentary on Galatians' medieval period manifested itself in the same ways at all times. This would be too simplistic an argument and would ignore changing historical, cultural, and polemical circumstances. See, for example, Katrin Kogman-Appel's compelling analysis visual depictions of the hanging of Haman in Jewish medieval manuscripts from the I-260s to 1270s, and the way in which the artists invoked and subverted Christian imagery of the Tree of Life and the Tree of Jesse that was particular to those very decades in order to convey historically specific polemical messages. Kogman-Appel, The Tree of Death and the Tree of Life, the hanging of Haman in medieval Jewish manuscript painting, in between the picture and the word, manuscript studies from the Index of Christian Art, and Hurihain, University Park PA, the Pennsylvania State University Press, 2005, 187 to 208. What I do argue, though, is that from late antiquity through the medieval period, Purim was associated, in various ways, with anti-Christian sentiment, and that Toledat Yeshua's allusions to the Book of Esther were invoked and interpreted by authors and readers in their particular contexts. For example, the references to Esther might have resonated differently to those in early medieval Lyon, in a climate of relative Jewish freedom, and to Jews in later periods, particularly in the more violent times of the Crusades and especially the 13th century. The relationship between Jews and their Christian neighbors was continuously evolving and changing. At times, the invocation of the story of Esther and Haman might have alluded to the sense that Jews were overcoming the pressures of Christianity, while at other times the same references might have reflected a longing for such triumph or hope for eventual success and salvation, as unlikely as it seemed at those difficult moments. Though the scope of this paper, it would be interesting to plot each manuscript's allusions to the Book of Esther and see if any chronological or geographical patterns emerge in the way in which Haman and the story of Purim are invoked within the texts of Taladat Yeshua. 31 Libby 1.26 48.13.7 Ulpianus Ibro Septimo de Officio Proconsulis 48.19.38 Paulus Libro Quinto Cententurum. See Mearson's article in this volume and the discussion in Cogminopel, The Tree of Death, 187 and 191. 32 The deaths of Haman and Jesus can also be connected linguistically through references in the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. In the Book of Esther, Haman is hanged al-ha-ets, that is, on a tree, wood, or gallows, also wood. Esther 7:10, Jesus, too, dies on a wooden cross. In fact, in Galatians 3:13, Paul quotes the verse from Deuteronomy 21:23, "Cursed is he who hangs on a tree," al-ets, in reference to Jesus' crucifixion. The same Hebrew word, ets, is used to describe the manner of Jesus' death and Haman's hanging. Both are hung al-ets. To readers familiar with these biblical passages, the association is clear. 3 T.C.G. Thornton, The Crucifixion of Haman and the Scandal of the Cross, JTS 37, 1986 421. The Greek, JTO is a cross or instrument for crucifixion.
You fucking bastard. And I sit like this too with the chair. You should start making up financial things I have. You're like, he's 80,000 in debt for college. He has to literally, and then something crazy like he sells the flowers on the freeway. He gives out flowers.
Yeah. My he's 71 million years old. He's every weekend as a clown for UCB in order to make ends meet. And it really fucked me up. Not gonna lie. All right, let's the last one. Thank motherfucking God, dude. This one's called Papa Still at Punchline
Hanged
Assassin.
and Crucified,
Posted by
the Booker and Taladat Yeshua 171:313. Ernim and Ernsi in the Vulgate's translation of the Book of Esther at 5:17:8:7:9:25. Examples appear also in Paulinus of Nola, Liberius of Lyons, Isidore of Seville, Rabanus Morus, Sulpicius Severus. 34 Thus the two forms of penalty, hanging and crucifixion, were contemplated such that Haman is described as crucified, and, eventually, associated with Jesus' death on the cross. A medieval piet recited on the fast of Esther, the day preceding Purim, captures the image poetically in 4 short words. Nehembeninav Nitlutzluvim, the belligerent one, Haman, and his offspring were hanged crucified. 35 An early Lodom Yiddish alternative title of Salito. Yeshua, 44 Mays Toll, the story of the hanged one, encapsulates the opposite phenomenon, that is, presenting Jesus as hanged, like Haman, rather than Haman crucified, like Jesus. 36 As early as the 5th century, there is evidence of anti-Christian rituals performed by Jews on Purim inspired, perhaps, by earlier traditions linking Haman and Jesus through the image of crucifixion. 37 and 408, Emperor Theodosius XI banned the Jews from burning an effigy of Haman on Purim. 38 The law reads, the governors of the provinces shall prohibit the Jews, in a certain ceremony of their festival Aman in commemoration of some former punishment, from setting fire to and burning a simulated appearance of the Holy Cross, lest they should associate the sign of our faith with their rebels. They should restrain their rights from bringing Christian law into contempt. They will certainly what has been permitted to them up until now unless they refrain from unlawful actions. 39 The text of the law indicates that certain Jews, how many, we do not know, but enough to garner the attention of the emperor, performed a ceremony to commemorate Haman's hanging that entailed reenacting the scene of his
I
death.
am going to go to sleep. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I'm actually
Whether
gonna
the
go to
Purim
dinner.
ritual only appeared anti-Christian because the burning of the effigy resembled the burning of the cross, or whether it was actually intended to ridicule and offend Christianity is unclear. A few years before Theodosius'
You're tired too, right?
decree,
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I'm
Socrates,
still
the
keep
5th
alive.
century Byzantine historian, records a similar such occurrence in a seer called in Mester. He writes thusly in his Historia Ecclesiastes 7.16, 34 Tomton, Ibid, 421 to 22. Reads the title of the poem is Bim Misbar, authored by the otherwise unidentified Meshullam. The poem can be found in Seder Avidat Yaira L, Western Ashkenazic version, ed. Seligman Bar, Rodelheim, 1868, 621360. Michael Stanislavski's article in this volume. 37. In my presentation of the material, I rely exclusively on primary sources. Scholars have been too creative, in my opinion, in reconstructing Purim celebrations based on a few scattered references on this phenomenon. See Elliot Horowitz's historiographical remarks in The Right to be Reckless, on the perpetration and interpretation of Purim violence. Poetics Today 15, 1994 9-54, and idem. Reckless writes, Purim and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 2006. 38 Horowitz, The Right to be Reckless, 24. 39 Latin text and translation in Thornton, The Crucifixion, 423. Sometime after this, the Jews renewed their absurd and impious practices against the Christians, and were punished, again, at a place called in Mester, situated between Chalcis and Antioch in Syria. The Jews were amusing themselves in their usual way with a variety of sports. In this way they indulged in many absurdities, and at length, impelled by drunkenness, they were guilty of scoffing at Christians and even Christ himself. In derision of the cross, and those who put their trust in the crucified one, they seized a Christian boy, and having bound him to a cross, began to laugh and sneer at him. But in a little while they carried away their fury, and they scourged the child until he died under their hands. 40 According to Socrates, the Jews amused themselves by crucifying a Christian boy and burning him to death. Though Socrates never mentions the holiday of Purim, he accuses the Jews of drinking, a ritual certainly associated with Purim. 41 Given the description in the Theodosian rescript, it is possible to imagine a similar circumstance here. Socrates accuses the Jews, in their drunken revelry, of reenacting something that resembles a mock crucifixion. Socrates heightens the stakes by describing the victim not as an effigy of Haman confused for Jesus but as an actual young Christian boy instead. Socrates very well might be inventing the details. He seems to be most concerned with emphasizing the Jews' punishment, a theme with which he begins and ends the section, but this account reveals that, at least according to this Christian author, the Jews marked the holiday of Purim by engaging in anti-Christian behavior. 42 In another contemporaneous source, Evagrius Altercatio Siminis Idiet Theophili Christiani, 5 THC, the Jewish character, Simon, refers to Haman's crucifixion on Purim and the annual Jewish practice of celebrating his downfall, but denies, presumably because of accusations to the contrary, that such festivity Haman's death to Jesus' crucifixion. We know plainly that Haman, cursed by our ancestors, was crucified through his own offense. He had driven our race into ruin, and on the occasion of his death every year we rejoice and hold festivals of prayer, which we have received by ancestral tradition. However, if Christ endured the yoke of his death and hung from the cross, why have we not heard this very fact from our ancestors or found any passage in our scriptures so that we would rejoice as if he were an enemy to our race? 40 Socrates, Historia Ecclesiastica 7.16. G. and Christian Hansen, Socrates Wissenschaft, Berlin, Akademie Verlag, 1995, 361. English translation in Eusebius, The History of the Church from our Lord's Incarnation to the 12th year of the Emperor Mauritius Tiberius. For the year of Christ 594, London, Puncham and John Churchill, 1709, 377. 4 as early as rabbinic literature, e.g. B. Megillah 7b. Socrates insinuates by the placement of this episode a connection with the murder and dismembering of another Christian, Hypatia, renowned and admired for her philosophical genius, about which he writes in the section immediately preceding. The trope of the Jews killing or sacrificing a human is not uncommon, and functioned as stock polemics. Apollonius Mullins, Apud Josephus, AG 82.148, for example, accuses the Jews of sacrificing a Greek at the Jerusalem temple each year. See John M. G. Bartley, Jews in the Mediterranean Diaspora, Edinburgh, T. Clark, 1996, 272. 43 for the text and translation, see William Varner, Ancient Jewish Christian Dialogues, Athanasius and Zacchaeus, Simon and Theophilus, Timothy and Aquila, Introductions, Texts.
It's good. Look, the beginning is
Though the altercatio does not preserve a historical dialogue, the text might reflect the way in which Jewish Purim celebrations, whatever rituals they entailed, could have been interpreted by some neighboring Christians, and the ways in which such accusations were denied by Jews. Later texts attest to persistent fears concerning rituals commemorating enacting Jesus' crucifixion on Purim among Jews during the medieval period. An 8th century Byzantine formula of abjuration reads, I next curse those who keep the festival decay on the first Sabbath of the Christian fasts, Lent, nailing Haman to wood and then mixing with him the emblem of the cross and burning them together, subjecting Christians to all kinds of imprecations and occurs 44 according to this source. 2. Purim, the festival of the so-called Mordecai, was marked by hanging Haman and burning him along with a cross. During the season of Lent, when Christians prepared for the upcoming commemoration of the death and resurrection of Christ, with prayers, almsgiving, self-denial, the Jews had the audacity to busy themselves with dramatic performances, or parodies, of the crucifixion, as if the first time was not enough. Thus Haman is Christianized and Purim is presented as an anti-Christian festival, a day on which Christians were cursed by Jews, indeed, an anti-Lent. So far, all of our sources for anti-Christian behavior on Purim were written by those accusing the Jews of offensive behavior and blasphemy. A passing reference to the burning of Haman's effigy also appears in a fragmentary Genic responsum from the Cairo Geniza, in the context of a discussion about Molech and the Sanhedrin 64b. In this responsum, its Jewish author describes the intricacies of the ritual, confirming that some Jews did, in fact, hang Haman and bum him on the holiday. The young men make an effigy of Haman, and hang it on their roofs for 4 or 5 days. And on Purim they build a bonfire, into which they cast this effigy, while the young men stand around joking and singing, and holding a ring hung into the fire, waving it and jumping from side to side through the fire. 45. This passage confirms the act of performing Haman's hanging. Their intent may be surmised by texts such as the later commentary of one of the last Tosophists, Rabbeinu Avigdor of Vienna, 13 THC, who elaborates on the connection between Haman's hanging and Jesus' crucifixion in his exegesis of the verse in Tudorant translations, Lewiston, New York, Email and Press, 24, 113. On the dating of the disputation of Simon and Theophilus, see Oscar Skersound and Reodar Volvik eds, Jewish Believers in Jesus, the Early Centuries, Peabody, Massachusetts, Hendrickson Publishers, 2007, 569-70. See also Andrew S. Jacobs, Dialogical Differences, the Judaizing Jesus Circumcision, JECS 15, 2007, 291-335.
Why does his face look like
44
that again?
Tom
He got
the
his
crucifixion.
shadows under his eyes
424
done, I think.
for the text.
His lids?
CPG 1 1457C. See also Jean Jester, Le Jour dans Empire Romain, Le Condition Juridique, Economic Sociology, Paris, Paul Gittner, 1914, 1:115-19.
If we get big, right?
45 Louis
Tons of people turn
Ginsburg,
to Patreon, all that stuff.
Genisa Studies.
We promise
First
each other.
article,
We're
Genic
no-
Responsa, JQR 16, 1904 652. The text is a 13th century fragment from a collection of Genic Responsa.
You can do whatever you want to your teeth, okay? Whiten your teeth. Fuck you! I want to whiten my teeth. Okay. All right? As soon as we get enough money. Yeah.
Enemy 2123. Cursed is he who hangs on the tree. Point 46. Rabbinic justifies the commandment to curse Haman on Purim, found in rabbinic literature, by arguing, contra the usual interpretation of biblical verse, that because Haman was hanged, he must be cursed according to the biblical verse. The Babylonian Talmud. The author reminds his reader, makes this clear, anyone who has not said cursed be Haman has not fulfilled the obligation of Deuteronomy 21:23. 47 Rav Victor then shifts his focus to Jesus. The Torah is teaching us that it is proper to curse a certain hanged man, who made himself into a god, for he was not hanged the way that most convicted criminals are hanged. For most are hanged on a tree, and God was concerned that their honor not be utterly disgraced. So he commanded, thou shalt not let the hanged man's corpse stay on the tree overnight. But this man, Jesus, was hanged not on a tree, but on a cabbage stalk, and concerning him, God commanded us a positive commandment to curse him any time that we need to mention him, and thereby to fulfill this positive commandment. And he was called Yeshuv, which is an acronym for may his name and memory be blotted out. And anyone who mentions a wicked person, and does not immediately follow the name with a curse, violates a positive commandment, as it is written, let the name of the wicked rot. Proverbs 10:7, point 48. As opposed to all other criminals who are hanged on trees and removed before night, as per the biblical commandment, and are therefore not cursed, Jesus was hanged on a cabbage stalk instead of a tree and left overnight. And thus he is, for an impaled body is an affront to God, and must be cursed by others.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu match.
49. The end result, of course, is that there is a commandment, a biblical sanction, to curse not only Haman but also Jesus. Though Rav Victor does not specify that such cursing should occur on Purim, such a custom would make perfect sense to those who follow the logic of this kind of argument. Moreover, Rav Victor's discourse on Jesus' crucifixion on a cabbage stalk relies on the same tradition from Taladat Yeshua. Here, again, Taladat Yeshua is linked to the story of and practices associated with Purim.
I can't do it because his lips.
Beginning 5th century and continuing through the medieval period, the celebration of Purim was, as our evidence suggests, entangled with anti-Christian rituals, and Haman was often identified with Jesus. Purim, with its increasingly carnivalesque features and reversal of social roles, continued to be a day for acting 46 Avigdor Ben Yitzchak Hakohen, SE/ER Peroshim Api Segim Al Hadorah Larry Benu Avigdor /ATI, F. I Hirsch Kavitz, Jerusalem, Mikan Harry Kedem, 1996, 414. This is, admittedly, a late source. I bring that here to illustrate one of the many ways that Haman and Jesus have been paralleled, not to suggest that this source preserves an old irritation or introduces association of the two figures for the first time. 47. If the commandment to curse Haman is found more explicitly in Bereshit Rabbah 49, but 48. If the brackets within the text indicate that the text has been reconstructed according to printed editions and manuscripts. The last line refers to a passage from Bereshit Rabbah 49, J. 49. The section about Jesus' crucifixion on a cabbage stalk relies on the tradition from Taladat Yeshua.
I've always been a weather guy.
It's like he's trying to chew a jawbreaker.
Yeah. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny.
Anti-Christian sentiments well into the early modern and modern periods.
He's trying to talk
For example, a 1705 document preserved in the Berlin State Archive depicts Jews celebrating Purim during Holy Week with masquerade, music, and the hanging of Haman, and the 1750 charter of Frederick the Great of Prussia urged the Jews to abstain from various practices that offended Christians, including all their excesses in their festivals, particularly during the so-called feast Haman, or Purim 50 Haman, mocked, and burnt on Purim, was perceived by many Jews during these times as a double or counterpart of Jesus. Moreover, Haman became a prototype for Christianity more generally in the medieval period. 51 not only was Purim highly polemical, it also contained elements of hope and perceived strength. The Book of Esther, the story of the salvation of the Jews from the hands of the evil and dangerous Haman, and the celebration of Purim thus also symbolized the hope for triumph of the Jews over their present-day Christian enemies. Toledatians use off-tropes and motifs from the texts associated with the holiday of Purim, then, can be understood not as aberrant exceptions but as part of a broader, widespread, and long-lasting historical trend. Let us end this historical section with one last vivid visual example that parallels in several ways Toledatians' use of allusions to the Book of Esther. In the Worms Mahzor, late 13th century, the hanging of Haman and his 10 sons is depicted almost identically to contemporaneous Christian images of Jesus and the tree of Jesse, and several other Mahzorim, e.g. the Dresden Reclav Mahzor, the Leipzig Mahzor, and the Hamrielberg Mahzor, depict Haman's hanging in ways that strongly parallel, and thus invert, Christian manuscript illuminations of Jesus and the tree of life from the same period. 52 Haman is visually conflated with Jesus in these Jewish manuscript paintings, again reinforcing the association of the two characters in the imagination of the artists and then of those who use the manuscripts. Kogrinapel interprets the message of these images in two ways. On the one hand, they invert the Christian anti-Jewish implications that the original images of Jesus held by presenting the scene as the humiliating denouement of Haman's plans. On the other hand, however, the violent illustrations also serve to dissuade Jews from accepting Christianity through demonstrating the violent punishment of Jesus. It is no longer 50 hordes, reckless rights, 39. One need not look to the medieval or modern period, however, for Purim's Kamivalesque character. Already the Babylonian Talmud has instructions that a person must get drunk on Purim until he cannot distinguish between cursed be Haman and blessed be Mordecai, and then recounts a story about two rabbis who became so drunk that one killed the other. B. Megillah 7b. Celebration and violence are already interwoven in this text. The story might attempt to temper the injunction. SIC Kokmanapel's vivid demonstration of the association of crusaders with Haman in medieval Midrashim, the Tree of Death, 196-99. 52 see the images collected by Kokmanapel in between the picture and the word, figures 262 to 67, and her analysis of the text. The Tree of Death, 187 to 203. On other depictions of Haman's hanging, see Horowitz, Reckless Rights, 93 to 99.
He wasn't found guilty of rape.
He keeps talking about it. It looks like he's miming like fishing.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you're on trial and this is your lawyer, and he's doing this thing. You're like, fuck, I'm going to jail.
It's like he put the bait on the line.
The jury's like, can't wait to vote this guy guilty. 12, all guilty.
The jury deliberated for about 8 inches.
The tree of everlasting life that is depicted in these Jewish images, but the tree of violent death.
Okay.
These two goals, retelling a Christian narrative on Jewish terms, both mocking the Christians and empowering the Jews, and discouraging affinity with Christianity by those who were attracted to the faith, are two concerns shared by Toledo. Yeshua, as I have argued above, rather than beginning with the Book of Esther and incorporating in Christian symbols, as these mocks are aimed to, Toledo Yeshua is an example of the reverse phenomenon. The text begins with an inverted story about Jesus incorporates allusions to Haman and the Purim. Both draw on the association between Haman and Jesus and the long tradition of anti-Christianity on Purim to convey their anti-ideas and sentiments, but in different, indeed opposite, ways.
Wow, that was a good clip, dude. That's very good. Shout out coming to Search 8648. Also confused a new little flare on the Reddit. You gotta make that flare.
Toledo issue as Megillah. The allusions to the Book of Esther may not have been utilized only to foreground certain themes in Toledo. There may have been another purpose, or another reason, and here I begin a tentative suggestion that I propose with some hesitation due to the nature of the evidence.
Gotta shut the dog.
Perhaps these allusions to the Book of Esther within the text of Toledo Yeshua hint at the liturgical use of Toledo Yeshua, similar to the use of the Megillah of Esther, allowed liturgically on the holiday of Purim.
What's up, 47?
In medieval Europe, Jewish communities celebrated their triumphs in legal disputes with Christians by establishing festivals in the month of Adar, around the holiday of Purim, called special Purims or second Purims. In honor of these days, they wrote accounts of events that led them to the celebration and then recited the accounts publicly, as one would the Book of Esther in synagogue. 53. They equated their own situations with the story of Esther such that the Christians assumed the roles of Haman and his sons in the different renditions. For example, when the Jewish community was saved in 1236 from an anti-Jewish riot following the murder of a Christian fisherman by Jews, the Jews of Narbonne, in southern France, declared a special Purim to commemorate their salvation. 54. Toledo Yeshua might be seen in a genre similar to that of Second Purim Megillah, even if it was not associated with a particular Second Purim celebration as such. 55. The allusions to the Book of Esther would thus point to a performative use of the text of Toledo Yeshua. 53. Joshua debums the special Purim and the reception of the Book of Esther in the Hellenistic and early Roman eras. Journal for the Study of Judaism, 2006, 15-16. Yosef H. Yerushalmi, Zaffor, Jewish History and Jewish Memory, Seattle, University of Washington Press, 1982, 47-48. 54. Yerushalmi provides numerous other examples as well. Zaffor, 47-48. 55. I write similar to because the phenomenon of second Purims begins later than the typical dating of Toledo Yeshua's earliest compositions and because there is no evidence that second Purims apply to past historical events such as the life or crucifixion of Jesus. Hanged and crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledo. Yeshua 77. If Toledo Yeshua was recited or even performed, when might this have occurred? One possible communal context for the reading of Toledo Yeshua beyond the month of Adar is the fast of the 9th, or even Lot of Teves, commemorated during the winter, often around or sometimes even on Christmas Day. Megillat Ta'anit Batra states that on the 9th day of Teves, fasting is required, but rather than providing an explanation for the fast, as it does for all the other fast lists, it suspiciously adds that the rabbis did not record why 56. Some medieval Jews believed that this date was the day of Jesus' birth. In 1122, Abraham Bar Haya calculated that December 25th fell out in certain years on the 9th of Teves, the year of Jesus' actual birth. Point 57. It would be real to read Toledo Yeshua, which begins in most manuscripts, though not in the Aramaic fragments, with Jesus' birth narrative, on the day which he was said to have been born.
I'm an intern at SIG.
This theory of the 9th of Teves as the day on which Toledat Yeshu might have been recited is further supported by the fact that others associated the 9th of Teves with the day on which Shimon Kippah, the hero of the Toledat Yeshu narrative, died, a tradition traceable to the 11th century. Point 58 to be sure. These explanations are not mutually exclusive. Jews may have at once linked the day with Jesus' birth and with the death of Shimon Kippah. The connection between both the problem, Jesus, and the solution, Shimon Kippah, on the same day would have made the 9th of Teves a most appropriate date for the recitation of this text. Further strengthening the link between this text and the holiday of Purim, it is worth noting that the 9th of Teves was also considered by some, including our Moses E. Searles, to be the day on which Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus, based on Esther 2:16. 59. While the 9th of Teves was not among the most popular fasts of the year, the 10th of Teves, just one day later, was widely commemorated as the day on which a siege was placed on Jerusalem during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. This day, too, became an opportunity for reciting anti-Christian liturgy in the synagogue because of its proximity in certain years to the celebration of Christmas, Jesus' birthday. Abraham Frankel, in a comment on a piet most for the fast of the 10th of Teves, writes that the poem's anti-Christian character is not surprising, given that it was recited on this particular day. This fast day often falls right around the time of Christmas, according to the Julian calendar, though it did not in the year 1044, the year of this poem's composition. In 12th century Ashkenaz, there was a phenomenon that Paganism would write bitterly anti-Christian pietism to be recited on the 10th of Teves. 6056 for a detailed study of the significance of the fast of the 9th of Teves. See Sitzeleman, the Scroll of Fasts, the 9th of Teves. JQR 74, 1983 174 to 95. 57 Lemon, Ibid, 182 to 85. 58 Lemon, Ibid, 185 to 92. 59 Lemon, Ibid, 108. 60 Abraham Frankel, Hayat Arya Al Bar Abraham Meroma, Avi Ar Nathan Va Al Yarn, Jerusalem, Mecca's near the mean, 2006, 57, and point 10, emphasis added. Frankel has indicated that. Again, Toledat Yeshu would complement such anti-Christian poetry written for the fast of the 10th of Teves. Whether or not the Jews chose to recite or perform Toledat Yeshu on the 9th or 10th of Teves, there is, albeit relatively late, tradition of the custom of reciting the text on Christmas Eve. In the late 15th or early 16th century, Johann Pfefferkam writes Jews read Toledat Yeshu secretly on Christmas night, as does the Jewish convert to Christianity Ems Ferdinand 1598 Juden Geisel. 61 Samuel Friedrich Brenz and other converts mention this custom in the early 17th century as well. 62 In addition to these secondary accounts about this custom, the text of Toledat Yeshu might also allude to such a practice. The Strasbourg manuscript preserves the bizarre story in which Judas Iscariot defeats Jesus following a magical flying contest by urinating on him. Point 63 The story ends with an etymology. Christmas is called Weihnachten because the Christians weep on this night, nacht, to commemorate Jesus' defeat and defilement. 64 It is possible that the author concludes his story with this incorrect etymology because the story, along with the rest of the text, was recited on Christmas Day. In another version of Toledat Yeshu, it is not Christmas, Weihnachten, that is referenced but Easter, Pascha, perhaps a corruption of the text or a deliberate change that might allude to the text's use on Easter night. Another he plans to elaborate on the subject of these anti-Christian poems composed for the 10th of Teves in a future publication. 61 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 9 Mark Shapiro, Torah Study on Christmas Eve, Journal / of Jewish Thought and Philosophy 8, 1999 334-35. 62 Samuel Friedrich Brandt, Judister and Gestria via Schlangenball, reprinted in Johann Wiedelberg, the Riakajadata ad examen revocata, Nildenberg, 1681. 2. Stanislavski mentions this in his article in this volume. See also Elishiva Karl Bach, Divided Souls, Converts from Judaism in Germany, 1500 to 1750, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2001, 213F, and the references in Mark Shapiro, Torah Study, 319 to 53. 63 The act of Judas defiling Jesus could evoke the medieval Jewish practice of insulting images of the Holy Family by connecting them to Latrik Ves Ivan Marcus, a Jewish Christian symbiosis. In Cultures of the Jews, A New History, ed. David Biles, New York, Scoggin Books, 2002, 479 Fr. Marcus mentions that Jesus is already connected to excrement in V. Gibden 56b and in Eliezer ben Nathan's account of the martyrs of Worms in 1096. In the end they regarded the object of the enemy's veneration as no more than slime and dung. He also mentions Rigord's list of reasons for the expulsion of the Jews in 1182, King Philip Augustus of France's ecclesiastical court biographer, and a letter written by Pope Innocent IIJ in 1205 to the Archbishop of Sens and the Bishop of Paris detailing the excesses of the Jews as evidence for accusations of this type of behavior. Or, Marcus, a Jewish Christian symbiosis, 479 to 80. 64 In this particularly vivid scene, Jesus and Judas Iscariot engage in a magical flying contest. Jesus raises his hands to the heavens and flies into the sky like an eagle. Judas follows suit, and is victorious until Judas urinates on Jesus, bringing him to the ground. And because of this act, they weep on their. This line might allude to the cries of the Jews as they feared death in the desert and threatened to return to Egypt in Numbers 14:1. And the nation wept on that night.
They formed a Reddit of like 97,000 people. Literally, there's 97,000 people strong who dedicated hours of their life.
Hanged and Crucified, the book 0/E Slover and Toledot issue 179 time during which Jews did not leave their homes for fear of Christian violence and might have been encouraged by such a tale. SIXS While in the first half of this paper I argued that Toledot issues allusions to the Book of Esther drew connections between the story of Purim and the story of Christianity's origins within in the context of existing anti-Christian, the holiday of Purim. In the F suggested that the parallel drawn between Yeshu and Haman casts the text of Toledot Yeshu as a type of Gila that could be, and may have been, performed in a communal setting, similar to the Book of Esther. Conclusion above, I have made 3 arguments about the relationship between Toledot, the Book of Esther and the holiday of Purim. First, I analyzed textual allusions to the Book of Esther in several Toledot Yeshu manuscripts and argued that the authors of Toledot Yeshu had the Book of Esther, among other texts, in mind as they constructed the story of Jesus' life. The references to the Book of Esther serve primarily 2 functions. First, equating the threat of Jesus and Christianity to kill or spiritually destroy the Jews with Haman's plans to decimate the Jewish people serve to portray Christianity as an existential threat to the Jewish people. The implicit parallel, however, also suggests that the Jews can defeat Christianity just as they defeated Haman. Moreover, Toledot Yeshu understood not only as a polemic but also as a parody of the story of Jesus' life, fits well with the spirit of Purim, a carnivalesque holiday associated with drinking and merrymaking, and eventually, parodies and mocking storytelling. 66 In my second argument, I sought to explain Toledot Yeshu's references to the Book of Esther in light of evidence that the celebration of Purim was already associated with anti-Christianity as early as the 5th century and through the medieval period. Imperial documents, accounts, fiction versus Judaos dialogue, and internal Jewish texts such as a responsum and a biblical commentary confirm that Jews engaged in rituals on Purim that were at least interpreted as, but likely also intended to be, anti-Christian. The association between Purim and anti-Christianity has been noted by previous scholars, as early as Jacques Vasnich and Heinrich Reitz, and most recently by T.C.G. Thornton, Elliot Horowitz, and Koopman Appel, but not usually in connection with Taladat Issue 65. See Stanislavski's paper in this volume. 66 Daniel Sperber, Menhege Myra L. McCorrell Galilet al. 8 volumes, Jerusalem, Mossack Haraku, 1989 to 2007, 6:201-2, Purim Spiel and Masks. The Aramaic poem with which I began the paper might be a very early example of this phenomenon as well.
But yeah, no, we'll give it a shot. All right, well, let's see what they had to say still.
This is some of the stuff I wanted to get into because I think Ben and I,
And its narrative construction. 60-70 authors or compilers of the various Taladat Issue compositions must have drawn on existing associations between Purim and anti-Christianity as they employed allusions to the Book of Esther in their text. Taladat Issue's allusions to the Book of Esther, understood within this historical context, thus served not only as isolated allusions but also triggered broader associations between the tale of Esther and Haman and the story of Jesus and the origins of Christianity. Beyond the intent of the authors, the readers of Taladat Issue must have understood the text's allusions to the Book of Esther within this broader cultural context as well. The scribal notes above are but two examples. In the third argument, I suggested that Taladat Issue might have been used liturgically or performatively as a Megillah in a similar or parallel way to the use of the Book of Esther on Purim or other Megillot on second Purims. J identified 9 and 10 Teves, Christmas, Easter, and even Purim as likely days of the year on which Taladat Issue could have been read, at least for later periods. There is some evidence for the recitation of Taladat Issue on Christmas Eve. This final argument, however, remains merely a tentative suggestion. Much scholarship on Taladat Issue has focused on delineating the text's genre and purpose. Was Taladat Issue considered a sincere historical account of Jesus' life, a parody of Jesus, a counter-gospel, a polemic, a folk tale? Was Taladat Issue written in order to mock Christian beliefs about their foundational figure or to earnestly tell the true story of Jesus' perspective, that is, to reveal what really transpired at Jesus' conception and throughout his life? By studying Taladat Issue's use of allusions to the Book of Esther, I have reconsidered the questions of Taladat Issue's genre and purpose. Like the Book of Esther, which interweaves history with parody, Taladat Issue may best be understood as straddling these two genres, presenting the historical story of Jesus' life as worthy of mockery and ridicule. The purpose of Taladat Issue's composition, when read through its allusions to the story of Purim, was not only to present a historical satirical account of Jesus' life but also to emphasize the gravity of Christianity's danger and to encourage the Jews with the promise of their eventual triumph over the competing religion and based on the precedent of the Jews of Shushan's defeat of Haman. 67. The one exception have found is Biles' passing reference to Midrash Esther Rabbi in his analysis of Taladat Issue. As discussed above, Counter History, 135. 68. See for example Biles, Counter History, 130-45.
Let's see here. The Creep Show Must Go On, posted by Toxoplasmosis.
Meaningful Nonsense.
Simmons in the studio.
A study of details in Taladat Issue. Michael Mearson. A statement that the Taladat Issue contains many weird passages sounds hopelessly banal, like saying that there is a tree in a forest. Apparently, the authors of Taladat Issue, whose main goal was to mock and offend their religious opponents, could not care less about realistic presentation of anything in their satire. On the other hand, why would they use empty metaphors that would mean nothing either to their enemies or their friends, instead of exploiting contemporary symbolism and well-known circumstances of their lives? Here, the word contemporary is key, signifying that not only modem scholars, but also Medieval scribes and editors of the Taladat Yeshiv could be puzzled by separate motifs in this treatise, which, once detached from their original environment, had lost all significance. While most modem scholars ignore these motifs as nonsense, the medieval copyists tried to adjust them to the story, to present them as logical, if not natural, embellishments of the narrative. Why did Judah and Yeshua have to fight beneath? The reader of the Aramaic Taladat might ask. And the later verse readily explained, because Yeshua wanted to surpass Judah in magical powers, and prove that the biblical passage Isaiah Kaheni Sila, Psalms 49:16, refers to him. Why didn't the priests foresee that Yeshua was going to steal the ineffable name from the temple? It is because, at the moment of Yeshua's entering to the temple, he already was a skilled magician, able to evade the priest's notice. 2 is not Yeshua right, arguing that Moses was inferior to Jethro, since he had learned practical wisdom from him. No, he is not. For the true superiority of Moses was revealed through his ability to learn. 3 such educated iron manuscripts of Jinsale group. Yeshua boasts of being able to rise to the heaven, while Judah is not. B.E. Adha Judah al Tavo Shama, e.g., London JC 54, Leipzig BH 17.3551, Paris AIUH 222a. The passage from Psalms 49:16 is quoted in the longer Italian, example Rostock Orient 38, and the longer Yemenite manuscripts, e.g., Cambridge University Lib TS 455, and also in manuscripts Strasbourg BNU 3974 and Amsterdam HSROS 414. 2C. E.g., Cambridge Harvard Hoden Lib 57, Wages Ale Akhanika Hakahanev Vani Agaran Hakadashim Likens Elevata YB Shem Tam Avihi Kaisha Pa'aliti Hakal. The Slavic version, for this classification see Ricardo de Sani, 11 Vangelo del Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, explains that Yeshua learned magic in the Galilee before coming to Jerusalem. 3 New York JTS 2235, the shorter Italian Shalama Adarabasham Eli Etzahaxam.
Right, because of the president, Robert Mugabe, his political party, the Sonic PF party.
Just trying to fucking destroy everything.
No, they did a land grab, so or land reform.
182 Michael Mearson explanations could more or less satisfy the reader of the Taladat, but they still may disappoint the scholar eager to work initial microforms concealed under the debris of these explanations and embellishments. Thus, the goal of the present study is to treat the apparent nonsense seriously, assuming that the author of the Taladat did not speak absurdities because ridiculous things popped in his mind, but, rather, considered these things completely normal because he saw, heard, or read them. The meaningless details which I am going to discuss here are far more extreme than those mentioned in the examples above, and, although there are a lot of them throughout the story, I shall focus only on those found in the passage describing Yeshua's death. The demonstrably earliest narrative of Yeshua's execution appears in the Judaicist Superstitionibus of Agabard for a bishop of Lyon, and stands in total disagreement with all other versions of the Taladat. Being caught and condemned as a despicable sorcerer, Yeshua was suspended on a forkabritza, and then killed with a stone in the head. Since likely that a bishop of Lyon could confuse the fork with the cross, Agabard must have actually transmitted this peculiar detail from his Jewish contemporaries. But may this observation have more than an antiquarian value. The answer would follow from an explanation of why the authors of Agabard's Taladat had supplanted the cross with the fork. According to Plutarch, the fork denoted a piece of wood tied to a pole of a wagon, a very vague by the best available description. The rest is the scholar's conjectures. S. Perhaps we can imagine the fork as an A-shaped gallows holding a head inserted in the triangle, and hence tied to the side beams. Plutarch also describes how the use. Primarily, it was considered to be the slave's punishment, and a slave who had committed a fault was severely scourged and had to carry a around through the neighborhood. After that, he would tumultuously call it Persever, and no one who saw the slave undergoing his punishment would ever trust him again.
Didn't I ask a question? Yeah, he's on his phone.
Be ze ha'avash tu amat mishabal ha'anashim be ken David amar mikol melam hiskalti v'init battle ito anal hamam zer be naked.
Bro really did that in front of Conor McGregor.
4PL104:87-ABA. On this subject, see all of Peter Skulita in this volume. 5COR24. VEFLEYUATXOAAO Abamu LTATFLILEARO D UAOBCLFLU T count 4 toke quill 0 VULTEGLU TUI levo pound LE EA8 OL Daga TV Dean BLAOLV 0 Yak Mutol 8 WVZ OJJ8 EI pound ULTOTRV OLXWVZ YDL Top OUXLLLTWLLVL7 Say Ido BL IJJOUGXLIJJEG Yago TL ULTOEUT1VZ MRGL upload to Ugo PWFLUTOLLJJOU sub 6V of LUL. And it was a severe punishment for a slave who had committed a fault, if he was obliged to take the piece of wood with which they prop up the pole of a wagon, and carry it around through the neighborhood. And he was called Persever, or what the Greeks Cau prop, or support, is called Furia by the Romans. Meaningful nonsense. A study 0/details in Toledo issue 183. In fact, however, not only slaves but also those found guilty of high treason were sometimes condemned to the scourging on a fork. In the epitome of Livy, a deserter was sent under a fork, chastised with rods, but then again, sold as a slave for 1 penny, because, as Livy explains, people who refuse fighting for their freedom don't deserve it, and should be punished in a way appropriate for slaves.
Which is something that, what's his name, Vince Gilligan?
6. The important thing demonstrated by these passages is that the fork was not a tool of death or sea. To be sure, scourging could serve as a prelude to the capital punishment, and a criminal, in exceptional cases, could be beaten to death. 7. While the deserter of Livy obviously survived the punishment, another soldier, Horatius, who, in a spasm of patriotism, killed his sister Horatia because she fell in love with an enemy of the state, had to be scourged to death as a usurper or the state's prerogative of punishment, and, therefore, a traitor, ABURB. 1.24 to -26. Nevertheless, in most literary sources, suspension on a fork appears as a separate punishment that means only the scourging, regardless of whether this did, or did not, lead to death. Speculations aside, the suspension on a fork, involving, potentially, either the scourging or the killing, cannot be confused with the standard methods of capital punishment in the Republic and early Empire: crucifixion, causing death from strangulation, decapitation, burning alive, and throwing to wild beasts. This group of penalties can be found also in the 6th century Corpus Juris Civilis, 529 CE, with one difference, however. The fork has now supplanted the cross. 9. Ulpian in his treatise concerning the proconsul's authority explains that 6 Curio Chapter P5, P. Cornelio Nasica, Qui cognomen Serapion put of inride and curatio trip left impositum, et December. I unio protocos. Dilectum habentibus in conspectitire res salutarum exempli / est nam si mationatus est apud tribunos pi, quod exercitum ex Hispaniae servicit, damnatus sub per divergi cessus est sester / I namo venia. When the consuls Publius Cornelius Nasica, whose surname Serapio was invented by the irreverent tribune of the plebs Curiatius, and Decimus Junius Brutus were holding the levy, something happened in front of the recruits that served as an example. Gaius Macionus was accused before the tribunes because he had deserted the Spanish army, and was, after he had been condemned, sent under the fork, chastised with rods, and sold for 1 sesterce. 7 e.g., The scene of Nero's suicide in Svedonius. In termoris per lalos accursor feonti codicil / os prirapuit legit esse hostamus anodlia dichotomy t clearing. Ut puni inter morma orum. Interrogabit. Quali id genus esset pony. Et cum comparison nudi homina servicem in seri persi. Corpus virgis adna cmcd. While he hesitated, a letter was brought to Paeon by one of his couriers. Nero, snatching it from his hand, read that he had been pronounced a public enemy by the Senate, and that they were seeking him to punish in the ancient fashion, and he asked what manner of punishment that was. Then he learned that the criminal was stripped, fastened by the neck in a/orc, and then beaten to death with rods.
What does he think is like bad?
HC, EG, 19 Nadius. Add ROM5. 1-2 Fusel MOQ pound BTJ Quill down. L of LC. E1T file EQXE08 low. 110 BO Vilva IT Yodo XQLTTOUE 1TL 1 up C. Let fire and the cross, let the crowds of wild beasts come upon me, let me attain to Jesus Christ. And Tertullian, add NAT 1.18. E Todaki non gladio AUT Cruz AUT Vesti Trinienda Sunt Nomina, i.e. Christianic. Surely, names, Christians, are not things which deserve punishment by the sword, or the cross, or the beasts. 9 did. 48.19.28. Calus/Radus Libro Sexto de Cognition Ibis, Prince Capitalium Ponerum /Ir Ili Gratis Sum. Summum supplicium esse viditur et percam damnatio. Item vivi primalia. 1.
No, it's for the yearly checkup. It's a little shit. The blood test, they tell you.
Persons guilty of sacrilege should be thrown to wild beasts, others be burned alive, and still others be hanged on a fort. Those, however, who deserve such harsh penalties are not petty debauchers, but the leaders of an armed gang, who have broken into a temple, and carried away the gifts of the gods by night. 1. Another passage from Paul summarizes crimes and punishments in perfect accord with all aforementioned sources from the early republic to the late empire. I, deserters who go over to the enemy, or who reveal our plans, shall either be burned alive, or hanged on a fort. 2. Instigators of sedition and of tumult, which result in the uprising of the people, shall, in accordance with their rank, either be hanged upon a fort, thrown to wild beasts, or deported to an island. 11. Taking into account that all jurists whose works were included in the 48th book of the Digest, namely Ulpian, Lystratus, and Paul, wrote in the 3rd century CE, one can be surprised to find no mention of the cross, crux, among the capital penalties. This must be the result of the editor's zeal. Since the crucifixion was abolished by Constantine, the crux was excerpted, and the foria interpolated retrospectively in the legal sources. In addition, certainly, the fort actually took the place of the cross, and a criminal sentenced to the suspension on a fort was not only scourged and dishonored as before, but always scourged to death. Thus, in the eyes of Agabard, the suspension on a fort had nothing to do with the crucifixion. The former was reserved for the vilest criminals of his time, and perhaps still for the old connotation of the extreme indignity. For the Talmudot Yeshua, however, everything fell into the right place, for it was a criminal accused of sacrilege, of leading an armed band, of the theft in a temple, and, finally, of instigating a tumult, who should be sentenced to death on a fort. It is hard to believe that, on the part of Jews, it was an intentional perversion of the Christian tradition regarding the crucifixion. It was, rather, negligence of this tradition, on quam summi sub / ICI appellation merito conteneritur, tamanio. Quod postia id genus ponia inventum est, posterius primo visum est idem capitis amputatio. Diem proxima morti pona medali coercitio. Post diem in insulam df, et fortatio. The following is the grading of capital crimes. The extreme penalty is to be sentenced to the fort, or burn alive. Although the latter seems, with good reason, to have been included term extreme penalty. Still, because this kind of punishment was invented subsequently, it appears to come after the first, just as decapitation does. The next penalty to death is that of labor in the mines. After that comes deportation to an island. 10 Dick. 48.13.7 Albienus Ibro Septimo de Proconsulis. TCO Maltos E ad vestis damus sacrilegos nonolos entium vivos exussus. Alios vero in fortis suspendus.
These guys are all, well, they have to be derivative, right? Because they're talking about something that you can have your own thumbnail style. They're parasitic. What was it called? Elephant Greek. But now it's so fascinating to me. Because to me, the podcast space has been boring for a long time. Now these people are getting more views than a lot of the podcasts, which is blowing my mind. This is very tough.
And not to Tuli run.
A crazy thing that the show views. I got a lot of personal.
11 Dick.
Got some lemon
48.19.38. Paulus Libro Quinto Cententurum. Princess Ikes Alicit ex Metallo Principis vel ex Menata Sacra Fortis sit. Quona metali et exilii punitor. I transpogai ad host vel conciliarum nostrorum renunciatoris aut vivi exuruntur aut forci suspenduntur. Two actors seditionis et tumultus populo considito pro qualitate dignitatis aut in percam taluntur aut vestis officiuntur aut in insulam deportuntur.
Right? They're never gonna say what Brennan says.
People should have the podcast with like a heart rate monitor on them. You know what I mean?
Meaningful nonsense. A study of details in Toledo issue 185 the one hand, and good acquaintance with contemporary juristic and punitive practices on the other. Not surprisingly, the fourth could not mean much for those who lived considerably later than the 9th century, and far away from southwest Europe. As a result, it never surfaced again in any of the numerous Toledo Yeshu manuscripts. In the Aramaic version, Yeshu died on a cross, Zaliva, although at a certain point he managed to escape, since he was able to fly. Instantaneously, he took a boat in Elijah's cave and closed the entrance, but Judah, who followed him, commands, in quite the Alibaba spirit, entrance open up. Yeshua was recaptured, and the execution continued. Certainly, the Tzaliva is not the Juria, but on the other hand, both versions do agree in talking about one execution leading to Yeshua's death. Juxtaposing the Aramaic and Agabart versions of the Toledot with their 13th century successors leaves no place for a possibility of a direct textual transmission. The Toledot Yeshua translated in 1285 by Raymondus Martini, L2 and 150 years later, by Thomas Eppendorfer L3 provides the earliest evidence for a totally different narrative, using some of the familiar motives, but clearly resonating with the canonical Gospels, instead of a supposedly genuine source. As expected, Yeshua now undergoes the normal bipartite exit, borrowed from the New Testament's flagellation and crucifixion. The author of the Toledot, however, split the execution and inserted, in between, the motif of Yeshua's escape, known already from the Genisa versions. Germinating in a fertile soil of a religious satire, this motif soon developed into a story within a story, in all manuscripts of Disani's Primo group. Yeshua, being arrested, imprisoned and tortured, nevertheless manages to escape to Antioch. 14 He then returns and commands his followers to accompany him on the Passover ascension to Jerusalem. A certain man, Giza, betrays Yeshua. He gets caught, tried again, and finally executed. LS The Wage and Sale manuscripts insert also the story of Judah sneaking into Yeshua's camp and stealing the ineffable name from his lip. 6 Arguably the latest, and most elaborate Tamu version uses the opportunity to incorporate all suitable traditions that were not yet utilized by the preceding 12 Raymondus Martinus, Ujo Fide, Paris, Apod Math Uranum and all. 1651, 2.8.6. 13 falsitates Judaeram 1.1 to 12.16. See Brigitte Carlson et eds das Giitis Leben Jesu. Toll.jescu, dia/test/athenisku versetzen in den falsitates Judaeram von Thomas Evendorf Ravine, Oldenburg, 2003. 14 including all Yemenite and Bokhara manuscripts plus the Saints Primo B. MSS. New York it's 1491. Strasbourg BNU 3974. Budapest Kaufman 299. And Primo C. Manuscripts Amsterdam HSROS 414. New York it's 2221. Yeshua's disciples are tried in Primo B. See above. And he himself was tried by Pilate and the Sanhedrin in Primo C. 16s.g. Manuscripts Cambridge Harvard Golden Lit 57. And a shorter version. Jerusalem Skaken Institute 04088.
Because I've just recently diagnosed with that, so donate to
Portion of the Toledot 17 after the torture. Yeshua escapes to Antioch and then to Egypt to learn or upgrade his magical skills.
Yeah, I mean, we don't usually wear merch on the show, but we thought, why special occasion? You're a truck guy, so anyways, that's not why they're here, though. They're here to watch
Upon his return to Jerusalem, Yeshua is betrayed, arrested, and half executed, for he escapes again, right from the cross, in order to undergo the purifying baptism in the Jordan and regain his magical powers. The sages and Judah then lure Yeshua to Jerusalem. Compared to Wage and Sage, he and his disciples submit themselves to one more trial, compared to Primo, and after all, Yeshua is killed. There is a detail, however, equally meaningless in the Hebrew and Aramaic Toledot, regardless of whether it is connected to Yeshua's escape, as in the Genizah manuscripts. For the final stage of his punishment, the tool of Yeshua's execution is replaced. The earliest version of this strange act, Ms. Cambridge University list. T.S. Miscellaneous 35.87 is a complete puzzle. Yeshua flies away from the cross, but he returns onto a cabbage root, where he finally dies. The author indicates no reason for this substitution, allowing the future scribes and interpreters of the Toledot to ask why and wonder. The flowery cabbage plant could hardly make a decent gallows. Yet, according to later versions of the Toledot Yeshua, it proved to be the only option, because all other trees, thanks to Yeshua's magical tricks, refused to hold the weight of his body, and broke immediately when sages tried to hang him. Fortunately, Judah recollected that there was a marvelous plant in his garden, big like a tree, though not really a tree, the giant cabbage, and, since cabbages escaped Yeshua's notion, the plant accepted him and did not break. The earliest manuscripts of the second wave, late medieval, Toledot felt compelled to explain this botanical paradox, and slightly rewriting a passage from B. Ketubit 111b that speaks of the messianic crops will be plentiful and wheats gigantic. No need to marvel at this, says Arhaya, for a fox once made his nest in a turnip, and when the remainder of the vegetable was weighed, it was found to be 60 pounds in the pound weight of Sephoris. Why go so far? Related our Simeon. Our father left us a cabbage stalk and we ascended and descended it by means of a ladder. This conversation was a source of the allusion in the corresponding passage in the Toledo. Seeing that, they went and brought a stalk of some cabbage that does not belong to the wood but to herbs and hanged him on it. And this is not a miracle, because every year one such cabbage springs up in the sanctuary, and 100 pounds of seeds fall from it. 1817 EG. Ms. Amsterdam HSROS 467 18 Martinus Pugil Fide 2.8.6 Abirunditaki Tiadaxiron Stipidum Unius Koliski non est delignus Sit a herbis Et suspenderunt eum super eum NEC est hoc mirum gia singulis annis crescit tandem unus colis in domo sanctuaria UT descended video centum libri
Is that like
Seminize.
the biggest offense you could do in seafood? It sounds like it. I don't even know what the offense is.
Yeah, what was the offense?
From my understanding,
Certainly,
we'll go back to it,
the
but
giant
from what I
cabbage
understand
stock
is they
was
were
considered
saying
a
that
miracle,
it was caught
despite
locally,
the
but they
effort
were
of the
bringing it
Toledo
abroad.
This is funny
editors,
because
which at some point was redirected to rid the story of this apparent nonsense instead of making sense of it. In 19th century manuscripts from Baghdad and Yemen, stock turns into a cabbage tree, or a different tree of cabbage, or a carob tree. 19 while the Italian editor makes it a kind of palm tree, big bald cabbage. 20 or rewrites the story entirely.
Restaurants do shit. I didn't know that was illegal, but I remember there
He hid a
was
parchment with the ineffable under the trees in his garden. One of the sages saw this and dug the parchment out. After that, sages were able to hang Yeshua on a regular tree. 21 at the same time, these 18th century manuscripts still resonate of the explanatory tactics derived from the key Tubbat passage. One of the sages had inherited a garden with a cabbage palm tree together with a detailed instruction in regards to who should be hanged on it. And why point 22 it is clear that the editors of the Toledat were literally wrestling with the tradition of hanging Yeshua on a cabbage. Similarly, Mono scholars approach this botanico-philologic enigma with only two options. One, to explain the importance of cabbage in the Toledat by another textual parallel, and another, to deny the importance, because of a scribal mistake or sheer mockery that supposedly stood behind the first mention of a cabbage as Yeshua gallows. The suggestion of Schoenfield that Karav, with the cab, was a misspelling of Harav, carob, with the het, did not find support among scholars, for the simple reason that there is no Karav elsewhere in the text, except for one 90th century manuscript from Yemen. See above. Point 23. The position of folklorists, who believe that the Toledat Yeshua chose the cabbage as the most ridiculous plant for the most effective sport, is better warranted. In the Targum Shini, when Haman was sentenced to death, all trees except Bob Cedar declined being his gallows. 24. As well the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, with all its possible prototypes, and the Baldur myth come to mind. 25. These findings 19e.g. Ms. Lechworth Sassoon 793, B equal Gazar Alehem Hutzmi Ilan Harav Shi'ayo. Ala al Ddego Lakho the B equal Odo ad Hagarev. 20 milliseconds London British Lit War. 10. 457 UB Odogan Haiti Akan Shell Hirav Shi'ayo Haiti Amity Nevromi ES Tomer. 4. Tomer. 21 milliseconds London British Lit War. 3606. 22 milliseconds Rostock Orient. 38.
The show's not going to be as big as it once was. But you do have a truck show.
Joseph Schoenfield. According to the Hebrews, a new translation of the Jewish life of Jesus, with an inquiry into the nature of its sources and special relationship to the lost gospel according to the Hebla Y. W.S. London, Duckworth, 1937. 221-20.
Or he just knows because he's so smart. He's like, called it.
Similarly rejected is a position of Louis Ginsburg, who embarrassed Cyprus, Forkirov, C. Mice, in Genizah studies in memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter, Gins Schechter.
I don't know. I always go both ways, boss.
Louis Ginsburg, 3 volumes. New York, the Jewish Seminary of America, 1928 in UD, 1:2438. 24 Targum Shini to Esther 7:9, 10. 25 The mother of Baldur, adjuring various plants that may harm his son, overlooked the mistletoe, of which an arrow was made that killed Baldur. James George Fraser, Golden Vow.
There are people that started there too, like the fucking dude.
A study in Magic and Religion, Volumes, London, Macmillan & Co. 19:0:236-50.
Also can't remember his name. The Toxu people. Basically, the Toxu people is usually an upward trajectory, except for the last person. I won't say her name, but that was a downward trajectory.
I think my argument might have the stronger standing here. I
think I was wrong. I just did a shop thing.
Joel McHale. You know what I mean? Freaking, wasn't he at E?
Yeah, that's actually that against your argument because he went up.
Like, he's a terrible person. What did he go into after E,
dude? He started at E and then went to like community and movies and
annoyed everyone, dude. Nobody liked him.
What? I like John McHale.
Really?
Be cool, dude. Wow, dude. Community rules. What are you talking about? What are we doing here? Fucking blockbuster.
Community sucks.
Well, you're gonna get live.
I'm just going further down. I don't give a fuck, dude.
It's like I hated Gerardo, but after he said community, now I really have a problem.
Dude's macchiato. Let's see here. Haphazard posted this one. Let the hate flow through you. I'm assuming it's about Creed.
Yeah, it sounds good, dude.
Let's see.
I was on stage and fucking up. By the way, I have a bunch of YouTube stand-up. I just threw it on there on my go. And
Nobody's ever done that.
no, I don't. No, I don't.
That was funny. I know he interrupted him and is rude and all that, but that was funny.
188 Michael Nearson of Hellier, however, called up a stun of criticism on the part of Krause, who accused him of picking curiosities regardless of context. 26 indeed. The context is important, unless a folklorist does not mind blending the Toledo issue with Nordic tales. A hypothesis of Newman stands out as the only attempt to treat the cabbage stalk as a pointer to a certain cultural phenomenon, however peculiar it may seem. According to Newman, the legend of Adonis' death stands at the basis of the cabbage motif in the Toledo. A wild boar had pursued and killed Adonis. After that, Aphrodite buried her lover in a garden of lettuces. 27 finally, Newman concludes that in the Toledo, the cabbage stalk is to point the finger at pagan ideas so amiably appropriated by the Christian tradition. Regardless of whether I do or do not support this conclusion, I would like to emphasize a couple of important argumentation. First, the Christian tradition, derived from pagan, that introduced the cabbage motif.
That is a weird way to communicate this shit. Like if I were
in addition to John 1941, there is active piloting 9S, STHCD, both talking about the garden, hence Gethsemane, as the place of crucifixion, and more specifically, there is the Coptic Book of the Resurrection of Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, SH_7th centuries, where a gardener, Philogens, takes the body of J from a garden of vegetables, although with noble intentions, to embalm it. Second, most scholarly discussions regarding the cabbage stalk, for some reason, overlook the earliest and most important evidence for this tradition. In the Aramaic versions of the Toledo issue, the cabbage clearly conceals its own, original, and unexplained importance, while the tree conjuration stories come from a later embellishment that rather distract the researcher's attention than help revealing the meaning of the cabbage stalk, as Yeshus Gallows the same holds true for all of it. Earliest references to the story crystallized in the Toledo. This is he, Tertullian writes, whom his disciples secretly stole away, that it might be said he had risen again, or the gardener abstracted, that his lettuces might come to no hand from the crowds of visitants. 28 Finally, Amulo repeats this passage, with a particular reference to the Toledo issue. 26 Seepim Hard Hellier, over Judas Israelites in their Giidiscan legend, MGWJ 76, 1932-33-42, and idem, over Das Alter der Giidiscan Judas Aju and Ida Tolgok Jesku. MGWJ 77, 1933-198-2/0, especially 201-4, and Samuel Krause, who were Ansik and Iber told of Jesku. MGWJ 76, 1932-586-603. Krause, in his turn, is that the authors of the Talmud refer to a cherub, or seraphim that takes a worthy person to heaven, showing, at the same time, how different was the cherub that elevated Yeshua. 27 C. Hillel I. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledo Yeshua Literature, JTS 50, 1999-59-79, especially 75 to 79. He lists numerous references to the story as well as supportive evidence to the fact that the legend of Adonis was well known among both Jews and Christians, and that the similarity between Jesus and Adonis was obvious in the eyes of pagans.
I just see him fail at
28 Tertullian,
Yeah,
Spec.
so I think the beginning is definitely
30.6,
that. Like, why would you be mad that someone's like,
Quen clamdis and suber puran,
but the second part where
UT
they're like, my
exhispicator,
specials,
vel
actually, you know, I
hortulanus
wouldn't be mad about
detraxit,
that either. If someone's like,
ani
this is the best
lactatai
material
sui
I've read,
frequentia
my friend
commentium
would be
ad
like,
laterantur.
that's cool. Say. I'm not jealous.
And their teacher Joshua cried out and ordered that he be quickly taken down from the tree, and he was cast into a grave in a garden full of cabbages, lest their land be contaminated. 29 While Newman was looking for mythological implications of the cabbage, I am going to approach the question from a different perspective, namely, by looking more closely at the cabbage plant. There is, perhaps, a simple explanation for why this direction of inquiry has been heretofore ignored. Our common perception of cabbage does not usually go beyond our own dietary habits, familiar, as we are, with only a leafy globe chopped on our plates for soups or salads. Not many of us can answer a simple question of what the notorious cabbage stalk actually looks like, or, if it has flowers, what they look like. The most basic observations about such facts may, however, show our negligence of these questions to be quite ill-advised. Thus, the cabbage is a biennial plant, meaning that it takes 2 years to complete its biological life cycle. The garden cabbage must be harvested during the first year, but the wild cabbage shows what can be extracted in the second year of its life, shortly before it begins to die. The stem, unusually high for a wheat or vegetable, and sometimes reaches 10 feet high. In fact, because of this enormous stem, the cabbage was already by the Turi BCE considered to be a tree herb. For of undershrubs and those of the pot herb class, some have the character of a tree, such as cabbage and rue, wherefore some call these tree herbs. 3. The modern botanist, speaking of cabbage, lettuce, cauliflower, broccoli, and turnip, refers to them as cruciferous vegetables or crucifers, clearly without any religious connotation. Why the yellow, cross-shaped flowers covering the tall, tree-like stem of the cabbage plant can be accounted the origin of the name crucifer. Botanists, certainly, are not the only ones who might make such associations, a fact that, itself, could make a decent conclusion to the present inquiry. Yet there is more than this, and the cabbage appears in the Talmudot not only because of its tall stem and cross-shaped flowers. The next lead can also be found in Theophrastus' Inquiry. He knew 3 kinds of cabbage, one with a smooth leaf, OualjAot, another with curly leaf, Evalog-JAOT, and QL pivot, aka literally, the field cabbage, identified as wild 29 Amulo of Leon, liver contragideaus ad carolum regem, CH25, PL 116, E. T. Conclaimant, AC Juvent Magistro Eorum Josue, Seal Writer de Igno Depositum, Et in quotum porto collibus plena, in sepulchro projectum, N. Terra Eorum Contaminaritur. On this source also see the article of Peter Schiefer in this volume.
What? It's you, Brendan Somebody kills you.
30 Theophrastus, his story plant. 1.3.TWBT WB/WB-ZAT GVEV the 110 BUTA found XTJ ZAT OLOB EVACUQM VXOBL and IBE TAL XA6 ALHE KAKABUL CHIVO Xerox F ZAT XAAOUOLNBE to TOTATA OEVOQO Exavis 31C EG Daniel Zohari and Maria Hopp, Domestication of Plants in the Old World, New York, Oxford University Press, 1988, 199.
Probably. I mean, you know, I'm always like surprised by someone lying like that. Like, why lie about that? Very easy.
Cabbage or wild mustard, surprisingly. Both of these names refer to one and the same plant, known as Brassica oleracea, a kind of wheat for modern botanists, but a quasi-tree in Eddie. 32 to be more specific, Modern botanists argue that the wild Brassica oleracea, including wild cabbage and wild white mustard, have a common ancestor with Sinape arvensis, wild black mustard, while the first of two species has evolved into the cultivated cabbage and turnip. Brassica rapa, the second, has become the cultivated mustard. Brassica nigra. 33 Brassica oleracea and Sinape arvensis are hardly distinguishable, especially for an untrained eye of a philologist, being the reason of a persistent inconsistency in commentaries to Theophrastus. Where PCLBOC, AYQLCL is sometimes identified as wild cabbage and sometimes as wild mustard. This inexactness is all the more vindicated by the fact that the specific word for black mustard, OLBCLRN, is late. 34 in Greek literature occurrence is in Matthew 13:31, while Latin authors, who themselves knew many species of Brassica, borrow the word instead of translating it. 35 The famous parable from Matthew 13:31-32 is certainly the climax of my argument. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, XQXXQOLB on EU / that a man took and sowed in his field. It is the smallest of all the seeds, but when it has grown it is the greatest garden plant and becomes a L-U, so that the wild birds come and nest in its branches. Since, provided the common acquaintance with this gospel, no one would be surprised by an occurrence of mustard in Christian or anti-Christian literature, its twin sister cabbage plant should not surprise us either. It is impossible to tell exactly how these two branches of one tradition developed. Were there two variants of the parable, both referring to the same plant but with different words? Did they actually mean two different plants, wild cabbage and wild, be it black or white, mustard, which were so similar that one finally supplanted the other? Were cross-shaped flowers ever important for the authors and listeners of the parable, provided that the cross became manifest symbol of Christianity only in the 4th century? Although these questions remain without answers, our hypothesis is not undermined. Wild cabbage and wild mustard are almost 32 Theophrastus. Historia Plantarum 7.4. See also Don R. Brothwell and Patricia Brothwell, Food in Equity, a survey of the diet of early peoples, New York, Krieger, 1969, 117 to 100. 33 km Song ETAI, taxonomy based on nuclear restriction fragment length polymorphisms, theoretical and applied genetics 75, 1988. 784 to Jeffrey R. Dixon, Vegetable Brassicas and Related Crucifers, Reading, Columns Design Limited, 207, 428. 34 There is an opinion, however, that both Albam, 1st century CE and later, and BD 72, before the 1st century CE, refer to Brassica alba, white mustard, CLSJ, a direct offspring of Brassica oleracea. 3 Pliny, NAT, mentions 5, and PS Dioscorides, De Herbis Femininis, and Curae Herbarum. 12 subtypes of cabbage,
say one thing and then say the complete opposite thing the next day, and not have any kind of acknowledgement of that.
Indistinguishable subtypes of one floral kind. In oral transmission of Matthew's parable, both of them might appear to signify the triumph of Christianity, while, in a satire of this parable, both of them could be effectively used to signify its ultimate failure. It is only, therefore, the luck of the draw that Brassica oleracea sprang up as a mustard tree in Matthew and as a cabbage tree in the Talagat Yeshua. An occurrence of the cabbage tradition in a Christian source, beside anti-Judean attacks of Tertullian and Amulo, may support my argumentation. It is not until the late Middle Ages, however, that we witness such an occurrence, a remarkable story of the cabbage stalk of Epidaur. In this legend, one female gardener had planted a consecrated bread of Eucharist in her cabbage garden in the hope that her cabbages would grow better, but, Instead, a cabbage stalk resembling the crucified Jesus grew up in the place where she had planted his body. This cabbage stalk was revered by the Cistercian nuns of Harvestie during the 15th century and was subsequently acquired by the Emperor Rudolf II for the Imperial Schatzkammer. 36 Such an amazing mirror reflection of the Tertullians let hardly travel from its source to the Cistercians via Yeshua, and must, therefore, testify to the existence of the Christian tradition, in addition to the Jewish satire, associating Jesus with the cabbage stalk.
Is Papa driving or in the back seat?
Having Yeshua executed, the Toledat soon grants us the next oddity. According to Jewish law, a corpse may not tree overnight. Therefore, the sages decide to bury Yeshua in utter trench. This is generally speaking, because places of Yeshua's burial vary in different versions of the text.
This is it's crafting his dick while driving. And then the last one, I believe, is his.
The water, according to Agabard's version, Yeshua was buried next to an aqueduct. On the following night, the aqueduct was flooded. Yeshua's body disappeared and was never found. In an approximately contemporaneous version of the Geniza manuscripts, the place of burial is indicated as Rahata Damania, Cambridge University. Lib. TS Miscellaneous 35.87, Betchaki Yadamadia, New York JTS 2529.1, and Berzaya, New York JTS 2529.137 and 2. These terms are not as unambiguous as aqueduct, but ultimately can hardly mean anything else but a water conduit or a reservoir. In both the aforementioned versions, Pilate commanded the Jews to find Yeshua's body, and, while they failed in Agabard, our Judah of the Geniza 36 Otto Benek, Hamburgis Geschichten und Sagen, Hamburg, Pertzbesser and Mau, 1854, 153-56, Edward Kroos, Der Verbleib der Wunderbaren Kohlwurzel aus Eppendorf, Millilungen de Brienstier Hamburgis Geschichten, 1908-58-60, Silka Urbanski, Bishop the Klosters Harvestie in Valle Virginum, Hamburg, Universitat Hamburg, 2001. 7-1 reads very via.
6 million views in 1 ounce. I don't know how the fuck he knew about that, dude. I had it on 6 million streaming services.
Version proved able to demonstrate Yeshua to Pilate, since it was he who removed the body. After that, he reburied the corpse in the same water installation, arguing the strict order of Pilate Yeshua in a proper place, that is, a cemetery. This persistent disobedience to the order of Pilate is all the more strange because of the dubious importance of the act of disobedience. Was it really so significant to put Yeshua's body in water instead of earth, such that Judah was willing to risk his life for it? As in the case with the cabbage stalk, the authors of the Toledat Yeshua struggling to explain the situation, which in the later versions involves the aqueduct of Agabard, the garden of Hamulo, the water trench/reservoir of the Geniza, and even a sewer. Ms. Strasbourg CNU 3974, and the entire Wage and Sale Group 38 tell that Yeshua was initially buried at the place where he was stoned, but our Judah reburied him in his garden under an aqueduct, dissembling it first, then restoring it on the top of Yeshua's body. Manuscripts Amsterdam HSROS 414, New York JTS 2221, and all Yemenite manuscripts 39 have this differently. Yeshua was buried near the pool, or river, of Siloam. After that, either Judah or an anonymous gardener stole his body to stuff a hole in his garden fence. Another explanatory version is presented by Ulbricht. For Judah himself took down the body of Yeshua from the tree and threw it into a sewer in order to fulfill the prediction of sages sentencing Yeshua to boil in excrement in hell. Begin in 56 BS7a. The arguably latest editions of the Toledat present thoroughly sanitized versions of Yeshua's burial. In Ms. Philadelphia University Lib. 361, Slavic version, Judah buries Yeshua in his garden under a water pipe that just happens to be there, while the Italian manuscripts simply get rid of the aqueduct burial as they have got of the cabbage stalk crucifixion. Judas steals the corpse and buries it in his garden, in the family burial chamber. 41. It is remarkable that some Protestant scholars, Waldenspurger and then Kennard, trying to reconstruct the historical burial of Jesus on the basis of the Gospels, present the same picture that appears in the reductionist Italian. 42. Kennard's analysis starts from the statement that the empty tomb may point rather to a removal of the body from the place where the women had seen it laid and to its burial elsewhere. Then, Kennard argues that the events of Jesus' death and burial can be restored in the following order. Since 12:30 p.m. is the deadline, 38 e.g. Manuscripts Cambridge Harvard Total Lib 57, Jerusalem Shokin 04088, Leipzig BH 1735 to 51. 39 e.g. Manuscripts Cambridge University Lib TS 4, 455, New York JTS 2343, Princeton Firestone Lib 40 e.g. Manuscripts Amsterdam HSROS 442, Frankfurt Hebrew 8249, Princeton Firestone Lib 24, 41 e.g. Rostock Orient 38, Vidi Hebia ETP Oni Mikibro Vidi Kavar Oto Vigano Vikever Yakuta Hagana 42 Rome Waldenspurger, Elitumio Vidi, La Legend ETI Histoire, Paris, F. Alkin, 1935, Joseph Spencer Kennard, The Burial of Jesus, JBL 74, 1955 227 to 38.
Forget it. He's happy. Probably his management, his wife, everyone good?
For a Passover offering 43, Jesus must have been taken from the cross no later than I00 p.m., and these were the soldiers who took him from the tree and laid him in a tomb. Acts 13:29. When evening had come, Joseph of Arimathea, a respected member of the council, Mark 15:43, Mark 15:42, to come to Pilate and ask him for the body of Jesus. Authorized by Pilate, Joseph took away 44 the place in his own sepulchre. To the speculation on account of the twofold burial, there is a far more certain attestation to the ancient of Jesus' burial in a water reservoir. But they blaspheme more, saying that he was cast in a well, wrote Commodian, Gaza, 3rd CCE, in reference to an opinion of his contemporaries. 45 Thus, the picture presented in the Taladat Yeshu may eventually lead to an antique source of any kind, which we must try to reveal. This means that in addition to considering a figurative meaning of a burial in a water reservoir, it might be useful to consider actual water conduits and cemeteries in 1st century Jerusalem. 46 In that time, 2 aqueducts brought water to the city. The high-level aqueduct, which conveyed the water from the pool of Siloam, was built by the Hasmoneans and improved by Herod 47, and the lower, as Josephus reports, was built by Pilate, who used the temple's money for its construction. At another time he, Pilate, used the sacred treasure of the temple, called Corban, to pay for bringing water into Jerusalem by an aqueduct from a distance of 400 stadioli, B.J.2.175-77. Even more sacrilegious than usurping the temple's funds, however, was the route of this aqueduct, for it cut its way through a cemetery that was evidently in use in that period, and even went to wreck one of the family tombs which, of course, ceased to be used at that moment. 48 LT was the fact of building the water conduit through the unclean grounds that led to illegal refund, starting from a regulation that forbids aqueduct at a cemetery.
Usually we laugh really hard at these. That one was ridiculous. I think back to back, it's like, God damn.
6 hours and a half.
I'm even more surprised.
Sahim 5.1. 44 QEV instead of XATE81, XEV, take down John 1938, Mark 1546, 45 Commodian, Carmen Apologeticum 440, said Magi's in /Amant, in Pitium Misericordiam
Chilium. Being scared of me, but
46 Newman. The death of Jesus. 70 summarizes the hypotheses concerning Yeshua's burial in a water jet. Eric Bischoff connects it to a local Jerusalem tradition locating the grave of Jesus in the vicinity of the Siloam Springs. A.P. Samuel, 1902. Das Leben Jesu nach Judas. Quellen Berlin. S. Calvary, 1902. Repair. Hildesheim. Holmes, 1977. Schlichting considers the abyssal waters beneath the temple. Gunther Schlichting, Ein Judah Ches Leben Jesu, Tayabingen. Morsiebeck, 1982, 218. And Kraft compares Yeshua's burial to the burial of Alaric in a riverbed. Alexander Haggerty Kraft, Les Funerarias d Alaric, Annuaire de Institut de Philologie et Histoire Orientales et Slave 7, 234. 47 Ehud Netzer, The Architecture of Herod, the Great Builder, Tayabingen, Morsiebeck, 206, 136. 48 Joseph Padrich, a Sadducean Halakha and the Jerusalem Aqueduct, Jerusalem Cathedra 2, 1982, 25-39. See also David Uman, ETAI, The Aqueducts of Israel, Portsmouth, R.I., Journal of Roman Archaeology, Supplement Series 46, 202.
He's blowing it away from me.
People do not conduct an aqueduct out from the graves, and one shall not make their way. Ebel Ravity 14. Then to the controversy. The Sadducees say, we protest against you, Pharisees, for you declare clean the Nizak. The Pharisees say, we protest against you, Sadducees, for you declare clean the aqueduct that comes from among the graves. Yadaim 4.7. And eventually to a new law ruling that water attached to the ground is not subject to contamination. Our Nehemiah said, why is it said that the purity did not depart? Since water in that vessel is not subject to contamination until it is detached from its source, the purity prevails over defilement. T. Micah 01 1.1. In any case, the building of the Jerusalem aqueduct through the cemetery was a remarkable event to be noticed and remembered. In fact, inhabitants of Jerusalem enjoyed the use of this aqueduct until the 16th century, contemplating the close neighborhood of tombs and the water conduit. Isn't it the most natural explanation of why Yeshua's body was buried near an aqueduct, or even in an aqueduct, and why Judah, being required to bury Yeshua in a proper cemetery, brought him back to the aqueduct's surroundings? For indeed, it was a proper cemetery. In summary, deciphering the Talmud's nonsense may have a twofold significance. On the one hand, it demonstrates that the Talmud Yeshua does contain ancient traditions, which present interest for researchers of both Roman Christianity and Judaism, and, on the other, it shows that, by the time that these traditions were crystallized and coalesced into a literary form, their readers were unable to digest them. It was this inability that started a chain of interpretative additions to the story that appears so simple and coherent in the Agabard Superstitionese, and so complex and repetitive in the Talmud. Despite its importance, a study of details in the Talmud Yeshu must be limited to non-strictly textual details. In other words, since the exact correspondence of the text in different Talmud manuscripts is rather an exception than a rule, it does not make sense to discuss, for example, whether Yeshua was buried in, under, or beside some water installation, and whether this water installation was designated with a proper name, meaning specifically an aqueduct, an irrigation equipment, a water pipe, or a channel. The manuscripts contain all of these, and only the forthcoming comprehensive study of all the available manuscripts shall be able to guide our preference. 49. It must also be noted that the inevitably speculative argumentation, involved in a study of one specific detail, cannot help to date the composition and to read 49. This edition is currently in preparation. See http URL. Shu.html.
Loud the shit is. You know? So like you know how like you know you weigh, right? Like that's how many pounds it is. You know. I'm 5'4", 392 pounds. You know, so height, that's got a number. Weight, that's got a number. But sound, that has a number too. Now it's got, it used to be volume, but that's on the other, that just goes up, that's on the knob.
Reveal the origin of its traditions. There will always remain a place for a different interpretation. A number of details, however, can be organized like tesserae in a mosaic, provided that only matching tesserae can display a comprehensible picture, while mismatches must be adjusted. It is likely that there were antique traditions connecting the death and burial of Jesus with the Jerusalem Aqueduct Cemetery and with the mustard cabbage tree, yet the Talmudot as a complete narrative seems to adapt these traditions in a later period, when the cross-shaped flowers became symbolic. The /Urea supplanted the Eruks, while the Jerusalem Aqueduct was still functional.
Really good. Yeah. You know, because like that's the kind of pod I listen to. Yeah, it's so good. I mean, I wish our pod was more like
Judas Iscariot, revealer of the hidden truth * Orolimer and Israel Jacob Yuval Tristram Shandy, in Lawrence Stern's famous novel by that name, dwells upon the reasons of his father, Waiter Shandy, in giving him his name. First, he elaborates on his father's theory of names. His opinion, in this matter, was that there was a strange kind of magic bias, which good or bad names, as he called them, irresistibly impressed upon our characters and conduct one. To sustain this argument he brings as an example the name Judas, your son, your dear son, from whose sweet and open temper you have so much to expect. Your Billy, sir. Would you, for the world, have called him MDAS? Would you, sir, if a Jew of a godfather had proposed a name for your child, and offered you his purse along with it, would you have consented to such a desecration of him? If I know your temper right, sir, you are incapable of it. You would have trampled upon the offer. You would have thrown the temptation at the tempter's head with abhorrence. Your greatness of mind in this action, which I admire, with that generous contempt of money, which you shew me in the whole transaction, is really noble, and what renders it more so, is the principle of it, the workings of a parent's love upon the truth and conviction of this very hypothesis. Was your son called Judas? The sordid and treacherous idea, so inseparable from the name, would have accompanied him through life like his shadow, and, in the end, made a miser and a rascal of him, in spite, sir. Example. To a somewhat similar claim was put forward lately, though for different reasons, by the noted Israeli author, Abraham B. Yehoshua. In an article published in the newspaper J. Eretz, Yehoshua issued a call to forego the description of Israel as the Jewish state. In his opinion, the name Israel is the proper name of the country and of the people who reside in it. According to Yehoshua, since the time of the Bible and throughout the age of the exile, the word Jew has carried a negative connotation, because it evokes the memory of Judas Iscariot. 3. A shorter Hebrew version of the last part of this article, the figure of Judas in the Golden Legend, was published by us in 2005, Oedipus in Christian Garb, The Legend of Judas Iscariot in the Golden Legend, see Madam 91, 2005, 12-21. 1. Lawrence Steen, The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gentleman, and Graham Petrie, Harmon Swart, Penguin, 1967, 77. 2. Steen, Gibbon, 78. 3. Hotterex, June 10, 2009.
It's David Lucas, the politician. He's an American politician. He's a member of the Georgia State Senate from the
198. Orolimer and Israel Jacob Yuval Yehoshua's claim is a striking example of how images travel from one camp to the other. Astonishingly, in his statement, Yehoshua internalizes the Christian position, whose origins are to be found in the New Testament, according to which Judah, the name of Judas Iscariot arouses a Jew, a traitor, with one who greedily as well, with Satan. Judas' figure does, indeed, loom large in Christian imagination, and, in view of its implications, there is little wonder that it reverberated in Jewish culture as well. For in what follows, we shall examine the image of Judas Iscariot in 3 literary works, 1 Jewish and 2 Christian. Sefer Toledat Yeshu will be at the center of our discussion. To this we shall add the legend of the finding of the TRNE cross and the apocryphal biography of Judas in the Golden Legend. Our claim is that, despite the dispute between Jews and Christians regarding the ethical qualities of Judas, a broad agreement exists regarding many facets of his personality, behavior, and his central role in the story of Jesus. This agreement is based upon an evidently unchallenged axiom, according to which the man Judas represents the Jewish people, and his behavior represents the Jewish attitude to Christians and to their Savior. As in the New Testament, so too in these texts, Judas is presented as a subversive figure, who acts clandestinely in order to destroy Christianity and to save Judaism, or, on the contrary, to destroy Judaism and to save Christianity, all depending upon the identity of the text. Who is Judas Iscariot in Christian eyes? If every great drama revolves around a titanic struggle between good and evil, then in the Christian drama Judas plays the role of evil, and not just mundane evil, but the worst possible evil, diametrically opposed to Jesus, who represents the absolute good. Judas' evil is, indeed, great. As one of the 12 disciples, he was among those who were particularly close to Jesus, but he betrayed Jesus for the sake of a handful of coins, turning him over to the Jews who were pursuing him, then tortured him and precipitated his crucifixion by the Romans. Judas thus represents the Jews, as indicated by his name. According to the Christian tradition, Kiryat, from which derives the name, Iscariot, Ishkariot, the man from Kiryat, is the city in Judea mentioned in Joshua 15:24. Here so, Judas was the only one among Jesus' disciples to come from Judea rather than from the Galilee. The Galilee was the cradle of the faithful, while Judea was home to the Jews and traders. 5. Survey on Judas Iscariot's role in the Christian anti-Jewish agency. Jeremy Cohen, Christ Killers, the Jews and the Passion from the Bible to the Big Screen, Oxford University Press, 2007, 255-61. Judas' figure increased lately, following the publicized discovery of the Gospel of Judas. See inter alia, Bart D. Ehrman, The Lost Gospel of Judas Iscariot, A New Look at Betrayer and Betrayed, Oxford University Press, 2006. Nevertheless, it seems that this text that raised much interest in academic circles is not destined to change the long accepted traditional image of Judas as the arch traitor of Christian culture. As Hieronymus, in Matthew 10.4, CCSL 77, EDSD verse and M. Adrian. Tumhout. Rip Holes, 1969, 64.
Random emojis. I think that's one of the funnier things that happens. But I sometimes think his change is doing this just to fuck with him.
199. Another theory explains that the name Iscariot implies that Judas was a member of the Iscariot. 6. This theory, however, is problematic chronologically. Judas' great sin was his betrayal of Jesus. The lowest level in Dante's Inferno is named Iudica, after Judas Iscariot, in which all those who betrayed their masters are punished. Lucifer, the archetype of all betrayers, who is placed in the center of this level, is also punished there. All the rivers of guilt flow towards him. Lucifer has 3 mouths, in each one of which an arch-traitor is ground in his teeth. Judas Iscariot, Brutus, and Cassius. Judas is stuck in the central mouth, as the worst of these 3 traitors. Indeed, he is the worst of all the sinners in hell. 7. The Christian Gospels do not elaborate upon the story of Judas. The information about him is spread among several different books, and the details are not always consistent with one another. Nevertheless, it is possible to put them together from the following story. Judas was one of the 12 disciples, whom Jesus appointed as a kind of treasurer, who held the collective money purse. In Christian art, the purse is one of his known attributes. This task enabled Judas to deceive the others and steal from them, and even act in a miserly manner in using the money to serve Jesus. In the final analysis, as he betrayed trust regarding money, so he betrayed trust in general. Tempted by Satan, Judas committed the greatest sin of all. He betrayed his master. He turned to the high priest, offered to turn Jesus over to him, and in return received 30 coins. That evening, Judas participated in the Last Supper together with the other disciples, and Jesus, who knew what was going to happen, gave Judas bread dipped in wine, saying that the one who would receive the bread would betray him, even asking that he hasten the deed. Judas left the table to meet the priests, while Jesus went with his disciples to Gethsemane, where he prayed. His disciples fell asleep. Soon Judas returned with the entourage of the high priest and kissed Jesus, thereby identifying him and turning him in. Jesus was arrested, tried, tortured, and executed. After Judas saw that Jesus had been convicted, he regretted his betrayal, threw the money down in the temple, and hung himself. With the money, the priests bought a field for burying strangers, which they called blood, Aramaic, Hak-el-Dama. According to the account in Acts, 15-26, it was Judas who bought the field with the money used the betrayal, and then, falling headlong, he burst open in the middle, and all his bowels gushed out. After Judas' death, Matthias was chosen in his place and joined the disciples. 6. Robert Eisenman, James, the brother of Jesus, New York, Penguin, 1998, 516, 811-16. 7. Dante, Inferno, 39. See Sylvia Thomas, Judica, Dante's Satan, and the Displaced Jew. In Text and Territory, Geographical Imagination in the European Middle Ages, EDSSY 1 by Thomas and Seeley Gill, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1998, 247-67. SE/ER Taladat Yeshua in Sefer Taladat Yeshua, Judas Iscariot plays a far more central role than he does in the New Testament. This Jewish text reworks the facts related in the New Testament. Its dispute is not about the facts, but rather about their interpretation. Our reading of the work is based upon two theoretical approaches. The first is a historical approach, based in large part on Amos Funkenstein's famous definition of the genre of counter-history. Taladat Yeshua clearly belongs to this genre. Indeed, Funkenstein himself used it as an example to characterize the genre. The second is a literary approach, building on the work of Frank Drummond, who sees the various versions of the Gospels as a midrashic attempt to reinterpret the tradition that stands before them, and this, not by interpretation of the text, but by the addition of various elements to the plot that create a different story. 9. Following this approach, we consider Taladat Yeshua also a midrash, and as such as an open-ended text that has different versions and is subject to various additions and deletions. Similar to the New Testament itself, Taladat Yeshua is a text of an exegetical nature, but, unlike the Gospels, where alongside the story of Jesus' life we find parables, sermons, ethical aphorisms, and prophecies, Taladat Yeshua expresses its viewpoint by means of narrative alone, using its devices such as thickening of the plot, additions, and changes according to the creative imagination of the various narrators. Like the Gospels, Taladat Yeshua weaves within its plot verses from the Bible which serve as testimonies. Their function is to refute the New Testament claim that the Old Testament had already anticipated the biography of Jesus. Taladat Yeshua makes of these self-same verses, exposing the distorted use by the Gospels. Takes note of the fact that Judas Iscariot is the figure who moves the Passion story forward in the New Testament. 10. Judas is a case of a character being possessed by his narrative role. The story is moved forward by his betrayal of Jesus. Indeed, Judas becomes the very embodiment of treachery. 11. The act of betrayal thus acquires a human image whose life and actions have a narrative of their own. Unlike the New Testament, which creates a story out of an abstract idea, in Taladat Yeshua the story already exists, and the function of the narrator is to change its course and meaning and to turn it upside down. In addition to the New Testament, SE/ER Taladat Yeshua, in its various versions, engages in dialogue with earlier versions of Jewish legends and stories about Amos Funkenstein, history, counter-history, and narrative, perceptions of Jewish history, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1993, 32-49. 9. Frank Kermode, The Genesis of Secrecy, on the Interpretation of Narrative, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1979, 75-99. Ken Kermode, Ibid, 84. 1/Kermode, Ibid, 94.
I leave him a voicemail like this. Yeah, exactly. You said you'd be on the show, and what the fuck, man?
Shout out to Mark, dude. He's a great guy. Wanted a lightning since he was a kid. R.I.P. Lightning. Posted by Haphazard. Let's see. It's just a lot of
Jesus found in the Talmud and makes use of them. We assume that each of the extant versions of Taladat Yeshua confronts and interprets Christian and Jewish texts by making additions to the plot, reorganizing the narrative, and inserting new emphases, and so on. As noted, the place attributed to Judas in Taladat Yeshua is far greater than the one he is given in the Gospels, in terms of the number of words and verses.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's typing up resumes and shit.
He's like, hey, Griffin's a great show.
He's on Craigslist right now. Or IG.
Unlike the villain that emerges towards the end of the New Testament drama in order to advance the story of the crucifixion, in Taladat Yeshua he appears on the stage earlier and disappears later, at least in some of the versions. Moreover, in Taladat Yeshua, Jesus is the only active figure from the Jewish side among those participating. He alone saves the Jews with his own powers.
He's ordering tickets for
12. Judas stars in 3 central scenes in Taladat Yeshua. The first, he reveals the fact that Jesus is a deceiver who performs miracles by means of deceit, by his Shem Porosh, the holy name. No inverted mirror image of the scene appears in the New Testament. It copes with the miracles that Jesus performed, by whose means he acquired his followers. The background to this section from the law of the false prophet in Deuteronomy 13, which warns against believing in false prophets who perform miracles. With the sages, consent decides to follow in the footsteps of Jesus and to imitate his dastardly acts. He enters the Holy of Holies, steals the Shem Porosh. A competition ensues between the two figures, in which each of them uses the Shem Porosh to fly in the air, while attempting to make the other fall to the ground. 13. Judas contaminates Jesus by urinating or ejaculating semen on him. The various versions differ on this point, causing Jesus to fall to the ground. 14. This scene, with its homosexual overtones, may contain echoes of Judas' kiss in the New Testament. I.S. Judas thereby removes the mask from Jesus' face, and heroically destroys his claim to be the Son of God. Judas' acts are justified by means of the verses in Deuteronomy 13:7-12. If your brother, the son of your 12 Bimhard Diakman, Judas als Sundenba, being varying Nisvalgashik von Angst und Feldgelen, Emunchen, Dissel, 1991, 126. 13. The scene has its roots in the Christian Apocrypha, in stories such as Simon Magus flying in the air. See Act of Petri, Acts of Peter, in New Testament Apocrypha. Edited by Wilhelm Schneemelker, ETAL, London, Lutterworth, 1963, 1965, second edition, Cambridge, Louisville, Westminster/John Knox, 1991, 1992, 290. 14. The scene goes hand in hand with Christian descriptions of Jews' transgression of non-native codes of physical conduct through spitting. Anthony Bale, the spitting Jew may have an intertext in late medieval images of the Judas kiss. Judas's kissing was certainly discussed in tense of defilement of Christ's body. Anthony Bale, the Jew in the medieval book, English Anti-Semitisms, /350-500, Cambridge University Press, 2006, 152. Susan Goodbar elaborates on oral and anal motives in Judas' image, describing him as leaky Judas. Susan Goodbar, Judas, a biography, New York and London, W.W. Norton and Company, 2009, ch3, especially pages 107 to 10. 15 on the homosexual motive, see Goodbar, Ibid, 158 to 210.
Shakespeare. Way to go, Shakespeare. This one's posted by, my bad.
Mother entices you secretly, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods. You shall surely kill him." Jesus is thus exposed by Judas as an impostor and a false prophet. He is also described as the son of your mother, following the words of Deuteronomy concerning the false prophet. This reference also relates, of course, to Jesus' depiction as a son without a father. The second scene is that of Jesus' betrayal by Judas. Whereas, according to the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus came to Jerusalem only once, on which occasion he was crucified. According to the Gospel of John, he had visited there in the past, and even aroused the hatred of the Sanhedrin, who sought to kill him. John 5:16-18. According to this version, Jesus' return to the Galilee was essentially a flight from Jerusalem. This being the case, why did the Sanhedrin need Judas in order to identify Jesus? Wasn't he already known to them? The Gospel according to John gives no answer to this question, but in some versions of Toledo, Yeshua, an explanation is offered. According to the Wage and Sale version, after Judas exposed Jesus' deceit and Jesus is condemned to death, Jesus goes to the Jordan River and purifies himself anew, thus recovering the magical powers that Judas had taken from him. Wage and Sale's version continues in a consistent manner to the next stage. If urinating or ejaculating semen do not help, it becomes necessary to deprive Jesus of his magical powers by taking the Shem Porish away from him by force. Judas again volunteers to act on behalf of the sages and secretly, in the dark of night, while Jesus is sleeping, tears the Shem Porish from his flesh. Jesus, left with none of his magical powers, understands that the hour has come and his destiny has been sealed. He therefore decides to return to Jerusalem, the city from which he had fled. This time, however, he and his disciples arrive in disguise. The motif of the disguise does not appear in the New Testament, and it should be seen as a dramatic device intended to explain why Judas and his act of betrayal were needed in order to identify Jesus. The Jewish version thus invents a secret visit of Jesus and his disciples to Jerusalem, perhaps in order to steal again the Shem Porish. Judas continues to act on behalf of the sages and identifies Jesus again. That which is portrayed in the New Testament as treachery is shown here as a heroic mission. The course of the story in Toledat Yeshua matches only the Gospel of John. According to the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew 3, Mark I, Luke 3, Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist at the beginning of his activity, even before he performed miracles. In contrast, according to John, Jesus had previously visited Jerusalem, aroused the wrath of the Jews, 2:13-25, and only thereafter was he baptized in the Jordan, 3:22. Moreover, as we noted, according to John, the Jews already sought to kill Jesus after his first visit in Judea. John 5:16-18, 7, a sequence that Sefer Toledo. Yeshua follows. The third scene in which Judas plays a central role is the story of Jesus' burial in Judas' garden. Here, 42, a number of versions follow the Gospel of John as only in that account was Jesus buried in a garden. 19:41-42. In order to prevent Jesus' followers from stealing the body and claiming that he had risen from the dead, Judas conceals his body and buries it beneath a water conduit in his garden. The Jewish narrator thus admits that Jesus' grave was found empty, but has his own explanation as to how this came about. The discovery of Jesus' body in Judas' garden is intended to refute the claim of the resurrection. Here, too, Judas both conceals and reveals. From all that has been said thus far, it is clear that the main purpose of Taladat Yeshu in general, and of the portrayal of the character of Judas in particular is, as Funkenstein put it, to present a counter-narrative to the Christian story. But alongside this central design, there exist other, secondary aims that are expressed in several scenes behind which there is no original Christian story. The burial according to one of the versions of Taladat Yeshu, Judas buried Jesus in his garden, in a cesspool. This is a fulfillment of the words of the Talmud. One who mocks the words of the sages is judged in boiling excrement. 16. However, the Talmud speaks of a punishment imposed upon Jesus in the world to come, whereas Taladat Yeshu speaks of his being shamed and insulted in this world. Judas is the one who actively fulfills the words of the sages and does not wait for heavenly punishment. Moreover, whereas the Talmud deals with Jesus and his punishment, Taladat Yeshu is concerned also with the actual place of burial. The site of Jesus' burial, the Holy Sepulchre, is the holiest place of Christianity, a site of adoration and pilgrimage. It is the Christian alternative to the temple in Jerusalem, and takes its place.
Yes, they're not here for the picture posts. That's facts.
17 SE/ER Taladat Yeshuli placed by transforming the Holy Sepulchre into a latrine. IS in the Hebrew sources relating to the First Crusade, the redemption of the Holy Sepulchre is portrayed as the main goal of Crusaders. 19 This version of Taladat Yeshu may thus reflect a Jewish answer to the Crusader enterprise, and may help to explain the appearance of this motif of cesspool in Christian tales of the High Middle Ages. 1610 Hans Jacobus Uldrigus, Historia Jescui Nazarini, Leiden, J. Duvivi, 1705, 88, Begil/57a. 17 Oral Limer, Conversion of Space, in Conversion, Practice and Perceptions, EDS Mary Rubin and IRA Katzenelson, forthcoming. 18 Interestingly, Muslims ascribe to the Holy Sepulchre the name Kanasat-i-Kumamak Church of Dung, a play on the name Kanasat-i-Kiyama, Church of Resurrection. 19 Eva Haberkamp, F. Hebreeus Gurk Iberdij Juden Befalgen Wieren Ursen Cruz Suggs, MGH, Hebreeus Text AUS Dem Mittelalter Leichen Deutschland, Hanover, Hans Buckhandlund, 2005, 561.
He's like, so she's trying to tell him how the process is. Like, well, first you had to fill out all this. He's like, so
much has been written about the cesspool as a place to humiliate, disgrace, and profane the most sacred assets of other religions. 20 In Christian imagination, the Jews throw icons to the latrine. They stab hosts, thus reconstructing the crucifixion, and leave it in the cesspool in order to disgrace it. And they kill Christian children, throwing their saintly bodies to the privy. An example of the connection between disbelief and filth is brought forth also in the Christian widespread exemplum about the Jew who fell into a latrine on Saturday but would not permit himself to be extracted out of reverence for his Shabbat. The Lord of the place did not permit him to be extracted the following Sunday out of reverence for his Shabbat. And so the Jew dies. 21 The burial of Jesus in a cesspool in Taladat Yeshu should be analyzed in work of the Talmudic motif on the one hand and the medieval Christian libels and anti-Jewish exempt on the other. In a more direct way, it also be a Jewish reaction to the description of Judas' loathsome death in Acts, and failing headlong, he burst open in the middle, and all his bowels gushed out. 22 As Anthony Bale writes, reciprocity of the narrative forces us to link Christian and Jew, speaking an identical language. 23 The curse, an example of the tendency to add narrative elements to create a new and richer story, is found in the Huldreich version. This version was most probably created in a German-speaking environment, as Jesus is referred to in the TE/T as Jesus. And it is related that the Jews of Worms advised the king not to kill Jesus. This anecdote coincides with a local tradition from Worms, according to which a Jewish community already existed there in the time of Jesus, so that the Jews of the city cannot be blamed for the crucifixion. The medieval background likewise emerges from the Vienna version, whose origin seems to be Italian, as Judas is referred to as Judas Iscariot. In this version it is stated that all the sages of the Gentiles curse and revile Judas Iscariot, and when they have a quarrel or 20 Israel Jubal, 2 nations in your womb. Perceptions of Jews and Christians, Berkeley. University of California Press, 2006, 196-97, Christoph Sias, Fabula ineptis erna die Ritual Nordligen Ern Adam von Bristol Noctur Handschrift London, British Library, Harley 957, Ashkenaz 5, 1995 293-330, Bale, The Jew in the Medieval Book, 30-43. 21 See Anthony Bale's illuminating analysis of the Jew of Tewkesbury exemplar, Bale, Ibid, 23-53. 22 Axide, 18. C. Goodhart, Judas, 110-27, Annette Weber, The Hanged Judas of Freiburg Cathedral. Sources and interpretation, in Imagining the Self. Imagining the Other. Visual representations and Jewish Christian digest and early modern periods. F. Ivo Projernovic, Leiden, Brill, 2002, 165-88. 23 Bale, The Jew in the Medieval Book, 33.
Why don't you just adopt? And then you start saying that they're both hot. Yeah. You're like, but you have a good body and she has a good face. People are going to want to fuck your kid.
Rivalry with one another, they say, may it be done to you as Judas Iscariot did to Jesus.
So crazy.
24 A legal curse directed against the person who violates a commitment, that his lot shall be like that of David and Abiram, Gehazi, and Judas Iscariot, was already widespread in late antiquity and throughout the Middle Ages. In the novella of the Justinian Code, following the section of the obligations, a series of curses against one who makes a false oath is presented. But if I will not observe all these things, may I dwell henceforth under the awesome judgment of the Lord, the great God and Savior, Jesus Christ. And may my portion be together with Judas, and may I be the leprosy of Gehazi, and with the dread of Cain, and may I be subject to the punishments written in the book. Two curses that mention Judas as a trope for punishment were widespread in the Middle Ages. Judas' name was part of a judicial magical sanction. Whoever violates his oath will suffer as Judas. Such a curse is mentioned in the Middle Ages, for example, in a legal document from 11th century Lucca. Sit Marsus de altitudine Kelly in profundo inferni, sit socius cum iuda sch ariatum e propter cupiditatum vendita dominus et magi strum sum et cum diabolur key in infernum ligatus est. May 26th you be thrust down from the heights of heaven to the depths of Sheol. May you be a neighbor of Judas Iscariot who, because of his greed for wealth and money, sold his master and teacher, and is chained to Satan in hell.
I was in their car. I told them about
In the Christian curse, Judas is portrayed as a girl who gets his just due. The author of Delium, Yeshua knows full well that, in the Christian curses, Judas is the one who is accursed as, according to his words, the sages of the Gentiles curse and revile Judas. However, when he invokes the language of the curse, he turns it upside down and says, may it be done to you what Judas Iscariot did to Jesus. According to this text, Judas is the one who punishes and Jesus the one who bears the punishment, a position consistent with the overall tendency of the entire work to turn things around, making Judas the one who is blessed, and Jesus, the one who is accursed. 24 Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Geistige Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Holmes, 1977, 74. Tus Corpus Luris Civilis, Leo / 3, Novo 8, Tit.3. On Judas Curse C. Archer Taylor, The Judas Curse, AJP 42, 1921 234-52, on Judas Curses inscribed on tombstones in southern Attica. Bradley McLean, A Christian Epitaph, The Curse of Judas Iscariot, QCP 58, 1992 241-244. 26 We are endured of trier for this information. See another example, Augusta J. Bernard and Alexander Bruin. EDS, Hilda Charles de Elevate Clooney, 6 vols. Collection de documents, Dit sur l'Histoire de France, 1876 to 1903, 3, no. /753, 20, ETSI Olaski Carta is de contra Servio 1 Ure, et odoritatum patri et filii et spiritus sanctus sit excommunicatus, et cum Jaden et abires permanit in infima et cum Judah, traditor domini, in infimum sit emergitus.
Like, oh, we did that. Yeah, that's us. I hope we can do that someday too. I mean, we
206 Orolimer and Israel Jacob Ubal. The joke. Another example is the following story that is told in the Huldreich version. During the course of their journey to Jerusalem, Jesus, Peter, and Judas look for a place to sleep. They come to an inn and wish to eat, but the innkeeper has only one roast goose, which would be adequate for only one of the 3 figures. How shall they divide it? Jesus proposes that they go to sleep on an empty stomach, and the one who has the best dream will get the entire goose. In the middle of the night, Judas gets up and eats the goose. The next morning, Peter relates his dream, in which he was sitting at the feet of the throne of God. Jesus says, "My dream is better than yours, because I dreamt that I am the Son of God and that you at my feet. Therefore the goose is mine." Then Judas says, "And I dreamt that I ate the goose." 27 This joke relates ironically to the treacherous image of Judas in the New Testament, of a person who takes care of himself and behaves sneakily with Jesus. But unlike the New Testament text, the Jewish version portrays a figure with whom it is possible to identify, perhaps a figure one might even like. It joins the well-known genre of Jewish jokes about the clever rabbi who deceives the priest and thereby proves the superiority of Judaism over Christianity. 28 The Pilgrim in another version, published by Samuel Kraus in Reviewed Ed. The Jokes 29 An independent passage is added to the story of the hiding of Jesus' body and its discovery by Judas. After the empty tomb was discovered, the Jews claimed that the body had been stolen in order to invent the resurrection of Jesus. Queen Helena gives the Jews a reprieve of 3 days during which they are to present the body, and if not, she would kill them all, not leaving their slightest remnant. The book has a story of salvation and deliverance, in which the danger 27 Huldricus, Historia Jesu, 51. 28 The story of the goose could be a far echo of the ancient legend about Judas and the cock that appears first in Act of Pilate. Judas returns home after betraying Jesus. His mother is devastated by his deed, claiming that he handed over the Son of God, and if he indeed will rise from the dead they all will suffer terrible punishment. Judas swears that the cock which is being roasted in the oven would rise more easily than Jesus. Immediately the half-roasted cock flies out of the oven, grows back his feathers and coxcomb, and heralds Jesus' resurrection. The same cock later cries thrice at the negation of Peter. Seeing this, Judas goes out himself. See Paul Franklin Baum, The English Ballad of Judas Iscariot, Publications of the Modern Language Association of America 31 NS 24, I 916 181 to 89. Vaughn believes the story to be of Oriental origin. Paul Lehman, Judas Iscariot in der Latenisken Legend in Überlieferung der Mittelalters. Stud, Medieval NS2, 1929 289 to 346. Diekman, Judas ALS Sundenbach, 34 to 36. 29 Samuel Krauss, a Nouvelle Recension Hebrat du Toldat Yeshuv, Reg 103, 1938. 65 to 73.
Involved and how they would pull it off. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna give you a couple seconds. I'm gonna go pee out of my giant dick. I gotta pee too. Take a big go.
Passes at the latest possible moment. At the last moment, Judas hears about the edict and discovers the place where the body had been buried in his garden. It is tied by its hair to a donkey, dragged to the queen, and presented to her, a reverse picture from that of Jesus entering Jerusalem as the Messiah, riding on a donkey. 30. The victorious Judas also returns to his home riding on a donkey again, a reversal of Jesus' triumphant entry to Jerusalem. At this point, this version adds a detailed description of what can only be described as a pogrom perpetrated by the Jews against the Christians in Jerusalem, during the course of which the Jews killed among the Christians several thousand people, including women and children. Following the pogrom, there did not remain from among the Christians even one from a city and two from a family, and Jerusalem remained empty of Christians. The description brings to mind the story of the Book of Esther, and especially the motif of the reversal, in which the Jews are transformed from potential victims into victors who take vengeance against their enemies. Undoubtedly, the narrator takes pleasure in this fantasy, which he adorns with numerous details that add to the picture and strengthen its expressive power. What is the significance of this imaginary pogrom perpetrated by the Jews against the Christians, appearing in a medieval Jewish source? One may perhaps see the story as a distant reflection of the slaughter inflicted by the Jews against the Christians of Jerusalem in 614, upon its conquest by the Sasanian Persians. 31. This incident has occasionally received the attention of historians, almost always with a certain feeling of unease. According to what is told in Christian sources, the Jews participated in the Persian campaign against the Byzantine Empire, and then presented the Christians of Jerusalem with the alternative of conversion to Judaism. The Christians preferred to die as martyrs. Of those who were killed has been estimated from anywhere between 4,000 and 90,000 people. At the site of the slaughter, Mamilla Pool, a map was discovered in archaeological excavations conducted some time ago. 32. However, the historical connection between the story of the pogrom in Toldat Yeshu and the Persian conquest of Jerusalem is rather dubious, and it seems more reasonable to assume that the story is no more than a product of the imagination. However, even fantasies free. One can see in this story testimony to a militant Jewish consciousness, whose wishes are remarkably similar to the acts of the Christian rioters against Jews, reflecting the wish to do to the Christians 30 Luke 19, 29 to 39. 31 Brannon M. Wheeler, Imagining the Sasanian Capture of Jerusalem, OCP 57, 1991. 69 to 85, Averill Cameron, The Jews in 7th Century Palestine, SCL /3, 1994 75 to 93. 32 Yoram Staffer, The Topography and Archaeology of Jerusalem in the Byzantine Period. In the history of Jerusalem, the Roman and Byzantine periods, 70 to 638. EDS Yoram Staffer and Shmuk Bensby Institute, 1999.
Maybe Sean. You're right. Or Brian. Well, everyone's such a buzzkill. Nick is very happy that whoever it is came on. Yes, Sean. Let's see.
Can we get a soundboard in here? Because that would be fun to have drop.
Oh, Sean.
Yeah.
It's my first day here. Oh, awesome. We just got speedy, man. Get to has a fucking beanie, dude. It's about time. Listen, we spoke a lot about me. Nick is no longer allowed on the show. After we learned about Nick. Hey, he's got sarcasm. He's got friends in dark places. I'll tell you that right now, dude. Alright? Beanie Man has a beanie on, folks. I'm very happy about it. What the fuck? Dude, beanie guy. It's a weird color, but I'm okay. It's beanie on. He's like, I don't want to do the white black beanie. Give me the red one.
Maybe he's making a statement. He's like, I heard what you guys said. I just really want to make sure you see it. So I'm going to make it like a really bright color, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Dude, get a beanie that says war if you're legalizing, you're okay, dude.
Yeah, he was fat too.
208 Orolimer and Israel Jacob Yuval what they had done to the Jews. As opposed to the myth of a passive victim that has gained wide acceptance in modern Jewish historiography, the Jews who wrote and read this text sought vengeance, if only of a virtual kind. This text is outstanding in its clearly non-apologetic nature, which fits well with the general tendency of this work to compete with the Christian story, without claiming self-justification and weakness. The pogrom against the Christians takes place after proving their error, and it brings the religious victory to its realization through the removal of the Christians from the holy city. The legend of finding the true cross in many versions of Toledat Yeshiv, their enigmatic figure of Queen Helena, who serves as a kind of mediator between the followers of Jesus and the Jews. At times, she is convinced by Jesus' miracles and believes in him, while at other times the Jews, led by Judas, have the upper hand. Who is this Helena? Is she Helena, queen of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism during the 1st century CE, not long after Jesus' crucifixion, 33, or is she the mother of Constantine, whose highly publicized visit to Jerusalem was a landmark in the Christianization of the city? If so, how are we to understand the anachronism in this Jewish text? The presence of Helena in SE/ER Toledo Yeshur may be related to another well-known Christian legend, which likewise tells of a momentous discovery, the legend of the finding of the true cross. 34. In the most famous version of this legend, a Jew named Judas discovers the location of the cross. According to this legend, Helena came to Jerusalem in order to find the cross. She gathered together all of its inhabitants, including the Jews living there and in its environs, and preached a Christian sermon to them in which she rebuked them for seeing darkness rather than light, and asking them to send her 1,000 learned Jews. After she had preached to these 1,000 Jews in a similar manner, she demanded that she be presented with scholars who were truly learned in the Torah. This time, 500 learned Jews were chosen, and she preached to them as well, and again asked to be presented a chosen group from among them. One of these Jews, named Judas, understood what the queen wanted. He explained to the other Jews that she wished to locate, with their help, the cross. 33. Josephus Flavius, Antiquities of the Jews, 20:2-4. 34. Jan Willem Drichvers, Helena Augusta, the mother of Constantine the Great and the legend of her finding of the true cross, Leiden, Brill, 992. Stephen Orgahammer, How the Holy Cross Was Found, From Event to Medieval Legend, Stockholm. Alan and Wixell International, 19. J.W. Drichvers and Jan Willem Drichvers, eds, The Finding of the True Cross, the Judas Kyriakos Legend in Syriac, Introduction, Text, and Translation, CSCO 565, Subsidia 93, Lubeck. In Adibus Peters, 1997.
The recess people? The recess people? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you call the first world?
Upon which Jesus had been crucified, and warned them that its discovery would be the end of Judaism. Judas, according to the legend, was a relative of Stephen, the first martyr, who believed in Jesus and was thus stoned by the Jews. Judas' ancestors had also believed in Jesus as the Messiah. The Jews prohibited Judas from revealing the place of the cross, but when the queen threatened to kill all of them, they turned him over to her. The queen demanded that Judas show her the site of Golgotha. When he replied that he did not know where it was, he was thrown into an empty well where he was left to starve for a week. Exhausted by hunger and by fear of death, Judas revealed the secret. He went to the place and prayed to God that, if the cross was indeed buried in the place to which he had pointed, then a fragrant odor should arise from it. Immediately, a thunderclap was heard and a wonderfully sweet and fragrant smell ascended from the place. Judas began to dig until he found 3 crosses, that of Jesus and of the 2 thieves who were crucified with him. At Judas' suggestion, the crosses were placed one after another upon the body of a young man who had just died. When the 3rd cross was placed upon him, he rose from the dead, to the frustration of Satan, who now intervened in the story and scolded Judas. By the hands of the first Judas I brought about treachery and caused the world to sin, while now I am pursued by the second Judas. In the wake of the discovery, Helena built a magnificent church at the site, expelled all the Jews from Judea, and showered gifts upon Christian Jerusalem. Judas was baptized, and, when the bishop of Jerusalem died, he was nominated bishop of the city and was renamed Kyriakos, of the Lord. In the days of Julian the Apostate, Judas died as a martyr for his new faith. As in Sefer to Jeshua, this legend also features the pair Helena and Judas. Helena is the one who seeks, while Judas is the one who reveals. In Toledat Yeshua, Judas reveals the body of Jesus and then hides it in order to reveal it anew at the decisive moment, thereby refuting the Christian claim that he had been resurrected from the dead. In the legend of the binding of the cross, Judas' function is to reveal to Helena the place of the grave and the cross. In this region, it is Satan who draws an analogy between Judas Iscariot and Judas Kyriakos, whereas the first Judas was encouraged by Satan, the second Judas defeats him. In this way, Judas who discovers the cross redeems the sin of Judas who betrayed Christ. It is thus clear that the name Judas is not accidental, and that in both stories it has representative significance. He represents Judaism. Whatever may be the theological significance of the story of the binding of the cross, it expressed an optimistic prospect as to the possibility of correcting the satanic acts of Judas Iscariot. Judas the Jew is the one who knows the truth, reveals it to Helena, converts to Christianity, and brings about the conversion of all the Jews. The transformation of the negative figure of Judas Iscariot to a positive one also underlies Sefer Toledat Yeshua. Similarly, it takes Judas Iscariot of the New Testament and proposes a positive alternative, changing him from an ally of Satan into a redeemer. In both stories, the truth is found in the hands. 210 Orolimer and Israel Jacob Yuval of Judas, as representative of the Jews. It is Judas who knows the location also in the Christian story, and in the Jewish story, knows the location of Jesus' body and his falsehood and deceptiveness. This image of him is consistent with the rooted Christian concept according to which, by virtue of their antiquity, the Jews possessed arcane knowledge that they passed down from generation to generation. This knowledge is essential for confirming the fundamental principles of the Christian faith. 35 One example of this approach may be found in the idea of the Hebrew truth, the Veritas Hebraica, acceptance of the authority of the Hebrew version of the Bible as the authentic text. This similarity of concepts and ideas may imply that Toledat Yeshua was familiar with the legend of the binding of the cross and used several of its motifs in order to create a Jewish counter-narrative, just as it did with the New Testament. The assumption that Toledat Yeshua relies, in one way or another, upon the legend of binding of the cross also explains why, in addition to the discovery of the chicanery of Jesus, Toledat Yeshua attributes to Judas the discovery of Jesus' body as well. Whereas, in the New Testament, Judas plays no role in the story of the burial and resurrection. In the legend of the binding of the cross, he is the one who discovers the grave and the cross. The suggested connection between the two legends may explain the uprising presence of Queen Helena in several versions of Toledat Yeshu. The authors of Toledat Yeshu incorporated her name in an anachronistic manner, in order to counterpoise the Christian legend with another Jewish story about Judas, the revealer of the truth. Only the truth that he reveals is not that of the cross, but rather that of the false nature of the Christian religion as a whole. The connection between these two legends was already noted by the author of one of the versions of Toledat Yeshu, preserved in a Vienna manuscript from the 18th century, in which a Jewish version of the legend of the finding of the cross is brought. 36 In this version, the Jewish story confronts the famous Christian legend with a counter version, which reverses its message. When Helena threatens the Jews with death if they do not reveal to her the location of the cross, the Jewish Judas, referred to here as War, Judah the Elder, suggests to the Jews that they take 3 crosses and bury them. When the queen tortures Judas so that he will reveal the site of the cross, he asks for 3 days to pray, and then points to the place where the 3 crosses had been hidden, as if it was revealed to him from heaven. Using the power of the Shem Horish which he had learned from 35 oral limer, Christian tradition, Jewish authority, Cap Edredi, 19:31-62. In Hebrew, oral limer, Christian sacred space and the Jew, in from witness to witchcraft.
Dude, he said, alright, let's look at the replay. They said, Chop, take over the replay.
Jews and Judaism in medieval Christian. And Jeremy Cohen, Wolfendigs here Middle Altar Study and 11, Wiesbaden, Erasowitz Verlag, 1990. 55-77, Andrew S. Jacobs, Remains O/the Jews, the Holy Land and Christian Empire in Late Antiquity, Stanford University Press, 2004, 14,178-82. 36 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 141-43.
Ladies and gentlemen, in between rounds, the ringside.
Is this Game Break MMA or whatever the fuck? Game Break. Yeah, it's a Jorge Masvidal's nickname, right? Why are you laughing? That's just funny. You always laugh when it comes to Latino.
Judas revives the dead person upon whom the cross had been placed, and thus everybody believes that this is the true cross. When the Christians, who had supposedly seen the power of the cross, decide to kill all the Jews, Judas offers to give his own life for his people and disguises himself as one of the disciples of Jesus. Here too, this anti-Christian legend preserves all the details of the Christian story, but gives them a new interpretation, reversing their significance. Judas, the hero of the Christian story, is also the hero of the Jewish legend, but not because he discovered the cross and converted to Christianity, but because he outwitted the Christians and fooled them, and because he pretended to be a Christian and thereby saved the Jews. Ram Ben Shalom has shown recently that the legend of the finding of the true cross was known to Jews in the 15th century. Point 3. In view of the wide circulation of the legend in the Christian world, it is only reasonable that Jews will know of it and try to cope with it. The biography of Judas in the Golden Legend. In the legend of the finding of the true cross, the figure of Judas undergoes a transformation. From a traitor who betrays his master, he becomes the one to discover truth about his master. The assumption that Jewish existence in the Christian world is temporary and that the Jews will in the near future overcome their blindness and convert to Christianity is what underlies the Christian doctrine of tolerance towards them. However, this optimistic assumption gave way in the Middle Ages to a far more pessimistic stance, according to which the sin of the Jews is terminal and not subject to atonement. An echo of the loss of Christian hope in the conversion of the Jews, and of the aggravation of Christian attitude to the Jews in general, is expressed in the third text presented here, which takes us into the 12th and 13th century. 38 The New Testament does not relate where Judas came from, who his parents were, or how it came about that he joined the circle of Jesus' disciples. As the biographies of heroes, even of negative ones, inevitably arouse great interest in human hearts, it is not surprising that such a biography found its way into the legend the Golden Legend, a collection of stories of saints that was gathered and edited in the 13th century by Jacobus de Origin, bishop of the city of Genoa and a Dominican monk. 39. The collection also includes the 37 Rambenjalom, facing Christian culture, historical conceiousness and images of the past among the Jews of Spain and southern France during the Middle Ages, Jerusalem, Ben's B Institute and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 2006 in Hebrew, 195 to 202. 38. On the image of Judas in the Christian Middle Ages, see Diekman, Judas ALSC in Den Bach, Peter Dinselbacher, Judas Traditionen, Vienna, Selbstverlicht des Österreichischen Museums für Volkskunde, 1977. 39. Jacobus of Origin, Legend if Th. Greece, Dresden, and Leipzig, 1846, 18,386. English translation, Jacobus of Origin, The Golden Legend. Readings on the saints.
You've been around Rogan, right?
I've been around Rogan.
You've never been around Rogan?
No, I haven't.
I've been around Rogan at the Ice House. He is very short, but at the time, it wasn't funny to be like, "Oh, you're short." He's hilarious now.
When you saw him, were you like, did you already know that he was short, or did you just like?
No, I was brand new to comedy. It was literally like 2015, and so it was him, Tony Hitchcock, Joey Diaz.
212 Oral Limer and Israel Jacob Yuval Legend of the Finding of the Cross. Judas was not a Christian saint, and his story is brought in the book as an aside, in connection with the story of Matthias, the disciple who was chosen to join the other 11 in place of Judas. The origins of the legend are unknown. The editor himself, who refers to it as apocryphal, count upon its validity, leaving the reader with the choice as to whether or not to accept its authenticity. Indeed, at the last moment his doubts become stronger and he proposes rejecting it. 40. Nevertheless, he himself overcame his doubts, and included the story in his collection, thereby leading to its wide dissemination in the medieval Christian world. According to the legend, Judas was born in Jerusalem to his father, Reuben, or Simeon, from the tribe of Dan, and to his mother, Cyberia. Before he was born, his mother had a dream that she would give birth to a son who would destroy his people. In order to prevent the realization of this dream, his parents abandoned him. They placed him in a basket in the sea, and the waves of the sea carried him off to an island known as Iscariot. The queen of the island, who was childless, discovered the basket with the child in it and adopted him as her own son. Thereafter, the queen had a child of her own, and enmity developed between the two boys. Judas was in the habit of tormenting the true son and, when it became known in public that he was a foundling, killed his brother. He then fled Jerusalem, where he became Pontius Pilate's right-hand man. One day, Pilate desired an apple he saw in a garden beneath his palace and sent Judas to bring it. A quarrel broke out between Judas and the owner of the garden, who happened to be Reuben, Judas' father, and Judas killed Reuben without realizing that the latter was his father. Pilate gave Judas all of Reuben's property, including his wife, whom Judas married. After discovering his true identity, Judas sought atonement for his sins from Jesus and joined Jesus' disciples. From here on, the legend follows the New Testament, with a few variants. Jesus made Judas his disciple and chose him as apostle. Judas became a favorite of him to such an extent that he became his purse bearer. Judas held the purse and used to steal from the alms donated to Jesus. Angered by the fact that the ointment of the value of 300 pence was bestowed upon Jesus and was not sold, he betrayed his master for 30 pieces of silver, each worth 10 pence. Another explanation is that Judas used to take a tenth part of all monies entrusted to his care and thus for the profit which would have come to him had the ointment been old.
From the podcast,
Then read it his
change
deed,
the position of the
gave
letter
back,
every time Papa
trans.
starts a new sentence.
W.I. Illier and Granger Ryan, 2 volumes, Princeton University Press, 1993, I. 166 to 71. On the Golden Legend, see Sherry L. Reams, Legend Diarrhea, a re-examination of its paradoxical history, Madison, Wis. The University of Wisconsin Press, 1985, on Judas Legend. See Judas Legend, Die Deutsche Literatur der Mittelalters, Webwasser Lexikon 4, 1983, 882-87, Migne, Dictionnaire de Legends du Christianisme, Paris, 1855, reprint, Brepols, 1989, 714 to 726, Elizabeth Archibald, Incest and the Medieval Imagination, Oxford University Press, 2001, 104-25, Gavart, Judas, 141 to 57. 40 Jacobus de Origin, The Golden Legend, I. 168. The money and hung himself from a tree and burst asunder in the middle, and all his bowels gushed out. Thus, the legend brings together both New Testament versions concerning the form of his death, the hanging 41 and the gushing out of his bowels.
And like not gonna interrupt.
So cutting him off is
42 The narrator adds explanation to this horrible death. Thus his was spared defilement since nothing came out through it, for it would have been incongruous that a mouth that had touched the glorious lips of Christ should be so foully soiled. It also was fitting that the bowels that had conceived the betrayal should burst and spill out, and that the throat from which had emerged the voice of the traitor should be strangled by a rope. Moreover, Judas perished, so that the one who had offended the angels in heaven and men on earth was kept out of the region belonging to angels and to men, and was left in the air, in the company of demons. 3. The Golden Legend was very popular throughout Europe during High and Late Middle Ages. About 1,000 Latin manuscripts of it have survived, and it was also translated to the various spoken languages. The Judas Legend has also come down to us in dozens of other Latin manuscripts unrelated to the Golden Legend. Beginning in the 13th century, vernacular versions started to be circulated alongside the Latin ones. It was known all over Western Europe and survived also in Greek and in East European languages. 44 In England, the legend continued to be published until 1828, and was especially popular in the 18th century. 4 As true, one does not find it in theological or exegetical literature. Nevertheless, we may assume that it was used in sermons in the churches, and its negative influence may only be imagined. 46 If Judas was, as is implied by his name, the archetype of the Jew, then his negative qualities represent the qualities of the Jews as a whole. 47 The roots of the apocryphal parts of the legend can be sought for in the story of Oedipus, and it also echoes the stories of Cain and Abel, of the birth of Moses, and the Christian legend of the Antichrist. A literary analysis of the legend will take the reader along exciting paths of popular literature, psychoanalysis, and the 41 Matt 27:5. 42 Acts 1:18. 43 Jacobus de Origin, The Golden Legend, 1:168-69. 44 Paul Franklinbaum, The Medieval Legend of Judas Iscariot. Publications of the Modern Language Association of America. 31 NS 24, 1916. Reprinted 2008 481 to 632. Layman, Judas Iscariot. According to Layman, the earliest version of the legend comes from 12 p. 312. Richard Axton, Interpretations of Judas in Middle English Literature, in Religion in the Poetry and Drama of the Late Middle Ages in England, eds. Voigtney and Anna Jordy, Cambridge, University Press, 1990, 179 to 97. Fourth one, the medieval legend of Judas Iscariot, 571.
He's like a famous transit.
46 C. Weber, the hanged Judas of Freiburg Cathedral. Weber believes that the figure of the hanged Judas in the west tympanum of Freiburg Cathedral was inspired by the Judas legend.
He does have
47 Kim Fenred, Judas, images of the lost disciple, Louisville and London. Westminster John Knox Press, 2001, 33 to 57. Mary Flowers Braswell, Chaucer's Palimpsest, Judas Iscariot and the Pardoner's Tale. The Chaucer Review 29, 1995, 303 to 10.
Oh yeah, for me, no, me, no, that would hurt your feelings. True. I mean, if we're both in a row,
Study of religions.
I'm not gonna sure.
The biography of Judas is one example of incest stories that started to appear in written texts in increasing numbers from the 12th century on. According to Elizabeth Archibald, this was not merely because the audience were Latin and vernacular narrative fiction in this period, though of course the rise of romance must have been a contributing factor. Incest was a very topical subject in the 12th century because of the Church's attempt to define marriage in precise legal terms. There was also a new emphasis in this period on the importance of contrition, inner consciousness of guilt and repentance, and also on the value of confession. A comparison with other incest legends only accentuates the negative message of the Judas legend. Like Judas, Oedipus also committed terrible sins because of the decree of fate, but precisely for that reason, he enjoys the observer's sympathy. He suffers despite having done no deliberate wrong. He is imprisoned in the chains of a fate imposed upon him from birth. 49. Such is not the case of Judas, who, repeatedly, is given the opportunity to atone for his sins and to repent, but who then augments his sin by committing the greatest sin of all, betrayal of Jesus. As a matter of fact, Judas betrays everyone: his father, his mother, his master, his people. He intermodes words. Betrayal becomes Judas. 51. Comparison between the legend of Judas and another legend from the Middle Ages, built of similar materials, only exacerbates the weakness of Judas as the arch sinner. This legend, set down in writing in the late 20th century by the German poet Hartmann von Au, tells the story of the Great, who served as Pope in the years 90 to -604. X.O. was born as the result of incest between a brother and sister. The children of a 52 the infant, who was born in secret, was placed in a chest on the river together with the tablet disclosing his sins. A fisherman saved him and raised him, and of all incest and the medieval imagination. 106.
This is Peanuts, nice. Mark, Juice, another one, classic.
This guy put a lot of work into it.
Gimme is from the texts, right?
Gimme is from the DMs. Like he would send a devil emoji saying gimme.
49. Thomas Hahn, The Medieval Oedipus, Comparative Literature 32, 1980, 225 to 37. Lowell Edmonds, Oedipus in the Middle Ages, and IQND Avendland 22, 1976, 140-55. Hippolyte Dealey Hay, The Legends of / the Saints. Donald Atwater, Portland Or, Four Courts Press, 1998, 63.
8689. I can't believe this guy had
50. Judas was guilty for fratricide, parricide, and incest, but his gravest sin was betrayal. Hahn reminds us that in the Middle Ages the feudal ideals turned betrayal the most abhorrent sin of all. Hahn, The Medieval Oedipus. As Archibald writes, in Judas' legend, incest and parricide were clearly added to show what an incorrigible villain Judas was. His deeds are extreme transgressions of the 5th, 6th, and 7th commandments. Archibald, incest, and the medieval imagination. 108 to 9. 51 promote the Genesis/secrecy. 8552 Hartman von Al, Gregory Luz, CD, Herman Paul, Tyabinjan, Niemeyer, 1984. English translation. Hartman von Al, Gregory Luz, A Medieval Oedipus Legend. Trans. Edwin H. Seal, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1955. The story is also included in Roman Aurum, EDS and Trans. Charles Swan and Weinert Hooper, London, 1891, 141 to 54. To the same family of stories belong also the legends of Saint Andreas of Crete and of Saint Albinus. See Archibald, Incest, and the Medieval Imagination, 119 to 23.
He's just like his daddy. I think I was a chin is like
Abbot of the local monastery baptized him and gave him his name, Gregory Luz.
What do you think about this doppelganger here? I mean, it's a white shirt and a black tie.
After his origin became known, Gregory Luz decided to go off and wander about in the world. He arrived at a kingdom of whose queen had been placed by a certain duke whom she refused to marry. Gregory Luz defeated the duke, married the queen, but used to be tormented over the terrible secret of his birth. The queen, curious about his unhappiness, discovered the tablet, and it thus became clear to her that she was the mother of her own husband. Gregory Luz then went into exile. He came to a hut of a wicked fisherman and asked him to chain him to a stone in the sea and throw the key into the sea. Thus he lived over the course of many years.
And he chose a white shirt and tie, and he also
After 17 years the Pope died, and two cardinals, who saw in a dream the intended heir, set out to look for him. They arrived at the man's hut and were invited to dine with him. During the course of the meal they discovered the key in the belly of a fish, which was understood as a sign from heaven that Gregorius' sin had been forgiven. He was then released from his chains, crowned as Pope, and became an spiritual leader. Upon his death he was canonized as saint. Like Gregory Luz also sinned by committing incest with his mother, but he repented and his sin was forgiven. He even became a saint of the church, purified through the power of his atonement. Judas also attempted to atone for his sins, but even after these sins were forgiven he continued to sin. Evidently, sin was imprinted within him. While in the Gregory Luz legend the characters retain their nobility and the reader's sympathy throughout, S3 Judas loses both. What exacerbated Judas' sin in particular was the fact that he committed suicide rather than seeking forgiveness. According to Christian teaching, there is no sin for which one cannot receive atonement, but one must believe in God's kindness and forgiveness and in his ability to atone for sin. Judas did not believe but instead hung himself, and this was the greatest of all his sins.
I like that you're laser
Friedrich
focused
Ole,
on his,
who in his
the
book
way
The
he
Damned
does
and
that,
the Elect,
because I didn't really
Guilt
pick
in
up on
Western
that until
Culture
you did it.
54 deals
It
with
is kinda
psychology
weird
of
for
self-damnation,
constantly
writes
like
that Judas,
backing both.
unlike Gregory Luz, fell far away from God because he did not trust in the grace that follows on repentance. 55 He despaired and was unable to ask for forgiveness and to believe in it.
Also, he's
The real
starting
question
to,
is not how
like,
one gets into guilt,
dress,
but
and I
how
don't know
one
if he's
gets
always
out of
done
it.
this, but it's
Writes
also
Ole
he's trying to be, like,
56 This is the
old
difference
high school,
between the
like
saintly
NWA
sinner,
vibe,
Gregory
like,
Luz, and the damned sinner, Judas.
Going back, you know,
The
and,
historical implications of this difference are brought up by George Steiner in his foreword to the English 53 Archibald, 118 to 19. 54 Friedrich Ole, The Damned and the Elect, Guilt in Western, TMs. Linda Archibald, Cambridge University Press, 1992, 134. From the German, Der Verpflicht und der Irrwild, Vom Leben Müder Schut, Opladen, Westdeutsche Verlag, 1976.
Is that cheese?
55 Oli, Ibid, 31. Indeed, in the Gregorius legend, Gregorius warns his mother not to abandon herself to despair. Verses 2698 to 702. Despair not of God's end / you shall still find salvation / I've read of consolation / that God will true repentance heed / as penance for each evil deed.
He's weirdo.
56 Oli, Ibid.
You know, get it? Yeah, he's hitting on chicks, dude. We're not done with that narrative, by the way. Haphazard posted this one. Standard blue collar truck guy pants.
Edition of Oli's book. It is ironic that for Friedrich Oli's work itself lies under a certain shadow.
What's that stupid?
Nowhere does he bring himself to touch on the obvious central crux that, of the disciples, only Judas is, by his very name, defined as a Jew. It is countless Jewish men, women, and children who suffered ostracism and martyrdom in the black light of Judas' fate as it has been proclaimed and imaged by Christianity. 50 and, indeed, the appearance of the legend in Europe in the 12th century and its broad dissemination is further testimony to the aggravation in the Christian attitude towards the Jews at that time. The negative image of the Jews became now a satanic one. The Jews were understood to be sinners and scoundrels by their very nature, without any possible hope of correction. Even if they did repent, like Judas, and even converted to Christianity, nothing could change their sinful nature. All that is left is for Christians to be wary of them and to expel them from their midst. Students of literature, and particularly of folk literature in past generations, have dealt with this legend, documented its dissemination, and attempted to understand its sources. 58. The legend also caught the attention of psychologists, who dealt with its psychoanalytic significance. 59. In 1986, again in a psychoanalytic journal, the medieval scholar Alain Gouraud analyzed the significance of the legend for medieval society in the context of feudal laws of inheritance, the cult of veneration of the Virgin, and anti-Semitism. 6. So surprisingly, the story barely engaged in the interest of scholars who dealt with Jewish-Christian relations, a subject that since World War I has occupied an important place in research, both within the framework of the question of the sources of Amidatism and in the context of recent tendencies towards rapprochement between the two religions.
Don't know what that is.
67. Steiner in Ole, 1314. Steiner goes on saying, half a century after Auschwitz, it seems as if German scholarship is still lame when it draws near the unspeakable, a condition which gives to this essay on life and guilt constraining pathos.
Okay, well,
50. The medieval legend of Judas Iscariot, v. Istrin, Die Grecian Virgin's legend. Archive for Slavis Philology 20, 1898 605 to 19. Lernan, Judas Iscariot, Axton, Interpretations of Judas. 59. Norman Reader, Medieval Edible Legends about Judas, The Psychoanalytic Quarterly 29, 1960 515 to 27. Sidney Terrachow, Judas, The Beloved Executioner, The Psychoanalytic Quarterly 29, 1960 528 to 54. Mordecai Rodenberg, The Edible Conflict and the Isaac Solution, in Mordecai Rodenberg, Rebiography and Deviance, Psychotherapeutic Narrativism and the Midrash, New York, Preter Publishers, 1987, 93-110. 60. Alain Gouraud, El Inceste de Judas, Essai sur la Genèse de la haine antisémite au XIIC siècle, Nouvelle Revue de Psychanalyse 33, 1986 5-41. 61. A clear exception is the book recently published by Jonathan A. Sill, Riven by Lust, Incest and Schism in Indian This Legend and Historiography, Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press, 2009. The author, who is a scholar of Buddhism, arrived at similar conclusions as ours. He stresses the anti-Jewish character of the Judas and puts it rightly in historical context, as an expression of the deterioration in the Jewish position in the High Middle Ages. Another exception is Chaim Maccabee's short treatment of the legend in his book, 11 Iscariot and the Myth of Jewish Evil, New York, Free Press, 1992, 101-7.
It's not so much this situation. What's strange to me is still that Brendan Shaw is Mexican. Right? Like, so the
Modern scholarship of Jewish-Christian encounters follows in the footsteps of modern Jewish writing.
That's what's weird, not the hair.
Indeed, the total silence of Jewish sources with regard to the story is quite surprising.
That's all the signs we needed.
If the Jews knew what Christians were telling about Judas, and it is difficult to imagine that they were not familiar with a juicy, colorful, and widespread story as this, why did they not see fit to deny the story, to cast doubt as to its reliability, or at least to point out its absurdities? The Jews. Ignoring of the story may be seen as a deliberate strategy, whose significance one is left to ponder. It is consistent with the feeble Jewish reaction towards accusations and libels widespread in the Christian world from the 12th century on, particularly the ritual murder, the blood libel and libels of the desecration of oaths, as well as poisoning of wells and other acts of treachery. The Jewish responses to all these accusations were few and weak and do not reflect much intellectual interest. 62. The absence of a Jewish response to the figure of Judas Iscariot as presented in the Golden Legend is in striking contrast to the colorful response of Toledat Yeshua to the New Testament figure of Judas, and should be understood in terms of the exacerbation in relations of the Christian majority to the Jewish minority during the High Middle Ages. Evidence of the existence of internal Jewish censorship and fear of exposing anti-Christian public can already be found at the beginning of the 12th century, but a striking change took place in the 13th century with the strengthening of Christian pressure on Jews, Christian criticism of Jewish literature, and the proliferation of a satanic image of the Jew. It would seem that Jews lost any interest in confronting such images and did not believe there is a way to refute them. Whereas, in the New Testament, Judas Iscariot is presented as a human figure, treacherous and avaricious as he may be. In the Golden Legend he is depicted as pathologically distorted, a depiction that leaves no place for an answer, much like the tales of ritual murder or the accusations of ritual desecration of the host. Hence, in place of the open and frank discussion found in late antiquity, when various versions of the life of Jesus and of Judas developed, the period during which the apocryphal Christian stories concerning them were themselves formed, the High Middle Ages developed a strangling and depressing atmosphere which allowed no place for alternative narratives. Rather than a competition among narratives, we now find a denial of the other end of his narrative, and feelings of frustration as to the very possibility of changing the position of the other side. It would seem that Jews now prefer to ignore the Christian neighbor rather than to answer him. Indeed, some versions of Toledat Yeshua continued to be circulated among Jews at the end of the Middle Ages and into the begin 62 Israel J. Yuval. They tell lies. You ate the man. Jewish reactions to ritual murder accusations. Religious violence between Christians and Jews. Ed. Anna Sapir of Eulapia, Hound Mills, Hal Great Macmillan Press, 2002, 86 to minus 106.
Already? Yeah. Well, that was a real game they had, right? Yeah. I mean, it's perfect for him. David.
218 Oro Limer and Israel Jacob Yuval of the Modem period, and it seems quite likely that at least some of them were created during this period. They thereby preserved a genre that was born in the distant past and dealt with ancient story, but was unable to provide an answer to the new narratives that prevailed now in Christian culture, representing the Jew as ally to the sinful from birth, desecrating the body of Christ, and of Christian children. When Christians in medieval Europe listened to the abhorrent story about Judas the arch-traitor, the betrayer of the Son of God, Jews of the same countries listened clandestinely to the story of Toledat Yeshua, in which Judas is the hero and savior. The same Judas thus assumed two radically opposed images, and his character expressed in a concise manner the deep chasm that opened up between believers of the two religions. Epilogue. Judah, Jew, and Israel. These two opposed stories, as well as the story about Judas who discovered the cross in the legend of Helena, assume their full significance in view of the identification between the individual hero who carries the name Judas and the Jewish collectivity. Point 63. A quick look at the source at the term Jew.
But when you actually interact with people,
Yehudi,
it's probably one of those
Yehudim,
games where
Iudius, was widespread in Jewish literature throughout the Second Temple period. Point 64. In Tannaitic and Amoraic literature, however, we note a significant change. The term Jew is hardly encountered at all. In its place we find Israel. While Jew is mentioned only once in the Mishnah, Israel appears hundreds of times. Moreover, in those isolated cases when Jew is mentioned in Talmudic literature, it is almost always in a derogatory way and put in the mouths of non-Jews. A similar process occurs with regard to the name of the land. The term the land of Israel is rarely found in biblical and Second Temple literature, the land being referred to by the names of its various regions, Judea and Galilee, whereas in Mishnaic literature it is referred to almost exclusively as Eretz Yisrael. These developments acquire their full significance when compared to Christian literature, which uses almost solely the term Jew, and not Israel, for the Jewish people. 63. C. Diakonon, di-middle altar-like tendons, person and typologist Theoduten, F. Eurydezu, Judas als tip, als inbegrip de giidiskenbox zeo betrachten, Ansiense gift es schon in der alten Frische, etwe bei August enus und Hilarius von Poitiers, Diekman, Judas A/SC in Denbach, 69. 64. Graham Harvey, The True Israel. Uses of the names Jew, Hebrew, and Israel in ancient Jewish and early Christian literature. Leiden, Brill, 1996. David Good 1 ATT. Elements of Ancient Jewish Nationalism. Cambridge University Press, 2006. Martin Goodman, Romans, Jews, and Christians on the Names of the Jews. In the Other in Second Temple Judaism, Essays in Honor of John J. Collins, eds Daniel C. Harlow, Karina Martin Fenton and Joel S. Kaminsky, Grand Rapids, forthcoming.
Something tells me he got real comfortable there in the fucking auto show, something like that.
She looks like she's like one of the drive girl, like she's a
In medieval Jewish literature, the term Jew gradually came to assume a somewhat more central role. In Ashkenazic sources, Jew is often used, especially in the responsa literature, which deals with cases and occurrences. The same holds true for Sefer Hasidim, which brings daily anecdotes and exempla. However, its use seems to be limited to defining the ethnic identity of the contemporary individual or group, whereas Israel remains the definition used for the religious, mythic, and historical identity. Proof of this can be found in Jewish liturgical literature, the Siddur, the Mahzorim for the various holidays, and the Payayat, in which the term Israel is used exclusively to refer to the Jewish people. In his Mishneh Torah, Maimonides uses the term Israel more than 2,000 times, whereas Jew is mentioned only 6 times. The Book of Zohar mentions Israel 5,700 times and Jew only 20 times. Why did Jews refrain from using the Jew, which was widely used by their Christian neighbors? We can think of several answers to this question. First is that what we have here is an internal Jewish development that has nothing to do with the Christian world. Jews prefer for their own internal reasons, and the Christian label did not bother them at all. 65. On the other hand, it could be that the Jews felt the need to refrain from using the term Jew because of its negative connotations. The name thus served for them both as a declaration of their identity as the true Israel and as a means of eliminating the negative tations that Christianity affixed to all Jews because of Judaization. If so, then it would seem that Jews had 2 ways of tackling the negative Christian portrayal of Judas. One is the route taken by Taladat Yeshiv, which adopts the Christian standpoint, but in an inverted manner. In all versions of that word, Judas Iscariot is the representative of the Jewish people and its leadership. He is both hero and leader. This is a bold attempt to reverse the negative image of Judas by turning the picture portrayed in the New Testament upside down. The second way was to refrain from using the name Judas ever. This was the solution adopted by the sages, as well as by many, although not all, medieval writers and some modern ones as well. Thus the circle is closed. What a contemporary Israeli author, Abraham B. Yehoshua, felt about the term Jews was also felt in late antiquity and the 65 Eyal ben Eliyahu, Judea, and Israel, the territorial dimension of national identity. Zion 72, 2010 127 to 151, in Hebrew. According to Ben Eliyahu, the alteration in name from Judah to Israel during the Tannaitic period derived from the moving of the religious and political center of the Jews in the land Oplos Real from Judea to the Galilee. Israel J. Yuval is of the opinion that the change in the name of the land is related to a change in the sense of self-identity and the desire to propose an alternative geographical definition to the Roman name, Palestinian Syria. Following the Bar Kokhba rebellion, see the myth of the Jewish exile from the land of Israel, Common Knowledge 12, 2006 16 to 33. This tendency was weakened in Amoraic literature, in which the term Jew is again used alongside Israel, albeit in a much lower intensity. 220 Oral Limer and Israel Jacob Yuval Middle Ages by many Jews, for whom the term Israel represented their mythical, liturgical, and historical identity. The term Jew remained risky, because it could easily be used derogatively by those who identified it with Judas Iscariot. Simon Peter, founder of Christianity or Savior of Israel. John Gager. My goal in this paper is to trace a remarkable transformation of the figure of Peter and to ask two questions. How did the first Christian martyr, the first pope of the Roman Catholic Church and the leading disciple of Jesus in the early Gospels, become an underground double agent of the Jewish sages? How did the pseudo-believer bring about the final separation of Christianity from Judaism, first by passing himself off as the leading disciple of Jesus, and then single-handedly creating Christianity as little more than a deformed Jewish heresy with but one valid teaching, to wit, that Jesus had commanded his followers to leave Jews in peace and to cease doing them any harm? 1. 2. How did he come to be regarded as of numerous liturgical High Time and Op Yom Kippur liturgy, the most solemn service in the Jewish calendar? But before beginning this task, I need to make a couple of things quite clear. First, I don't actually believe any of this. There were no popes for at least 100 years after Peter's death. There is no solid evidence that Peter was ever, let alone martyred there, and there is just that he played the role of a rabbinic double agent who saved Israel by giving birth to Christianity and then insisting on their total separation. I should note in passing, however, that there is one significant point of contact between these two radically opposed images of Peter, and I will come back to the issue of such contacts later on, namely, that in both cases he is treated as the primary founder of Christianity, in one case as an authentic faith, i.e., Judaism, in the other as an inauthentic religion, i.e., Christianity. 2 Second, we need to keep in mind one fundamental fact. I have benefited from the following studies, each dealing with the figure of Peter in Jewish tradition: Julius H. Greenstone, Jewish Legends about Simon Peter, Historia Judaica 12, 1950 89-104, Simon Legas. La Legend of Avatra et les Rapports Judeo-Chrétiens dans l'Ode Moyen Age, Ble 75, 1974 99-132, Wout van Beckham, The Rock on Which the Church is Founded, Simon Peter in Jewish Folklore, in Saints and Role Models in Judaism and Christianity, EDS, Marcel Courtois and Joshua Schwartz, Leiden. Brill, 2003, 289 to 307. An item. The poetical qualities of the Apostle Peter in Jewish folk tale. Zoto, 2003. 16 to 25 Samuel Kraus. Dos Leben Jesu nach Judisken Quellen. Berlin. S. Calvary. 19. Repair. Hildesheim. Olms. 1977. Remains essential on all aspects of the Toledo issue. Time. Along with Ricardo de Sene. 11 Vangelo dal Ghetto. Rome. Newton Compton. 1985. 33. 51 to minus 66. Two in the Vienna manuscript. Optai. Peter is called Papapahae, i.e., the first pope. Kraus. Dos Leben Jesu. 87.
Important, he becomes basically like a fucking tactical operator who's wearing bulletproof vests and they got
222 John Gager that emerges from these preliminary comments, namely, that Peter was like a lump of soft clay in the hands of Jewish and Christian writers in the early centuries of the Common Era. They could shape him into whatever form they liked or needed. He could become, and this is exactly what happened, all things to all people. The number of Peter images in early Christian literature, beginning with the New Testament, antique, Gospels and extending well into later centuries, is simply overwhelming. Unlike his counterpart Paul, Peter was unencumbered by the burden of having left behind any solid historical traces. No one possessed any reliable information about him. The best proof of this is the unending series of pious histories of Peter written by Christian authors right down to the present day. I will come back to this one later on, too. And third, all of the various threads in the process of Peter's literary transformations will lead us to and through the Toledo issue. I begin with an enigmatic comment in a little-known Jewish text of uncertain date, the Hebrew Scroll of Fasts, known in its many versions as Megillat Ta'anit or Megillat Ta'anit. Bujra. 3. Unlike the better-known Megillat Ta'anit, which proscribes fast days, that is, it specifies days in the Jewish calendar when fasting is prohibited, this one prescribes fast days, and in most cases gives a reason for the fast, usual commemoration of some great hero from the Jewish past. As Ceciliman, on whose work I rely, has written, there are many peculiarities to this text. Our Hebrew Megillah requires fasts on the 8th and Loath of Nisan, whereas the Aramaic scroll expressly forbids fasting altogether from the 8th to the 21 of Nisan, and its opening line states that what follows is a list of days set aside for fasting in the Torah, whereas the Torah contains no such guidelines for fasts as a way of commemorating biblical heroes. But it is another anomaly in the text which concerns us here. In this case, the only instance in the scroll where a fast day lacks any mention of the reason behind it. For the 9th of Teves, the text reads, Bedish aboten katvirabot nuaf mahu. On the fast for the 9th of Teves, our teachers did not write the reason for it. This anomaly has prompted imaginative speculations from various readers. One such attempt is that the fast anticipates by some 1,000 years the martyr death of R. Joseph Halevi Hanajat in 1066. Another states that this was the date when Esther was taken to the court of Ahasuerus. Certainly the most interesting of these traditional efforts was the argument put forward by several 19th century Jewish historians, Leopold Zuns, Solomon Judah Rappaport and Nehemiah Briel, based on a statement by the 12th century Jewish philosopher and astronomer, Abraham Bar-Haya, that December 25 in the year of Jesus' birth fell on the 9th of Teves. In short, 3 Ceciliman, the scroll of fasts, the 9th of Teves, JQR 64, 1983 174 to 95, Lemon dates the text to the 9th century. On the Megillat Ta'anit, see the recent volume. Megillizer, wherefore has it, Megillat Ta'anit Batra and similar lists of fasts, Jerusalem, World Union of Jewish Studies, the Rabbi David Moses and Amalia Rosen Foundation, 2007 in Hebrew.
Where do I find out my shit? Fire to get subreddit.
Right.
Time podcast.
Brendan Schaub Instagram page.
Yes.
It's not shop.com. It's not the flex you think it is. First of all, what is
Simon
it in
Peter,
reference to?
founder of Christianity or Savior of Israel.
Sentence. It's not the flex you think it is.
223
What
The
fuck
fast
is the
commemorated
flex?
the birth of Jesus, and the
Maybe think
rabbis
it is.
acted out of
Maybe
prudence
that's
by
celebrity
suppressing this
endorsements.
unfortunate and
Oh,
unacceptable
these celebrity
calendrical
endorsements.
coincidence.
I'm not-
For
I
having
didn't say I was
dismissed these
smart.
and
Maybe
other
some
efforts as
episode, like, I'm
baseless,
smart.
Solomon
Well,
points
yeah,
us
I
to
mean,
yet
celebrity
another
endorsements don't
explanation
work,
for our
except for,
enigmatic
you know,
saying,
if it's like
an
you're
explanation
selling
even
whiskey
more
and fucking
outrageous than
you're
any of
talking
those he
about
has just demolished.
Yeah.
This one takes us directly to Peter, or rather, under a different name, to Shimon Kaifa or Simon Peter, as he is known in a variety of antique
He
texts.
sounds like a Star
Matt
Wars
4.18, Simon called Peter / Petros equals rock in Greek. Matt 16.18, and I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. John 1.42, Jesus looked at him and said, so you are Simon, the son of John? You shall be called Cephas, Kippa equals rock, etc. in Aramaic, Cephas in Greek, which translates as Petros, equals rock. Galatians 2.11, but when Cephas equals Peter came to Antioch, I equals Paul opposed him to his face, because he stood condemned. Woman's explanation of the passage in the Hebrew Scroll of Fasts begins with two obscure comments by 19th century rabbinical scholars.
I don't know what the us is for.
Rabbi Baruch Frankel Diomim, D. 1828, reports that he discovered the following gloss in a manuscript of Joseph Caro's, D. 1575, Shulchan Aruch, on the 9th of Teves. Shimon Kalpos died, the one who saved the Jews from a great misfortune in the time of the violent ones, Perizim. The day of his death was established in Jerusalem forever. And Aaron of Worms, Rabbi at Metz, D. 1861, reports that in SE/ER Zikranah he found a report that the 9th of Teves commemorates the death of Shimon Kalpana. Now it is highly unlikely that either one of these scholars knew who this Shimon was, although in the case of Aaron of Worms it is clear that he is aware of our enigmatic phrase in the Hebrew Megillat Ta'anit. But for us the question is, who is the Shimon HaKalpos or Kalpanai whose death is commemorated on the 9th of Teves? The answer would appear to lie in the famous or infamous version of the Taladat Yeshua published in 1705, Leiden, by Johann Jacob Uldrich, also referred to variously as Ulrich and Uldrichus, under the title Historia Jescui. For my colleague, Sarit Katan Grivitz, has made a suggestion that deserves to be taken seriously. Her view is that the author, S, of the Taladat Yeshua may have chosen the 9th of Teves as the date of Shimon Kaifa's death, based on Abraham Bar Hias, DCA 1136, calculation, as a polemical thrust against the Christian celebration of December 25th as the birth of authentic Christianity. The Jewish reply would thus be that the real significance of December 25 9th of Teves lay in celebrating not the birth of Jesus, the false Messiah, but rather the death of Shimon, the Savior of Israel. It is also possible that Bar Haya himself chose to make December 25th coincide with the 9th of Teves for the same polemical purpose, and that he did so based on his knowledge of prior Taladat Yeshua traditions regarding the observance of Shimon's death on that day. See the discussion of Bar Haya in Lamim 182-85.
The constant A. Fuck. Yeah. But we'll see what happens, dude.
Nazarini Ejadades blaspheme corruptum. As the hero of this version is called Rabbi Shimon Kalpos throughout the text. 6. When the people of Ai equals Rome begin to outnumber and oppress the Jews, the sages turn for help to a Rabbi Shimon, identified as an uncle of Jesus and an honored elder among the Jews. I will give here a brief various means by which Rabbi Shimon deceived the Christians in the Huldreich. He spoke to the Christians Alda at Jesus, which they took to mean that he taught according to the religion of Jesus, but our text comments that in the language of the sages, the phrase Alda at means Lashon Anus or something like forced or cryptic speech, and thus misleading speech for which one is not eligible. He performed miracles by using the Shem HaMephorosh, the secret and powerful name of God, and thus persuaded the Christians to accept his authority on all matters. He informed them that Jesus wanted his followers to cause no harm to Jews. He forbade Christians to impose forced baptism on Jews. 7. Summoned and persuaded by the sages, who take upon themselves responsibility for any sins Rabbi Shimon might commit by becoming the leader of the Christians. The account is much compressed here and is described more fully in other versions. Shimon agrees to lay down bad laws for the Christians and to bring Christian oppression of the Jews to an end. 5. Wooldridge transcribed the complete version of the type from a Hebrew manuscript. Unfortunately, that manuscript subsequently disappeared. The Wooldridge manuscript is Amsterdam HSROS 442. 6. The name Kalpos and its variants is undoubtedly derived, probably through Jewish-Christian channels, from the figure of Shimon son of Cleophas, cited as a cousin of Jesus, and a leader of the Nazarenes, who died as martyr under Trajan. There is good reason to believe that this Shimon was a hero among Jewish Christians. See Eusebius, E3.11.2. See also the discussion in Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 171 and Disani, I Evangelo del Ghetto, 134f, and 209-11. This Shimon, son of Clopas, was in turn probably derived from either the Clopas mentioned in John 19.25, near the cross of Jesus stood his mother's sister, Mary the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene, or the Cleophas cited in Luke 24.18. Then the one whose name was Cleophas answered and said to him, i.e., Jesus, are you the only stranger in Jerusalem, and have you not known the things which happen there in these days? 7. The passage appears in the Vienna manuscript, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 87. From now on and in the future you should force anyone to come to your teachings or to baptism, baptismo. Through force, this and the Jews come to your faith. They will harm your faith and it will be clear to them that your faith is not good. For this reason everyone who wishes to come to your faith should come willingly. Even if he says that he comes willingly, nonetheless you do not receive him until he has spent 30 days in the house of good people. Peter instructed that they should take no child under 9 years, for a child does not order his affairs through wisdom. The issue of forced baptism for Jews had been a controversial matter in Christian circles for many centuries, with strong advocates both for and against. There is an extensive scholarly literature on the issue. Still useful is Bimhard Blumenkrans, Georgizet Great Jans Dans El Monde Occidental, 430-1096, Paris, Mouton, 1960, Repair, Paris, Peters, 2006, 96 FF.
Where does it hurt, R.A.? This man calling anyone a soy boy in 2024 needs to be closely examined. I mean, the most of straws, dude. You know what I mean?
Simon Peter, founder of /Christianity or Savior Zero /Israel. 225. He rides on a cloud, complete with thunder and lightning. All of this so impressed the Christians that they agreed to do whatever he might command them. But at one point, when some of the Christians ride with Peter on his cloud, he suddenly splits the cloud in two and the Christians fall to their death. He introduced a new alphabet. The letters are given in Hebrew letters, but when read aloud it is clear that the alphabet itself is German, under a new name, so that the Christians would understand nothing. In truth, when really understood, the alphabet condemns Christians as sons of Esau, as Epikouros, a standard Hebrew term for a heretic, and as believers in a false god, in a related tradition. This one attributed to Paul rather than Peter. The apostle commands his followers to replace the Jewish holidays and festivals with new Christian celebrations. 8. He wrote a number of false books. Clearly the reference here is to the Gospels, Evangelion / in Greek, and called them wrong / perversion, plus kilayon, and I mean, if anything, right? Every picture so good. But the Christians misunderstood the name and called them equals stone, plus Julian, equals revelation, 9. Rabbi Shimon wrote the book of Yohanes, equals the book of Revelation in the NT, once again in a coded language, which proved that Jesus himself is the beast in chapter 13 of that book. Finally, Rabbi Shimon drove the of Jesus away from Jerusalem, and text states repeatedly, put an end to Christian persecution of the Jews. Now there are two further details in Huldreich's text that support Laman's thesis about Peter as the hero celebrated in the Megillat Ta'anit. First, at the end of the account, when Rabbi Shimon dies, the children of Israel mourn his death and decree a fast to be celebrated every year thereafter on the 9th of Teves. This, of course, is exactly what is contained in the two glosses cited just above. And second, the term used consistently to refer to the Christians is Peritzim, the same term used in the gloss to Keros Shulchan Aruch. On the 9th of Teves Shimon Kalpos died, the one who saved the Jews from a great mitzvah in the time of the violent flood. Peritzim, the day of his death, was established in Jerusalem as a fast forever. In fact, Peritzim is a virtual technical term for Christians. In B, the passage appears in the Strasbourg manuscript, Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 48, and is written in Aramaic, whereas the language of the manuscript otherwise is Hebrew. For an illuminating discussion of the passage, see Daniel Stick Ben Ezra, an ancient list of Christian festivals in Toledat Yeshuv, polemics and indication for interaction, HTR 102, 2009 481-96. The fact that this particular passage appears in Aramaic is a strong indication that it represents relatively 9. The passage recalls and probably derives from the passage in the Babylonian Talmud, Shabbat LL6a, which refers to the books of the Minim, here probably referring to the Gospels, as Evangelion equals falsehood of blank page, or a revelation.
Well, I mean, he has a lot on his plate.
226 John Gager, numerous versions of the top. Joe, as for the name or names of Kalpos I Kalpani I Kalpasi applied to Peter here, there's little doubt that they were borrowed, perhaps via Christian Jewish channels, from the Shimon Klopas or Cleopas, identified by E.G. Sibbas as an uncle of Jesus and a martyred leader of the Christian Jewish community in Jerusalem. To sum up this far, Rabbi Shimon Kaifa is the savior of the Jewish people, and his memory is to be celebrated forever with a fast on the 9th of Teves. This information seems to have been widely circulated, not just in versions of the Tai but in other Jewish sources as well. But there is more to the story of Peter than this. No less an authority than Rashi, D. 1105, must have a version of the story like the one in Huldreich's manuscript, where he reports the following commentary on the Baptist Talmud, Avodah Zarah Loa. Others wrote for them all of the heretical books, Yochanan El John, Paul, and Peter. They were Jews. Lashon El speeches grammatica, i.e., the Latin, which the priests speak. They changed and complicated this language L2 and created nonsense for them in order to keep them apart from them, i.e., Israel, and to remove them from Israel. They were not heretics I converts, i.e., to Christianity, for they did everything for the benefit of Israel. Rather, when they saw Israel in severe distress from the deception/trickeries of Jesus, they pretended that they were with him in his piety and ordained for them everything, as is explained in the book of the Hanging of Jesus 13. In other words, while Huldreich himself, and probably his Hebrew manuscript version of the Tai, date from the early 18th century, both incorporate traditions that were much earlier, in this case earlier than the 12th century. Rashi clearly knew a version of the Tai and summarizes a part of it in his commentary on Avodah Zarah. A further measure of how widely known the Tai was at this time, the 12th and 13th centuries, and in these regions, France and Germany, becomes clear when we survey the widely disseminated references to it by Jewish authors. Not 10 to 10 originates from a passage in Daniel 11.14. Yuvin Paritzel Amika equals the children of the violent ones from your people. 11c above N6. 12. The language here is drawn from Ezekiel 3.6. For you are not sent to a people of foreign speech and a hard language, but to the house of Israel, not to many peoples of foreign speech and a hard language, whose words you cannot understand. And Isaiah 33:19, you will see no more the insolent people, the people of an obscure speech which you cannot comprehend, stammering in a tongue which you cannot understand. I am indebted to my colleague, Naphtali Meshel, for his assistance on these matters. 13 Selimim, the Scroll of Fasts, 191 for translation. Rashi's observation was preserved independently by two authors, by Profiat Duran in his Kelamat Hagoyim 7.3, and by Jacob Ibn Habib in his Ben Yaakov, reprinted by Raphael Rabinovich, Dikukso/Rim Avidazara, Munich, L. Rosenthal 1879, 23, and 9. The translation given here is based on the version of Jacob Ibn Habib, as rendered by Rabinovich.
All that, but literally, like the coolest fucking truck with the most blowers. Yeah. The fastest street, like non-street princess shit.
You mean to tell me you live in the White House and you don't sell burgers?
Simon Peter,
You don't have 3
founder of Christianity or Savior of Israel. 227 to mention the numerous manuscripts of the Tanakh itself. At the same time, these further references open up an entirely new dimension of Peter's subversive anti-Christian and pro-Jewish career, this time as the composer of major elements in the Jewish liturgy, including the Nishmat and the hymn, Hayat, for Yom Kippur. I offer here a brief survey of the major texts. 1 Rashi's grandson, Rabbinutam, D.1171. In a manuscript commentary on the Mahzor Vidri, the following comment appears: in all the works, Dev-Rav, of Rabbinutarn, we find, written that Shimon Kaifa is the one who composed the liturgy, Seder, for Yom Kippur, namely, Ibn Tehillah. 14 Samuel Luzzatto reports seeing a similar gloss in a commentary to the Mahzor. There is a commentary on the Ibn Tehillah and the Adakonanta. 15 at the beginning of the Ibn Tehillah is written: Shimon ben Kaifa, whom the Catholics of Rome called Ro, produced this hymn of praise, after he ordained the religion of Islam, and he put himself in a tower in Rome for the rest of his life with simple bread and water, as sustenance. 16.2. About the Nishmat, a fundamental prayer in the daily liturgy. 2 texts report Peter as the author.
If I had a lineup of pictures and this one was
Nishmat, Shimon ben Kaifa established it. Some say it was Shimon ben Shadash. Hurst Trees reports this comment in his Kepila commentary, point 17b. Nishmat, heard from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Yaakov that Rav Shimon Kaifa established the Nishmat, as far as Miyad Melach / who is like unto you, 18.3. 2 comments in the Mahzor Vilri itself, a collection of Halashit rulings produced by Sinchaban Samuel of Vidri, D. 1105, a pupil of Rashi. 14. The comment is reported by David Oppenheim, No Tyson, MGWJ 7, 1858 468. Ayasid and Tehillah, I will give praise. Attributed here to Simon Peter, is elsewhere attributed to Yasseh ben Yasseh. It was introduced into the Yom Kippur liturgy in French circles at an uncertain date in the Middle Ages. See the discussion in Ismar Elbijin, Jewish Liturgy. A Comprehensive History, New York, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1993, 239. Ada in intact, you established the world, was part of the Yom Kippur liturgy in parts of medieval France and still today in some communities of northern Italy. See Elbijin, Ibn. There are brief discussions of both poems in Michael D. Swartz and Joseph Yoselim, Abida, Ancient Poems of Yom Kippur, University Park, Pennsylvania State University Press, 2005. See also Van Beckham, The Rock, 307f. 16. See Oppenheim, No Tyson, 416 Stone, Jewish Legends, 103, and 25, and Van Beckham, The Rock, 307. Luzato's comments appear in his introduction to the Italian prayer book. Mavo Elima Zor Kamen Hak Bani Roma, Livorno, 1856, 7. 17 David Oppenheim, Jurberden Verfasser den Schmith UND Das Alter der Pyudim, MGWJ /0, 1861 213. 18 Oppenheim, Jurberden Verfasser, 217, based on a personal communication from Kirchheim, who found a comment in a manuscript edition of a Tefillah commentary.
No one understands the joke. They're like, yeah, he's 58.
In that culture, and I would go to I'd go to the comedy store, Comedy Works in Denver, and
228 John Gager A. There are those who say about this villain, Shimon Peter the Ass/Donkey, Peter Hammer, 19er of Rome, i.e., the church founded by Peter, that he established this prayer, i.e., the Nishmat, and other prayers when he sat on the rock. God forbid that such a thing could happen in Israel. 20 Here the author is obviously aware of the tradition that regarded Peter as the author of the Nishmat, and expresses his dismay at such a possibility.
I never thought about filming myself, right?
It is permitted to expand/add them, such as Karovit, Tef/OT and SE/IHOT, handed down to us by our revered teachers/rabbis from the days of Shimon Kippur, who established the liturgy of Yom Kippur, namely, Ibn Tehillah, and, from the days of Elazar Taylor, and he established Karovit for the holiday of the New Year. 21 This comment appears in the context of a debate over whether it is permissible to add him/Hayyudim to the liturgy. While the substance of the two reports is nearly identical, namely, that Peter composed Pi-Wat, El-Yudim, the negative assessment of the first report cited above is missing in the second. Moreover, in this second instance, Peter's is cited as an authority for settling the debate in favor of those who allow additions. There is much more to be said about these texts, but my immediate concern is to show that they reflect a thorough familiarity with versions of the type, that these versions circulated widely in Jewish circles, including distinguished scholars, and that they were taken seriously in those circles. All of the themes and terms in the texts just cited stem from different versions of the type. Point 22 Here I offer a partial survey of those versions of the Tia that contain these elements of the story. A. Vienna Manuscript, Krauss, 64 FF. Peter/Shimon agrees to take on his mission on behalf of the Jews. The Christians built him a tower as his permanent residence, drinks only water and eats only bread. 19 In his The Conso as Subversive, Jewish Traditions of Christian Libel, Journal of Jewish Studies 2, 1999 259-83. Rav Ben Shalom draws attention passage in the Ashkenaz Sefer Hasidim which directly echoes this reference to Peter as an ass, donkey, hammer. If a Jew converts, he is given a disreputable name. Even a tzaddik who leads on others is called such. Thus, Shimon Kippur becomes Peter Hammer, exactly as in the passage from the Machzor. The passage appears in Yehuda Westinitsky and Jacob Freeman, eds. Sefer Hasidim, Frankfurt AM, M.A. Barman, 1924, 197. The Sefer Hasidim is now available, with all manuscripts and published editions, in Peter Schaefer and Michael Mearson, eds, the Princeton University Sefer Hasidim database. https://Princeton.edu/Hasidim. 20 Shimon Halem Hurwitz. Machzor J1 Idri, Berlin, Itzkowski, 1889, 282. 21 Hurwitz, Ibid, 362. Elazar Taylor, his date is highly uncertain, a noted composer of liturgical hymns. 22 It must be noted that these themes do not show up in all versions of the Nile, notably, the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza, the report of Agabard, The Furhavish manuscript from St. Petersburg, which appears to have been translated from an Aramaic source, and versions of the Thai that lack any treatment of the Jesus story after his death, e.g., the Adler manuscript from Yemen, Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 118 ff. On the Furhavish manuscript and related texts, see the discussion of Jakob Deutsch, new evidence of early versions of to/Yeshua. Tarbis 69, 2177 to 97, in Hebrew.
Dixie Normus. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so.
Dixie Norm House.
Dixie Normus.
Okay. Whitney
Simon
exposing
Peter,
Papa for
founder
getting
of
stem cell
/Christianity or
injection.
Savior 0/Israel.
So we've seen this already.
229 he writes many songs and hymns and sent them out to Jews in the exile where they were received and used with delight. This Shimon was called Saint Peter /Sophia Row, Aspire Row, by the Goyim, equals Christians. Point 23b, Strasbourg manuscript, Kraus, 38 ff.
And I'm sure he did that.
Peter /Shimon agrees to take on his mission on behalf of the Jews. The Christians built him a tower as his permanent residence. He drinks only water and eats only bread. 24. He wrote many songs and hymns and sent them out to Jews in the exile where they were received and used with delight. Point 25c, Slavic version. 26. Peter /Shimon agrees to take on his mission on behalf of the Jews. 27. The Christians built him a tower as his permanent residence. He drinks only water and eats only bread. He writes many songs and hymns and sends them out to Jews in the exile where they were received and used with delight. Shimon is opposed by an evil man, clearly the figure of Paul. Shimon receives an honorific title, Rashford, for Rabbi Shimon of Kufi, 28b, Tar Numuad. 29. Shimon agrees to take on his mission on behalf of the Jews. The Christians built him a tower as his permanent residence. He drinks only pure food. He writes many songs and hymns and sends them out to Jews in the exile where they were received and used with delight. Shimon is opposed by an evil man, called Abishai, clearly meant to represent the figure of Paul. 23 ch 21 of the Vienna manuscript, Kraus, Dos Leben Jesu, 87f. 24. One interesting feature in this account of Shimon's eating habits is the comment that food was placed in a basket and lifted up to him. A practice long observed by Christian monks who chose to live as henads, often high on sea/hip bases accessible only by ladders and ropes. 25. The passages appear in ch 12. Chapter headings are Kraus edition. Kraus, Dos Leben Jesu 48 ff. 26. Published by Samuel Kraus. A Nouvelle Recension Hébraïque du Toldat J. Reg 103. 1938, 65 to 90. Kraus came into possession of the manuscript through private hands.
How do we know that's true?
27. Kraus comments that Shimon el Peter travail pour Elivian to Judaism etc sacred pour sa cause. Kraus, a Nouvelle, 71. 28. The passages appear on pages 86 f of Kraus edition. 29. In the excellent edition, with full commentary, Jena translation, and a synopsis of themes in the major versions of the IT. Of G Interschlichting, ein Geidisches Leben Jesu, die Virschalin Taladat Jetskapas Untar Numuad, Tyavingen, Morsiebeck, 1982.
4:34 this morning. This is just gross.
Another figure, Yochain Rio, appears in some manuscripts which forms many of the same functions as Shimon/Peter.
Bean cheese every knee.
I mean, the bean cheese tank top's pretty good though.
31. By now several things have become. First, that the type, whatever its origins, was not just a popular text. Second, that it was well known in both Jewish and Christian circles 32 no later than the mid-19th century. Third, that it was taken seriously on both sides, and that it produced a long series of Christian responses. It was, in the words of Daniel Stock Ben Ezra, a worldwide bestseller 33 among both Jews and Christians, at least from the mid-19th century when Latin versions first appeared in Agabart and Amulo, successive bishops of Lyon. But now we must face another question. How did this remarkable transformation of Shimon I Peter take place? How did the leading disciple of Jesus in the anti-Gospels,
Thanks, dude.
the prototype of the Christian martyr and first pope in Rome, how did he become a subversive pseudo-convert to Christianity, the creator of Christianity as a false religion, the author of numerous Jewish liturgical poems and the savior of the Jewish people? Is this purely a product of Jewish imagination? I will not be able to do anything more than offer an outline of my answer, but my basic premise is that this was not a difficult transformation to bring about at all. My answer requires several initial assumptions. First, that Jews and Christians were in regular contact with each other. Second, that Jews were familiar with Christian texts, practices, and beliefs. Third, that Christianity in its many forms was seen as a serious threat by Jews. And fourth, that from the very beginning Jews felt obligated to respond to the Christian threat in a variety of ways. What I want to focus on here is the figure of Peter in the earliest Jesus movement. Yochanan is described as one of the great sages of Rome. Schlichting, on Jildish's Leben Jesu, paragraph 291. 31. The passages appear in paragraphs 345 ff of Schlichting's edition. 32. The first Christian author to provide unambiguous evidence of the tie as a document is Agabard, Bishop of Lyons, in his anti-Jewish writing, De Judaeis Superstitionibus, written around 830. From that time forward, the tie is widely attested in Christian circles. See Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 7ff. On Avantgarde's text, the discussion in Arthur Lukin Williams, at versus Judaeus, a bird's eye view of Christian apology until the Renaissance, Cambridge University Press 1935, 348-55, text and translation in Hillel. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledo. Ishmael, JTS 50, 1999-68F. 33. Daniel Stock Van Ezra, an ancient list of Christian festivals in Toledo. Ishmael, polemics as indication for interaction, HTR 102, 2009 484. In his The Converso as Subversive, Jewish Traditions for Christina Leibel. JJS 2, 1999. Ram Ben Shalom remarks that by the 11th century the life of Jesus was well known to both Ashkenazic and Sephardic communities. 270. To this must be added a number of references to the tie in Islamic writings as well. See the discussion in Ben Shalom, The Converso. 273. M. Bamel, in I verse Henny Angabiziu Den told up Jeskua. TS 35, 1989 479F. Samuel Miklos Dem, ABD Al-Jabbar's account of how Christ's religion was falsified by the adoption of JTS 19, 1968. I-76 FF, and Peter Shortall, the Islamic image of Paul and the origin of the Gospel of Barnabas, Jerusalem Studies in Arabic and Islam 20, 1996 200 to 228.
Because whatever shit he has going on with his childhood trauma, I don't have to do that. At the end of the day, I will twist your fucking neck off. Ask your boys. There's many of guys that you fucks with, that I've rolled with. Ask them how it went.
I wonder if he's talking about Jake. Ask him. It's so funny, the narrative that Papa's painting is so obviously not true. I mean, look at how much fun Nate is having. Yeah. Like, he's sad and he built his shit up. He just made fun of Papa because it's impossible not to. And it would be hard to stop making fun of Brent Shop at this point. It's such an experience. I don't blame Nate at all.
1,000,000%. I haven't
specifically in the Gospel of Mark. 34. What do we learn about Peter from Marnot? Of course, a historical Peter, but the image of Peter created and projected by the author. We first meet him in 1.16, under the name of Simon, which would be Shimon in Aramaic for Hebrew, where Jesus drafts him, his brother Andrew and the two sons of Zebedee, James and John, to be his followers. At this point nothing more is said of him. Every bit as low-key is the next encounter, in 3.16 ff, where Jesus appoints presents the enigmatic group of and adds the name of Peter to Simon. But nothing is said of his significance. The fact that his name appears first on the list simply due to the tradition that had come down to the author. The tradition, I handed down to you. What one had received is reflected in 1 Corinthians 15:3-7, written some 2 decades before Mark, where Paul reports that the risen Christ appeared first to Cephas/Peter and then to others. 35 Peter disappears from Mark's story for the next 5 chapters only to re-emerge at the literary and theological turning point of the gospel, namely, the Christological lesson and first prediction of Jesus' suffering and death in CHA. Here, for the first time, we learn something substantial about him. When Jesus asks his followers who they take him to be, Peter answers, "You are the Christ/Messiah."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
as the overall view of the explained and as Jesus' stem rebuke of Peter emphasizes, this in the wrong answer. He rebuked, emphasizing them, so that they would not to talk to anyone about him. 8.30, and the lesson continues with Jesus' prophecy about the coming suffering of the Son of Man.
This one's posted by
36 Peter then compounds his misunderstanding of Mark's Christology, i.e., that Jesus will be achieved glory but only through suffering, by pulling Jesus aside and rebuking him again. And at this point the story reaches an climax in Jesus' withering repudiation of Peter. "Get behind me, Satan. You are thinking human thoughts, not divine ones." 8.33.
I haven't heard him say that so
It is difficult to imagine a more blatant attack on Peter's status. 134 The Gospel of John affords even less space to Peter. In 6.28 Peter asks a stupid question, "What should we do to perform the works of God?" Jesus' reply makes it clear that the issue is not doing works but believing in him. Later, in 13.36, Jesus predicts Peter's denial of him, and in 18.17-27 the prediction is fulfilled. Peter's appearance at the 2 in 20.2-10 is almost certainly a later intrusion into the story, as part of efforts to redeem Peter's image. Chapter 21, where the resurrected Jesus commissions Peter to feed my sheep, is certainly part of the same rehabilitation project. Matthew and Luke, each in their own way, seek to burnish the inconveniently negative image of Peter bequeathed to them by their primary source, the Gospel of Mark. 35 It may be relevant here to take note of what Paul does with this tradition. While the list begins with Cephas/Peter and ends with Paul himself, verse 8 last of all, "As to one untimely born, he appeared also to me." In Paul's own mind he clearly ranks himself ahead of Peter. In other words, Peter's name at the top of the list does not qualify him for any special status in Paul's world. Other negative views of Peter appear in a variety of early texts, e.g., the Coptic God Thomas, sayings 12 and 114, and the various writings associated with the name of Mary Magdalene. See the brief discussion in Smith, 104-7, below note 39. 36 While the figure of the Son of Man may have been understood as someone other than Jesus before the time of Mark, it is clear that the author here understands Jesus to be talking about himself.
I emailed several times and not gotten a response.
Congrats, can you replace the smooshed hat you sent me?
232 John Gauger take this passage to be Mark's commentary on Peter's role in general. J7 and it is hard not to see the varying 8.38. Those who are ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of them will the Son of Man also be ashamed when he comes. As directed primarily at Peter. Immediately after CH8 comes the scene of the Transfiguration, where Jesus takes Peter, James, and John. Peter again comes at the top of the list, as witnesses to his miraculous appearance with Elijah and Moses. Once again, Peter misses the point of the episode by addressing Jesus as Rabbi and urging his friends to build dwellings, skunahs, for the 3 apparitions. But as the author of the Gospel makes clear, Peter has misunderstood the whole affair and has simply reacted out of fear. 9.6. He did not know what to say, for they were terrified. This series of misunderstandings then continues in 10.28, where Peter boasts of having left everything to follow Jesus, only to be reminded that Jesus,
like he'll forget his backpack or shoes or like that, and his grandpa.
previous not about Peter but about future generations. 38 next, in the story about the cursed fig tree, Peter again addresses Jesus as Rabbi, 11.21, and seems to assume that the fig tree is a revelation of Jesus' magical power. But the summit of this series is not reached until CH 14, where, in response to Peter's boast that he will never abandon Jesus, Jesus predicts that Peter will in fact deny 3 times that same day. But before an opportunity to carry out the prediction, he falls asleep 3 times, while Jesus prays at Gethsemane. Jesus' rebuke here is telling. Enough. The hour has come. The Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. My betrayer is at hand. 14.41f. I find it difficult not to see these words as both prolific and retrospective, that is, anticipating the scene with Judas that follows immediately and summing up the preceding scene with the dozing Peter. Thus it can hardly be coincidental that in the very next episode, another one of Jesus' own followers, Judas, betrays him into the hands of the chief priests, the scribes, and the elders, v43. And he does so by addressing Jesus just as Peter had done earlier, as Rabbi. Surely, by the juxtaposition of these 2 scenes, the author of the Gospel is drawing attention to the close analogy between Peter and Judas, 2 insider betrayers. Finally, in the scene of Jesus' arrest and examination before the Sanhedrin, soon at Ryan, 14.55, Peter fulfills Jesus' earlier prediction. You also were with Jesus, the man from Nazareth. But he denied it, saying, I do not know or understand what you are talking about. 14.68. 37. It is more than a little embarrassing to see how modem Christian exegetes ignore or play down this and other passages about Peter in Mark. One can only suspect that apologetic motives have overridden sound interpretation in these cases. For a survey of Peter-N.E. debates in the early centuries, see Terence B. Smith, Petrine Controversies in Early Christianity, Tübingen. More Seebeck, 1985. Smith's conclusion represents one of the few exceptions to the standard apologetic. Peter, who remains blind throughout the Gospel, 170. 38. Mark makes it clear that Peter misses the point here by stating in v26 that the disciples were completely perplexed by words, children, how hard it is to enter the kingdom. v25.
Everything it changes is real. He put out an attitude and thing where he sang that. That's your new narrative, huh? Yeah. I'm surprised.
Simon Peter, founder of Christianity or Savior of Israel. 233. This man is one of them. But again he denied it. 14.69f. Certainly you are one of them, for you are a Galilean. But he began to curse, anathematizing, and to swear an oath. No, I do not know this man you are talking about. 14.71. And with this carefully constructed and powerfully phrased, threefold denial, Peter disappears from Mark's Gospel. By now and in summing up, the thrust of my argument has become clear. In producing their counter-history of Christian origins, 39 Jewish defenders of their faith needed to look no further than the figure of Peter in the Gospel of Mark. 408 strong reading of that Gospel readily yielded a picture of a false believer, in fact 2 of them, Peter and Judas. In this instance, the authors of the time, who clearly knew the Gospel of Mark and had read it carefully, were able to use the weapons of the Christians, i.e., Mark, against the Christians and their elevation of Peter to the status as the founder of new Christianity and the first pope. I note that this inversion of the Christian story, and using Christian texts to do so, also enabled Jews to turn a standard anti-Jewish argument against their Christian opponents. In this reversal, it is the Christians, not the Jews, who have misunderstood their own scriptures and traditions. Finally, the authors of the time made ample use of the universal cultural type or figure of the subversive convert, the undercover double agent, the converso emissary. 41 examples of this type were everywhere in ancient Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Joseph in Egypt, Esther in the court of Ahasuerus, Gamaliel as a hidden Christian Jew so as to promote his new faith. 42 Hyksos in Spain, 43 Jewish pseudo-converts to Islam whose mission was to subvert early anti-Jewish tendencies in the new faith, 44 and more. The cultural type made it possible to provide an answer to the question, if it seems obvious that Peter was not a follower of Jesus, what was he? 39-1 borrowed the 10 from Amos Funkenstein. Perceptions of Jewish History, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1993, 36-40, where he applies the 10 to the type. 40 on the question of whether educated Jews were familiar with Christian literature and teachings. The consensus today is overwhelming in opinining a positive stance. Here 1 Paulo Kraus, Das Anti Worden Juden kein Terra Incognita UNDSIE Lazen ES when Sean McCreeches oder Latinish Sodochin Hebraeus Conversetze, Mura Ansichten Iber to 1 Duck Jesper. MGWJ 76, 1932. 600. It may be noted here that the Gospel of John presents a similar picture of Peter and that the passages cited from Mark appear also in Matthew. Both of these Gospels were well known in Jewish circles. See Peter Schiefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, 128 f. 41 to 10 is used by Ben Shalom to designate a broad period advanced by Abravanel, d. 1508, according to which the conversos were to be seen as a necessary preparation for the final redemption. 262 f. 42 see the discussion of this and other examples in William Corberry, the depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Toledat Yeshiv, in the image of Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature, eds Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie, Tyabingen, Moore Seebeck, 2003, 280-86. 43 C. Benchal, the Converso, 259-64. 44 Benchalom, the Verso, 272-74. Doing him them. Answer, he was a subversive double agent. And one at the very top. Taken together, these techniques eventually produced the quartet of subversive pseudo-converts who engineered the subversion of Christianity and the salvation of Israel in many versions of the type. The mysterious Yochanan, Peter Shimon, Paul/Elijah, and Judah/Yehuda. There remains one puzzle in this Peter I. Shimon story, namely, how did he come to be imagined to be a refined poet, specifically of liturgical texts? This is a puzzle because in the earliest traditions Peter is a simple Galilean fisherman, anything but a sophisticated liturgical poet. But by the end of the 1st century or soon thereafter, Peter's name came to be associated with a wide variety of writings, various Acts of Peter, an Apocalypse of Peter, a Gospel of Peter and several letters attributed to him, including the 2 that bear his name in the Antique. In a way, this development was inevitable. Given Peter's elevated status in emerging Christianity and given Christianity's rapid emergence as a literary culture, Peter was destined to assume the role of prolific Christian author. But still, none of these writings speaks of him as composing Jewish liturgical poetry. And so the puzzle remains. 45 various solutions have been proposed, and Jay will review them briefly. The first is associated with the name of the great 19th century Jewish historian, Heinrich Graetz. Unwilling or unable to imagine an internal Jewish explanation for Shimon/Peter's role as Pei Yetin, Graetz invented an otherwise unattested poet by the name of Shimon Kaifa, who was later mistakenly identified with the Christian Shimon Kaifa. In other words, the Shimon Kaifa of the text discussed above is not Simon Peter at all, but rather a Jewish poet of the same name, mistakenly identified with Peter. Fortition, proposed by Van Beckham, holds that the Peter story may have been shaped by the story of the legendary Jewish Pope Elchanan 47 and his father Shimon. According to one version of the story, the young Elchanan was abducted from his Jewish parents as a young boy, raised as a Christian and eventually elevated to the papacy. But following a Christ death and a reunion with his Jewish father, Elchanan abandoned Christianity and returned to Judaism, whereupon his father, Rabbi Shimon, celebrated the occasion by composing the New Year hymn, El Hanan Nahalado. This Shimon was further assimilated to yet another poet, Shimon ben Isaac ben Abun of Mainz, ca. 950, and thus came eventually to be connected to 45 Van Beckham. The Rock, 308 speaks of the problematic nature of Simon's authorship of so many liturgical hymns. 46 Heinrich Graetz, History of the Jews, edited and in part translated by Bela Louis, 6 vols, File de Lipia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1949, 3, 115, also in MGWJ 1859, 40I and 9, 1860, 19 feet. See the discussion in Oppenheim, Überden Verfasser, 212-15. Oppenheim's objection to Graetz is summed up in his words that unter diesem Namen ist immer der Apostel Petrus gemeint. See Oppenheim, Überden Verfasser, 221. 47 on the Elchanan story. See Joseph Bamberger, The Jewish Pope, History of a Medieval Ashkenazic Legend, Ramat Gan, Barhan University Press, 2009 in Hebrew. Shimon/Peter. 48 A third solution, proposed initially by Oppenheim in 1861-49 and followed up by Ligas in 1974-50, focuses on those texts which speak of Shimon Kaifa's authorship of the Nishmat, an ancient prayer recited on the Sabbaths, including Passover. 51 Oppenheim and Ligas, among others, have drawn attention to elements of prayer that can be read as an anti-Christian and specifically anti-Pauline themes. Oppenheim in particular, the Nishmat is an anti-Pauline composition from the beginning. But whether the prayer was composed originally, Oppenheim, as an anti-Christian hymn or only came to be understood that way later on, Ligas both see it as the basis for all of the other claims about Peter as Pei Yetin. As a final note, I draw attention to the apocryphal letter of Peter to James that introduces the homilies, part of the hugely popular Pseudo-Clementines which date from the late 2 ND or early YD century and circulated widely in later centuries. 52 In that letter we find most of the themes associated with the role of Peter as poet in the T and other texts. He speaks several times of my books of preaching. He asserts his loyalty to the Torah of Moses, as though I were of such a mind but did not freely proclaim it, which God forbid, and rails at length against those who misrepresented him as a teacher opposed to the law. 53. He speaks of his enemy, clearly Paul, from among the Gentiles, who proclaims a lawless, i.e., Torah-free, gospel. He sends his books to James for others to read, but only by carefully instructed and examined. Here finally, in a Christian text we have the full package, Peter as author of liturgical material, his fierce loyalty to Judaism, Paul as Peter's mortal enemy, and the sending of his writings to James, whom we may call the head of the new diaspora. I believe that we have now located all of the elements that will even 48 Van Beckham, The Rock, 308 F. See his fuller discussion in Van Beckham, The Poetic Qualities. 49 Oppenheim, Yoverden Verfasser, 212 to 24. 50 Ligas, Legend June, 115 to 17. 51 The prayer is named in H. Position 118b. In answer to the question, what is the Birkat Hashir recited over the fourth cup at Passover? Are you chained? D279 Flies, the Nishmat. The same Yochanan quotes a line from the prayer in H. Birkat 59b. Oppenheim observes that the recitation of the Nishmat would have been a fitting time and setting for anti-Christian polemic. 52 Oppenheim, Ueberden Verfasser, 21-7, mentions the pseudo-Clementines but not the letter of Peter to Lames. 53 Surely the statement is directed at the mainline Christian view of Peter and specifically at the NT Book of Acts, where Peter is portrayed as undergoing a divinely inspired conversion, Acts 10, as a result of which he abandons the observance of Ludaism and thus his former Jewish identity.
Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. Nobody knew that fuck that meant. Yeah. He got away with that whole entire. There's not a second of that special where he didn't get away with it. Right? Because you don't understand what he's saying. Never. Dude. And he got away with it. The special of all time. Best special. The bestest of the set. Fratty Patty. 1991. Pretty good. Yeah, okay. I was like, why aren't you laughing at that? I'm sorry. I mean, it's just there's no poop, 69, titty, whatever, you know.
You're a hack. Just kidding. It's called You. This is what pops up now when you go to their website.
To link the figure of Peter as a loyal Jew and the composer of central elements in the Jewish liturgy. I also believe that we have now answered the questions raised earlier. How did Peter come to be seen in the tie as the subversive agent of the Jewish sages, sent on a mission to create Christianity a false religion and to return peace to Israel by separating Christians from Jews and bringing Christian persecution of Jews to an end? And how did he later become to be celebrated as a great Jewish hero and the author of major elements in the Jewish liturgy? At the same time, the underlying goal of the tie becomes clear: to reclaim as Jews the major figures of foundational Christianity. But at the same time, a fundamental contrast between the Jesus narratives and the Acts also reveals itself. Jesus is reclaimed as an insolent Jew, deserving of death. Peter is reclaimed as loyal Jew, the savior of all. Appendix. Dating issues. The majority of the Hebrew manuscripts of the tie comprise two parts. First, the Jesus narratives, from his conception to his burial, S, and second, the Acts, which cover a series of figures and events after Jesus' disappearance, with the primary focus on four figures: Simon Peter, Eliyahu/Elijah, and Yakin John. 54. Astonishingly, these figures in the Acts function as Jewish heroes, false belief Jesus and saviors of Israel. There's little doubt that these two parts were meant to replace, whether as satire and parody or as Jewish counter-history, the NT Gospels and Book of Acts.
That don't get,
Dating issues have accompanied scholarly discussions of the tie from the very beginning. The first serious treatment appears in Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 1902. His view was that the two parts belonged together from an early date, just as, from the 2nd century onward, the NT Gospels and the Book of Acts always appear together. 55. But we cannot fail to notice that AII of these tie manuscripts 54 as of 1902, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 263 F, noted that the majority of manuscripts included the Acts. He listed the following: W, B, Ms. Adler, the Slavic versions, H, Ms. Gilgamesh, Agabard, Ms. Strasbourg, Ms. Jelinek, MS, V, De Rossi 96, and Ms. Jablonski. Those lacking the Acts he notes as Ms. Gaster, Raymondus Martinus, and Urbanus Morris.
Grizzly
Of
bear
course,
snakes taste like
the number in both categories would be much greater today. At the present time, no complete survey is possible.
It's like he just keeps going.
55. The contrary view is taken by Legas. Legend Jude 102-/04.
Such a difference.
He argues that the theme according to which Peter and Paul steal the ineffable name to accomplish their wonders must have been borrowed from earlier Jesus narratives, and 2. That the basic goals of the two parts are fundamentally different. The Jesus part seeks to undermine the founder of Christianity, while the Acts seek to separate Christianity from Judaism. But as Legas himself notes, 102, the purpose of both parts is to undermine the authenticity of Christianity and to defend Jews against Christian anti-Lutherism.
I wanted to know if this is a legitimate collab, and if so, why would you choose to work with a racist sexual predator? Is this true? I will have to boycott your merch. And advise all the others to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Are late, dating from the 16th century and beyond. In addition, when we look at the earliest surviving manuscript evidence of the tie, the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza, 11th century, the recently published Kavish manuscript of the Thai 56 recently from the other Hebrew versions and shows numerous parallels to the Aramaic fragments, and the Latin translations of the Thai cited in the writings of Agabart and Amulo in the early 9th, we find virtually no trace of the extensive acts found in the majority of Hebrew manuscripts, only Jesus narratives. And we should note in passing that these early witnesses also lack any birth narratives of Jesus. But several other features of these early witnesses are worth noticing and may well point us toward a new model for understanding the composition and dating of the Thai in both of its. First, the Latin versions of Agabart and Amulo, close associates, and successive bishops of Leon in the mid-9th century, are not identical. Lack of similarity suggests that the two clerics had access to and made use of different versions of the Thai, though they lived at the same time and in the same place. Second, both versions do contain brief references to events following Jesus' death.
I think it's a combination.
Agabart comments that Cephas was among Jesus' disciples and acquired the name Peter, rock in both Greek and Latin, because of his durism, insensibility, and habitutinam, dullness. 57 and Amulo observes that the Jews insist that the tomb of Jesus stands empty and is fouled with stones and filth, which they are in the habit of throwing in as a to be sure. These are not full-blown acts, but they can be taken as signs of stories beyond the death and burial of Jesus. Thus one is tempted at first glance to conclude that in the long literary development of Thai, the birth narratives and the acts came into being later than the central Jesus narratives. This tentative conclusion may seem appealing, but it is not convincing. Other possibilities need to be considered. One is that the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza give an incomplete picture of what was available in Aramaic. After all, they are fragments. 59. It is also possible that Agabart and Amulo knew more than they quote from their versions of the Thai, and that they quoted only those portions that suited their polemical purposes. And so the dating question remains open. What other options are there? Are we 56 Deutsch? New evidence. The manuscript was copied in 1536 by Israel Ben Yekutiel, but its origins are clearly much earlier. 57. See the discussion in William Corberry, Tertullian on the Jews in the light of the spectral X. 13. JTS 23, 1972 455-59, reprinted, Jews and Christians in Contact and Controversy, Edinburgh. T.N.T. Clark, 1998, 107-79.
Search 8648. It's called He Admits His Mexican Cartel Story.
58 for the text. C. Newman, The Death of Jesus, F. The passage appears in Amulo's Epistula contra Judaeos. For the version of Thai in the works of Agabart and Amulo, see the article of Peter Schiaver in this volume. 59. So all rouse were Ansikton, 45. He remarks of the Aramaic fragments that they are ner fragment. See the discussion in the Schiaver's article.
I don't even understand. Maybe you got the information wrong. You saw dead bodies.
Apparently, dude, you know? What is, I don't even understand that. That doesn't make sense. You know when you're a kid and you look out the window and you're like thinking what
238 John Gager faced, as Likas complains, with an impenetrable mass of scrub brush, moggies, and painful confusion. 60 recent studies of the tie have made it clear that there never was a single, original TF61, or at least none that we will ever recover, and that throughout their history they remained open texts. Even a cursory glance at the Strasbourg manuscript, a typical example of West Ham Hebrew manuscripts of the wage and sale type, shows that these texts underwent constant revision at various levels, in modifying the details of the narratives as well as in importing whole new blocks of material. It is obvious, for example, that the section of the tie in which the sages label Jesus as a mamzer, bastard or illegitimate child, and Ben Hanida, conceived during his mother's menstrual period, was borrowed from the rabbinic tractate Kala, one of the so-called minor tractates found in some manuscripts of the Babylonian Talmud. 62 Kala was written no earlier than the 8th century, and so its impact on the time must have taken place after that, perhaps as late as the 9th or low century. Thus a third option regarding the origins and date of the acts of the time may now be considered.
It's like, I go to hell, I die, and I go to hell, it's going to be him.
One of the striking features of the many Thai versions, as we have just seen, is the manner of its composition. Quite often the text will finish one block of material or episode and proceed to another with little or no literary transition. 63 in other words, the mode of composition somewhat resembles a child playing with building blocks. One block is placed on another, in random fashion, with no apparent connection among the blocks. Thus, for example, immediately following the episode in which Jesus teaches him a mamzer and a Ben Hanida, the narrative jumps to Jesus' successful attempt to steal the ineffable name from the Holy of Holies in the Jerusalem temple. Other examples occur further on. At one point Jesus flees to Upper Galilee where he is summoned to appear before Queen Helen. His followers become incensed and wage war against Jesus' pursuers.
He just wants attention.
But in the very next line, linked only by a recurrence of the phrase the people of Upper Galilee, we find a familiar story, known from various infancy gospels, in which Yesu comes upon local people making birds out of clay. He pronounces the ineffable name, at which point the bird 60 Likas, legend Jude, 102. 61. This is contrary to the view expressed by Samuel Krauss in his 1938 article, on Nouvelle Recension Hébraïque du Talmud Yeshua, Re. 103, 1938, 65-90. In this article, Krauss follows the line developed by Hugh J. Schonfield. According to the Hebrews, London, Duckworth, 1937, who argued that the original tie was written as a response to the ephemeral Gospel of the Hebrews. 62 Abraham Cohen, ed. The Minor Tractates of the Talmud, 2 volumes, London, Sonsino Press, 1965. See also David Brodsky, A Bride Without a Blessing, a study in the redaction and content of Masachet Kala and its Gemara, Tyabinjan, Moore Seebeck, 2006, especially 148 and 74 on the relationship of Kala to the Tie. 63 There are occasional weak exceptions to this rule, such as in the phrase when the sages heard this. Come alive and fly away. One final example, following the episode in which one of Jesus' disciples, Yehuda/Judah, offers to reveal his identity to them, we find the scene in which his 5 disciples are questioned as to the origins of their names. The episode, with many variations at the level of detail, appears in various manuscripts of the type, including both Hebrew and Aramaic versions. But it also appears in a totally different context. In the Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 63a.64, whether the Thai borrowed the episode directly from the Talmud or whether they all relied on an earlier common source cannot now be determined. But the significant divergences in the different versions would appear to point in the latter direction. The point of this third option should now be evident. Just as the birth stories and the theft of the ineffable name existed as floating independent building blocks, moving from place to place and introduced into the narrative at various points in the long development of the tie. So too the Acts stories. I emphasize the plural here to make it clear that the Acts too were never a single, unified narrative, most likely emerged at an early date, close to the time of the Jesus narratives, and came to be attached to these narratives at some later date. As to the likelihood of a relatively early date for the Acts, or at least for some of its elements, a recent article by Daniel Stock Ben Ezra has made an important contribution. 65 St. Ogle proposes an early date for the block of material, somewhere between the late 4th and the early 5th centuries. In this block Eliashua, later identified as Paul in the same block of the Strasbourg manuscript 66, urges his followers to cease observing Jewish religious holidays and instead to substitute a new series of Christian festivals, Easter for Passover, Ascension for Shavuot, and so on. Several features of this episode point to an early origin. First, the name of the festivals, both Jewish and Christian, are rendered in Aramaic, and second, the replacement festivals on the Christian side correspond not to the order and names of either medieval festivals but to a much earlier time when Christian holidays were still in a state of flux. And third, these earlier festivals are attested mostly in the Christian East, from eastern Syria to Babylonia. 67. A similar argument may be made of another block of material, which shows up in some but not all of the Hebrew manuscripts, namely, the so-called Nestorius account. Stephen Jarrow has demonstrated that the story attached to Nestorius in the tie was originally told of Barsama of Nisibis and only later transferred 64. See the discussion of the Talmud version in Sulika Jesus in the Talmud, 75 to 81. A serious treatment of the mutual relations among the various versions of this material remains to be done. Six Ben Ezra, an ancient list, 481 to 96. 66. This identification of Elijah with Paul comes at the very end of clearly a later gloss. See Krauss, p. 48. In Krauss Adler manuscript, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 121. Elijah performs the same heroic work for Israel but is not identified with Paul. In the Cambridge manuscript 500 and closely parallel to the Strasbourg manuscript, Elijah is identified with Paul. 67. As we should expect by now, this block appears in some manuscripts, e.g., Ms. Strasbourg, but not in all.
Have a great day. Everyone but the fucking Dodgers, dude. You know what I mean? How infuriating is that? You know? Yeah. Well, she's here.
In Nestorius 68, he concludes that the story can be traced to Babylonia in the second half of the 6th or the early 7th century. 69. To be sure, these observations cannot prove that a complete version of the Acts, such as we find in the many wage and sale versions, came into being in the 5th to the 7th centuries. But they do show that important elements existed well before the 9th century, Abagard and Amulot, and before the date of the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza, 11th century, point 70. But there is also good reason to suppose that some versions of the Acts came into being in the eastern regions of the Christian world and at roughly the same time as the central Jesus narratives. For a time they may well have traveled in separate channels, but at some point, perhaps after the 9th century, the two blocks came together, probably in the West, to create the complete Thai versions known under the name of Wage and Sale and illustrated by the Strasbourg manuscript. This new model may also shed light on an aspect of the Aramaic fragments that has not received serious attention. Two of the central stories in those fragments, the account of Jesus' failed attempt to produce a child, without sexual intercourse, in the emperor's daughter, and the story of his escape from captivity by turning himself into a bird and flying into the cave of Elijah, do not show up in later Hebrew versions of Tut. At the same time, these stories, or at least some of them, do underlie the account of Agabard. He was imprisoned by Tiberius, whose daughter had given birth to a stone, although Jesus had promised that she would produce a son without male 9th century and the text of Ibn Shephrod. A woman who has never given birth I can make pregnant without a husband/man. They said to him, bring her to us. He ordered his overseer. He brought her. From the Aramaic fragments it is clear that they refers to Jesus, and John the Baptist whispered to her and she became pregnant. In the 14th century, 71 but other elements found in the Aramaic 68 Stephen Jarrow. The Nestorius legend in the Toldut Yeshua, or CHR 59, 1975 108 to 120. This block, too, appears in some manuscripts but not a \1. 69 Jarrow, the Nestorius legend, 120. 70 I should make it clear that these Aramaic fragments were not first composed in the 11th century but much earlier. These fragments are themselves copies of earlier prototypes. 71. The passage appears in Ibn Sheprod's Ibn Bohan, a polemical work aimed at Jews who converted to Christianity. Text and German translation in Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 146 to 49. At this point in his text, Ibn Sheprod is attacking the Jewish convert, Abner of Burgos, known also as Alfonso of Valladolid, who had become an anti-Jewish zealot following his conversion to Christianity. It is apparent that Abner himself had access to and quoted two versions optai, one in Hebrew, the other in Aramaic. The citations from the T appear in his polemical writing against Jacob ben Reuben, for the purpose of illustrating Jewish anti-Christian texts. Ibn Sheprod begins his counterattack by quoting Abner's text, so you will find among them, equals Jews. Many books on the miracles and wonders of Jesus, such as the book they composed on the deeds of Jesus the Nasri and that he was in the time of Helena the Queen. The quotation from Abner continues in Aramaic. And in the second book they say,
CPHD
dissertation from the University of Toronto by Libby R. M. Garshowitz, Femto Ben Isaac Ibn Sheprod's Touchstone, Ibn Bohan, Toronto, 1974, chapters 2 to 10 and a brief discussion.
This is posted by Jerome Rapture. Brenda tries to be serious, so Eddie mocks him for it. Hilarious, dude. This made us laugh pretty hard. Eddie's so pissed.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stupidest point ever to make.
Fragments, notably, the trial of Jesus' disciples and the elaborate accounts of Jesus' multiple burials, do have parallels in the Hebrew manuscripts. In other words, unless we make the likely assumption that later authors of the use of our Aramaic fragments but eliminated large portions of them, we must conclude that the Genizah fragments did not serve as direct sources for the later Hebrew manuscripts and cannot serve as models for those manuscripts. 72 And it goes without saying that many themes in the Hebrew versions, e.g., the cursing of trees by Jesus, do not appear at all in the Aramaic fragments. Thus, as far as the majority of the later Hebrew manuscripts are concerned, the Aramaic fragments are a dead end. Conclusions. The preliminary conclusions that I would draw so far are these. 73. A. We must imagine that materials, small blocks as well as larger ones, that show up in different versions traveled in separate channels. Thus, for instance, in the case of the Aramaic fragments, their channel did not lead to the later Hebrew versions, although their own channels continued well into the 14th century. Ibn Sheprod. Some channels held stories in other channels, and stories occasionally crossed over into other channels. As we see from the various manuscripts, the process of transmission produced changes in many details of similar stories. Example, the trials of Jesus' 5 disciples. Thus, among the Aramaic fragments, the text first published and translated by Z. Falk contains several narrative elements not found in other parallel fragments. 74 And the 2 parallel texts published by Louis Ginsberg show differences of detail. 75 in hand Trotner Kraman, Shield, and Sword. Jewish polemic against Christianity and the Christians of Spain from 200-1500. Tyavinjan, Moore Seebeck, 1993. 151 to 54.
Look at this gaslighted
72 in his 1933 article, Nora Ansigden, 44 to 61. Krauss proposes a different explanation, namely, that Jews did eliminate these passages from the Aramaic texts because they were P010 too offensive. 44F.
Toehold shirt. What is that? Very strange.
Striking if this is a
73 three sentences in Newman's The Death of Jesus read like a condensed for conclusions. They drew my attention after I had completed this essay. Toledat Yeshua is not a single composition, so much as a process of action. Here quoting Desaney, 11 Vangelo dal Ghetto, 218. Nor does the process unfold linearly. Rather, witness to the simultaneous development of distinct, though occasionally converging, strands of lower addition. 59. 74 CZW Fog, a new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus. Tarbis 46. 1977. 319 to 22 in Hebrew, and a new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus. IMMA 1978-72 to 79. Daniel Boyarin published corrections and comments to Fox publication. Daniel Boyarin, a revised version and translation of the Toledat Yeshua fragment. Tarbis 47, 1978 249 to -52. The fragment is PSNS 298.56 in the Cambridge University collection. 75 Maaseh Yeshua, in Genizah Studies in memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter, Ginzeh Schechter. 3 volumes, and Louis Ginsburg, New York, The Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1928 in Hebrew D, 1:324-338. A series of important corrections to Ginsburg's edition was published by William Forbury, The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in the Trial of J.E.
He wins. Like he's on top or has the most attention. He doesn't even call it CTE. That's genius. He calls it CT. Dude, if he was
The cumulative evidence discussed above, along with the linguistic arguments presented by Michael Sokoloff in the current volume, points to the likelihood that one version of the Acts first took shape in the regions of Eastern Christianity, Syria to Babylonia, somewhere between the 5th and 7th centuries, and probably alongside composition of the central Jesus narrative. A partial confirmation of this conclusion emerges from S. Pine's comments on connections between the Tian Christian Jewish traditions, probably originating in the region of Mosul, northern Iraq. Point 76 referring to the Acts of the type, and in particular to Paul's role in bringing about the separation of Christians from Jews. Pines writes, the last section of the Toledat seems in great measure to have been composed in reaction to the Jewish Christian views of the events which led to the separation of Judaism and Christianity, and in order to counteract this view, 77 Pines Jewish Christian text laments the separation, whereas the Thai celebrates it. See, individual elements in these various channels reach back as far as the early 2 ND century, most notably in the Jewish source, S, cited by the pagan philosopher Celsus in his polemic against Christianity, known from Origen's lengthy response to Celsus, Contra Celsum, ca. 250. These elements, all familiar from later versions of the Thai, include the following: Jesus' illegitimate birth, accusations of adultery aimed at his mother, Jesus' sojourn in Egypt during which he learned to perform wonders through magic, Panthera, a soldier, as Jesus' real father, Jesus' mother turned out by her fiancé when he learns of her adultery, and so on. Similarly, Tertullian, DCA 220, in his De Spectaculis 30.5 to -6, recounts a brief tale that sounds very much like the central stories of the Thai. 78 in neither case can it be determined if Celsus and Tertullian derived their information from written Jewish sources, but this latter possibility cannot be ruled out. 79. D. As a general rule, we should not make too much of the distinction between oral and written stages in the development of the Thai. Not all books in antiquity were written. Whether their sources were written or not, Celsus and Tertullian clearly knew something like an early version of the. Moreover, long after the SUS, Cambridge studies in honor of F.D. Moule, M. Spammel, Naperville, Alison, 1970, 103-11. The manuscripts are respectively Cambridge T.S. Live, 35.7 and 35.88. 76. Shlomo Pines, the Jewish Christians of the early centuries according to a new source. BH2, /968 237 to 307. 77 Pines, give it 279. 78 So also Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 3, Den ganzen Inhalt der Geidentschmiede Trip. Case Tertullian. He specifies the major elements in Tertullian's account as follows: Jesus as son of a carpenter, as son of a prostitute, Jesus as violator of the Sabbath and a practitioner of magic, details of the crucifixion, burial in a garden, the role of Judas in taking Jesus, the plan of the disciples to steal Jesus' body in order to claim that he had risen from the dead. 79 In a recent paper, as yet unpublished, did Celsus Jew belong to the milieu of Jewish scholarship in Alexandria? Marin Yehoff has argued persuasively that the Jewish source used by Celsus was written.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I like doing hours. Yeah.
That's old school, though. I think half hour makes a lot of sense. It's harder to do a half hour in some ways because you have to be more disciplined. You got to be more, you know what I mean? Yeah, you got to cut the fat. Half hour is harder. Doing a shorter special is harder than a longer special in a lot of ways, I think.
I think it's tough.
It takes you more discipline.
More discipline. You got to cut the fat, and then you got. It has to be 30 minutes. If it's going to be 30, it has to be fire. Yeah. So you got to
Simon Peter, founder of /Christianity or Savior 0/Israel. 243 first written texts appeared. Oral traditions persisted alongside these texts and continued to influence them. Stephen Jarrell has pointed to a Christian martyr text, the martyrdom of Conon, 5th century, as relevant to the dating of early versions of the type 180. The Roman prefect addresses the recalcitrant Christians as follows: I have learned accurately from the Jews what his, i.e., Jesus' family was, the works he showed forth to his people. They brought me his accounts, Yopomemida, and have read, Epananiasan, them to me. 81 Further to the dating question, Newman, along with others, notes that the location of Jesus' trial in Tiberias, in the Aramaic fragments, points to a date after the 3 RD century when Tiberias became the new center of Jewish activity. 82 Taken together, these bits of information point not to a single, stable, and integrated story but rather accounts with different elements at different places and times. 83. The evidence from Origen's contra Celsum and Tertullian's De Spectaculis, cited above, another important conclusion. That evidence, geographically speaking, is Western, points to the likelihood that separate versions, or elements of the Acts originated or circulated in the Western and Eastern of the Christian and Jewish worlds. The Peter stories offer an in-test case. Several authors have taken the reference to the tower constructed for Peter in numerous versions of the Acts as pointing to the origin of the story in Syria. That is, the tower is taken to be a reference to the well-known of Syrian Christian Stilites or pillar sitters.
We had to go over this, dude. Let's see here.
84, but various considerations point instead to a Western for this motif. First, the figure was much more important in the West than in the East. Second, the story speaks not of a pillar AD Stephen Jarrow, Jewish polemic in the martyrdom of Paianai and a Jesus passage from the Talmud, JJS 29, 1978 165, and 5. See also the brief discussion in Newman, the death, 61.
Tony's gonna say the most outrageous shit.
81. See the translation and brief discussion in Herbert Mujarillo, AXO/The Christian Martyrs, Oxford University Press, 1972, 191. 82. Newman, The Death of Jesus, 61.
This shit is so funny.
83. Newman, has pointed to two Coptic texts, both dating from the 5th or 6th centuries, both of which look like Christian responses to the T.L. and the resurrection of Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle. Philo Gens plays the role of the good gardener to Judas. Bad gardener in the time. Mary's question, if you have taken away his body, tell me where you have laid it, reads like put to the sages in various versions of the time. Further, the Jews are said to have taken Jesus' body by night and buried it in a garden. Philo Gens then gives the true account of what happened to Jesus' body. The Father came forth out of the height with his tabernacle of light, and raised him up from the dead. Newman comments that Bartholomew reads like a rejoinder to the antagonistic claims of Toledo Yeshua. 68. The Gospel of Gamaliel, likewise of the 5th or 6th century, reports that Jesus' body mysteriously disappeared while the guards slept. When they awoke, they found it buried below water in a garden. When the spot is examined, the body is found, along with wrappings from Jesus' corpse, but neutral witnesses reply that the body is that of the robber who was crucified with Jesus. Again, Newman comments, the Christian Apocryphon offers its readers a denatured Jewish tradition. 71. 84. So Newman, The Death of Jesus, 60 and 7.
It's so funny when they try not to mention animals. Like, you're bringing a guy who is a lion. Apartment mantis.
The reason why Tony's so good is he takes big risks. He takes big risks, but and they're also super sensitive.
200. On Gager but of a tower. Peter sat in the tower on it. 4th, a drawing based on frescoes from the original church of St. Peter in Rome portrays the apostle holding his key and standing in front of a tower, while the figure of Simon Magus plunges earthward from the sky. 85. 5th, as Ligas has pointed out, numerous details in the Peter story, e.g., his name given as San Pietro and his designation as Papa, indicate an Italian, and more specifically a Roman setting. Finally, there is the curious reduplication of stories about different Jewish heroes, variously Peter, Eliyahu, Paul, and Yochanan, in the same manuscript, each of whom plays the role of pseudo-disciple of Jesus and each of whom carries out the same task of separating Christians from Jews. This reduplication points to the existence of separate tales about different Jewish heroes. These tales traveled in different channels of transmission and were joined only at a later date. Thus, for example, in the Strasbourg manuscript, Eliyahu first comes to Israel's rescue. 86. That episode is followed immediately by the Nestorius/Bar Sama account, which then leads directly to the lengthy story of Peter's heroic efforts on behalf of the Jews, with apparent disregard for the fact that just a few lines earlier Eliyahu had already accomplished the same deed. We may thus speculate that the Paul version in the Acts originated in the East and migrated westward, where it was eventually inserted, somewhat clumsily, alongside the Peter version. 87. G. We may also speculate that the Acts and their eastern guides traveled to the west at the same time and via the same routes that brought the Babylonian Talmud and other rabbinic literature to the west in the 9th and 10th centuries. 88. Once arrived in the west, the two, and possibly more, traditions were merged, producing the mixed results revealed in the later Hebrew manuscripts. 85. The drawing was made by a papal archivist and represents a fretted in Old St. Peter's under Pope John VII, 705 to 7. The archivist's drawing is preserved in the Vatican Library, manuscript Argrini Lat, 2733, LAD9 recto. For a discussion, see Peter Harbison, Pilgrimage in Ireland, The Monuments and the People, London, Berry and Jenkins, 1991, 170. Ligas, Eugene Jude, 112. presents further literary evidence of a tower in Rome associated with Peter and Simon Magus. I am grateful to my student, Christopher Sander, for this reference. 86 At the conclusion of the Eliyahu account, the Strasbourg adds, and the Christians call him, i.e., Eliyahu, Paul. This final comment is clearly a secondary addition. In the Adler manuscript from Yemen, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 118 to 128, Eliyahu is the hero, but there is no identification with Paul. See the illuminating discussion of the Eliyahu/Elijah connection in Ligas, Law Legend Jug, I04F, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 176F, discusses the various permutations in the names of these rescuers of Israel. 87 The solution similar to the one proposed by Ligas, Law Legend Jug, 103, according to which the Paul version preceded the Peter version and served as its model. 88 So, among others, Kenneth Stowe, Alienated Minority, The Jews of Medieval Latin Europe, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1992, 138. In an important essay, Robert Bonfile has argued that the arrival of Jewish texts, in the tide, in France during or just prior to the time of Agabard, betray a primarily Palestinian character. See Cultural and Religious Traditions in 9th Century French Jewry, in Jewish Intellectual History in the Middle Ages, and Joseph Dan, Westport, Kahn, Krieger, 1994 Bina, Volume 3, 1-17.
Is he said that stuff about Costa Ricans or whatever? That's
H.
what all those
Finally,
Venezuelans
along with
came out
Newman
and
89 and Dissaney, we may dismiss the notion of a single point of origin for the Toledat issue. There was no Ur-Tot. Dissaney speaks of quest for the mythic Ur-Toledat as a false problem and a useless academic exercise. Our versions of the tie are the products of multiple initial nuclei and a long process of convergence and accretion. 9089 Newman, The Death Zero/Jesus, 61 and 76. 90 Dissaney, 2 Angelo del Ghetto, 217F. Polymorphic Helena, Toledat Yeshu as a palimpsest of religious narratives and identities * Gali Hassan Rokum miscomprehension, incomprehension, dead letters, unread masterpieces, absolute heterogeneity of meaning. These are some of the perils of writing in the contact zone. Marie-Louise Pratt. The presently available texts that have been understood to compose the corpus of Toledat Yeshu impress and puzzle the reader with their intense variability as well as the consistency in the logic of the plot and the lack of regularization in the texts of the corpus. The inherent irony of the saying La Donna Immobile notwithstanding, it should not be a surprise that the female figures identified as Helena, including the variants Helene, Helene, Helena, and Helene, are a prime example of both the variability and the inconsistency exhibited in Toledat Yeshu. Helena is, indeed, one of the most polymorphous figures populating the diverse and scattered Toledat Yeshu texts. In the context of some of the texts that will be included in the following discussion, polymorphism means more than a mere formal aspect of literary characterization and may have without the conference of November 2009 at Princeton. This article would probably never have been completed, for which I am deeply grateful to the organizers. I hope they are too. My work on Helena has been inspired by many colleagues, friends, and students, especially Odette Yershai, Israel J. Yuval, Talai Artman Pertok. I'm wise. All mistakes are mine. I am grateful to Daniel R. Schwartz and Michael Sidlau who carefully read the manuscript and corrected many mistakes. My temporary home at the Divinity School of the University of Chicago provided bountiful sources of wisdom. The scholarly environment of the Skolian Center for Interdisciplinary Research in Jewish Studies at the Mondale Institute of Jewish Studies of the Hebrew University has been ideal in every sense. I am especially indebted to the administrative and technical support provided by its wonderful staff. I thank Sharon Katz for outstanding research assistance and Mathages Den Dulk in addition to the same, for making Rabbi Hanana's words in Vita Anit 7 a come true. The main resource until the completion of the Princeton Toledat Yeshu database is still Samuel Krauss, Das Leben Jesu nach Jüdischen Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, repair.
Let's see, the next was posted by S.
Olds,
Steiner Accounting.
1977, based on a copy from the University Library of Erlangen. Some bibliographical and textological aspects have since been updated. Ricardo Disani, La Tradizione Testual dal Tolduccio, Manuscritti, Edizione Stampa, Giuseficazioni, La Rassina Mensile di Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100. Separate publications of Toledat Yeshu texts not included in Krauss compilation will be respectively referred to.
What the fuck you mean? I don't even know what carbon fiber is. Oh, dude, the most not knowing. The black parts of a car, dude. Okay. Yeah. And he's been into
248 Galit Hassan Rokum deep religious and ontological resonance, in the sense that the ability to appear in many forms may in and of itself characterize holiness and even divinity. 2. I was initially drawn to read Toledat Yeshu through the lens of the Helena figure because of my earlier interest in a woman bearing the same name in rabbinic literature, namely Queen Helene of Adiabene. 3. I then realized that the Helena, in Toledo, Yeshu also provided an exemplary object of research along the methodological lines known and preferred by me, namely the study of narratives in interreligious and intercultural perspective as vehicles of exchange and dialogue, not necessarily ironic. The consideration of the oral and popular trajectories of cultural creativity and transmission, and the feminist perspective of ancient texts traditionally viewed as productions of patriarchal institutions. 4. These methodological aspects also enable me to view Toledo Yeshu in the context of the wider theoretical perspective pervading most of my scholarly work, that is, Jews and Jewishness as a thought figure of mobility and instability, especially as articulated by Jews as well as Christians in the context of Christian civilizations and its dialectic tension with utopian yearnings for eternal stability. 5. Not terribly surprising observations have emerged from this study. Toledat Yeshu cannot be viewed as one work of literature, but must, instead, be seen as a quite loosely related complex of texts that have been compiled into some kind of an assembly connected whole only by early modem and modem re-2 e.g. The Acts of John, Wilhelm Schneemelker, ed. New Testament Apocrypha,
Absolutely, yes. I mean, 100%.
RMCL Wilson, Volume 1, and Related Writings, Vol 2, Writings relating to the Apostles, Apocalypses, and related subjects, Rev. Ed. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press, 1991 to 1992. 2.
Trump on there. Trump on TFK. Yeah.
181, Dan Brammer, Marginalia Medicaega, CP 39, 1980-31, 29 to 34, refers to Acts of John, Acts of Peter, and Acts of S. of God. Some notes on Metatron and Christ, HTR 76, 1983-100. And 81, 206, 9 to 88.
The smartest guys in the world are comedians.
3 M Yuma 3, 10, M Nazir 3, 2, 3, T Suk 4 PHI, I, Ka2 B 3A, Bereshit Rabbah 46.11, Theodore Albeck, 467.
Come on, bro. That could be me, dog. Same.
Tal Han, Integrating Women into Second Temple History, Peabody Ma, Hendrickson, 2001 46,66-71, believes that she was an adherent of Bet Shammai. 4 E.G. Galit Hassan Rokum, Narratives in Dialogue, a folk literary perspective on interreligious contacts in the Holy Land in rabbinic literature of late antiquity, in sharing the sacred, religious contacts and conflicts in the Holy Land. EDS Oryakovsky and Gaiji. Strumse, Jerusalem, Bensby Institute, 1998, 109 to 30, Edom, Tales of the Neighborhood, Jewish Narrative Dialogues in Late Antiquity, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2003.
The fucking trigonometry guy.
5 E.G. Galitza Son Rokum, Homo Viator et Narrans, Medieval Jewish Voices in the European Narrative of the Wandering Jew, in Europea's Ketnology UND folk/or I'm internal Ionas /n context, Best Trip for Leander Peltzold, ed. Ingo Schneider, Frankfurt AM, Peter Lang, 1999, 93-102, Edom, Ex Orient Fluxus, The Wandering Jew, Oriental Crossings of the Paths of Europe, in El Orientans I Histoire Religieuse de Europe, El Invention de Origins, EDS Mohammed El Yamir Modi and John Sheed, Turnhout, Brefols, 2000, I-53 I-4, Edom, Material Mobility versus Concentric Cosmology in the Sukkah, the House of the Wandering Jew or Ubiquitous Temple in Things, Material Religion and the Topography of Divine Spaces. EDS, Dick Houtman and Birgit Myers, New York, Fordham University Press, forthcoming.
This is your chance.
Zero issue.
Whoever says that about shipping their product, there's no problems with their shipping. It's a selling point.
Well, also Carhartt, zero issues.
Oh yeah, true. So there are some issues because there's no more Carhartt merch to buy.
Polymorphic Helena 249 Surge. 6 Hillel Newman has beautifully formulated this fact as follows. Taladat Yeshu is not a single composition, so much as a process of extended evolution. Quoting Desaney, adding the all-important observation, nor does the process unfold linearly. 7 This accounts for the variation and inconsistency and almost totally forecloses a consideration of the various texts as regularly transmitted in written form. 2 Even if we assume that in most cases the authors or narrators of the Taladat Yeshu were Jews, the heavy dependence on identifiable Christian sources may explain the fact that in many cases the narrative does not necessarily depict the Jews in favorable light and that many Christian claims about the Jews conspiring against Jesus and his disciples and followers are confirmed. 3 The 6 Stephen Jarrow, the STEM master and his wayward disciple, a Jesus story in the Talmud and in Christian hagiography, JSJ 25, 1994 287 to 311 calls it an extraordinarily fluid text. 308. Incidentally, exactly the same term was used in May 20th I-0 by Hans-Dieter Betz to describe the Acts of Paul at a seminar led by Margaret Mitchell at the Divinity School of the University of Chicago. A similar history of late and external canonization famously characterizes each 8001 Nights, also known as Arabian Nights. C.R. Christine M. Thomas, Stories Without Texts and Without Authors, The Problem of Fluidity in Ancient Novelistic Texts and Early Christian Literature, in Ancient Fiction and Early Christian Narrative, EDS.
Well, that's a
We're giving him credit, yeah.
reading is good.
Ronald F.
The Roush
1.
lineup, whatever that
Bradley
is,
Chance
it's all
and
never
Judith
been made
Perkins,
before, never been
Atlanta,
made
GA,
right?
Scholars Press, 1998, 273 to 91. See also Edom, Revivifying Resurrection Accounts, Techniques of Composition and Rewriting in the Acts of Peter, in the Apocryphal Acts of Peter,
I love you too,
Magic,
Brad.
Yeah,
Miracles
dude,
and Gnosticism, and
what's it called? Well, we
Jan
gotta get
N.
in on
Bremer,
this truck giveaway.
Leuven,
We didn't win the
Peters,
first time.
1998, 65-83. I suggest that the so-called book Taladat Yeshu actually never existed, and unlike other examples of multiple versions for a text, there was never a process of selection producing a privileged version. Thus, appropriately, the first mention of the Taladat Yeshu is not in a Jewish text but by Agabard of Leon, on which topic see further in the article by Peter Schiever in this volume. Annabeth Langenwalder, Agabard of Leon, An Exploration of Carolingian Jewish-Christian Relations, PhD Dis, Toronto, University of Toronto, 2009, cited to September 20th I-0. Online, https://bit.library.utoronto.ca/bitstream JI8071I905I1I1 Langenwalder_B_V_2009118D_thesis.pdf. According to Langenwalder, the tie known to Agabard seems to be a version of the Toldot shoe which has otherwise never been written down, or has since been lost. 169. Following Stephen Jaroshi suggests that various versions of the Toldot shoe began as oral tales during late antiquity, drawing upon materials in the Talmud and a knowledge of New Testament writings, both canonical and apocryphal, and accepts his dating perhaps in the 6th century. Similarly to the Talmudic mentions of Jesus that remains foreign fragmented, Jews seem in general not to have devoted full-fledged literary compositions to their negative feelings about the person of Jesus, but rather composed polemic texts against Christian theological precepts, mostly much later than Agabard's times in Central Europe rather than in Byzantine and Muslim countries. See for instance Daniel J. Lasker's review of David Berger's edition of the Nizahan Vedas in Speculum 56. 1981 583-85, especially 583, Daniel Lacker and Sarah Strumse, The Polemic of Nectar the Priest, Introduction, Translations, and Commentary, Jerusalem, Bensby Institute, 1996, 14. See also my review of Schleifer's book referred to below, and 21. The text published by Lasker and Strumse invites further discussion with regard to the Nestorius episode in a few manuscripts of type. C.F. Step Panjero, The Nestorius Legend in the Toldot Yeshud, or CHR 59, 1975 108-120. Hillel. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toldot Yeshud Literature, JTS 50, 1999-59. Newman privileges, unlike me, a strictly polemical line of interpretation of the Toldot Yeshud literature, possibly correlating to his focus on the earlier pilot versions of the narratives and my focus on the Helena versions.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shab. Thanks for tuning in, isn't that cute? Yes. It's great to see you guys. Thanks so much. Everyone who's joined the Patreon. Please join the Patreon. It's great to see new subscribers.
Traditional attribution of Toldot Yeshud to Jewish authors should be revised to include both historically identifiable marginal modes of Jewish identity and cultural practice, as well as areas of intercultural communication between Jews and others, most probably Christians. Notably, the Christians to be taken into account for this discussion naturally also encompass a great variation, including variants that have been termed as heretical in certain institutional formations. For the textual milieu where Toldot Yeshud best fits in is neither rabbinic literature nor the canonical Gospels, but rather some texts of the early Christian literature known as apocryphal, both the Gospels and in particular some of the apocryphal Acts of the Apostles, which carry on the prose tradition of the Hellenistic novel 9, which has also been found to reverberate, although in less consistent modes in late antique Jewish, rabbinic, literature. 10. The presence of satire, parody, and the grotesque in the context of sacred literature and ritual is prevalent, although often considered subversive and thus repressed. 11.5. It is all about Jerusalem. In the following pages I shall try to lay out some textual evidence for my conclusions.
And then,
Multiplication, one of the main explanations for variability in the transmission of narratives, folklore research been identified as one of the distinguishing features of both literature. In fact, this mode of distribution is common to most forms of verbal communication preceding the invention of the printing press. Manuscripts, like oral performances of texts, exhibit the instability of verbal forms even in cases where canonization has occurred. And all the more in non-canonized texts, the variation in the texts that have been compiled under the moniker type seems, however, to exceed the concepts of both variant and adserve in the study of multiple distribution. 12.8 hereafter quoted in the text as type.
He flicked him off last time I saw each other. Was he
9
surprised?
Shneim Elder, and New Testament Apocrypha. For the connection with the Hellenistic novel, e.g. 2:78, see also, Hans Joseph Clock, the AP Cripple Acts of the Apostles, trans. Brian McNeil, Waco, TX, Baylor University Press, 2008, 7-14. Oliver Ellen, Light Builder UND Roman Hapsigen Apocryphin Evangelien Texten, Under Suchen Gensur Motivik UND Herzlstruktur, Stuttgart. Franz Steiner, 2000, who employs a reconceptualized version of Rosa Sader's typological model from the 1930s to make the comparison, especially with regard to the Proto-Evangelium Jacobi and active piloting, A and B recensions. 10 e.g., Joshua Levinson, The Tragedy of Romance, A Case of Literary Exile, HAB 9, 1996 227-44, David Stern, The Captive Woman, Hellenization, Greco-Roman Erotic Narrative, and Rabbinic Literature, Poetics Today 1998 91-127, Daniel Boyarin, Socrates, and the Fat Rabbis, Chicago, The University of Chicago Press, 2009, 220-22. 11 Mikhail Bakhtin, Rabelais, and His World. Trans. Helene Eiswold, Bloomington, IND. Indiana University Press, 1984, 7-15. 12. A prime example of a research methodology using these terms is the geographical historical Finnish method in folk narrative research, based on the concepts of motif and tale type, which constitute standard forms by which variation is assessed. NPLE, the types of the folk tale, a classification and bibliography, trans and enlarged by Stitt Thompson, 2D Rev. And Folklore Fellows Communications 184, Helsinki, Academia Scientiarum Fennica, Flash.
Which is weird.
Weird. Yeah.
I don't get it. How honest do I want to be with you guys? This whole...
How honest do I want to be with you guys?
Yeah, what does that mean? Why wouldn't you be honest?
Just give us the C-clamps, dude. You know what we came for, dude.
This thing, like, Brent didn't tag me, Brent in the big old pussy shop, cried emoji. Here's
Polymorphic Helen at 251. Even given the fact that oral and other popular narratives are often transmitted without any title, the great range of variation in the tricorpus of the titles introducing some but not all of the versions may serve as an example phenomenon of multiple distribution resulting in variation. While the variation in titles is neither the most substantial nor the most significant of the differences between the various versions of type, it is a concise example of them. Mod ASE issue 13 Mod ASETA 010 BEL Bino 14 Mod ASE Hanolsri, 15 of the Diashut are Pandora, 16 are some of the alternatives suggested in the material.
He's probably doing fine.
There's so many people in the
The
comments.
terms Modisa and Hafta are both the most frequent respectively Hebrew and Aramaic introductory formulae for narratives in rabbinic literature. Although the Thai otherwise bears only few marks of connection with rabbinic literature, this would seem to point in that direction. On the other hand, the terminological parallel with Acts JTQU/EU 17 is also suggestive because of striking connections between some of the Tia texts and some of the Christian Acts, especially the Acts of Peter, but also with the Acts of John and Acts of Paul, as well as the canonical Acts of the Apostles. One of the ways to approach the affinities between T and the above-mentioned Christian texts is through the concept of genre. Genre is probably the literary category most often used to classify and to compare literary texts. The criteria for defining a particular genre vary according to the theoretical background of each particular scholarly practice. The scope of this article does not allow for a thorough discussion of the genre issue, and I shall thus resort to a phenomenological descriptive genre terminology based more on contents than on analytically stringent structural, functional, or contextual criteria, rooted in the study of narratives in classical rabbinic literature, and based on the scholarly corpus of folk literary studies. This theoretical background does not mean that I consider Hans Jörg Uther, the types of international folk tales, a classification and bibliography based on the system of Angie Arn and Stitt Thompson, 3 volumes, Folklore Fellows Communications 284-86. Helsinki, Academia Scientica, 2004.
Because here's what's real. fuck you up. That's real.
J.
I'm not
Krause,
for this.
Das
I don't wanna
Lebensjahr,
fuck him up.
118.
I'm not trying to fuck him up.
14 Krause,
End of
Ibid,
the day, if you walked in
64.
right now and I said, Chin, Case,
I.S.
can you guys
Krause,
leave?
Ibid,
Only one of
38.
us is gonna walk out.
16 Krause,
Unscathed.
Ibid, 146. 17 NB, Maisa and Abda are very common terms in rabbinic literature, and their occurrence cannot be limited to a particular connection with praxis. Moreover, unlike praxis in the plural, both Maisa and Abda are in the singular. One should also not forget that praxis as a literary genre is based on classical examples, from the telling about the acts and deeds of the hero Heracles, continuing with many later Greco-Roman examples, e.g. the Acts of Alexander. The Latin terms res gesti and his /ori rerum gestarum likewise connect narratives with activity. 18 Galit Hassan Rokum, Web of Life, Folklore and Midrash in Rabbinic Literature, Stanford University Press, 2000, Etu Yosef, The Hebrew Folk Tale, History, Genre, Meaning, Bloomington, LND, Indiana University Press, 1999.
One of us is gonna walk out unscathed.
Fuck, unscathed? Unscathed. My chin reaction, that was very good. My chin reaction is, I don't want to do the whole thing, but like, and he goes, Nick, Chin, can you walk out? I'm like, you just leave. Because they don't do any editing anyway. You can leave. Just leave the cameras rolling.
He hasn't said that for a few people.
252 Galit HQE and Rokum all narrative in rabbinic literature. Folk literature 19 certainly not in the sociologically stereotypical view of folk literature as the literature of the uneducated that fortunately has almost disappeared from scholarly discourse. The phenomenological similarities between the largely orally created scholarly discourse of the rabbis transmitted for centuries in manuscript form, and various modes of folk literary creativity render, I suggest, many of the research methods of folk literature applicable for the study of rabbinic literature. A review of traditional genres extant in antique Jewish texts that would seem the feasible point of reference for the Thai texts. Do not disclose genre models that will suffice for interpreting the genre character of this particular text. Certainly the major corpora of Jewish texts Opera, the Talmuds, and the Midrashim provide no firm parallels to the narrative formations recognizable in the 21, neither the typical Midrashic narrative based on a scriptural passage, nor the characteristic enhancement of a biblical motif. 22 Neither the everyday life account exemplifying a halakhic discussion. 23 Nor a biographical or hagiographical account about the sages and their meals. 24 A parable or fable. 25 Or even a historical account of Jewish matters. 26 The Thai texts echo other tunes than the ones known from the classical rabbinic ones. The genre of the Thai is, however, not unique, but its cognates are, as has been briefly indicated above, to be found elsewhere, more exactly in the writings of the early church. 27 Most closely it resembles the apocryphal Acts of the Apostles. 19 Daniel Boyarin, Socrates, and the Fed rabbis. 195 to 98 conducts an interesting dialogue with my method of folk literary research of the rabbinic narratives, generally representing it adequately. An overly essentializing footnote later in the book, 278 and 69, notwithstanding. 20 Berger Hartson, Memory and Manuscript, Oral Tradition and Written Transmission in Rabbinic Judaism and Early Christianity, forward by Jacob Neusner, Grand Rapids. Beardmans, 1998, Martin S. Jaffe, Torah in the Mouth, Writing and Oral Tradition in Palestinian Judaism 200 BCE 400 CE, New York, Oxford City Press, 2001, Yaakov Sussman, Torah She'il Pidi Pshut Kamish Ma'ah, Koho Shel Kudzo Shel Yod, Murder Talmud 3, 2005 290 384 21 CF. The recent work on Jesus in the Talmud, amply referring to the vast preceding research on the topic, Peter Skiefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, cf. My review of the book. In JQR 99, 2113 to 19.
This isn't real.
20 Joshua Levinson, dialogical reading in the rabbinic exegetical narrative, Poetics Today 25, 2004 497 to 528. Item, literary approaches to Midrash, in current trends in the study of Midrash,
It's like
and
he's not trying.
Carol Bagos,
Because somebody
Leiden,
has had to.
Brill, 2006,
I think
109 to 226,
Yeah.
especially 207 FF. Richard Kalman, Midrash, and Social History, in Bagos, current trends, 133 to 58.
How are we supposed to
23
take you
G. Barry
seriously,
S.
Mr. Shaw?
Wimpheimer, narrating the law of poetics of Talmudic legal stories, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2011. 2040 G. Jeffy L. Rubenstein, Talmudic Stories, Narrative Art, Composition, and Culture, Baltimore, the Johns Hopkins University Press, 1999. 25 David Stem, Midrash, Narrative and Exegesis in Rabbinic Literature, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1991. 26 E. G. Hassan Roham, Web of Life, 146 to -90. 27 I am using the singular form when discussing P only for convenience, without thereby confessing its unity as a literary work, as stated above.
If you're a brother, change a brother to me. If you're actual fucking
It's
brother,
like, don't bring me into this, dude.
Where's the finger pointing now? If that were a gun, it would be the scariest gun.
Polymorphic Helena 253
came
TLES.
out and
28.
started getting
The kinship
emotional.
between the Christian Apocrypha and Sai has been recognized by several scholars. 29 Tai thus introduces into the interreligious discourse not a dichotomy between gospel and a satire thereof 30 but rather the more diversified scale from gospel as kerygma through less canonized and less sacramental forms of narrative motifs of the gospels and the
That's
acts.
what men do, bud.
In these forms narrative mechanisms dominate the discourse,
This whole
abounding in
narrative,
miracles,
your entire
magic,
narrative,
and once again displaying the interchangeability of the two,
you
31
think
and
more
absurd
than
and grotesque,
99% of fighters
until
cut
at the end of the
bullshit.
range satire with its polemical edge appears.
He's not doing
This
very
picture
well. He's just
enables,
doing this for
indeed
attention.
necessitates,
He's
us
been
to see
paid
Tai not in a
99%
narrow
of fighters.
paradigm of polemics,
There's a first
but in the
law.
culturally wider context of shared narratives with changing contextualizations, ranging from outright polemic to parody, adaptation, and borrowing,
It's all
and
fake
allowing for
blood.
multiple combinations of all these.
I've seen how the sausage is made.
3228 I am aware of the caveat formulated by Sanjero in his outstandingly informative article Herbal Gospels, a survey of textual and literary problems, in ANRW 1125-39-69-39-96.
Don't get on the internet and
On
tweet out another
3995 to
fucking man.
3996 he states the following.
When they're
In
crying
fact,
and they
one
get
must
emotional
guard against an
because their
assumption
friend
that
of 20
apocryphal
fucking
gospels,
years is having
or
major
post-canonical
issues,
traditions
suicide
represent a distinct literary genre, and that one can make generalizations applicable to the genre on the basis of more or less random
I'm
sampling.
not some moron who
Jarrow
buys in your
reveals the
tough
target
guy
of his
narrative,
attack
bud.
in note
I don't give a fuck if you're from
167,
Sacramento.
so E.P. Sanders, The Tendencies of the Synoptic Tradition, Cambridge 1969, 258-259, asserting a preference for direct discourse in apocryphal accounts, compared to the use of indirect discourse in the synoptic discourse. A further target is revealed in the closing sentences of the article where he regrets the sensationalism involved in the publication of some of the Nag Harnmady materials. Since the concept of genre is here not applied for the classification of the entire corpus of early Christian or late antique Jewish texts, but rather to point out similarities between texts transcending the lines of the canonical and the non-canonical,
That's your biggest
the
thing?
anti-acts of the
That's it?
apostles are
That's
also
the
included
narrative?
in the
I
discussion,
know tough guys from
as we shall
Sacramento.
see, as well as the borders of
What are you
religious
gonna do, man?
identity. I don't think
What are you
its
gonna do?
present use
Follow
actually
your country,
conflicts with Jarrow's
motherfucker?
views.
That's
Contra
what you're
Jarrow's
gonna
view,
do?
Matthew Baldwin,
What are you gonna do?
whose Acts of
Out-rap me?
Peter,
In what
text and
fucking
historical
sense?
context of the Actus Vercellenses, WUNT 2.196, Tiervingen, Morsiebeck, 2005. 23 makes a categorical distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts with regard to structure as well as distribution. For contacts with Jewish texts, see also Lasker and Strumsa. Polemic of Nestor the Priest. 16. About the employing of some apocryphal acts in the Jewish polemical text Kissa that they published. 29. Gero, Apocryphal Gospels, 3969 to 3996, without necessarily formulating the kinship in terms of genre. Hans Josef Clark, Apocryphal Gospels, an introduction, trans. Ryan McNeil, London, TNT Clark International / Continuum, 2003, 211 to 20, who goes very far by including Ty in his review of Apocryphal Gospels. 30. This does not necessarily contradict Amos Funkenstein's dichotomous proposal to read Ty as a counter-history in his history, counter-history, and narrative, in perception history. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1993, 22 to 49, especially 39 to 40, since his discussion relates to the text in the context of a generalized paradigm running from Manetho through Marx to Nazism, whereas I am addressing the phenomenological particularity of the concrete literary formation. 31. The literature addressing this issue is abundant. I have reviewed in my Did the Rabbis Recognize the Category of Folk Narrative? European Journal of Jewish Studies, 2009, 19 to 55.
Cooney, this isn't real, Cooney. I'm at the real world. If you come to the studio, I'm going to say, hey, Chin.
32. For the discussion of adaptation to varying contexts, folk narrative research has created the concept of oikotype, that I shall elaborate on below.
That stuff. But what a real man will do is pull up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my kid off that fucking practice, roll over, twist your fucking neck off, and then pick him up just in time.
254. Galit Hassan wrote them looking back for roots of the relevant literary modes. The Apocryphal Gospels, and especially Acts, which have been mentioned as relevant for the comparison with Type 33, may be seen as hardly inspired by the Jewish Hellenistic genre of the revival, offering alternative plots to the canonical text. 34. In addition to the Hebrew Bible, the Jewish Hellenistic literature, with its manifold inspirations from classical Greek and Hellenistic sources, constitutes one of the main shared foundations upon which both the writings of the early church and the literature of the rabbis extensively draw, especially in their more imaginative and literarily rich parts. Since the approach developed here addresses questions of interreligious, intercultural, as well as transreligious and transcultural phenomena, it may be useful to employ the concept that Marie-Louise Pratt has fruitfully theorized as contact zones. 35. In her own words, social spaces where cultures meet, clash, and grapple with each other, often in contexts of highly asymmetrical relations of power. 36. One has to assume that the power relations were indeed asymmetrical in any or all of the locations where Ty was created, although it is not clear whether it was in a Muslim or Christian realm. 37. The case that Pratt analyzes in her 1991 essay exemplifies how an indigenous Andean took over the official Spanish genre, chronicle, for his own ends. Although Ty surely does not resemble the genre of autoethnography, and unlike the Spanish text of the Concord that she analyzes, Ty is not written in the hegemonic language but rather in the language of the subaltern. One can discern in it to a conquered subject using the conqueror's 6. Language. 38. To construct a parodic, oppositional representation of conquerors. 6. Own speech. 39-33 as mentioned, mainly the canonical Acts of the Apostles and the apocryphal Acts of Peter, Acts of Paul, and Acts of John. 34. James Google in Potiphar's house, The Interpretive Life of Biblical Texts, San Francisco. Harper Collins, 1992. Stephen D. Pratt, Rearit P. Bible and Rabbinic Midrash as Commentary. In Bagos, Current Events, 59-78, Idem, Rabbinic Midrash and Ancient Jewish Biblical Interpretation. In the Cambridge Guide to the Talmud and Rabbinic Literature, EDS. Charlotte Elishiva von Robert and Martin S. Jaffe, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2007. 99-120.
You're a terrible fucking
35
athlete.
Mary Louise Pratt.
All good.
Imperialize.
You're
Travel
tough
writing
guy.
and Transculturation. London. Routledge. 1992. 36 Edom. Arts of the Contact Zone. Profession 91. 1991 33-40. Cited I 1 September 2010. Online. HTTP URL. 506/arts_contact_zone.pdf. 37 CF Andrew S. Jacobs. Remains of the Jews. The Holy Land and Christian Empire in Late Antiquity. Stanford University Press. 2004. Has theoretically illuminated his discussion of the discourse on Jews by late antique Christians with Pratt's insights. 38. The term language must in the case of Thai be understood in the wider sense of cultural vocabulary. 39. Pratt. Arts of the Contact Zone. Theoretically, this discussion could be carried even further by relating to Homeopathy's concept of mimicry and James Scott's model of hidden scripts. In similar situations, which however must be postponed to another occasion.
He said you're gonna let him. I know you're gonna talk about this on the show. Yeah, I bet Chin and Nick probably were like, probably gonna talk about this.
Folklore research has developed a concept to interpret adaptations of cultural materials emerging in contact zones that, although originally quite oblivious to the socio-political context of the contact, especially the power relation in which they are embedded, may still be useful for thinking on Thai in the Jewish-Christian contact zone. It may also be fruitful to think that the contact zone does not always mark an interface between groupings, but, possibly, cuts through some off-groups that are usually thought of as intact. 40. The concept of ecotype was formulated by the Swedish folklorist Carl Wilhelm von Sydow 41 and elaborated by Finnish Lauri Honk 04 has proven one of the most versatile analytical concepts produced by folklore scholarship. 43. Von Sydow engaged a botanical idiom for the adaptation of plants to new and strange ecological conditions in order to describe the way adaptation occurs in elements of tradition that are transmitted to new environments. Unlike the earlier dominant geographical historical school in folklore research that emphasized the quest for the original form and attempted to reconstruct lines of transmission. 44. Von Sydow's study of the ecotype focused on the process of adaptation in a specific habitus. To borrow an especially useful term from Pierre Bourdieu. 45. Due to its many affinities with non-canonical narratives mentioned above, Thai may be viewed as a particular ecotypical formation of the life of Jesus, adapted to the incompatibility between Jewish beliefs and some of the beliefs underlying the Christian gospel narrative, such as the divinity of Jesus and virgin birth. 46. Honko's elaboration and refinement of the concept distinguishes between the adaptations to the morphology of the milieu and adaptations to the morphology of the tradition on one hand and functional adaptation on the other hand. The only one of his more specific categories applicable to the analysis of the utterly 4Q Jewish Christian, at least. However, the Jewish Muslim and the Christian Muslim contact zones may have to be considered as well, as I shall point out later. 41. Primarily in an oral presentation in 1932, and then in writing, Carl Wilhelm von Sydow, Geography and Folktale Ecotypes, Beloidius 4, 1934 344-55, idem. Selected papers on folklore, Copenhagen, Rosenfeld and Bagger, 1948, 4459. Regrettably, recent publications make it very clear that von Sydow's position towards Nazism in Germany was far from steadfastly critical. Nils Arvid Bringius, Carl Wilhelm von Sydow, a Swedish pioneer in folklore, trans. John Irons, Folklore Fellows Communications 298, Helsinki, Academia Scientiarum Fennica, 2009, 178-80. 42. Lauri Honko, 4 Forms of Adaptation to Tradition, Studia Fennica 26, 1981-19-33. 43. Galita Sun Rokum, Okatai, Beadita Merchants, Berlin, Waiter de Groder, 2000. 44. Carl Drone, Folklore Methodology, trans. Roger L. Welch,
Like a
Austin,
big old pussy.
Universitas Press, 1971. 45 The Airport Bureau. Structures, habitus, practices, in item. The logic of this, trans.
I'm not hard to find.
Richard Nice, Stanford. Stanford University Press, 1990, 52-79.
100%.
46 The application of the concept of ecotype to the variation of the Helena figures in the Thai texts will be seriously limited by the meager contextual information that we have about the versions with regard to time and place of
I'm not saying
comment.
it should be compensated. I'm not saying shit.
You are saying everyone should be compensated. We watched the clip.
You said that the UFC should give him $14 million.
Yeah, dude.
It's a lot of money.
He doesn't have CT from playing football when he was a kid. Wrestling. He didn't have a long UFC career. I'm not saying Dana needs to back up the Brinks truck and make his life perfect. I'm not
Yes, you
saying
did.
Yeah, you said that.
You said exactly that.
256 Khalid Hassan Rokum context less Thai texts is the adaptation to the internal morphology of the tradition. The ecotypical aspect of the Helena figures in the various versions can thus be investigated with reference to the narrative context, i.e., what other figures, motifs, and narrative elements surround the specific ecotypical formation. An attempt to introduce and explicate the appearances of the queen named Helena in the Thai texts in a systematic manner soon seems like a dog running after its own tail. One relatively concrete method is to investigate the chronological markers associated with the figure. Several texts state the events opening the narrative with the biblically garbed rhetorical formulas situating the events under the rule of Queen Helene, without however giving a clue as to the historical context of her own lifetime, leaving the reader to conclude that she was simply a contemporary of the events recounted, i.e. the lifetime of Jesus. God.
I hope that's true.
2204, Oxford, Bodleiana in the 5th year of LENI. God. Hebrew BH 17, Leipziger Stadtbibliothek, and God. Hebrew 2078, with orthographical changes.
People playing instruments.
In the 5th year of Queen Helene a great decree was set upon the enemies of Israel. 47 The version titled Tarnunu that was republished by Michael Krug in the year 3708 after the creation of the world, that is the year 320 after the founding of the Second Temple. Queen Helene of the seed of the Hasmonean dynasty rules and reigns over Israel and Jerusalem. Other versions insert Helena's presence at later stages of the narrative. In the manuscript titled By Krausman's Vindogana 48 Helena enters after the complicated birth story. In those days all the land was under the rule of Queen Helene, the wife of Constantine. 49 In this manuscript she plays a diverse and active role. Scholars have named some of the versions of the Toledat Yeshua the Helena versions after her name, and in those versions she has a role as the legal authority. As clear-cut as her characterization may seem, Queen Helena of Toledat Yeshua is however a multiply ambiguous figure. Unlike other historical figures appearing in the narrative who are evidently identifiable from the New Testament, Mary, Jesus, Pilate, Peter, Simon, Paul and even Joseph and Yohanan, John, Queen Helena does not appear in the New Testament. Any attempt to identify her with a historical figure must take into account at least two possibilities. Queen Helene of the Kingdom of Adiabene, roughly a contemporary of the events supposedly narrated in the Toledat Yeshua, who converted to Judaism, on the one hand, and 47 the enemies of Israel is a periphrastic expression referring to the Jews themselves, here however possibly ambivalently also referring to Christians. The ambivalence is characteristic of T.Y. 48 I shall use Ms. Vienna below. 49 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 68, has Chaos Lantino as a variant reading from the Gaster manuscript.
Isn't that crazy, dude? When you were coming over my apartment the other day, there was a praying mantis on the gate. Giant praying mantis. And I was like, I bet you that praying mantis could take down a
Helena
tiger.
Augusta, the mother of Constantine the Great, who began the Christianization of the Roman Empire in the 4th century on the other hand.
That's ridiculous.
The presence of these two possibilities constitutes a hermeneutical palimpsest in the heart of the text, pointing ambiguities and conundrums of meaning emerging from this complex and uneasy work of literature. 5 of the 2 historical queens echoed by the literary figure of Queen Helena of the Thai involved 3 various geographical locations: northern Mesopotamia, Constantinople, and the Holy Land. Incidentally, these are also the major locales to which the emergence of the Thai text itself has been attributed. This is another ambiguity or tension in addition to the obvious chronological bifurcation that the 2 queens present. In the following I shall analyze the different Queen Helena figures in the various Thai versions, attempting to determine which traits are derived from which one of the historical figures and what the implications of these variations are. But before that I shall present the occurrences of the Helena figures the texts, following partly the order of events as presented in Krauss' edition. In the first example quoted by Krauss, the Miss Strasbourg 5L Queen Helena appears in Media's residential after the temptation and birth episodes. Miss Strasbourg, 52, and the rule over all of Israel was in the hands of a woman whose name was Helene. 53, and in the temple was the foundation stone, etc. When the sages saw that the people believed in him so much, they took him and brought him before Queen Helene, who held in her hands the land of Israel. 54, they told her, this man holds in his hands sorcery. 55, and he misleads the world. Jesus answered her, saying, already the prophets prophesied how soon a shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse. Isaiah 11, 56, and I am that one. And about them, the sages, Scripture says, blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked. Psalms I. She said to them, the sages, does your teaching, your Torah, include what this man says? They said, there is in our teaching, but it was not said about this man, but about him it is written. But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded him to say, for a prophet who speaks 50, the 10 palimpsest is deeply related to one of the dominant modes of distribution of the Thai manuscripts. But this has no implication for the metaphorical use that I have suggested. 51 Krauss orthography in Genesis. 52 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 38 to 50, Hebrew, 50 to 64, Genesis. The translations are mine. I am using Krauss annotation and naming of versions with minor changes. 53 Krauss, Gibbet, 40, and 20 list the following variant readings. God, Durasi, Hellenic, the Hebrew feminine noun ending, God. Oxford, Eleni, Hellenic, L, Ms. Sunkaila from Russia, B, Ms. Rahlwort 37 Oxford, and Ms. Jablonski from Leipzig. Helene, Wage and Sale Helena, Oliana. I shall provide variant readings only in those cases where a real difference in meaning emerges. 54 Krauss, Gibbet, 41 refers to Emumet 3:2. 55 Krauss, Gibbet, translates idiomatically, Dizer Manuel Zagaret. I have preferred to maintain the Hebrew idiom holds in his hands because of the intriguing parallel to the description of Queen Helene's rule over the land. 56 All Bible quotes are from the NIV unless otherwise stated.
I'm gay. You think you're gayer than me? Not a chance, bud.
258 Galit Hassan Rokum in the name of other gods must be put to death. Deuteronomy 18:20, 57 and then do to him as he intended to do to his brother. You must purge the evil from among you. Deuteronomy 19:19. There are signs 58 to identify the Messiah whom we expect, and it is written about him. But with righteousness he will judge the needy. With justice he will give decisions for the poor of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. With the breath of his lips he will slay the wicked. Isaiah 11:4. And this, moms are bastard, 5:1 tas none of those signs. Said Jesus to her, my mistress, I am E60 and I shall revive the dead. She sent reliable men Baal, and he revived the dead. Thereupon the queen was frightened and said,
Again, I don't want to.
This is a great sign.
Calm down, dude.
She scolded the sages, and they left her presence ashamed and in great sorrow.
Well for you.
More rogues 62 joined him, and there was great discord in Israel.
My fucking life.
And Jesus said to the horsemen,
Oh my God.
You good?
Go to your mistress and tell her what you have seen. 63 And the wind, spirit, carried him from the surface of the water and brought him to dry land. And the horsemen went and told the queen all these things, and she was mightily amazed, and summoned the elders of Israel and told them, You say, sorcerer, and he produces every day new great signs. They told her, Our mistress, let not his matters enter your heart. Send envoys and bring him. Here shall we reveal his shame.
We're already 38 minutes into the
She then sent envoys, and in addition to him his evil company appeared with him before the queen, and the elders of Israel went and brought a man named Yehuda Iscariota 64 and introduced him into the house of the holiest of holies, the temple, and he learned the letters of the name Shem HaMephorash that were graven on the stone of foundation, even Chiyat, and he wrote them on a small piece of parchment and tore up his thigh and sent the name so that it wouldn't hurt, like Jesus had done earlier. As Jesus was sitting with his company by the queen, she summoned the sages. Jesus replied, 6, and said, It was prophesied about me, dogs have surrounded me, a band of evil men has encircled me, they have pierced my hands and my feet. Psalm 22, 16, 22, 17 in the Hebrew Bible, 65 And about me was said, Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you. 57 I am completing the partially quoted verses, since very often in rabbinic literature the invisible parts of the verses are as important for the wider meaning of the text as those explicitly quoted. 58 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 41, and 20 quotes variant reading, B. Mizrael or 37 Oxford. Other signs. 59 Kraus, 41 marks an omission and points out in footnote 22 the B variant, man. 60 Kraus, 42, and I quotes the B variant, TH, Messiah. 61 Kraus, 42, and he quotes the B variant, man. He sent with them and he recited the letters,
I'm not sure this is what you want to talk about. My
62 Kraus, 42, and quotes the B variant, the rogues and evildoers of it. 63 Kraus, 42 the miracles Jesus made while he was in the 64 Kraus, 42, and 20. The various variants in the spelling of this name show the linguistic variations in the environment, but not necessarily the mobility of the text, since there were a number of locations in the 7th-12th centuries that could have housed them all. The interesting exception that points at proximity to rabbinic literature is Eliezer Ish Bargotha, the man of Bargotha, replacing Judas in the Russian Sunkaila manuscript. CF. M. Avat 3.7 Rabbi Eliezer Ish Bargotha. M. Tivol 3.4 Rabbi Elazar ben Yehuda Ish Bargotha, which is the most frequent form subsequently, who often transmits teachings of Rabbi Joshua. 9 occurrences of the name in Tannaitic literature, 1 in Amoraic Midrash, 2 in the Babylonian Talmud, and another almost 100 occurrences in rabbinic halakhic texts from various periods and places.
There's a very clear difference
65 This is the psalm that opens with Eli Eli Lama Azabtan, quoted in Aramaic, Sabbatanic, by Jesus on the cross in Matthew 27:46 and Mark 15:34.
Exactly what he thinks, right? No sugarcoating. He's not my friend. He's lying. He's full of shit, and he's just a pretty good fight.
And will rescue you, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 8:66 When the sages entered and Yehuda Iscariota with them, they raised their arguments against him and he against them until he, Jesus, told the queen, about me was said. 67 You said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven, I will raise my throne above the stars of God. Isaiah 14:13a, 68 And it is said, but God will redeem my life from the grave, he will surely take me to himself. Selah. Psalm 49:15, Hebrew Bible 49:16. Follows the flight competition between Jesus and Judas, in which Judas prevails by polluting Jesus with urine. When the queen heard this, she scolded the rogues and told the sages of Israel, "He is in your hands." 69 Jesus and the disciples then wandered to Tiberias and Antioch, already burdened by the failure at the magic competition. The Talmud passage discussing Jesus' disciples is interwoven in the narrative. 70 they then return for Passover to Jerusalem, where the episodes of crucifixion and burial take place without the queen's intervention. It is only after the realization of the disciples that the tomb is empty that she re-enters the narrative. And the rogues went to Queen Helene and told her, "He who was killed was the Messiah. And how many miracles did he not show in his life, and now after his death he has been buried and is not in the tomb, since he has ascended to heaven, and it is written, he will surely take me to himself." Selah, Psalm 49:15, Hebrew Bible 49:16. Thus he prophesied about himself. She summoned the sage and said, "What have you done to him?" And they said, "We killed him, since such was his verdict." She said, "If you killed him, what did you do?" They said, "We buried him." Immediately his tomb was searched and he was not found, and she said to them, "Did you bury him in this tomb? And where is he?" And the sages were frightened and did not know how to answer her, since one man 72 removed him from the tomb and transferred him to his garden and stopped the water that ran through his garden and dug a tomb in the sand and buried him, and then returned the water to its root on his tomb. Said the queen, "If you will not show me Jesus, I shall leave neither survivors nor fugitives." 73 of you. They told her, "Set us a time and a condition." All Israel were weeping in fast and prayer, and the rogues were able to say, "You killed God's Messiah," and all of Israel were in great woe. And the sages of Israel were escaping from one place to another out of fear. 74 one of them, an old man named Rabbi Tanhuma. 66 the Strasbourg Mizhaz al-Tehid, Jeremiah. 17. The Bemaz has the less idiomatic al-Difhud. Kraut's annotation refers to Jeremiah 1:8, which reads al-Tira. 67 milliseconds 8 adds said King David to mark text. 68 it is difficult how much the text expresses the irony of the fact that this is said about the haughty king of Edom. 69 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu 3. 70 Kraus, Ibid, 45, B Sanhedrin 43 ABCF Moshe Halbertal and Shlomo Naeth, The Wells of Salvation, in exegetical satire and reply to the Minim, in Hideon Elyona. New aspects in the study of Midrash, Haggadah, and Talmud. EDS Joshua Levinson, Jacob Elbaum, and Galit Hassan Rokum, Jerusalem. 2006 in Hebrew D, 179-97, Skiaper, Jesus in the Talmud, 75-81. 71 Kraus, Ibid, 46, and 3, Ms. 8's variant reading as and the Sanhedrin. 72 Kraus, Ibid, 46, and 5, Ms. 8 has Gardner and later Judas the Gardener. 73 Joshua 8:22. The wording of Jeremiah 42. 17 is identical in Hebrew, however NIV has not one of them will survive or escape. CF also, by Maccabees 7:34-35, 2 Maccabees 14:30-33. 74 The reality described is similar to Herod's purge of the sages in B. Bava Bathra 3b4a.
Chad and Shop was like the greater net guy. Yeah, that makes sense.
260 Galitos in Rokum was walking and weeping in the field. The owner of the garden saw him and asked him, "Why are you weeping?" He answered, "This and that because of that evildoer who has disappeared, and now the time set by the queen has arrived, and we are all weeping and fasting." Once he had heard that all of Israel were as in mourning, and the evildoer said that he had ascended to heaven, and the owner of the garden said, "Today Israel will be relieved and rejoice, because I stole him so that the rogues could not take him and have a save for generations and generations." 75 Immediately they went to Jerusalem and told them, the sages, the good news. 76 And all Israel went out after the owner of the garden and tied him, Jesus
so I was born in Hollywood,
by his legs, and they dragged him through the streets of Jerusalem until they brought him to the queen and told her, "He's the one who ascended to heaven," and they happily left her presence, and she mocked the rogues and praised the sages.
We've talked about that
This scene, which quite systematically subverts the hagiography of Via-Crucis and turns upside down the well-known picture of Jesus' female devotees, is followed by an account of Jesus' disciples' activities, an account of the transformation of Jewish holidays to parallel Christian ones, the stories of Paul, Nestorius, Simon Cephas, the description of the stylite, and the liturgical poetry of Simon Cephas finally qualifies him to be accepted by the Sanhedrin as well as by the Exilarch F7MS. Vienna. 78 Helena first appears in chapter 5 of this version, basically at the same stage in the plot as in Miss Strasbourg, when Jesus has grown up and has started to gather disciples and masses follow him. In those days all the land was under the rule of Queen Helena, the wife of Constantine. 79 She then reappears only in the beginning of chapter 7. When the Israelites saw that some odd peoples believed him, they planned together to catch him, and they caught him and brought him to Queen Helen ITLL degree, the wife of Constantine, in whose hands the rule remained after Nebuchadnezzar king of Babel, and that was 70 years before the destruction of the temple. And thus they said before Queen Helena, "Our mistress the queen, here is the man named Jesus who is a monster, and he holds in his hands great sorcery, and he misleads the world with them by saying that he is the Messiah, and his verdict is death, and that is why we caught him and brought him before you to judge him, since he is doomed till death." Then Jesus opened his mouth and said, "My mistress the queen, these are the evildoers, and about them it was said, SL, how long will the wicked be jubilant?" Psalm 94:3b. And further he said, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Psalm 94:16. And you should know that their words are lies and falsehood, and if they had power they would destroy the world, and if they had power against me such as I have against them now, they would have cut my limbs asunder. And you should know, mistress, that I-75 apparently regarding Jesus' resurrection. 76 possibly a parodic use of good news, evangel, gospel. 77 crowds, Dos Leben Jesu. So, 78 crowds, Gibbon, 64 to 88, Hebrew, 88 to 117, Jenin. 79 crowds, Gibbon, 68.
It would be funny if it wasn't so dark.
80 crowds, Gibbon, 70, and 12 variant reading Helena. 81 Krause has deleted, said, "My ancestor David."
He's thinking about killing himself, and then they're like, you know what he does need? Magic. Promo code for Cooney. Code Gerardo Alcott. Miguel is fucking redacted. He's fucked up. All right. He's like, it's kind of funny. He pisses his pants. But if he had magic might, you just fucking try and make money off of it. And also to suggest that you would, I'm thinking maybe I'll start a GoFundMe for Miguel, maybe, and then have the fans pay for it. But nah, magic mind though.
You know what he needs is a favorite shoe. Do you have one of these?
It sounds like, you know, I mean, I don't. This might be ridiculous, but at least if you're going through it, make your feet comfortable. Toe holds. He shows his fucking disgusting feet. Stupid morons.
Let's see what else we got. Okay, yeah, this one's funny. Pull the fuck up. Vinyl.
Am the son of God 82 and no sorcerer, and you will find it written thus prophesied about me Isaiah the prophet. A shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse. From his roots a branch will bear fruit. Isaiah 1:1. And you will find that I am from his seed and roots, and you should beware of their advice, since my ancestor David, peace be on him, wrote, "Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked." Psalm 1.
Yeah, very
1.
great Photoshop. I mean, 100%.
Then the sages replied to her and said,
many times,
"The mistress queen, never be three believe his words, since he is doomed to be in spirit and not in flesh." 84. And about him scripture has said, "Blessed is the man." The man adds up T085 Yeshu, and the word Yeshu is the acronym for "Let his name and memory be obliterated." And he deserves 4 deaths decreed by the court. The queen heard their words and said, "Is it written in your teaching? Act according to the law they teach you and the decisions they give you. Do not turn aside from what they tell you, to the right or to the left." Deuteronomy 17:11, and in another place it says, "He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, with the breath of his lips he will slay the wicked." Isaiah 11:4b. And it is also said, "In his days Judah will be saved and Israel will live in safety." Jeremiah 23:6. Jesus answered,
As you can see, 100% match. It would be
"I am
100%
he,
match for
I put to death, bring to life." Deuteronomy 32:29. For this is a great sign, no Messiah will be able to do that sign. The queen was frightened and said, "Were the envoys how he brings the dead to life?" And they went to the tombs of the Gentiles and to the tombs of Israel, and they took out dead bodies from the tombs. 86. And the monster, bastard, uttered the name on them and brought them to life and brought them before the queen. And when she saw that, she believed all his words, that he is God. So she summoned the sages of Israel and spat in their faces, and she despised their belief, and she planned to destroy and to kill all the Jews.
This one's posted by
As V. Hallel 87, and they were all mortified and ashamed by her, and there was a time of distress 88 for Israel, and more was accumulating on them every day. And there was great division in Israel. Among them were those who said this and those who said that, and most of them were inclined toward vanity. After that Jesus told the queen, "You will be in peace and receive